When he finally came back to his senses, Lu Ming was already standing on a ruined street. Everywhere his gaze fell were houses and shops overgrown with weeds and moss, and vehicles whose state of abandonment was impossible to tell. He pulled off the headphones, damp with sweat, staring at the unfamiliar street with a look that was 3 parts dazed and 7 parts bewildered. If his memory served him right, he had been doing his daily morning exercises beneath the dormitory building when his vision suddenly went black, and then he had appeared here. He did not bother pinching his own face. The aching heaviness in his legs already told him this was no dream. Instinctively, he tried to take a few steps forward when a pale yellow light screen suddenly blocked his path. The sharp pain from his forehead hitting it once again confirmed that this was reality. Gently wake your sleeping heart, slowly open your eyes. Suddenly, an almost painfully familiar song reached his ears, and a lively, cheerful AI synthetic voice began a speech over the background music of Tomorrow Will Be Better. The AI voice warmly welcomed the residents from Blue Star, congratulating them on becoming the protagonists of the 66,666th Jialan Apocalypse strategy, and mentioned that this familiar song from their homeland had been carefully chosen in their honor. Jialan Apocalypse. Protagonists of a strategy. What was that supposed to mean? Transmigration, another world, or some kind of mysterious black experiment? As a slightly Chinibyo amateur writer, he had often fantasized about crossing into another world, gaining a halo of destiny, transforming into a peerless hero who struck down demon kings, married multiple wives, and strode to the peak of life. But this clearly was not one of those imagined scenarios. This was an apocalypse, a world that had to be strategized, and in such a place it was almost impossible for tomorrow to be better. Behind him, someone suddenly erupted into a furious shout, cursing the so-called apocalypse and strategy, and angrily demanding to be sent back, insisting that his single business deal was worth millions. Lost in thought, Lu Ming only realized what was happening when that shout split the air behind him. Following the sound, Lu Ming turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a denim vest and flip-flops, one hand tugging at a pair of beach short sunglasses perched on his nose, hurling curses at the sky. The man looked for all the world as if he had been dragged here in the middle of answering nature's call. Lu Ming could not help but sigh inwardly. So this, it seemed, was how the rich were summoned in a way far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The man clamped a cigarette between his lips as he lifted his head to peer around, as though trying to locate the source of the voice. Lu Ming, however, had already lost interest in him. Looking around, Lu Ming saw that within his field of vision, besides the man in sunglasses, there were dozens of other strangers, men and women alike, all shrouded in similar light screens. Some stared blankly in fear, some looked lost and bewildered. They glanced helplessly at one another, utterly at a loss. At a loss. In truth, he was no different. Only the ill-starred nature of his life had long since trained him into a habit of calm restraint, allowing him to maintain a steady facade, even now. This is Planet 618 of the Jialan star system, with an ecological environment highly similar to that of Blue Star. Due to a heaven-sent catastrophe of unknown origin, the entire planet has been eroded by alien energy, turning this world into a lair where mutated creatures run rampant. You have been chosen: either annihilate them, completely survive to the very end, and claim all honor and wealth, or be hunted down and killed, your bodies reduced to nourishment for their continued evolution. Whether it was in response to the man's earlier outburst or simply part of the inevitable announcement, the electronic voice now delivered a grave introduction to the local background. Jialan star system. If what it said was true, this meant a transfer enacted by a civilization beyond Blue Star, and the possibility of returning on his own was almost non-existent. If it was a lie, merely a cover for some clandestine experiment, he would need proof before drawing any conclusions. For now, the priority was to keep a cool head, gather as much information as possible, and carefully memorize every word. Suddenly arriving here, you must feel lost and afraid. But do not worry. To ease your concerns, we have thoughtfully prepared 7 survival guidelines, which we hope you will engrave upon your hearts. First, destruction is rebirth. As the world is eroded, it also evolves, giving rise to an entirely new energy system. Learn it, master it, wield it, and you will become unimaginably strong. Second, blindness is death. Under the spread of the corrosive force, all natural water sources have been polluted. Until you gain the means to resist it, exercise extreme caution with any external water, unless you possess a taste for danger and scorn your own life. Third, after darkness there is light. You need not be consumed by anxiety. To reduce your burden of survival, supply crates of various sizes are scattered all over the world, and occasional airdrops may appear as well. Inside you may find precious survival resources, life-saving food, a handy tool, a body-strengthening potion, or a regional. You are the world. You are the god of this world. So survive, explore, grow stronger. Everything shall be yours. You will. Before the speech could finish, a sharp crack cut it off mid-sentence. The cheerful, almost manic survival announcement ended abruptly, and the world plunged into sudden silence. Yet the silence did not last. The melody of Tomorrow Will Be Better rose again, but this time, instead of the playful, lively electronic voice, there was only a cold, rigid, emotionless projection of text. Survival prompts concluded. Initiating reboot of the Jialan world. Integrating civilization progress. Civilization progress integrated. Unifying language system. Language system unified. Constructing world channel. World channel constructed. Building trading space. Trading space constructed. Restoring city functions. City functions restored. Jialan world reboot complete. Biological force fields will now be lifted. Apocalypse strategy countdown commencing. 300-259. As the projected text shifted into a stark white countdown, the pale yellow light screen before them swept away in an instant. As the projected text transformed into a glaring white countdown, the pale yellow light screen in front of him retreated with a sharp hiss, vanishing from. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then instantly snapped back to reality. Not because of a strong will, but because of the stench that rushed straight to his brain. It was a nauseating, sour, and rotten odor. He subconsciously held his breath, but a second later was stunned by what he saw. Why? Because everything he had seen earlier through the bioforce field had changed drastically. The originally desolate and calm street was now covered in huge gray-white maggots. They were enormous and fat, comparable in size to wild boars. Through their skin, the rolling liquids and colorful internal organs inside the insects' bodies could be clearly seen. They writhed frantically, a thick yellow-green mucus oozing from their abdomens, corroding and decomposing the weeds and dead wood on the street. A breeze passed, bringing everyone an unforgettable stimulation. That was the source of the stench. Ugh, what are these things? Looking at those giant maggots, some dry heaved, some were terrified, but Lu Ming did not linger any longer and dashed forward. The giant maggots were all writhing, yet seemed not to see him, indicating that they were either suppressed or sealed off for the time being. Considering the bioforce field that had blocked him earlier and filtered out the alien creatures, Lu Ming speculated it might be the same phenomenon. The survivors' countdown had not ended, so the alien creatures were temporarily inactive. Thus the primary task was clear: find a safe shelter. Hey! Seeing Lu Ming suddenly dash off, the group, stunned by the giant maggots, reacted and scattered in all directions. Lu Ming was already far ahead, now surveying his surroundings. Neither lucky nor unlucky. They were right in a relatively old commercial street. No, it was more of a commercial alley, the kind with shops on the first floor and apartments above. Looking up at the overgrown residential compound, Lu Ming felt a strong urge. First, residential buildings might have leftover supplies, daily necessities, or at least some handy tools. Second, the compound had high ground for surveying a larger area and gathering geographic information, an obvious advantage. But there was so little time that entering was nearly impossible. Not even sure if they could make it from the alley to the compound, let alone find an unlocked safe room inside. His first choice was off the table. He had to focus on the present, the shops on both sides. A private supermarket, a breakfast lunch dinner restaurant, or a hardware store would be ideal. The first two offer supplies and tools, the last offers plenty of tools. Stationery stores, photo studios, barbershops, and real estate agencies were the worst options. Only good for temporary shelter from the alien creatures, nothing. Finally, the moderately decent options: a mobile phone agent with repair service, an appliance repair shop, and a low-cost pharmacy. The former had repair tools, the latter had medicine. Medicine is never superfluous unless it's all expired. Then its heavens will detest you. However, after running several hundred meters and scanning dozens of shops, any shop involving food, tools, or medicine was either closed, occupied by giant maggots, or completely filled, as if deliberately, leaving no good choice. So his top pick was a total loss. Stationery shops, real estate agencies, and barbershops had a few safe ones. Lu Ming noted them all as final backups. Then he checked the countdown. 2 minutes left, still a chance to try his luck. Several tens of seconds passed. Finally, hard work paid off. With 1 minute 20 seconds left on the countdown, he spotted a mobile phone repair shop, with its rolling shutter half open, the glass door closed, but a chain lock hanging loosely. Except for 3 giant maggots coiled near the entrance, there were no signs of alien creatures inside. This was it. Locking onto the target, Lu Ming sprinted, pulled off the chain lock, squeezed the glass door open, and crouched to slip halfway in. He didn't rush in. He looked around everywhere, ensuring no living creatures remained in any corner, including the ceiling. Then he pushed the glass door wide, leaped up, pulled down the rolling shutter to seal the outside, shut the door, and wrapped the chain lock around the inner handle, tying it tightly. Huff, huff, huff. After doing all this, Lu Ming was soaked through as if he had run 10 kilometers. He slumped down on the floor. His temples throbbed rapidly, his breathing was extremely fast, but his eyes didn't blink, fixed on the countdown. 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch countdown ended. Alien creature force field lifted. May all go well, and the road ahead be unblocked. The text slowly faded, then reappeared, but this time it was no longer a countdown. It was a status panel. But before he could read it, a surge of movement and writhing came from outside, followed by the rotting stench penetrating the 2 doors, and a shriek like a baby's cry. Hair-raising, soul-shaking, Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. He involuntarily moved deeper into the shop until his back pressed against the repair counter, only then feeling a bit of safety. It was clear that the giant maggots were no longer restrained, the outside was no longer safe. The only thing to be thankful for was that he wouldn't die at the moment. Taking several deep breaths and calming his mind, Lu Ming refocused his gaze on the status panel in front of him. It was very similar to a character panel in a game. At the top was his own photo, identical to a passport photo, very clear. Clicking it could show a full body mirror image, quite magical. Below was personal information. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID number 66666. Age: 24. Specialization level: not detected. Click to begin scan. General functions: collect world channel, trading house, space backpack. There wasn't much information, just a few lines, but it raised many questions. The most intriguing was not detected after specialization level. Click to begin scan. It felt more and more like a game, yet reality was so tangible. He couldn't describe it. Putting aside such troublesome thoughts on a whim, Lu Ming clicked not detected. Amazingly, there was actual tactile feedback, like tapping a phone screen. Very real. Begin scanning physical data. A beam of blue light from the panel scanned Lu Ming from top to bottom. Data scan complete. Grade assessment primary soldier instantly not detected after the level changed to primary soldier. So this was the level system of the Jialan end times. Click to view details. Primary soldier initial qualification for becoming a hunting warrior, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Consuming specialized crystals can raise the level. Current progress 010. Specialized crystals, precious energy bodies that appear after purifying alien creatures containing vast energy. Apart from upgrading specialization levels, they can also be used as consumables to replace most energy sources. Having learned about the level and how to advance, Lu Ming's face darkened. This made the already unforgiving survival situation even more dire. Because the only known way to get stronger was to fight the alien creatures hidden. Forget it, since it's unavoidable, I must learn to accept my fate. Continuing to gather information is the key. Abandoning his illusions, Lu Ming opened the general functions and began browsing through them one by one. Collection, a general function that allows rapid decomposition of biological remains to extract their essence. Usage, select a target and recite the command mentally. Effective range 1 meter. It could only be used on biological corpses, a clear limitation. Yet driven by a flicker of hope, he still attempted it on the repair counter and phone accessories. As expected, a prompt indicated that the target was not of a collectible type. It seemed there were no exceptions to be found. Resigned, he moved on to the next feature. World channel, a general function that opens a communication channel for interacting with all survivors. Activation method, recite mentally. A vast communication platform. Lu Ming activated it with a mental command and a blue chat window appeared beside his attribute panel. It listed 4 sections: world, nation, region, and private chat. Messages in the world channel scrolled furiously, a cacophony of countless languages in heated exchange. Though he couldn't read everything, he could catch individual words. Miraculously, regardless of the language, he could intuitively grasp their meaning in a deeply native way, likely an effect of a unified language system. The interface helpfully prompted that clicking on a message would pause the auto-scroll, allowing manual browsing. To familiarize himself with the controls, Lu Ming followed the instruction and paused the feed. It was then he noticed a detail that was hardly subtle. Every message sender was verified with their real identity. Both their avatar and name were their own. This approach had many benefits, but no shortage of drawbacks. Still, since everyone was in the same barefoot boat, they had little fear of exposing their information. If one was truly uneasy, they could simply choose not to reveal themselves. After all, plenty of people read novels without ever commenting. What harm was there in just watching? As for the content of the channel, Lu Ming glanced over it and quickly lost interest. It was nothing but national boasting and mutual insults, a pointless barrage of map-wide attacks. It seemed someone had deliberately stirred up conflict, sparking a chaotic free-for-all. Frankly, it was boring. In normal times, such behavior might be expected, but maintaining a troll's nature in this situation was truly remarkable. Still, it confirmed that many had managed to secure shelters from the start, proving that humanity's survival instinct remained tenacious in the face of crisis. He switched tabs. Moving to the nation channel, the atmosphere immediately became more comfortable, not because of any difference in quality, but because the uniform language made it neater. He didn't read the messages in detail. They were mostly venting negative emotions, a chaotic state of everyone talking over each other with no useful information. Switching to the region channel, the scrolling frequency improved significantly. Though messages still flew by one after another, at least he could keep up with the reading speed. Shanghai, how is everyone doing? Wang Yang, I found a real estate agency in the last 10+ seconds. It's relatively safe, though there are no supplies or tools. But the monster sounds outside are terrifying. I'm scared and don't know what to do next. Bao Jingqing, pretty much the same here. I wanted to find a bakery or restaurant to hide in, but they were all full of those monsters. I ended up in a barbershop. Lucky for me, the owners seemed to live there. The storage room had a box of instant noodles and a few unopened bottles of water. If anyone needs them later, just say the word. I'm willing to share. Fong Peng, seriously. You're awesome, old man. How about giving me 2 packs now? I eat a lot. Jinshi, I want some too. Uncle, give me a few packs too. Me too. Uncle, look at me. Uncle. Shunhai, everyone has a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water and 2 compressed biscuits in their spatial bag. Use sparingly, that can last 3 days. With urine and anything edible, you might survive 5 days. It'd be more reasonable to ask for help then. Fong Peng, who do you think you are? My dad. Even my dad doesn't boss me around. Who asked you to teach me? Exactly, anyone can preach big words. Is it wrong to want to stock up on supplies? A busybody. No, it's all confirmed. Shanghai, this is the apocalypse, not a natural disaster. No rescue team is coming to save you. Everyone wants to survive. Instead of relying on yourselves, you try to leech off others' goodwill to fill your greed. What kind of values are those? That's exploitation. Uncle Bao, don't be so honest. In times like these, who knows what kind of riffraff you're dealing with? If you give it to them, what will you do for yourself? Don't flaunt your wealth. Fong Peng, who are you calling riffraff? If it weren't for the situation, believe me, I'd come over and teach you a lesson. Jin Shi, saying our values are wrong. I bet you're afraid Uncle Bao will run out of supplies before you get yours, so you're playing the good guy to win favor, and then ask for stuff alone. I've seen your type before, scheming one and all. If that's the case, it's like the epitome of disgusting meeting disgusting. Home to the nth degree. Shanghai, am different from you. I have my own principles. Principles? Can you eat those? So sanctimonious. Why not just admit you can't lower yourself and can't stand others doing well? What a joke. Bao Zhengqing, this is my fault. Everyone stop arguing. Brother Chen has a point, and I can't give to that many people. How about this? 5 days is too long. If anyone can't hold out after 3 days, just say the word. I'll help if I can. 3 days. You'll have nothing left by then. Bet you're eating 3 full meals a day, not giving a damn about us. I suspect he's just showing off. Afraid of angering everyone, he made up some nice words. Now that he's achieved his goal, he's probably laughing to himself. Bao Zhengqing. More like Bao with hidden malice. Exactly. It's the apocalypse. Could actually share their stuff with others. Pull the other one. Bao Zhengqing didn't reply. He must have been angered. The comments below grew fiercer in his silence. See? Exposed, and now he doesn't dare say a word. People like him are even more disgusting than know-it-alls. Watching these words that cut to the bone, Lu Ming felt a deep resonance. He knew that circumstances could reshape survival instincts and warp human nature, but he hadn't expected people to change so quickly. He clicked on the avatars of both Chun Hai and Bao Zhengqing. The former had a resolute face, a crew cut, and a square jaw. Not strikingly handsome, but exuding an upright and righteous air. Combined with his words, it was highly likely he had been an honorable man in his original world. The latter was a middle-aged man in his 40s, plainly dressed, wearing glasses and thin. His features were gentle and approachable. Though Lu Ming couldn't verify the truth of his words, showing off his luck seemed implausible. A teenager might still have the sharp edges to show off, but what 40-something office worker hadn't had their corners smoothed by society? They were the kind who couldn't even be bothered to join in on a commotion. In ordinary times, people wouldn't be so harsh. It seemed that in the apocalypse, one had to hold back excessive kindness. Loving oneself was the only truth. As for helping others, that depended on one's ability and the recipient. Finding no more useful information, Lu Ming closed the world channel and turned to the third general function. Trading post, a general function that opens a trading platform for buying and selling items, extremely convenient. Activation method, recite mentally. Simple to understand and easy to use, but currently hardly anyone was selling anything. That made sense. For this system to function, it needed time to accumulate activity. Right now, everyone was lost in the grip of unknown terror. Who had the leisure for this? That left only one final general function, the spatial bag. This was a concept most Chinese had heard of, a storage ring, a storage space, Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. There was always one that fit your memory. Spatial bag, a general function for storing items, excluding living beings. Time is frozen within the space. Identical items can be stacked infinitely. Upon death, the bag drops and becomes ownerless. Activation method, recite mentally. Becoming ownerless upon death. It seemed that in the future he would have to contend not only with alien species, but also with fellow humans vying for resources. This only strengthened his resolve to stay out of others' affairs. Spatial bag. Reciting the command mentally, a backpack panel appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. 2 rows of 10 columns, 20 slots in total. The first 2 slots matched Chun Hai's description, a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water and 2 compressed biscuits. But the third slot. The third slot. It held a golden gift box, an item Chun Hai hadn't mentioned. Holding his breath, Lu Ming clicked on the box. For gilded characters, and a line of description came into view. Mysterious gift box. In recognition of the match between your ID number and the survival guide badge, you have been specially granted a lucky grand prize. A lucky gift. Heaven and earth as his witness, he was a true non-lucky individual. A perpetual participant prize winner at supermarkets, a guaranteed pity, pull and gotcha games. Could entering an apocalypse have actually improved his bloodline? Lu Ming was stunned for 3 seconds when a prompt suddenly appeared. Detected mysterious gift box. Opening it grants 3 chances to draw. Open immediately. If declined, the gift box will be rejected by default and randomly gifted to another lucky individual. Transferred. Was there even a choice? Open immediately. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 draw chances. Prizes will be randomly selected from 4 categories: supplies, skills, weapons, and special items. 1 high-grade reward is guaranteed within 3 draws. Please choose a drawing method: single draw or triple draw. Triple draw. Congratulations. You have obtained an grade skill advanced appraisal. Congratulations. You have obtained an grade skill basic blade art. Congratulations. You have obtained an exclusive skill elevation. This. Had he stumbled into a skill nest? A triple hit of skills. Aside from 1 a grade skill, the other 2 were each rarer than the last. Whoosh. Amidst his surprise, the gift box disintegrated and recondensed in the air, transforming into 3 orbs of light. 1 gray, 1 gold, and 1 red, that flew toward him at breakneck speed. The sight was somewhat wondrous. He thought to showcase a human's ultimate reflexes by consciously dodging, but before his body could react, the 3 orbs struck him directly. Successfully learned grade skill advanced appraisal. Successfully learned a grade skill basic blade art. Successfully learned exclusive skill elevation. In an instant, countless indescribable pieces of information flooded his mind. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel, and true enough, the information had changed. Name: Lu Ming. Gender male. ID 66666. Age 24. Specialization level basic soldier. Universal functions gathering world channel trading post space pack. Skills basic blade art grade advanced appraisals grade elevation exclusive. He immediately opened the skill information starting with the rarest one. Elevation no rank. Category exclusive skill. Effect by consuming a certain number of specialization crystals permanently elevate any single item by 1 grade. The same target cannot be used again. Owner Lu Ming. Skill trait transfers upon death. After reading the skill's description, Lu Ming felt his blood boil. Elevating any item by 1 grade meant that anything that fell into his hands would evolve and ascend to a higher level. Take for example that 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. With this in mind, Lu Ming immediately took out the 500 milliliters bottle of purified water, gripped it tightly, and murmured, "Elevate." Whoosh. Prompt: elevating 500 milliliters of purified water requires consuming 1 specialization crystal. First time use of the exclusive skill grants 3 free use privileges. Confirm using 1 free use privilege to elevate 500 milliliters of purified water into 500 milliliters of multifunctional sports drink. Confirm consume 1 specialization crystal. Confirm use 1 free use privilege. Cancel 3 free use privileges. Staring at the option to use a privilege within the confirmation, Lu Ming fell into thought. So that was it. Worried that requiring specialization crystals from the start would be too demanding, they offered a trial opportunity. Quite considerate really. But wasting a privilege on purified water worth only 1 specialization crystal would be foolish. Naturally, it was more practical to use it to offset a mass, especially for options that enhance strength since food was consumed and gone, while possessing strength meant an endless supply of food. Clear on this point, Lu Ming immediately canceled the option to elevate the purified water. However, before canceling, he accidentally discovered that the functional drink listed in the elevation options could be inspected for information. He clicked to view. 500 milliliters multifunctional drink. Category grade 2 beverage. Effect rich in energy substances. Just 100 milliliters can simultaneously alleviate mild negative statuses such as dehydration, fatigue, and weakness. Shelf life 3 years. Both its effects and shelf life were unexpectedly powerful, entirely unlike the sports drinks of Blue Star and incomparable to ordinary purified water. This showed that obtaining a grade 2 beverage was no easy feat, perhaps only possible through opening supply crates. What comforted him even more was the thoughtfulness of the elevation skill. Although a grade 2 item was certainly superior to a grade 1, the ability to obtain detailed information before elevation was of paramount importance. Its greatest advantage lay in providing comparisons. Take the same grade 1 supplies, purified water and compressed biscuits. If a single drink could simultaneously solve dehydration and fatigue, then the priority of elevating satiating food would be lower. Similarly, when elevating 2 similar types of weapons, or when multiple choices appeared during elevation, the importance of detailed information became even more pronounced. This was undoubtedly a divine skill worthy of in-depth study. But there was no rush to test his ideas. He would finish examining the other 2 skills first. He turned to the second skill and selected it for viewing. Advanced appraisals grade. Category supportive skill. Description: when used it can read the information of a target object. Range of effect individual. Level of information acquired fairly detailed. No usage method was stated, but a remarkably clear concept of how to use it already exists. With the thought of releasing an appraisal, everything his gaze fell upon would be outlined in a blue contour. Once locked on, he only needed to silently chant the word appraise in his mind to use the skill and read the item's detailed information. Appraise. Staring at the glass display cabinet before him, he released advanced appraisal, and a stream of information flooded into his mind. Worn down Star brand glass display cabinet. Information: a display cabinet with some age, produced at the Star Display Cabinet Processing Factory, later purchased by Pungu, owner of the Creative Phone Repair Shop, and now nearing the end of its service life. It was indeed quite detailed, capable of even acquiring the name of the production factory and the buyer. Its utility was undeniably immense. In his view, even if the appraisal skill couldn't match the exclusivity of his exclusive skill and rarity, its effectiveness was in no way inferior, especially in this unknown apocalypse. It could be called the Eye of Truth. A pity he dared not show himself now, otherwise he could appraise the maggot aberration to see if he could glean some useful information such as its habits, traits, or attack methods. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming continued to examine the third skill, basic blade art. Basic blade art grade. Category combat skill. Effect: gain a preliminary grasp of blade usage method. The grade skill lived up to its name. Just one sentence highlighting a sense of carelessness. Yet his heart still swelled with joy, not for any other reason, but because in the apocalypse anything that enhanced one's strength was an invaluable treasure worthy of his earnest regard. With that, he had a rough understanding of all the skills. What remained was to focus on the exclusive skill and devise the perfect application strategy. Lost in thought, Lu Ming reviewed the effects of elevation, once more carefully reading every word. Consume a certain number of specialization crystals to permanently elevate any single item by 1 grade. Any item. Any. Could it mean? A flash of inspiration struck and a fierce glint erupted in Lu Ming's eyes as a bold idea crossed his mind. He blurted out, choose to elevate the exclusive skill. Prompt: the exclusive skill sublimation requires the consumption of 1 million specialized crystals. You have 3 free use privileges. Are you sure you want to consume 1 privilege to sublimate the exclusive skill sublimation to a higher level? Confirm consume 1 million specialized crystals. Confirm consume 1 free use privilege. Cancel 1 million specialized crystals. Not only is the quantity staggering, but why is the name of the consumable different? Examining the specialized crystal. Specialized crystal, a colossal energy substance, its energy magnitude equivalent to 100 specialized crystal blocks. It is the highest tier energy currency of the Garuda galaxy, capable of substituting any energy consumption. Only by purifying a minuscule number of aberrant beings, all of which are overlords among alien species, can one have a chance to obtain it. Specialized crystal blocks. Another new substance name appears. Specialized crystal block, a high-energy substance, its energy magnitude equivalent to 100 specialized crystals. It is a mid-tier energy currency of the Garuda galaxy, capable of substituting 90% of energy consumption. Purifying king-tier aberrant beings has a chance of yielding it. Specialized crystals, specialized crystal blocks, specialized crystals. This completes the understanding of the energy currency of the Garuda Apocalypse. Yet the more he understood, the more alarmed he became. Lu Ming had no idea how powerful an overlord-tier aberrant being was, but just from the description of the specialized crystal, he could glimpse a mere fraction of its terror. It was a creature he could not even begin to fathom, let alone imagine. So looking at the exorbitant consumption quantity, Lu Ming hesitated no more. He'll consume 1 privilege. Prompt: the exclusive skill sublimation has been successfully elevated to a higher level. As this skill appears for the first time, please name it. Appears for the first time. Could it be that he was the only one to have ever obtained this skill? After a 2-second silence, Lu Ming muttered, ultimate sublimation. Prompt: the exclusive skill ultimate sublimation has been named successfully. Instantly, the information regarding sublimation in his mind was replaced by entirely new content, and the exclusive skill column on his attribute panel changed from red to a vibrant multicolored hue. Ultimate sublimation. Category: exclusive skill effect. By consuming a certain number of specialized crystals, one can permanently elevate any target by 1 or 2 grades. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Owner: Lu Ming skill trait grade transcends limits, cannot be detected, disappears upon death. Seeing the change in skill level and effect, Lu Ming's face was unable to conceal his ecstasy. For a moment, even the wailing of the maggots outside sounded refreshing and pleasant. The grade was indeterminable, aligning with the prompt's mention of a first appearance. 2 grades meant an increased upper limit, while 1 or 2 grades offered flexibility in choice. The key was that the skill trait had changed from transfers upon death to disappears upon death. In other words, this skill was truly exclusive to him and would never be acquired by anyone. Although it seemed rather useless, it inexplicably brought a sense of comfort. Having one's legacy collected by irrelevant individuals or killers was the most detestable thing. As for grade transcends limits and cannot be detected, it likely meant it was impervious to scrutiny. With 2 free use privileges remaining and having experienced the immense cost of ultimate sublimation, Lu Ming had a clear criterion for using the privileges: 1 word. Expensive. Indeed, it was that shallow. On Blue Star, believing the more expensive something is the better it might be could be paying a premium for ignorance. But in the apocalypse, expensive things have their reasons for being costly. Don't ask why, it's the survival environment dictating this instinctive judgment. Driven by a desire to experiment with something new, Lu Ming attempted to sublimate everything on his person. He found that, consistent with his conjecture, the cost for sublating clothes and miscellaneous items was minimal, generally within the range of 1 specialized crystal. However, skills and specialized grades, things that enhanced personal power, required a substantial number of crystals. Sublimating an A-grade basic swordsmanship required 10 specialized crystals for 1 grade and 50 for 2 grades, directly upgrading it to a grade superior swordsmanship. This indirectly clarified the official value of A-grade to grade skills. As for this grade advanced appraisal, it left him utterly astonished, for the cost to sublimate it by 2 grades rivaled that of the exclusive skill, reaching a staggering 90 million aberrant crystals. This immense quantity made him resolute the second free use privilege must be invested in it. Beep beep. Just as Lu Ming was about to begin sublimating advanced appraisal, a mail icon with a blue exclamation mark suddenly lit up on the side of the attribute panel. Clicking to view, it showed that a video file had been transmitted in the regional chat log, along with a notification that such alerts could be configured in the world channel if unwanted. A video file. Opening the regional section, the chat log scrolled rapidly upward. Every message was filled with fear and shock instantly, making Lu Ming sense that the video content was far from ordinary. He scrolled through the chat log, located the video file. It was posted by a young man named Bai Yang, whose profile picture showed a fair and clean face, likely under 20. There was no additional information, just the video alone. Lu Ming opened the video. The first shot was a view overlooking the street from a high window, centered on 4 roughly armed burly men. They wore multiple layers of clothing with makeshift armor of wrapped fabric on their arms and legs, and held various cleavers and meat-cutting knives. Lu Ming glanced at the shop behind them. It was indeed a butcher's shop. Probably unable to find edible meat, they intended to use their weapons to try hunting the maggots at the entrance. He didn't know whether to envy their luck or pity their misfortune. Returning his focus to the men, they immediately singled out a giant maggot and launched an assault. It was clear they had planned it, each struck with lethal intent. The maggot was instantly covered in wounds, green blood spraying incessantly, but unlike the yellow liquid seen earlier, it was not. Thus the maggot's defense was not impressive, and the corrosive liquid was not carried throughout its body, likely stored in specialized sacs. Given this biological structure, it probably possessed a ranged projectile attack. Unfortunately, the hunt was too swift. The grievously wounded maggot didn't even counterattack before falling still. Seeing this, Lu Ming formed a preliminary judgment of the giant maggots. Clumsy, slow, fragile, with a singular attack method. With caution and targeted strikes, even a single person could eliminate one. His mood inexplicably eased a little. Habitually, he scrolled past the video to check the comments below. Yang Tianyi, how could this happen? That thing can't be. Li Jinhua, 4 people vanished in an instant and died so horribly. Qin Lian, there's no hope. This thing is beyond our resistance. No one can survive. Can't be killed. Vanished. What did that mean? Lu Ming immediately scrolled back to the video. It hadn't paused, and what met his eyes was the very same giant maggot that had just been still. Its wounds had completely healed, its entire body reared up. Stranger still, its skin had turned from grayish-white to a deep crimson. Its body bulged incessantly with blue-white unknown energy surging wildly beneath its surface. The 4 men, faces filled with terror, turned to flee back into the shop. But before they could move, the reared maggot swung horizontally, like an eraser wiping away pencil marks. The upper bodies of 2 men vanished instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining 2 stood frozen in shock. In that instant, the maggot suddenly shot out its mouthpart, a massive abyss-like maw. Since it was recorded from behind, Lu Ming couldn't see its full form, but the instantaneous explosive speed and lethality were appalling. In a flash, it tore away half of one man's body. The last man finally snapped out of the horrific scene and bolted. However, as Lu Ming had anticipated, the maggot possessed a ranged attack. A thick yellow liquid hit him, and bloody steam, with visible corrosive changes, rose from his body. The excruciating pain made him roll on the ground, screaming in agony. Within seconds, he lay still. The entire counterattack lasted less than 10 seconds. The last man's screams attracted more maggots, and in moments the area in front of the butcher's shop was swarming with them, soon devouring the remnants of the men. The video had ended, yet the intense visual impact left Lu Ming feeling dizzy. Though he could endure the most bloody and brutal scenes in movies, witnessing an actual death firsthand quickened his heartbeat and churned his stomach acid. Instinctively covering his mouth and nose, he swallowed saliva to suppress the nausea, calming himself for over 10 seconds before the symptoms slightly abated. This was no time for sentimentality. Having missed the segment where the maggot revived, he had to rewatch it. Thus, closing his eyes and taking 2 deep breaths, he reopened the video and dragged the progress bar to the moment when the 4 individuals hacked the maggot. The leader raised his hand to collect the corpse, but suddenly countless tendrils sprouted from the maggot's wounds, intertwining and fusing. Within a mere 5 seconds, the battered worm's body had fully restored to its pristine state. The once still maggot became extraordinarily active. Blue-white energy surged within its body, its skin shifting from ashen gray to a dark crimson. Then with a sudden whoosh, it stood upright, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. The subsequent content depicted the counterattack. Lu Ming had no desire to watch it again, as those 10 or so seconds of imagery were deeply etched into his mind, impossible to shake off in the short term. Pausing the video and staring at the maggot, Lu Ming's thirst for knowledge surged. If only he could identify it, if only. Unexpectedly, as his urge to identify grew stronger, a blue outline materialized on the maggot's surface, the lock-on effect triggered by the identification consciousness. He then realized he didn't need to face the entity directly, as long as he could visually observe it, even through images or photos. The identification could be completed. Identify. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming immediately used identification. Scythe owl larva, rank. Category: insectoid aberration. Description: the larval form of the rank elite aberration scythe owl. In its non-retaliatory state, it moves slowly and employs a single attack method. Once attacked, it enters a rampant state, becoming exceedingly aggressive, shifting from a prone to an upright posture, while revealing a menacing oral cavity to enhance intimidation and attack options. Attack methods: fierce bite, where it extends its mouth parts to directly tear into prey, and corrosive spit, where it compresses its gastric sac to spew highly acidic stomach fluids. Scythe owl larva. The name alone suggested a lethal race. Yet even with such detail, there was no mention of the larva's weakness. But no living being is without flaws. The only issue was the insufficient level of identification. Glancing at the advanced identification on his status panel, Lu Ming murmured, Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select Ascension tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, 2nd tier. Prompt: ascending the strength skill. Advanced identification requires 900 specialized crystals. You have 2 free of charge privileges. Confirm using 1 privilege to elevate the strength skill advanced identification by 2 tiers. Confirm consume 900 specialized crystals. Confirm consume 1 free of charge privilege. Cancel. Confirm using 1 privilege. Prompt: the strength skill advanced identification has been successfully ascended to a higher level. As this skill appears for the first time, please name it. Appearing for the first time again. It seemed the 2 ascensions had pushed the skills beyond their original limits. Why not go for something flamboyant? Eye of Truth. Prompt: the skill Eye of Truth has been named successfully. The skill is forcibly converted into an exclusive skill. The name of advanced identification shifted, transforming into the same iridescent multicolored hue as ultimate ascension and warping into an exclusive skill. Opening it to inspect, Eye of Truth. Category exclusive skill. Description, when used it can read information about the target. Range, individual space. Depth of information, extremely detailed. Owner Lu Ming. Skill trait surpasses rank limitations, undetectable by any external force, vanishes upon death. The usage method was identical to advanced identification, but it boasted a massive breakthrough in scope and depth. Space identification could wait. For now the priority was to uncover the scythe owl larva's weakness. With that thought, Lu Ming locked onto the scythe owl larva in the video again. Identified. At that moment, unbeknownst to Lu Ming, his eyes silently shifted from black to radiant gold as the Eye of Truth activated. Scythe owl larva, rank common. Category insectoid aberration. Description, the larval form of the rank elite aberration scythe owl. In its non-retaliatory state, it moves slowly. Once attacked, it enters a rampant state, becoming exceedingly aggressive, shifting from prone to upright, revealing a massive oral cavity to enhance intimidation and attack options. After devouring prey, if energy is sufficient, it will pupate on the spot and enter an evolutionary stage. At that time, all larvae in the area will spontaneously enter a rampant state, fiercely guarding the chrysalis and attacking any non-species creatures until the chrysalis successfully evolves. If energy is insufficient after consuming prey, it will grow partial limbs of the prey on its body to augment its combat power. Attack methods: fierce bite, where it extends its mouth parts to directly swallow prey, and corrosive spit, where it compresses its gastric sac to spew highly acidic stomach fluids. Trait possesses intermediate regeneration, allowing it to rapidly repair even if dismembered. Weakness: core. Destroying the core within the larva will eliminate it directly. Notably, the scythe owl larva is more aware of its weakness than any other species, knowing its flesh is extremely fragile. Thus, each larva spontaneously alters the core's location upon birth, making it unfixed. However, the core is its energy hub. By observing the source of energy flow on the larva's surface, one can determine the true location of the core. The extreme detail did not deceive him. With this, even without a leading advantage over the entire Gerudo world, he at least secured a front row position. Coupled with his immensely powerful ascension skills, while the future remained uncertain, survival in the present was hardly a challenge. Shifting his gaze from the identification info back to the video file, Lu Ming was astonished to see a red light flickering within every scythe owl larva in the footage. The light spot was the size of a baby's fist, each positioned distinctly. Undoubtedly, that was the core. Could it be that the Eye of Truth not only identifies weaknesses, but also visually marks their precise locations? The thought emerged, filling Lu Ming with immense joy. Previously, even knowing the weakness required personal judgment. Now, with it directly marked, wasn't that akin to cheating? Unable to suppress his elation, he steadied himself moments later. Assistance was, after all, just assistance. One's own strength remained an irreplaceable foundation. Seeing didn't guarantee a precise strike. He must never let luck cloud his judgment. Caution was always the nemesis of crisis. Steadying his mind, taking a deep breath, Lu Ming prepared to close the chat interface. However, glancing at the scrolling messages below, he slowly moved his finger away, deciding to take a few more looks at the chat content, since it was not often he opened it. Scrolling down, he saw that the earlier messages were filled with fear regarding the killing of 4 people by the scythe mantis larvae, overwhelming with negativity. Thankfully, Chun-Hai, who had left a deep impression on everyone, stepped in to ease the crowd's emotions. Chun-Hai, let's not be too negative. At least we know they cannot be easily killed, and will become more brutal upon revival. However, as an initial monster that emerges after suppression, these aberrant creatures must have fatal weaknesses, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Fong Peng, you speak eloquently, but it's all nonsense. Weaknesses, where are they? Not knowing the weaknesses still leaves us without a solution. What good is that? Chun-Hai, you are young and impulsive. I won't argue with you. Once I'm prepared, I will let one in and attempt to kill it. I will record the entire process. If I fail, consider it a wrong example for you. If I succeed, I hope you can muster the courage to try, as we have no way out, and can only endure our fears and move forward. A silence lasted for 5 seconds, clearly indicating that everyone was touched by Chun-Hai's words. Lu Ming felt the same way. No matter how dire the situation or environment, his admiration for Chun-Hai was genuine, even wanting to privately inform him of the weaknesses of the scythe mantis larvae. However, he quickly calmed down, suppressing this foolish impulse. Indeed, he was being selfish, but isn't it human nature to feel jealousy, envy, and admiration for others precisely because one cannot achieve the same? He couldn't be as brave and selfless as Chun-Hai, so he could only silently apologize. He needed to maintain his advantage. After all, in terms of physique among all humans, he would merely be considered a slightly more robust, ordinary person. Without systematic combat training and lacking martial arts, the only swordsmanship he had acquired was from a lottery, which was also at the entry level, and he had never used it. If he were to give up the opportunity to quickly accumulate resources and bridge the gap with the strong, that would be utterly hopeless. 5 seconds later, someone finally broke the silence. Surprisingly, it was Fong Peng, who had always been at odds with Chun-Hai. Fong Peng, if you can follow through, I sincerely apologize for everything I've said against you before. If you succeed in killing it, I am willing to be the second to try. Shanghai finally showing some manliness. Fong Penghumph, I have always been a man, why do I need to prove it? Bao Jingqing, haha, this is what we need. Everyone is inexplicably shifted here. If we can't unite, our chances of survival will be even slimmer. Lu Yan, that's right, we can't give up so easily. Li Gang, we still need to find our loved ones. Fong Bo, yes, we have family. Why, almost forgotten the tension. If it's the same as the Blue Star, our loved ones must be somewhere in this wasteland. Survive. Survive one. The atmosphere instantly shifted from negative to exuberant, allowing Lu Ming to see the power of a leader. However, he was not optimistic about the team's survival method. Unless the leader possessed immense strength and sufficient leadership skills, the sandcastle could collapse with just one wave. As for family, Lu Ming let out a bitter smile. He had none. That was why he had become accustomed to maintaining his composure. Because throughout his life, the only person he could rely on was himself. For matters he could solve himself, there was no need to be anxious. For those he couldn't solve, being anxious was useless. Closing the chat panel, Lu Ming turned his gaze to the entire shop. The ability was there, the weaknesses were known, and the only thing currently lacking was weapons. Identifying. With the thought manifesting, it took shape, but this time Lu Ming did not select a single item, but rather the entire shop space. The enhancement effect of the Eye of Truth targeted the space. The entire shop was the space, and after the skill activated, all items within the shop were labeled in his line of Starshine display case, synthetic leather chair, 3-no hanging ornament, Huawei 9000 knockoff phone case. Repair toolbox, very good. This is it. Stainless steel big cleaver. Just as Lu Ming was delighted to find the toolbox, a striking name tag at the bottom of the display case caught his eye. Cleaver. Oh wow. It was an unexpected gain. Lu Ming hurriedly crossed over the counter and approached the marked position of the cleaver, carefully searching, and indeed felt the cool texture above the iron case. Taking it out, it was indeed a classic big cleaver with a bright blade measuring 60 centimeters in length. Moreover, due to the effect of ordinary swordsmanship, holding the handle felt just like picking up a specialized weapon. A casual swing was met with skilled knife techniques, precise and elegant, marveling at the power of the skill. After playing with it for a while, feeling completely relaxed, he finally raised the cleaver, initiating the traditional ritual. Identifying. 420A stainless steel big cleaver tool, grade category tool description, purchased by the innovative phone repair shop owner Peng Gu from Qingbao, used to prevent personal threats arising from customer disputes. Status sharp state 80100, durability below 50, may risk dulling, below May 30th risk breaking. When durability reaches 0, this item will be completely scrapped. While there's durability, normally it would be about wear and tear, right? It seems it still has to do with the game. What is this called? Virtual reality. Cough, no, it's a bit mixed up. Nevertheless, even with only 80 durability, it is sufficient for his current state. After all, it fits the ordinary swordsmanship. Tool. This thing actually classified as a tool in the identification process. It doesn't even count as a weapon. You have to know that in the Blue Star, Huaxia carrying this around on the street would get you invited for free tea. Lu Ming felt quite emotional, but it was not a big deal. He still had the ultimate enhancement. By the way, let's see what the cleaver becomes after enhancement. Ultimate enhancement. Tip: enhancing 420A stainless steel big cleaver requires consuming 2 specialization crystals. You have 1 privilege of enhancement without consumption. Do you confirm to consume this privilege to enhance 420A stainless steel big cleaver into one of the following items? Confirm consume 2 specialization crystals. Confirm consume 1 non-consumption privilege. Cancel. With the ultimate enhancement initiated, the cleaver upgraded into a higher tier weapon, astonishingly revealing 3 options. Straight blade, big blade katana. The former has a straight and narrow blade, long and elegant, highly aesthetic, suitable for stabbing. The latter has a curved and long blade, stable and heavy, majestic and domineering, suitable for chopping. The latter is not unfamiliar. It's the Japanese sword, having some advantages in all aspects, but not excelling in any, and can be ignored. Comparing the remaining 2, it was clear that the straight blade was the most suitable for the current combat form. Especially for stabbing, as long as it is precise, penetrating the core, it would definitely be a one-stab kill for a scythe mantis larva. As for the second tier enhancement, that would require at least 20 specialization crystals to complete the upgrade option, which was not within the current financial scope. The wailing outside rose and fell in waves. When he first entered the shop, there were only 3 sickle owl larvae. Now, tens of minutes later, the situation had become unclear. Judging solely by the sounds, the number of larvae had only increased. Fortunately, inspired by Chun Hai's suggestion to let one in, Lu Ming had formulated a clear plan for killing the larvae. The repair shop's main door had 2 layers, an outer rolling shutter that opened upward and downward, and an inner glass door that swung inward and outward. If he opened the glass door just wide enough for a larva to enter, secured it in place with a chain lock, and then raised the rolling shutter to a height precisely allowing a larva to pass, he could create a simple restrictive gate that allowed only 1 sickle owl larva through at a time. Then he would stand on a chair, ambushing from the side of the glass door. As soon as a larva entered, he could use his own weight and the momentum of his fall to drive the cleaver into the larva's body, destroy its core, and complete the kill. Of course, this was the ideal script. For it to go so smoothly in practice, he had to consider potential variables. The most basic concern was the durability of the glass door. If a larva deviated from the path and charged recklessly, shattering or collapsing the glass door, he would face an extremely perilous situation. Yet time was not on his side. He couldn't afford to be overly cautious. He had to act quickly. Using a screwdriver and wrench from the toolbox along with a chain lock, he fixed the gap in the glass door. He removed several data cables, twisted them into a rope, and looped it over the handle of the rolling shutter. After testing the rope's strength and deeming it sufficient, he moved a chair over, stood on it, and pulled forcefully to create a crack in the rolling shutter. Clatter. Despite his utmost care, the grating sound of the rolling shutter was still prominent. The wailing outside ceased abruptly, followed immediately by the sharp clang of something colliding with the rolling shutter. A miscalculation. But he refused to back down. Since pulling it would make a sound anyway, he might as well be decisive and abandon caution. To prevent the collisions from becoming more violent, Lu Ming strained to pull the rolling shutter up to a height of half a meter, just enough for the larvae to enter. Instantly, a pungent stench accompanied a fat larva as it charged in headfirst. Honestly, even with mental preparation, facing the alien creature still made his heart race and his adrenaline surge. Identify. Holding his breath and casting aside his inner fear, Lu Ming silently activated his eye of truth. The weakness of the first sickle owl larva to rush in was completely exposed, cunningly hidden on the underside of its abdomen. Stabbing from above would be very close to the cleaver's maximum reach. A slight misstep might mean failing to reach it, requiring a follow-up strike. But a follow-up strike it would have to be. What else could he do? The door was open. There was no turning back. Hesitating for half a second, Lu Ming brought the cleaver down vertically, pressing his entire weight onto the handle. With a squelch, green bodily fluids splattered as the blade sank fully into the larva's body, precisely piercing the spot of light. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking reached his ears. The plump larva collapsed with a thud. The once vibrant alien creature instantly transformed into a cold corpse. An instant kill, no surprises. The ordinary blade technique was remarkably effective. Its skin was indeed fragile, but the layer of fat was extremely thick, and the larvae had an instinct for emergency avoidance. The moment the blade entered, he felt a sharp increase in friction, likely due to muscle contraction. Fortunately, he had used full force. If the blade had been slightly obstructed during entry, it wouldn't have reached the core, and it would have been the enraged larva's turn to perform. Pulling out the cleaver, trailing green fluid, Lu Ming felt relieved, but didn't rush to collect the corpse. There were still 3 larvae trying to squeeze in from outside. If this corpse wasn't blocking the way, the second one would have followed immediately. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming stood back on the chair, gripping the cleaver tightly while glancing at its information. He then inhaled sharply. Durability, 70,100. Killing just 1 larva had cost the cleaver a full 10 points of durability. What was going on? Could it be that since the core was under the abdomen, a straight thrust passed through the stomach, first causing the blade to be corroded by strong stomach acid? If that were the case, he had to upgrade the cleaver's quality quickly, or he'd be in deep trouble if he ran out of weapons later. Collect. Locking onto the corpse, he murmured solemnly. The larva's body dissolved into thin air, leaving only a puddle of yellow stain as evidence of its existence. Successfully collected sickle owl larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal X1, high purity alien protein X1. Good lucky break. He got a specialized crystal. As for what high purity alien protein was, Lu Ming had no time to check, because the second sickle owl larva had already charged in. Identify. The core was exposed. Again, it was near the bottom of the abdomen. Was this what different meant? Just a slight variation counted. Couldn't it just stick to its monster setting? Have some personality, like putting the core on its head for a quicker death? How convenient would that be? Muttering his complaints inwardly, Lu Ming repeated the tactic. With the experience of the first instant kill, he was noticeably calmer the second time. Most importantly, the ordinary blade technique gave him courage and confidence. The blade fell, fluids sprayed, the core shattered. The entire process was fluid without any obstruction. The only frustrating part was that the cleaver lost another 10 points, 60,100. He was only 2 larvae away from the blunting threshold. Fortunately, a blunted blade didn't mean it couldn't thrust, and he was only 1 specialized crystal away from upgrading it. With luck, this batch's collection would allow him to switch to a straight blade. He returned to the chair and locked onto the larva's corpse. Successfully collected sickle owl larva corpse. Obtained high purity alien protein X1. He was speechless. The second one didn't yield a crystal. He felt some frustration, but thinking back on the benefits he had gained at the start, he felt a bit more at ease. His mind calmed, and the third sickle owl larva crawled in right behind. Identify. Good. As if responding to his feedback, this larva's core was actually hidden in its head. It wouldn't pass through the stomach, which was certainly friendlier to the cleaver. Moreover, the fat on the head wasn't thick, so he didn't need to rely on a precision thrust. He dropped down, swung his arm, and cleaved down in one motion, splitting the larva's head and core together. Checking the cleaver's status, the durability had only dropped by 2 points, confirming that stomach acid corrosion was the source of the durability loss. Looking back at the door gap, only 1 larva remained. Whether it had witnessed too many of its kin die, its aggression had spiked, and it climbed directly over its comrades' corpses to get in. Lu Ming didn't indulge it. Before, it had companions, so he had to deal with them separately. Now, with only 1 left, what did he have to fear? Just get it done. Identify and collect were executed simultaneously. The corpse dissolved into a portion of high-purity alien protein. That's right, no specialized crystal again. The larva that had stepped on its kin's corpse was caught off balance by Lu Ming's maneuvering and fell straight down. Seizing the moment of the larva's sudden fall, Lu Ming stepped forward and thrust the cleaver into its neck, piercing the fatal core located at the back of its neck, ending its life. Thus, all 4 alien creatures lurking at the repair shop's entrance were killed. Collect. Successfully collected sickle owl larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal X1, high purity alien protein X1. After 2 rounds of disappointment, the second specialized crystal finally arrived, but Lu Ming wasn't as happy as he had imagined. He slowly closed the rolling shutter, tied the glass door securely, and then returned to the display case he had leaned against earlier to calm his mind. Only after he had fully relaxed did he open his. Looking inside, the third slot held a glittering translucent diamond-shaped crystal suffused with a blue glow. He took it out. It was only as thick as a thumb. It felt warm and smooth in his hand, and when he rolled it in his palm, it emitted tiny specks of crystalline dust. Dreamlike, strange, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. This was his human sensory judgment. Unfortunately, only 2 had been produced from 4 kills, a mere 50% chance. For others unaware of the consumption rate of specialized crystals, 50% might seem acceptable. But he harbored the resource-devouring beast known as ultimate ascension. 50% was far from sufficient. Unless he stopped using the skill, his consumption would always be exponentially greater than others. Perhaps later, when more people could hunt alien creatures, he could use the trading post to sell Ascension items for a substantial profit. For now, everyone was destitute, and mere survival was a challenge. Unless at the point of utter despair, who would sell a specialized crystal that could enhance their own strength? Relying solely on himself was too exhausting. With bad luck, he might kill 10 and get only 2 crystals. That wasn't the state he wanted. So he wondered if he could use ultimate ascension to target a specific point and increase the drop rate of specialized crystals. Directly ascend the alien creature. Theoretically possible. The higher the grade of the alien creature, the rarer the items it produced, and the common drops would also increase. But that seemed foolish. Without personal power that could overwhelm by 1 or 2 levels, he would surely be the one to die. So for now, the alien creatures as the source of drops couldn't be targeted. If he couldn't target the source of the drops, could he target the function that triggered the drops? For example, this. Collect. Collection. A universal function that can rapidly decompose biological remains and extract the essence of matter. Gazing at the function panel within his attribute interface, Lu Ming murmured to himself, ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier, second tier, first tier. Staring at the prompt, even Lu Ming found it absurd. Sublimating anything, truly anything at all, even a universal function? Oh, wasn't this a bug? Would using it too recklessly get him in trouble? He felt a twinge of fear, but had no intention of holding back. Only a fool would refrain from using a divine skill, had enjoy it first, and deal with the consequences later. First tier. Logically, he should have gone straight to the second tier, as he could only rely on the privilege without specialized crystals. Yet curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to see what the first-tier sublimation would do. Prompt: sublimating the universal function collection requires 2 million specialized crystals. You have 1 unconditional consumption privilege. Confirm using the privilege to upgrade the universal function collection to the special function perfect collection. 2 million specialized crystals. Lu Ming was stunned. Even at the first-tier sublimation, the cost exceeded the base value of the ultimate sublimation. What about the second tier? It was simply unimaginable. Could it be even more heaven-defying than the ultimate sublimation? He checked perfect collection. Perfect collection, a special function that can rapidly decompose biological remains, guaranteed to extract all material essence produced by the creature with an effective range of 5 meters. Guaranteed to extract all material essence. What did that mean? Would everything produced by the sickle owl larva drop at 100% rate, ignoring all probability? Damn, if that were true, perfect collection would be a game changer that altered drop rules, priceless beyond measure. And if the first tier effect was already this incredible, what about the second tier? As the thought flashed through his mind, Lu Ming's mouth went dry. Swallowing unconsciously, he reached out to tap the button to cancel the first-tier sublimation, then activated the ultimate sublimation again. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: sublimating the universal function collection requires 8 million specialized crystals. You have 1 no-cost privilege. Confirm using the privilege to elevate the universal function collection to a higher level. Confirm consume 8 million specialized crystals. Confirm consume 1 no-cost privilege. Cancel. 8 million specialized crystals. At the rate of 1 specialized crystal, 100 specialized crystal blocks, 1 specialized crystal fragments, 8 million specialized crystals was already an astronomical figure. Was this function really that terrifying after sublimation? Wait, higher level. It didn't directly tell him what skill it would become, similar to the prompts for ultimate sublimation, and it seemed this was another tier touching upon an unknown domain. A corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. Confirm using 1 privilege. Prompt: the universal function collection has been successfully sublimated to a higher level. As this level appears for the first time, and is an evolved form of a program's universal function, it will be directly named by this program. Program naming in progress. Naming complete. Function title: greed. Prompt: the sublimation of the function greed is complete. This function has been forcibly converted into an exclusive function. Exclusive owner Lu Ming. This. A series of prompts left Lu Ming dazzled. The most obvious difference was that the namer had shifted from himself to the program itself. Greed. Gazing at the function text now completely transformed into a high-gloss black font, Lu Ming felt something was off. The color hardly seemed like something a righteous person would use. It was somewhat sinister. He tapped to view it. Greed. Category exclusive function effect can rapidly decompose biological remains, extracting twice the amount of all material essence produced by the creature. Activation method mental command. Effective range 10 meters increases with the specialization level of the owner function trait. Hand of Greed function trait tier exceeds limits undetectable by any external force. Owner Lu Ming. The function information display had shifted to a skill status format. The effect description only added a double output compared to perfect collection. Honestly, such a minor boost hardly justified the magnitude of 8 million specialized crystals, unless it had hidden attributes, or that trait called Hand of Greed possessed an extraordinarily exaggerated utility. He tapped on Hand of Greed. Hand of Greed insatiably and unscrupulously seizes everything in the world. Can extract from biological remains belonging to others. Must complete the extraction operation first. Extraction method can be chosen. Mercy single extraction, obtain 1 share of material essence first without affecting others' extraction. Cruelty double extraction, directly drain all material essence, leaving nothing for others to extract. Staring fixedly at Hand of Greed, Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out a curse. What an absurd function. Directly stealing spoils that belong. If someone else expended countless resources to kill a king-tier mutant creature, and he just stood nearby, activating cruelty mode, wouldn't he make an entire group unknowingly work for him for free? This effect would make even a capitalist weep. Worth it. Closing the information panel for Greed, Lu Ming's grin nearly stretched to his ears. To be fair, a righteous and kind-hearted youth like him shouldn't use such an unscrupulous function. But it was just too tempting. Weighing moral degradation against fame and credibility, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice a bit of his image. Using it only when necessary, just a tiny bit, really truly, just a tiny bit. Ahem. He couldn't resist a couple of snickers, then immediately caught himself for lacking decorum. He covered up his slyness with a dry cough, and composed himself. Now that the crystal output issue was thoroughly resolved and resources for upgrading his blade were in hand, everything was ready with no lingering worries. All that remained was to slaughter the sickle owl larvae until not a single one remained. Lifting the large chopping knife again, Lu Ming stared at the dried mucus on the blade, and said in a deep voice, Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Prompt: sublimating the tool 420A stainless steel large chopping knife requires 2 specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel. Very smart. After using the 3 privileges, the prompts became more concise. Confirm. Prompt: please select the sublimation direction. Straight sword, broadsword, katana. Straight sword. Whoosh. The chopping knife in his hand disintegrated into particles on command, then swirled and coalesced again. In just a second, a straight sword with a sharp silver blade and a brownish-yellow hilt appeared in his grasp. Gripping the hilt, he felt the fresh texture of the blade. A ripple of excitement stirred within him. Prompt: the tool 420A stainless steel large chopping knife has been successfully sublimated into the standard weapon traditional straight sword. The blade measured 80 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, with a hilt of 15 centimeters, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. The entire sword was elegantly slender, its edge glinting with a cold radiance. It was a pity no scabbard was provided, or its aesthetic would have been even greater. Appraisal. Traditional straight sword, black iron grade category weapon. Description: a superior short weapon forged through traditional craftsmanship, with locally improved materials, possessing remarkable sharpness and corrosion resistance. It can inflict considerable damage on most E-class aberrations except for those with exceptionally high defense. Status: sharpened. Durability: 500,500. Perfect form: astonishing sharpness, corrosion resistance, and durability that had surged 5-fold. A divine weapon for slaughtering scythe owl larvae. What more could one ask for? Gripping the straight sword tightly, Lu Ming executed continuous slashes, and with the aid of basic sword techniques, he completed the acclimation within minutes. Sheathing the blade, Lu Ming's appreciation for the straight sword. It was just that he had been in a state of constant tension, having expended mental effort to slay 4 scythe owls. After several minutes of swinging the sword, he felt a bit thirsty. He glanced at the purified water lying in his pack. Weighing the options, he decided to endure for the time being. Once he decomposed a few larvae carcasses, accumulated some special crystals, and upgraded the purified water into a sports drink, he could linger in this shop for a longer period. As for why he wanted to linger here, it was naturally because this storefront was uniquely advantageous. The environment was already familiar, every corner could be utilized, making it an excellent aggregation point for high-speed hunting of scythe owl larvae. Pursing his lips in a smile, Lu Ming opened the glass door again, set the gap size, and controlled the force to pull up the rolling shutter. The sound of metal friction and the rattling of the rolling shutter alarmed all larvae within 30 meters of the shop. They slowly writhed, moving toward the door, only to be constrained by the door size and obstructed by the rolling shutter's height. In the end, just like the first wave, 1 larva crawled through the glass door gap, with 4 more pressing close behind near the glass door, completely blocking the path for their kin behind. In contrast, Lu Ming no longer needed to stand on a chair to perform drop attacks. He only needed to activate the Eye of Truth, guard one side of the glass door, wait for a maggot to crawl halfway, and then, with a swift strike, sever its head, and with a follow-up blow, shatter its cores, swiftly completing the kill. Collect. No feedback, the corpse remained still. Lu Ming was puzzled, then suddenly understood, and silently recited again. Greed. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained special crystal 2, high purity aberrant protein 2. Well, unlike skill evolution, the incantation had changed after the function evolved. But the effect was remarkably stable, double output of special crystals. The strange lump of other material could be ignored for now. What remained was assembly line work. The larvae passed through the door gap. Lu Ming severed their heads, destroyed their cores, and completed decomposition. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained special crystal 2, high purity aberrant protein 2. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained special crystal 2, high purity aberrant protein 2. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained. The system prompts came one after another, and the number of special crystals Lu Ming had amassed visibly rose to 30. Now by consuming just 10 he could evolve from basic soldier to a higher rank. However, since he hadn't yet grasped the evolution process, he decided to play it safe. What if during the evolution unusual phenomena manifested? If he became immobilized or experienced pain that hindered his movement, wouldn't he be handing himself over to death? The blade in his hand was swift and precise. In less than 15 minutes the second wave of attracted scythe owl larvae was completely annihilated. In his pack lay 88 special crystals and 92 lumps of high-purity aberrant protein. In total, he had slain 44 larvae. The straight sword status showed durability at 478,500. Converting that, he consumed only 1 point of durability for every 2 larvae killed on average, a testament to its genuine quality. Even if he conservatively set aside 50 points for potential edge, chipping the remaining durability could still support the hunting of over 800 larvae. Flicking his arm to shake off the green mucus from the blade, Lu Ming felt that the future was infinitely bright. Yet his arm was a bit sore. After all, he was still just a normal person. Swinging an empty blade for 15 minutes would show fatigue, let alone slaying real entities like the larvae. Massaging his forearm, he closed the rolling shutter again and placed the sword on the display counter. He opened the attribute panel, located the specialization level, and tapped on the basic soldier title. Immediately an upgrade prompt appeared. Prompt detected sufficient special crystals in the spatial pack. Do you wish to consume 10 special crystals to upgrade specialization level to intermediate soldier? Yes. Whoosh. With a wondrous whistling sound, 10 special crystals flew out from nowhere. Spinning and vibrating in the air, they transformed into 10 streams of arcane starlight, like rainbow projectiles darting into Lu Ming's body and surging through his limbs and bones. Thump thump. His heart pounded violently. Veins bulged beneath his skin. Waves of tingling numbness and stabbing pain spread through every corner of his body, and Lu Ming barely suppressed a cry. Fortunately, his masculinity prevailed, and he forcibly held it back. Whoosh! The numbness and pain lasted about 10 seconds, then a sudden resonant hum erupted within Lu Ming's body. It wasn't a growl of hunger, but a surge of energy. Clenching his fists, feeling the nearly doubled strength, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief, especially when he saw the noticeably enlarged muscles in his arms. A wave of delight washed over him. Improving the specialization level also enhanced physical attributes. How could this not feel exhilarating? He reviewed the panel information. Name Lu Ming. Gender male. ID 66,666. Age 24. Specialization level intermediate soldier. Universal functions: greed, exclusive world channel, trade house, spatial pack. Skills: basic sword technique, E-class, eye of truth, exclusive, ultimate, sublimation exclusive. Intermediate soldier. Let's check the description. His mind was active and his hands didn't stop. He clicked to view the intermediate soldier information. Intermediate soldier, tempered by the baptism of battle, possessing experience in hunting aberrations, strength far surpassing ordinary people. One step closer to becoming a hunting warrior. Consuming special crystals can advance to the advanced soldier rank. Advancement progress, 78,100. The next level required 100 special crystals. Given his kill speed, reaching advanced rank was a matter of minutes. He also took a moment to mock the advancement method. Thank goodness he had played it safe. If he had advanced during combat, those 10 seconds would have been enough to kill him 3 times over. He hoped no one would fall victim to that, otherwise they wouldn't rest easy even in death. Picking up the traditional straight sword, he felt its weight had dramatically decreased. After a couple of slashes, he was thoroughly satisfied. With his current physique, he could continuously slay larvae for half an hour without issue. But near the end of the rapid larvae slaughter, the glass door seemed to have wobbled a few times. He needed to check it lest he lose this comfortable, special crystal. Putting down the straight knife, Lu Ming walked to the door. The ground was sticky with a foul odor. Yet he seemed accustomed to this smell, not even wrinkling his brow. Gazing at the junction of the glass door and the wall, he indeed noticed signs of looseness in the door hinge assembly located below. Clearly, it had been unable to withstand the continuous pressure and collisions from the larval creatures. Looking at this situation, facing the larvae again, he feared that it would collapse within minutes. Well, let's reinforce it on the spot. After all, he was relatively wealthy now. Ultimate sublimation. Locking onto the door hinge position, Lu Ming silently recited the sublimation command. Tip: please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Tip: sublimating a regular hinge assembly to the second tier requires the consumption of 2 specialized crystals. Confirm cancel 2 crystal. Is it for the entire assembly, or just a single sublimation? If it's for the whole assembly, that's quite economical. If it's for a single one, it feels a bit unfair. Confirm. Tip regular hinge assembly successfully sublimated to an exceptional hinge assembly and installed. Due to the ample energy from the specialized crystals, the surrounding hinge assemblies were upgraded simultaneously. Very good, it's an economical way to upgrade. Through the prompt information, he looked at the hinge assembly, and it indeed looked brand new. The material was unknown, but even an untrained eye could tell it was extraordinary. The connection point with the wall was also repaired, truly considerate. Being served by the ultimate sublimation, Lu Ming felt very pleased. With his good mood, his thoughts multiplied, and he was able to create even more. Riding on this emotion, Lu Ming decided to upgrade the wall, the roll-up door, and the glass door, all by 2 tiers. The wall was upgraded to fortress level, consuming 3 specialized crystals. The glass door was upgraded to bulletproof glass, consuming 2 specialized crystals. The roll-up door was upgraded to a steel gate, consuming 2 specialized crystals. The overall infrastructure remodeling project consumed a total of 9 crystal resources. Such extravagant spending, if seen by compatriots who had hunted exotic creatures, they would definitely scold him for wastefulness. After all, contributing this quantity was nearly enough to upgrade a primary soldier to a mid-level soldier. But for Lu Ming, what did it matter? It was merely a cost that could be recouped by killing 5 larvae. Looking at his transformed fortress, satisfaction was evident in Lu Ming. To say it wasn't exaggerated with the current defense of the store, even if he faced continuous attacks from the larval creatures in the following days, there was no need to worry about the base collapsing. Dragging back a leather chair sitting beside the display cabinet, Lu Ming took out a bottle of 500 milliliters pure water and sublimated it into a multifunctional. He lifted the bottle and took a couple of swigs. The refreshing taste and smooth texture instantly made him feel invigorated, dispelling feelings of hunger. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to take a moment to rest and restart the assembly line for mass production of specialized crystals, a familiar blue mail notification quietly popped up. Without needing to click, he already knew it was a video file from the regional channel. Considering the experimental ideas proposed by Chun Hai, it should be a recording of killing the larval creatures or the footage of being killed by them. Being killed. Lu Ming felt somewhat strange. If it was a successful kill, how could Chun Hai send out a video file? What would happen in the case of a failed kill? Or does the recording have an automatic sending function? In confusion, he opened the world channel, selected the regional section, and pinpointed where the video file was located. Publisher Chun Hai. There were no replies temporarily. Oh, everyone seemed to be watching the video content seriously. Lu Ming didn't take too long and clicked on the video immediately, seeing Chun Hai's standard square face. With short hair and distinct facial features, his middle-aged face bore little trace of the years, instead exuding a naturally imposing and resilient demeanor. Fellow compatriots, I am Chun Hai from Qingjingan City, Huaxia. Never mind, now that we are here, the title is no longer important. Next, I will attempt to kill the larval creatures as a survivor. By the way, my initial specialization level has been detected as a high-level soldier. What? Hearing this, Lu Ming was extremely surprised. An initial detection of a high-level soldier level. How strong must his physical qualities be? Huaxia. He seems to have mentioned a title and the word Huaxia. Could it be that he is a retired soldier from a special forces unit in some region of Huaxia? Looking at his appearance and considering his words, this speculation may not be far off. So there really are humans with abnormally high initial levels. It makes sense that if everyone had the same initial level, why bother with physical scans? If everyone is a primary soldier, wouldn't it be straightforward? Speaking of which, someone previously boasted about wanting to take down Chun Hai. I wonder if hearing about this specialization level would make that person feel fortunate about the apocalypse. Everyone need not worry. The overall physical quality of a high-level soldier is about 5 to 6 times that of an average person. This is basically the physical limit achievable by normal individuals. To go further requires exceptional talent, a body blessed by one's parents, and specialized training maintained over time. These are exceptions and cannot be used for comparison. That aside, during the combat process, I will narrate my kill feedback intuitively, and then extrapolate it to the level of an average person covering both genders. It cannot be said to be absolutely accurate, with a margin of error likely not exceeding 5. As he said this, the camera suddenly zoomed out, finally stopping at the best placement for indoor surveillance, which was directly facing the door in the interior space. At this time, one corner of the door was piled high with home appliance parts, clearly indicating it was a home appliance repair shop, quite spacious. The door was a double-opening green iron door, likely the type that combines living and working spaces. Next, I will conduct a single soldier test on the larval creatures. Tester Chun Hai. His deep voice pulled Lu Ming's attention back to Chun Hai. Only then did Lu Ming realize how robust Chun Hai's physique was. He wore a black fitted short sleeve paired with camouflage long pants, standing at about 185 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and well-defined muscles. Just standing there gave an endless sense of safety and strength. Using a weapon-modified fruit knife, he drew a knife from behind his waist, displaying it in a skilled dagger grip in front of the camera. Polished iron plate. He put back the fruit knife and took out a rusty iron plate measuring 40 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide. The top of the iron plate was sharpened, clearly designed as a piercing tool, and a simple cross brace for dealing with the mouthparts of the exotic creatures. Then he took out a cross brace made of 2 steel pipes. The horizontal pipe was about 50 centimeters long, while the vertical pipe was about 1 meter long, with 4 or 5 rings on the vertical pipe looking like it would be secured to the arm. The cross brace, designed for mouthparts, combined its name and function, making Lu Ming inexplicably think of the wooden stick used to pry open a crocodile's mouth. Chen-Hai really had some ideas. In the next moment, Chen-Hai had already secured the cross brace to his left arm, gripping the sharp iron plate, and walked towards the entrance of the door. He opened the door, producing a slight sound, and soon a fat larva peeked in. Originally, Lu Ming thought Chen-Hai would wait for the larva to fully enter the shop, or at least halfway, before taking action. Unexpectedly, as soon as the larva showed its head, Chen-Hai had already raised the sharp iron plate and stabbed down. Thud! The steel plate pierced the creature's head, and bodily fluids splattered everywhere. The reputation of a high-level soldier was well-deserved. Using nothing but a blunt iron plate, without any blade or grip, he completely penetrated the larva's head. This alone was already shocking, but the next second, Chen-Hai's action completely blew Lu Ming away. He actually used just one hand to lift and spin, directly swinging the massive larva inside. Bang! The inertia and the larva's own weight tore it from the steel plate, sending it crashing heavily 5 meters away. Chen-Hai swiftly closed the iron door and murmured, "It weighs about 50 kilograms. I used nearly 80% of my strength. Ordinary people shouldn't try such brute force, it's better to lure it fully into the room." With that, he dashed to the dazed larva, grabbed a sharp steel plate, and frenziedly struck its head. Green pulp splattered everywhere, and within 2 seconds he had battered the larva's head into a pulp. 8 fierce strikes to the head, all with solid impact. The head isn't particularly hard. Even a woman wielding a sharp tool with full force could achieve that. For an ordinary creature, such trauma would be fatal. But an aberrant is not so simple. Indeed, it wasn't simple. Under Lu Ming's vision, this larva's core was located like the first 2 he had killed, in the front of its abdomen, almost flush with the ground. Destroying only its head was futile. Yet as Chen-Hai spoke, he had already moved to the larva's back to deliver a finishing blow. Thud! As the steel plate pierced the larva's body, Chen-Hai's eyes widened slightly before returning to normal. He said calmly, "Consistent with my speculation. The body appears soft externally, but the muscles beneath the fat layer are extremely dense. There's noticeable resistance when piercing, and the muscles even constrict to hinder further penetration. This explains why in the first video those 4 strong men only inflicted superficial wounds on the maggot. Thus, I don't recommend killing it without a bladed long weapon. Even with one, it's best to use high ground and your own weight for leverage. Withdraw the weapon quickly, or it might get stuck in the body." As Chen-Hai gave his advice, he stepped on the larva and strained to pull out the sharp steel plate. If even he struggled, no one else could doubt his words. Lu Ming was even more impressed. A combat expert was truly professional, hitting every point he had personally experienced. Just then, the wounds on the larva's head and body began to sprout fleshy tendrils. The tendrils writhed wildly, the wounds healed rapidly, and its skin quickly turned from white to red. Chen-Hai seized the moment to stab the larva's body again. This time he missed the core by a mere 3 centimeters. He pulled out the steel plate, glanced at the corroded marks on it, and quickly added, "There's a highly corrosive acid sac in the abdomen, likely stomach acid. There might also be a separate sac for the acid alone. Contact with the acid corrodes weapons, shortening their lifespan. With muscle protection and corrosive acid, if I were the maggot aberrant, I'd hide my weak point near the acid sac. It's about to rampage. I need to create distance. From the first injury to now, about 8 seconds have passed, 3 seconds slower than in the first video. I suspect it's related to the severity of the trauma. If the killing blow isn't delivered within a certain threshold of damage, it enters the next phase." Incredible. This analysis was truly brilliant. Chen-Hai didn't have a divine skill like the Eye of Truth. Yet in his first encounter with a sickle owl larva, he had deduced most of its traits in just 11 attacks. Though he was off about the weak point, it was undeniable that most larvae Lu Ming had killed hid their cores near the ground in the stomach area. First, because they usually crawled, the underside of their abdomen was a blind spot, not easily exposed to enemies. Second, the stomach acid corroded weapons. Seeing their weapons corroded, most people would instinctively avoid that area, keeping them away from the weak point. As for the larva's rampage, the condition for entering its soaring state, it wasn't, as Chen-Hai said, triggered by a certain degree of trauma. Rather, any attack on the larva would trigger it after a set time, even just a punch. That time wasn't 8 seconds, but 5. Because it didn't depend on when you attacked, but on when the larva realized it had been attacked. Take Chen-Hai's ambush, for instance. It was so fast and fierce that the larva, dazed from the fall, might have taken a while to realize it was being beaten. But flaws aside, Lu Ming didn't hold back his admiration for Chen-Hai. At the same time, the sickle owl larva successfully entered its soaring state. When crawling, it was only half a meter tall, but when upright, its flesh seemed to stretch, quadrupling its height. It even towered over Chen-Hai, who was 185 meters tall. Its chest began to writhe and split, and a meter-long crimson, vertical mouth suddenly gaped open. Rows of blade-like fangs gnashed menacingly, with yellow mucus oozing from the maw and clinging to the teeth. Its originally black eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, making it utterly terrifying against the backdrop of its massive mouth. Lu Ming swallowed instinctively, his nerves tensing. In contrast, Chen-Hai's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left arm braced with a cross-shaped guard and gripped the sharp steel plate, speaking unhurriedly. After rampaging, this aberrant stands up, revealing its ferocious form and entering attack mode. But as a mollusk, it loses mobility and stays rooted in place. Of course, it might have jumping ability, but that's unlikely, otherwise it would have jumped to kill earlier instead of spewing acid. Still, even if it can't jump or move, we can't be careless. Without mobility, it gains several attack methods. Based on the first video, it adjusts its attacks based on if the target is close, it sweeps its body to tear and rend. The inertia of the sweep combined with the sharpness of its teeth can instantly rip apart an adult human. If the target moves beyond its tearing range, it switches to mid-range attacks, extending its mouth half a meter forward while leaning its body, pushing the attack range to over a meter. This shows its oral muscles are extremely developed, likely the source of the piercing resistance I felt earlier. The final method applies to my current state, staying over 5 meters away. As he spoke, Chun-Hai crouched slightly, his taut muscles straining his trousers nearly to bursting. His gaze sharp, fixed on the larva's vertical mouth, he said in a low voice, "At this distance, its maw can't reach me. So it triggers the last known attack, spewing highly corrosive acid. Based on the first video's projectile speed, its effective kill range is at least 20 meters. 2. The moment he finished, the sickle owl larva suddenly closed its vertical mouth, then opened it wide, blasting a viscous stream of yellow acid. Though prepared, Chun-Hai was forced into an emergency roll by the high-speed projectile. The acid barely grazed his back, missing his head by a hair. It even aimed for the head. Looking back at the splash pattern on the wall from the acid impact, Chun-Hai took a deep breath and corrected himself. Revised data, effective kill range over 80 meters. 80 meters, farther than the lethal range of a standard pistol. Lu Ming marveled, inwardly grateful that he had either slain with a single strike or followed up with a second blow, otherwise handling this would have been a nightmare. This level of lethality makes it unsuitable for long-range combat. It's even harder to deal with than the mouthparts. But before it sprays, it seals its vertical mouth shut, indicating that the cavity must be closed to compress the gas for the attack. So if its mouth can't close, all its offensive capabilities are nullified. Now comes the gamble, betting that my hypothesis is correct. With those words, Chun-Hai let out a low shout, lunged forward in a bow stance, raised the crossbrace on his left arm, and closed in on the scythe owl larva in an instant. The scythe owl larva, seeing its enemy willingly approach, had no reason to refuse. It screeched and thrust its mouth toward Chun-Hai. A clang rang out as the crossbrace jammed firmly into the larva's gaping maw. It couldn't bite down, nor could it pull free. At that moment, it was like a human fool with a light bulb-shaped candy stuck in its mouth. No matter how it twisted its vertical maw, it couldn't shake off the simple crossbrace. Chun-Hai's eyes flickered with resolve. He exerted all his strength, shoving forward, forcing the larva's protruding mouth back into its body and slamming it hard against the wall. With the sharp iron plate in his right hand, he stabbed wildly into the larva's abdomen. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Finally, after a piercing wail, the scythe owl larva went limp, motionless. Chun-Hai didn't let his guard down. He fixed his gaze on the corpse and activated harvest. Only when the larva's body dissolved and vanished did he slowly release the pressure from his push and exhale deeply. Turning to the recording camera, Chun-Hai dropped the iron plate, smeared with yellow-green mucus, and removed the crude crossbrace strapped to his hand. He said calmly, "The stabbing was a bit messy, but the last strike definitely hit something hard. Probably the mutant's weak point, like a core. It wasn't very tough. Oh, any sharp blade could pierce it easily if you can reach it." As he spoke, Chun-Hai pulled the camera back. In the frame, his face was still smeared with the green fluid of the scythe owl larva. Without much concern, he continued, "Next, the battle summary. Before the summary, let me share some info I just got. When I used harvest, the prompt showed the target's name. So now I know the full name of the maggot mutant. Scythe owl larva. Scythe as in the blade, owl as in the bird of prey. The name suggests a connection to sharp tools, implying powerful cutting abilities. But don't panic, or rather this panic is meaningless for you right now. If you can't even get past the larvae, there's no point worrying about how aggressive the adults. So to make that anxiety useful, everyone must strive to survive." His thinking was clear, his logic sharp, his words direct yet concise, and he even elevated the theme. Lu Ming felt that the Special Forces soldier had underestimated him. He was at least a squad leader or instructor. Back to the kill summary. Before enraging, the larvae were sluggish and slow to react. Except for their sheer numbers that could encircle you, individual specimens had almost no offensive capability. Even if you injured one, it wouldn't retaliate immediately. It felt strange, as if there was a babysitting period deliberately set to give us a chance. If you can kill them within this window, there's no threat at all. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Having slain over 40 scythe owl larvae, he knew it well. Scythe owl larvae not in their exalted state were just mindless brutes, even weaker than the monsters in a game's starting zone. Though Chun-Hai's battle looked arduous, if he knew the larvae's weakness, he would have killed them faster than Lu Ming. There are signs before enraging. The most obvious are growths sprouting from wounds and the skin turning red. After enraging, they rear up, losing mobility, but gaining diverse attack methods. The most troublesome is the long-range acid spray. Highest lethality, longest range, and without cover, a direct hit means certain death. It's still unclear if they have jumping or pursuit abilities, but all their attacks rely on the mouth. Block the mouth, and they become defenseless targets. So I urge everyone, you may lack sharp weapons or a strong physique, but you must have a simple cross brace. Best made from steel parts. A wood or aluminum alloy won't do. It can easily tear through bone, so ITLL definitely crush wood. As for the method, it's simple. Make it like a cross. The horizontal bar should be over 50 centimeters, but not too long, or it won't fit in the mouth. The vertical bar is best at 1 meter, secured tightly, so it doesn't wobble. Trust me, in a crisis this thing might buy you a fighting chance. Finally, the larva's weak point is tentatively located in the abdomen, near the stomach and close to the skin. But don't take this as conclusive. It needs ample samples for verification. To confirm this, it'll keep killing larvae until the conclusion is solid. Until then, I don't recommend anyone imitate these kills. You don't have my combat experience or physical condition. A one misstep could cost your life. Dying from blind recklessness is the stupidest death. Treasure your lives. The video ended there, lasting over 5 minutes, yet Lu Ming didn't close the chat window for a long time. Below it was still empty until after 20 seconds messages began trickling in. Wang Jun, I stayed silent before even felt that humanity twisted too fast in the face of disaster. No one to trust, no future, only selfishness and mutual slaughter, until Uncle Chen appeared. Wang Jun, Uncle Chen is truly risking his life to blaze a trail for us. Wang Jun, putting myself in his shoes without seeing his first-hand risk facing this thing heathen, I might not have had the courage to even pick up a weapon. But watching his bravery and composure, for some reason, I've found the will to live too. Wang Jun, Uncle Chen, I got lucky. I woke up in a villa's second-floor room during the transfer. There are many larvae inside, so I dare not go out, but there's a collected katana in my room. I tested it. It cuts through books easily. Now I'm willing to give it to you, hoping you can kill the larvae more easily and lead us to survive. Chinchuane katana, ha, nice. If I hadn't seen the larvae's combat power, I might have coveted that weapon. But now I'll listen to Uncle Chen. No blind rushing without a kill guarantee. After all, my physique test only rated me as a basic soldier, just an ordinary person. Charging him would probably just make me nutrients. Also, I don't have Brother Wang Jun's luck, but I can still contribute 2 bottles of water. Uncle Chen, accept my trade. Don't refuse again. Pang Xiaolong basic soldier is already good. My test result was reserve soldier, not even a real one. I had no idea what to do, but now seeing Uncle Chen, it's like seeing a savior. So I won't hide it either. Maybe it's compensation for the week, but the room I woke up in happened to have a level 2 supply crate. I opened it and got 2 bags of bread, a pack of purified water, and a random skill book. I learned the skill, so I can't contribute it, but I can share the bread and water. Just hope Uncle Chen will save me when the time comes. Liao Dong, damn brother, your luck is amazing. Food for days, and a skill book. What skill did you get? Any offensive ability? Pang Xiaolong, bad luck. I got a utility skill called Master Key. Its effect is to unlock any locked thing. Open anything that's locked. Lu Ming sprang to his feet and shocked the chair, thrust far back by his legs. This was undoubtedly another god-tier skill, or rather any skill involving the word anything would offer infinite room for development. What exactly constituted a locked object? How was locked defined? Was it limited to physical locks, or could it encompass conceptual locks as well? If it were the former, the effect might not be earth-shattering, but it would still be a powerful skill. If the latter, then it was a game-breaking bug. To illustrate, if the brain's low utilization rate was considered a mental shackle, could the master key unlock it, elevating a person to a superhuman state? Similarly, humans unleash extraordinary potential in dire situations, a phenomenon often called the gene lock. Could the master key unlock that, as well, turning someone into a superhuman? Following this line of thought, the possibilities were mind-boggling. But could it really be that overpowered? Lu Ming reconsidered and dismissed the idea. He had fallen into a pattern of thinking based on his own exceptional case, forgetting the rules of this world. This was an apocalyptic world struck by disaster. The mysterious program had designated them as survivors. What did it mean to be a survivor? Someone merely clinging to... They were the underdog's mere ants. If random skills could become game-breaking bugs, would it still be an apocalypse? Realizing this, Lu Ming looked back at the chat. As expected, many had wild imaginations, and someone had already proposed his idea. Huang Jie, damn, isn't that a god? Zhanghao, bro, that's quite an imagination. If it could unlock the gene lock, why bother leveling up? Just fast forward to everyone being superhuman, slaughtering alien creatures left and right. Pang Xiaolong, hee, honestly I thought the same. But sadly the skill's annotation states it can only unlock physical locks. Seeing this, Lu Ming fell silent. He had indeed overthought it. But then again, considering his own ultimate ascension, this wild idea might not. The prerequisite was that someone could afford the enormous cost of ascending a bug-like skill. Heh. Thinking of the millions of crystals required, Lu Ming chuckled. At this stage, who could afford it? However, this young man, named Pang Xiaolong, easily swayed by the atmosphere, had spoken recklessly. That was merely a katana, a cold weapon, and only one at that. Once given away, it was gone. Your skill was permanent value. There might not be many in the entire region. Although Chun Hai's strength and charisma had fostered a more united atmosphere that only applied to those willing to speak up. The size of this region and the number of people within it remained unknown. It could be thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even include other countries. Among them there might be no one stronger than Chun Hai in individual combat, but there were certainly countless who surpassed ordinary people. Boxers, kickboxers, fitness enthusiasts, brawlers, troublemakers. All possessed a certain level of physical combat ability. With Chun-Hai's selflessly taught killing techniques, these individuals had a much higher chance of soloing larvae than ordinary people. If they set their sights on you, your situation would be unimaginably complicated. After all, names, IDs, and appearances were all public. Anyone with a brain could imagine the benefits a universal locksmith could bring in the apocalypse. But having a brain also meant two possibilities. One would truly value you, the other would treat you as a tool. The former would let you live comfortably, the latter would make you a slave. Undoubtedly, neither would help you upgrade your specialization level. Even if they did, they'd keep it at a level where they could still dominate you. Don't ask why. A tool must never escape its user's control. As for calling for help, that was a joke. You were both a tool and a hostage. Those who came to rescue you valued your worth. If you died, that worth vanished. Unless someone possessed the power to silently eliminate the entire controlling group. Shanhai Pang Xiaolong. Stop talking about the skill. From now on, don't respond to anyone asking for your personal location except me and your closest family. Of course, that's only if you're willing to trust me. Pang Xiaolong, of course I trust Uncle Chun. Someone did ask for my location. Thanks for the reminder, I'll be more careful with what I say. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Though it had nothing to do with him, he was a decent young man who held high expectations for Chun-Hai. Strength, charisma, intelligence, leadership. He had previously been skeptical of groups because human nature was complex, and without a leader chaos would ensue. Now he felt that if anyone could establish a new order, it was Chun-Hai. Talents like Pang Xiaolong could fully realize their potential under his guidance, creating greater value. This way, Chun-Hai's group could quickly accumulate resources, enhance their strength, and hunt alien creatures. And his own plan to earn specialization crystals could come to fruition soon. Chun-Hai also thanks for the offers. I've declined all material trades except for Brother Wang Jun's katana. Prioritize your own survival. Let me also report a new development. Bad news. Chun-Hai, unfortunately, I just killed another sickle owl larva using the same method. This time it didn't enter a frenzy because it died the moment I pierced its head. I felt the same heart object, so I can confirm that the larva's weak point isn't fixed. It could be in the abdomen, the head, the tail, or anywhere on its body. Silence followed, then a torrent of messages. Lu Ming closed the channel panel. Hearing that the weak point was random was enough to make anyone complain. But with Chun-Hai around, Lu Ming wasn't worried about the group's morale spiraling out of control. On the contrary, with the katana, Chun-Hai's combat power would surge. Even without knowing the larva's weak point, future unknown kills would be one-sided. With a deep gaze, Lu Ming packed the remaining multifunctional sports drinks, picked up his straight sword, and walked to the store entrance. If he hadn't had such a massive advantage from the start, he'd have just coasted along. But since fate had given him such a powerful beginning, he would never yield the top spot in the region. Moreover, knowing the immense value of supply crates, he needed to quickly elevate his strength to a level where he could effortlessly clear sickle owl larvae. Then, with that thought, Lu Ming pulled up the steel rolling door, creating a loud clatter that drew the attention of all sickle owl larvae within 50 meters. Since his last kill wasn't long ago, the area within 30 meters of the entrance was nearly cleared. Thus, he chose to first agitate the larvae group before adjusting the gap of the bulletproof glass door. By the time Lu Ming had finished all preparations and stood by the door with his sword at the ready, the sickle owl larvae finally entered the assembly line, arriving at the slaughterhouse. The first larva poked its head in and crawled forward. Lu Ming's pupils turned a brilliant gold. Truth Eye activated, and the traditional straight sword rose and fell. With a splat, green liquid splattered, and greedy harvest activated. Successfully decomposed sickle owl larva. Obtained specialization crystal 2, high purity alien protein 2, advanced soldier progress 70100. Successfully recovered the corpse of a scythe owl larva, obtaining 2 specialized crystals and 2 high-purity heterologous proteins. Successfully recovered the corpse of a scythe owl larva, obtaining 2 specialized crystals. One after another, all were cleaved in a single strike, and Lu Ming's spatial bag gradually grew heavy. 100, 120, 150, 200. The number of specialized crystals piled up like a surging spring. Each time he killed a wave of larvae, Lu Ming deliberately pulled the gate, even striking it with the hilt of his blade to create noise. Thus he lured and gathered the next wave of larvae. This cycle repeated until the count of specialized crystals broke through the 300 mark and soared to 340, finally ending the slaughter. Closing the gate and sealing the space, Lu Ming sighed deeply. It was far too easy. Even slicing a watermelon required a balanced and aesthetic cut, but these creatures, decapitate and core them, and the crystals were his. A touch of loneliness. He opened his spatial bag and surveyed all his resources: 350 milliliters of multifunctional sports drink, 2 compressed biscuits, 340 specialized crystals, and 364 lumps of high-purity heterologous protein. High-purity heterologous protein. It was about time to see what this was. Identify. High-purity heterologous protein category: special food. Description: a highly nutritious substance favored by certain heterologous creatures. Consumption provides a substantial energy boost, accelerating their growth rate. However, for humans, this substance contains potent toxins. Unauthorized consumption poses a lethal risk. It is recommended to detoxify it using a heterologous protein processor or to rely on one's own resistance after reaching the War King specialization level. So it was edible food, but unfortunately there was no way to consume it now. Heterologous protein processor, War King level. It seemed he had obtained some rather advanced information. It was understandable that heterologous creatures favored it, They had their own ecological environment and food chain structure. It wasn't as if they would all simply wait to die without humans around, right? He closed the bag. Since it was useless for now, he would deal with it when the time came. Opening his character panel, he clicked on specialization level. Prompt detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial bag. Do you wish to consume 100 specialized crystals to upgrade your specialization level to advanced soul? Yes. 100 specialized crystals flew out from nowhere, shattered, and their energy converged, transforming into a thicker azure arc of light that merged into Lu Ming's body. The sensation of stabbing swelling pain struck again, more intense than during the upgrade to intermediate soldier. Blood vessels writhed beneath his skin, azure light spewed from his eyes, and streaks of radiance coursed through his body. Ag! With a furious roar from Lu Ming, a shockwave erupted 2 meters outward. Crack, 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 crack. Clenching his fists, now brimming with power, Lu Ming felt an unprecedented strength. 3 times. A full 3 times stronger than an intermediate soldier. So this was the so-called limit an ordinary person could reach. It was even more fantastical than he had imagined. Ryup! Suddenly the filthy sports jacket he wore emitted a sharp, tearing sound, splitting open from his right upper arm to the shoulder. Damn it. He had spent several hundred yuan on a flash sale to snag an 11-piece premium sportswear bundle from Pinduoduo. He had worn them in rotation for half a year without any issues, thinking he had scored a bargain. Now it seemed he had been careless. Huh. Looking at his arm through the tear, Lu Ming was somewhat bewildered. Whose robust biceps were these? Whose thick arm was this? No, wait. Why did his stomach feel so cold? Glancing down, damn it, the jacket had ridden up above his navel, exposing his entire abdomen. And more importantly, what were those clearly defined 8-pack abs? He did exercise daily for his health, but he had never specifically trained his muscles. Such perfect muscle contours made him want to touch them himself. Moreover, without looking down, he hadn't noticed that his pants had also become shorter and his shoes were starting to pinch. Had he grown overall? There was no mirror now, so he couldn't wear these clothes and shoes any longer. When the time was right, he would leave the shop and search for a couple of outfits in a clothing store. There would be mirrors there too. Mirrors. Wait. In the information panel, clicking on the avatar might allow him to view a full body projection of himself. Thinking this, Lu Ming quickly opened the panel, clicked his avatar, and a 3-dimensional mirror image unfolded. At the first sight of the projection, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. What met his eyes was a face with sword-like brows and starry-eyed sharp features, and a handsome masculine charm. His physique needed no elaboration. Powerful without being bulky, slender yet robust. All in all, if he were on Blue Star, he would have been chased down several streets by talent scouts. Was this still him? Touching his smooth face, Lu Ming didn't know whether to be delighted or terrified. Why terrified, you ask? Wasn't this like Frieza in Dragon Ball gathering the Dragon Balls without getting his wish? Damn nonsense. When you don't even look like yourself, how could you not be terrified? Forget it. Since heaven insisted on burdening him with the sin of others' envy, he could only acquiesce and accept this cruel outcome. Still, he was handsome, but without a reference he couldn't determine the changes in his height and weight. The program was strange too. Since it could project a mirror image, why couldn't it scale it proportionally into the space? Gazing at his own mirror projection, Lu Ming subconsciously began to estimate. Unbeknownst to him, as his mind calculated his height and weight, the outline of the truth eye activation faintly emerged. This, could it be? Identify. Name Lu Ming, gender male. ID 66666, age 24, specialization level advanced soldier, height originally 175 centimeters, now 183 centimeters after 2 evolutions, intermediate and advanced. Weight originally 62 kilograms, now 85 kilograms after 2 evolutions, intermediate and advanced. General functions: World Channel Trading Post, Spatial Bag Skills, Common Blade, Art, E-Rank. Personal info: former Blue Star resident, third-rate writer, orphan, average social connections, cautious and composed personality, somewhat selfish, law-abiding citizen. Current 66666th, transfer participant of the Jialan Apocalypse, survivor conqueror. Comprehensive evaluation. Good grief, so the truth, I could not only identify heterologous creatures and items, but also directly identify humans. He hadn't even considered that. No, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but there were too many things to ponder, and he hadn't had the time. The key information was surprisingly comprehensive. Re-examining his height and weight, Lu Ming was immensely satisfied. 1. 83 meters, 85 kilograms. His physique was undoubtedly formidable. It was just that the term orphan in the info stung a bit. This expression coming out of nowhere felt less like a statement of fact, and more like a deliberate insult. What was both surprising and fitting for the skill's nature was the result of the exclusive skill identify. Without exception, everything was question marks, revealing no content at all. Even the comprehensive evaluation column seemed bizarre. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that after discovering this application of the truth, he had someone he urgently wanted to examine. Opening the world channel, selecting the regional section, locating the video file, and playing Chun Hai's kill recording, Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Chun Hai's figure and said in a low voice, identify. With a swoosh, a detailed and exquisite information panel materialized. Name: Chun Hai. Gender: male. Number 4399. Age: 42. Specialization level: ultimate soldier king. Height: 187 centimeters. Weight: 90 kilograms. General functions: gather world channel trading post space inventory. Skills: none. Personal information: originally a resident of Blue Star, retired leader of the Chinese Dragon Group, current instructor of the Dragon Group, codename Hu. Possesses exceptionally rich combat experience and excels in hand-to-hand combat. Once single-handedly eliminated a squad of 11 mercenaries, earning fame in the Middle East and the title of the Chinese Undying Bird. Known for his fierce and righteous nature, formidable leadership, meticulous thinking, calm composure, and unparalleled endurance, he always accomplishes seemingly impossible missions. Current identity: the 6666660H batch of transferers, survivors, and challengers in the Jasper end times. Comprehensive evaluation S. Astonishing. This set of stats left Lu Ming's mind in turmoil. Whether it was his personal history or physical data, every aspect was the pinnacle among kings. The former leader of the Dragon Group, now its instructor. As an ordinary citizen, his understanding of military limits only extended to special operations forces and special soldier programs. Yet the Dragon Group, a legendary organization often appearing in novels, actually existed. More absurdly, Chun Hai's initial specialization level was not Advanced Soldier, but Ultimate Soldier King. Lu Ming had no concept of what an Ultimate Soldier King was, but it was undoubtedly above Advanced Soldier. He had concealed his true strength, which was understandable, not only to keep an ace up his sleeve, but also to make it easier for ordinary people to accept. He even deliberately made his kills appear consistent with his stated abilities to maintain the facade of hiding his strength. Truly meticulous in his thinking. But what standard did the S comprehensive evaluation represent? With this thought, Lu Ming reached out and tapped the evaluation grade, and a data panel immediately expanded downward. Strength 115, 100. Agility 95, 100. Wisdom 99, 100. Spirit 120, 100. Total 429. Evaluation S. In an instant he understood. So the maximum for each of the 4 metrics of an Ultimate Soldier King was 100. And Chun Hai's stats had exceeded that, earning him an S rating, right? Especially his spirit and strength values. Weren't they a bit too high? And what about himself? What did 3 question marks mean? Curiosity arose, and just as he was about to close the panel and check his own information, the triangular symbol at the end of Chun Hai's personal information caught his attention. This symbol was typically used in web text to hide overly long information. Could there be additional details to observe? He clicked the triangle, and the information section suddenly expanded into a long passage. However, even this, Chun Hai harbored a deep-seated regret. 21 years ago, he was betrothed to Jiang Shuyan, the legitimate daughter of the prominent Jiang family in the capital. They were deeply in love and had shared moments of profound intimacy. They were about to prepare for their wedding when the Dragon Group urgently summoned him for a critical mission. This mission lasted 10 years, and when he returned, Jiang Shuyan had already passed away from illness less than a year after his departure. Although the Jiang family understood Chun Hai's national responsibilities, they could never forgive this prospective son-in-law, who had vanished without a word for a decade, and they permanently forbade him from setting foot in their home. This incident became an insurmountable obstacle for Chun Hai, and the core reason he stepped back from the front lines. Since then he had never smiled again, numbing himself with daily training until an hour before the transfer. The Dragon Group's high command, unable to bear seeing him so desensitized, handed him a photograph. It showed a girl brimming with youthful vitality, beauty, confidence, and optimism. They informed him that this was Jiang Zuyan's child, and that she had not died of illness, but had fallen from a building before childbirth due to family power struggles and treacherous schemes leading to a catastrophic outcome. She could have survived, but chose to save the child. Her and Chun Hai's child. Upon hearing this news, Chun Hai was thunderstruck. Amidst his regret and grief, a new hope ignited. He boarded a plane to America at the fastest possible speed, only for the great transfer to occur the moment the flight took off. The hidden information ended there. Lu Ming sighed, deeply, never imagining that such a master had such a concealed story. Crucially, the photo was highlighted, indicating it could be clicked to view. Lu Ming moved his finger over it, then pulled back, wondering if it was inappropriate to pry into someone else's privacy. But not looking felt somewhat deliberately hypocritical. Ah, forget it. Anyway, this was information gleaned by the eye of truth. It all came down to the skill. It couldn't be blamed on the skill's owner. Shifting the blame to the skill indeed lightened his mood. He clicked on the photo for a look and was truly amazed. She was tall with proportions that seemed perfect. Her face wore only light makeup, yet it outshone many heavily made-up celebrities, let alone the filtered influencers on certain platforms. If he had to rate her looks, she was undoubtedly a goddess above 95 points. Most importantly, it was her aura. Just from the photo where she stood sideways with crossed legs, a hand on her shoulder, and a gentle smile, she exuded a sense of youthful cheerfulness and ethereal grace. That such a person could be the daughter of a tough guy like Chun Hai was a huge surprise to Lu Ming. He could only sigh at the power of Aunt Zuyan's genes. Anyway, this wasn't the time to admire someone else's photo. The key was whether he could find data for his own evaluation, as it involved future comparisons of strength between enemies and allies. However, just as he was about to close the photo, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. With a photo in an image, could he identify information from it? The thought made even Lu Ming feel embarrassed for himself. Was this a nesting doll? Besides, wouldn't digging too deep seem a bit creepy? No, absolutely not. He closed the photo shut, Chun Hai's information panel, and then once again identified Chun Hai's information, reopened the photo, and activated the Eye of Truth. Ahem, this wasn't creepiness, it was normal human curiosity. Since he had come this far, not continuing would be unmanly. Identify. Name Jiang Ling. Gender female. Number 02. Age 20. Specialization level Ultimate Soldier King. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 63 kilograms. General functions, gather world channel trading post space inventory. Skills elite marksmanship steel gathering. Personal information originally a resident of Blue Star, the legitimate granddaughter of the prominent Jiang family in the Chinese capital. Her mother unfortunately passed away at her birth. Due to the family's deliberate concealment, she remains unaware of her father's identity. From a young age, she displayed extraordinary talent, starting martial arts at 5. By 20 she held titles such as Ancient Martial Master Red 10 Dan and Muay Thai Red White 8 Dan, in Jiu-Jitsu Master of Baji Quan Master of Inch Punch Heavy Weapon Specialist, and Universal Firearms Expert, a physical prodigy. Current identity the 66666th batch of transferers, survivors, and challengers in the Jasper End Times. Strength 107 100. Agility 110 100. Wisdom 95 100. Spirit 90 100. Total 402. Evaluation S. Ultimate Soldier King. Ancient Martial Master. Red 10 Dan in Muay Thai. Red White 8 Dan in Jiu-Jitsu. Lu Ming's mouth twitched violently. Were these a humanoid monster with such stats was posing with such a delicate feminine demeanor? Was she deceiving straight men? Didn't her conscience ache? A tiger father does not have a dog daughter, so the father's genes are all hidden in physical fitness, right? Limit Soldier King Lu Ming thought he had caught up with those Blue Star powerhouses through the assembly line process. He never expected that these powerhouses were so fierce, starting off with extraordinary strength. What was the point of studying scoring data? Drawing a blade and charging into battle was the real deal. But in the end he still clicked on Jiang Ling's avatar and saw her current appearance. Completely different from the ethereal and lively charm in her photos, Jiang Ling's expression was indescribably cold and sharp. Her eyes held a sharp gleam, her face like frost with long hair cascading past her cheeks, swept back behind her ears, and tied into a jet black braid at the nape of her neck with a black ribbon. Opening the image he saw a magnificent silhouette, showcasing a perfect figure exuding a woman's natural pride and an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. She was dressed in a black fitted suit as if about to attend some important event, and her jet black braid extended all the way down to her lower back. It had to be said that the contrast between the photo and reality gave Lu Ming a strong visual impact, and he acknowledged that the contradictory Jiang Ling possessed an irresistible allure. But it could not mask the fact that beneath this stunning exterior lay a monster. Closing Jiang Ling's personal information, Lu Ming opened his own info panel and went straight to the Advanced Soldier. Advanced Soldier possesses relatively rich experience in combat against aberrations, with comprehensive strength reaching the limit of an ordinary person. Only 2 steps away from becoming a true hunting warrior. Consuming special crystallization can promote to the level of Limit Soldier King. Promotion progress, 240,300. Good, just a little more. This little more only referred to physical fitness. True combat experience and techniques could not be accumulated quickly in a short time. That was a process of years of training. Even on Blue Star he could never surpass those 2 in this lifetime. But now with black technology like skill books, surpassing them was not hopeless. So he needed to level up to Limit Soldier King as soon as possible, then go out and explore those miracle-filled supply crates. With a solid plan, Lu Ming took off his uncomfortably tight sportswear, kicked off the ill-fitting sneakers, picked up his straight blade, and walked toward the door. He was about to start the 3rd round of larva hunting. Before beginning he checked the durability of his straight blade. After the intense use of the 2nd round, the blade's durability now stood at 300. Subtracting the 50-point durability limit for chipping, I can still kill 584 larvae. But I can't use it all in the shop. Clothes, food, and weapon reserves all need to be searched outside the shop. So, I need to leave at least around 200 durability for emergencies. Having planned the kill allocation, the 3rd batch of larvae gathered. Lu Ming killed and counted, completely unaware that a video had pushed him and his shop to the top of the regional trending list. Xiaohe video file. Xiaohe guys, check this out. I'm not very good with the features, so the recording is a bit shaky, but it doesn't affect the view. After you watch it, help me analyze what the hell is going on down there. A moment later. Galbo, damn, what is that thing? Why are all those larvae flocking there? Xiaohe, exactly, am in the residential building right above this area. I've seen the monsters gather 3 times already, one group after another. I often hear clanging sounds from below. Is some automatic noise-making device attracting them? Ding Chuang, so many aberrations gathered near you, it's giving me the creeps, just watching. Xiaohe, you said it. It's hopeless. But the place where the aberrations gather seems like a black hole, nothing that goes and ever comes out. The street is almost empty. Is there some treasure there? Or does it lead to a sewer? Lixiang sewer, my ass. I'm right across from you. I can't see what's happening below, but I can see half the shop front, and the sign Innovative Phone Repair Agency. The place where they fix phones and sell you crappy refurbished phones. Not a sewer at all. Xiaohe, but that doesn't make sense. If it's not a sewer, how can so many aberrations fit in? They can't just vanish into thin air, can they? A dozen or so people below engaged in a deep discussion about the larvae's disappearance and the shop until a woman named Lu Lanfang appeared. Lu Lanfang, there's someone. What? Someone? As soon as these words were said, the entire regional chat exploded. Zhao He sister, can you finish your sentence? What someone? Where? Lu Lanfang, there's someone in the shop. I'm diagonally across from that shop about 20 meters away. Through the storage room window, I saw a person's leg. Every time, they opened the rolling shutter door to let the larvae in, and each time the larvae disappear. Almost all the nearby larvae have been lured in by that person. When there are no larvae, they deliberately bang on the door to make noise, attracting larvae from farther away, and the numbers keep increasing. Zhao He, seriously. Sister, you're not hallucinating, are you? Isn't that a bit too fantastical? How can a human gather aberrations in groups like chickens? Even Uncle Chun Hai, an advanced soldier, has to kill them one by one. Lu Lanfang, I doubted my own eyes too, but I'm telling the truth. At first it was a few dozen, then over 100, and then it was so dense I didn't dare to count anymore. Zhao He, if it's really human work, there's only one possibility: that person knows the weakness of the sickle owl larvae, and like Uncle Chun Hai said, kills them without injury during the nanny time. Galbo, damn, even if they know the weakness, that's still too brutal. Gathering over 100 and killing them all at once. How powerful do you have to be that brave and invincible? Zhao He, truly brave. Too bad we don't know who it is. Otherwise I'd beg to see if the big shot could share the method for identifying weaknesses. Galbo, forget it. That's a method for quickly killing aberrations. Do you get it? Or do you think your ass is prettier than others? Does the big shot just want to trade with you on sight? Zhao He, that's harsh. Galbo, harsh, but true. Still, as long as this big shot exists, it's good news for you. Having someone that strong nearby gives you a huge sense of security. Lu Lanfang, it really is good news. After a few rounds of larvae gathering, there are almost no larvae outside. But I still don't dare to go out. I don't know when that person will start banging on the door again. If I step out and get surrounded by swarms of larvae, I'm dead for sure. Galbo, then wait. Wait until they can't gather any more larvae, and your area will be liberated. Hey, where is that place? Say it, will you? I want to see if I have a chance to escape to your area. Lu Lanfang, I don't know. There are no street signs or addresses. Zhao He, same here. Li Xiang, none. Galbo, damn, you guys just don't want to say it. How cold-hearted. Zhao He, those who know. Li Xiang, those who know, no one. Those who know 17. Even those who were just watching earlier joined in the fun. Exactly. Only a fool would let others in. Once the big shot kills all the aberrations, they can temporarily go outside to move around and look for resources. One more person means one more mouth to feed. They all trusted Chun Hai, but you still need supplies to survive until he comes to rescue you, right? As for the big shot, the smart ones have stopped hoping. Some things are clear at a glance. This big shot is not the same kind of person as Chun Hai. He doesn't want to carry dead weight. But so what? If it were them, they would choose to be a lone wolf too. Lu Lanfang, I really don't know. Zhao He, alright, Aunt Lan, no need to explain. Keep an eye on that shop. If there really is a big shot, remember to take a video. I must pay my respects to the big shots. Lu Lanfang, how do I take a video? I don't know how. Zhao He, don't worry, he'll teach you privately. After that, it was all just teasing, jokes, and gossip, along with latecomers joining the conversation about the big shot. As for the protagonist of the chat, they were wholeheartedly reaping the lives of the sickle owl larvae. Of course, they had received notifications about the video file, but the assembly line slaughter couldn't be stopped, so they had to ignore it. On the other side, Chun Hai turned off the chat channel. He opened all the recorded videos of killing scythe owl larvae and scrutinized them carefully. Since a method to discern the larvae's weakness truly existed, there must be clues to follow. Yet while reviewing the footage, he couldn't help but think of his daughter's current predicament. He could only plead for heaven's mercy, begging not to be left with lifelong regret. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 2, high purity heterologous protein 2. After collecting the last scythe owl larva's remains, Lu Ming let out a deep breath. This killing spree had gotten out of hand. He had only stopped after slaying a full 407 of them, with the number of specialized crystals reaching an astonishing 1054. He had replenished the larva congregation twice. Although the quantity hadn't diminished, the gathering speed had noticeably slowed. For the final wave, he had to wait a full 2 minutes before they finally arrived. This indicated that the larvae in the nearby alleys had been mostly wiped out. The straight blade's durability had also dropped to 160, while leaving the remainder for scavenging. He opened the information panel and clicked on specialization level. Prompt: detected sufficient specialized crystals in spatial pouch. Will you consume 300 specialized crystals to elevate specialization level to Ultimate Soldier King? Yes. With a whoosh, the crystals piled up and shattered entirely as a vast surge of specialized energy violently flooded into Lu Ming's body. Then, centering on his heart, it fiercely expanded and compressed outward. The sensation felt as if it were trying to force all the blood out of his body. His bones, blood vessels, and internal organs. Every part of him was racked with excruciating pain. Oomph. Veins bulged on his forehead and his teeth ground together until they turned white. Lu Ming's handsome face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Unexpectedly, the squeezing pain was compounded by a tearing agony. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Ming collapsed to his knees. His muscles swelled prominently, blood vessels expanded violently, and his fists hard as steel hammers pounded the ground with resounding booms. Finally, after 10 seconds passed, a foul-smelling black mist seeped from Lu Ming's skin, rose into the air, and vanished into the ceiling. Gasping heavily, Lu Ming's body was drenched in sweat, his breathing labored. He remained there resting for several minutes before slowly standing up, calming the heaving of his chest. Staring at his still trembling hands, Lu Ming couldn't help but curse the ordeal. It was nothing short of brutal. The pain was simply unbearable. Breaking a bone probably felt about the same. He almost suspected that the specialized crystals were imbued with the grudges of the scythe owl larvae. What's that smell, eh? Sniffing lightly, Lu Ming furrowed his... The odor didn't seem like the putrid slime of scythe owl larvae, it was more like the grime from under toenails. Could it be from me? In disbelief, he raised his arm to his nose and sniffed. Holy crap. He nearly retched up his last meal. Rubbing his hand, a layer of sticky black grime peeled off. What the hell? He moved to wipe his hand on the wall, but as he stepped forward, he stumbled and fell to the ground. It didn't hurt, but it was bizarre. After leveling up, had forgotten how to walk. Standing up again, he realized his weight, around 80 kilograms, now felt as light as a With just a slight push from his palm, his whole body floated up. Connecting the earlier pain, the stench on his body, and the shed black grime, Lu Ming suddenly under marrow cleansing and sinew washing. Those foul black substances were all the impurities from his body. Realizing this, Lu Ming's astonishment turned. Holding onto the wall, he began a rehabilitation-like process of adapting to his body. First, he moved step by step, finding his center of gravity and rhythm. Then he grew faster, and finally he was sprinting wildly around the room. If an outsider had witnessed the scene indoors, they would have been utterly stunned. The reason was simple. At this moment, Lu Ming completely ignored the terrain, running as if on flat ground within the mere 20 square meter shop. From the floor to the walls, and from the walls to the ceiling, it was as if he had defied gravity. After running 10 laps around the entire shop space, Lu Ming stopped in the center. With a fixed-point jump, his figure shot straight up. His palm effortlessly touched the ceiling, and his body continued to ascend. Hitting the top, he hovered for a second before descending back down. Landing firmly, Lu Ming surveyed himself and let out a soft laugh. Powerful, damn powerful. Stunts that only appeared in movies were now happening to him. His speed and jumping ability had completely surpassed normal human understanding. As for strength, Lu Ming looked at the glass display cabinet, applied slight force, and lifted it. Weighing over 100 kilograms, even with wheels, it would be a struggle to push. Yet he lifted it with just one hand. Was this the level of the world that Chun Hai and Jiang Ling inhabited? Could they even be considered human? Lu Ming couldn't help but doubt. He opened the information panel and clicked on Ultimate Soldier King, and an information window popped up. Ultimate Soldier King, capable of solo hunting initial newborn aberrants, just a step away from becoming a true hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystals can promote to junior hunting warrior. Promotion progress 754-1000. 300, then 1000. This leap would make any ordinary person want to curse the heavens. Without the bug-like skill of greed, and with a 50% drop rate of specialized crystals, it would take at least 2 scythe owl larvae to start. It would likely take several days to achieve, unless they had a team supporting them. Tisk. The stench still lingered at the tip of his nose, occasionally wafting into his mind, truly vexing. It seemed that besides dealing with clothing replacements, weapon reserves and resource gathering, bathing had become the top priority. Thinking this, Lu Ming picked up the traditional straight blade beside him, his brow slightly furrowing. Earlier he hadn't noticed, but now with his greatly increased strength, the straight blade felt light and insubstantial. He silently toyed with it for a moment, then gradually let go of his concern. After all, he would soon get a new one. Maybe he'd switch to a large blade. That thing was imposing, and with enough strength, its lethality surpassed the straight. With this thought, Lu Ming picked up the sportswear he had taken off earlier, tied the 2 sleeves behind his head, wrapped the hem around his neck, and crafted a perfect homemade mask. The stench immediately diminished. Then he pulled open the rolling door, bare-chested and barefoot, carrying the straight blade, and swaggered onto the street. Gazing at the strip of sky between the residential buildings, basking in the warm, pleasant sunlight, he felt a strong urge to take a deep, hearty breath. But the stench on his body was too strong. Even with the homemade mask, he dared not act rashly. How awkward would it be if by some misstep he wasn't taken by an aberrant, but was instead laid low by his own odor? With a soft sigh, he turned and strode toward the direction he had originally come from. After walking a distance, he passed a tobacco and grocery store. He recalled that this shop had been filled with over a dozen larvae earlier. By now, they had likely all been lured and killed by him. Aberrants probably wouldn't waste food, so there should be some supplies inside. As this thought crossed his mind, the entire shop was outlined in a blue contour. Seeing this familiar effect, Lu Ming squinted, a vein of exasperation pulsing. Not again. This too. No matter how meticulously he calculated, he never anticipated that the so-called spatial appraisal could be so utterly unreasonable. Standing outside, having seen nothing, yet how could the entire shop be appraised? Let's try it now. Appraise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As he silently uttered the command, countless item names materialized before Lu Ming's eyes like product tags. They pierced through the walls, displaying themselves at their respective positions, as if by X-ray vision. Some tags, due to their close proximity, were all stacked together. Lu Ming instinctively felt it was visual pollution, dense and messy. Could this be the flaw of this bug-like skill? Can it only display tags for supplies? The moment the thought emerged, all the item tags before him vanished. When they reappeared, only supply tags were visible. Everything else was gone. Scanning the tools, cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, snacks, and some daily necessities, Lu Ming was left speechless. Dare to be even more excessive. Just show food and drinks. Swish. The tags reset a second time. Apart from consumable alcohol beverages, snacks, and instant noodles, everything else fell silent. At this point, Lu Ming was utterly convinced by the eye of truth. Find your awesome, it'll follow your lead. Display alien creatures, food, drinks, tools, weapons, supply crates. Silently configuring the settings in his mind, the appraisal information changed once more. As he had deduced, all the scythe owl larvae had been eliminated, supply crates were non-existent, but everything else was present. Most importantly, there was a machete in the corner of the shop, suggesting that most shop owners had a strong sense of self-preservation. More conveniently, because the categories for appraisal were set in detail, the granularity of the information had also changed. Especially for the display status of food, the tags were color-coded black, red, orange, and white. Lu Ming quickly familiarized himself with the system. Black-tagged food was mostly expired long ago and contained toxins. Consuming it would lead to instant death. Red-tagged food indicated it was expired. Eating it wouldn't kill you immediately, but it would trigger acute illnesses, and without timely treatment, you'd end up dead. Orange-tagged food meant it was close to its expiration date and needed to be consumed soon. White-tagged items had a long shelf life and were safe targets for collection and storage. Simple, intuitive, clear, and effective, like having a cheat code. With a gratified smile, Lu Ming stepped into the shop. The first thing that hit him was a musty, decayed odor, followed by several slightly disorganized shelves. They held a bit of everything, but when it came to food and drinks, almost nothing was left. He casually picked up a bag of spicy strips that had turned greenish. The production date read March 22, 2020, Garuda Star Calendar, with a shelf life of 12 months. Glancing at the time display in the corner of the World Channel, it was already May 27, 2025. This meant at least 4 years had passed since the disaster struck. Elsewhere, there were piles of cigarettes, alcohol, daily necessities, boxed instant noodles, miscellaneous items, and various unknown clutter. After walking around, he had a rough idea of the shop's contents. Lu Ming didn't rush to loot. Instead, he retrieved the machete hidden in the corner of the counter. It was a curved blade, somewhat rusty, and its quality wasn't as good as the one from the phone repair shop. But what did that matter? A hero's origin is irrelevant. After sublimation, it would become a treasured weapon again. Tossing it into his spatial backpack, Lu Ming finally began gathering resources. As a high-quality, well-mannered youth and future pillar of humanity, he had to be refined and noble in choosing what to eat. He would take nothing except items with white tags. After 10 minutes, the collected supplies were as follows: 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, 3 boxes of Farmer's Fist pure water, 15 bottles of Best Cola, 10 bottles of Thunder Sparkle, and 60 bottles of 7 other types of beverages. Next came the heavyweight items: 17 cases of premium liquor and 30 cartons of fine cigarettes. Lu Ming himself had no need for tobacco. However, just because he didn't need them didn't mean others wouldn't want them. Especially in this post-apocalyptic world, these were luxury goods. Crucially, they had long shelf lives. Cigarettes lasted 10 years, liquor 20. Whenever encountered, there was no reason to leave them behind. But just as he finished collecting all the tobacco and alcohol, a notification suddenly popped up. Notification: the spatial backpack has fewer than 3 empty slots remaining. Please be mindful of the storage limit. Upgrading the spatial backpack level can increase capacity. Oh. After a moment's thought, Lu Ming understood. The spatial backpack only had 20 slots, though identical items could be stacked infinitely. But after cramming in the machete various drinks, food, tobacco, and alcohol, only 2 slots remained. Upgrade. He opened the spatial backpack and looked around. Sure enough, next to the slot count he saw and symbol. Clicking the triangle symbol, another prompt appeared. Upgrading the spatial backpack requires consuming 40 specialized crystals. After the upgrade, the spatial backpack's capacity will double. 40 crystals. A bit expensive. What about sublimating it directly? Ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier, tier 2, tier 1, tier 1. Prompt: sublimating the general function spatial backpack requires consuming 3 million specialized crystal clusters. Confirm, cancel. Where was he supposed to find 3 million specialized crystal clusters? And confirm. Why not just prompt that it can't be sublimated? Cancel. He had only tried on a whim. Besides, even if he could sublimated the level, would he choose to upgrade? Probably not. The value of space capacity, like specialization levels, only increases in the later stages. Forget it, head, just use the specialized crystals honestly. He performed the upgrade operation again, choosing to confirm the consumption of 40 specialized crystals. Prompt: spatial backpack upgrade successful. Current size, 1840. Next upgrade cost, 80 specialized crystals. That's enough. With his generous nature, he would have liked to upgrade at one more level. But considering that specialized crystals might be needed for something more important later, he restrained himself. Leaving the tobacco and liquor shop, Lu Ming began skillfully setting goals for resource searching. During this time, he also saw quite a few people hiding in shops. Not a single one of them asked for help when they saw him, nor did they come out to scavenge along with him. And whether it was an illusion or not, everyone who looked at him had a complex and reverent expression in their eyes. It was strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He figured it was probably because he was physically fit, dressed in a trendy and avant-garde style, and the traditional straight sword in his hand looked quite cool, intimidating them. It was fine, really. Without so many connections, there wouldn't be so much complexity. He enjoyed this kind of carefree solitude just as he had lived these past years. At that moment, he finally found a clothing store. It had a rolling shutter door, but it was rolled up high, leaving only the glass door locked from the inside. Street corner boutique selling clothes for men, women, and children. Quality goods at fair prices, cheating neither old nor young. Such a slogan was engraved on the wall outside. Although the writing had faded quite a bit after years of weathering, it still made Lu Ming's heart bloom. It meant he no longer had to go around bare-chested wearing a pair of torn pants that were too short and dug painfully into his stomach. He stepped forward ready to use his appraisal skill to check if any larvae were lurking inside the shop. But as his gaze swept over, a figure came into view. It was a girl, thin, small. Though she wore a high school uniform, it hung loose and shapeless on her. She was curled up in the corner by the glass door. Holding her knees, chin buried, she neither cried nor showed fierce sorrow or joy, numb as a block of wood. Suddenly the wood stirred. She lifted her hollow eyes and met Lu Ming's gaze. There was a momentary pause, then she lowered her head again the next second. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply and his heart clenched. The joy of finding a clothing store was instantly shattered by that familiar expression. Gripping his straight blade, he turned and walked past the store as if he had never noticed it. In the moment their figures crossed, the scene before him swapped with a dusty memory. The same dark corner, the same curled posture, the same hollow numbness. The only difference was that the figure was himself. Trusting no one, caring for no one, hoping in no one. That was who he used to be before he found redemption. So he understood all too well what emotions those eyes held. Compassion stirred within him, but what could he do? This was the apocalypse, a desperate place where one must use every means to survive. He never saw himself as a savior, even with several game-breaking advantages. All he could do was fulfill the wish of that person before their death, to survive. That was all. So what did kindred spirits matter to him? It was a pity about the clothing store so close. But forget it. Food was hard to find while clothes were everywhere. Calming himself, Lu Ming decided to check the cross street after the transfer. After all, crossroads and city alleys were the busiest parts of social districts. Maybe he could even find a supply crate. He chuckled to himself, then wiped the smile off his face. The shadow of his bangs covered his eyes, and his steps gradually slowed. Finally, he gave a self-deprecating smile and turned back. Standing again at the store entrance, seeing his hulking and fashionable reflection in the glass door, Lu Ming felt utterly helpless. To avoid looking like a villain, he crouched down, squinted with a smile, and said gently, "Little sister, what's your name? What grade in high school? Can you open the door? Uncle wants to come in for a moment." As he spoke, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he clutched his head, screaming in agony. Heavens above, what kind of nonsense opening line was that? Why not just get straight to the point? This sounded like a kidnapping pitch. No one would let you in. Asking for her name like some creepy old uncle from nowhere. Sure enough, the girl inside lifted her hollow eyes again and stared at him for a moment. Sweating profusely, Lu Ming said guiltily, "No, I'm not a bad person, don't be scared. I just, want to change clothes." He pointed at his own massive chest. "You get it? Get nothing." He gasped, inwardly collapsing in self-loathing. "Lu Ming, what the hell are you doing? Forget it, let it all burn." Just as he was about to give up and flee, the girl inside suddenly stood up, and to Lu Ming's astonishment, pulled open the store door. Yes, she simply opened it. All along, the door he thought was locked had no protection at all. This girl simply didn't care whether she lived or died, nor whether the person outside was good or evil. The oversized uniform made her frail figure seem even more diminished. Lu Ming didn't enter, so she just held the door, standing motionless, waiting with a vacant stare fixed on the ground, like a lifeless, rigid machine. "Thanks." The awkwardness melted away as Lu Ming walked in, reeking of filth. When he looked back, the girl had already let go of the handle and returned to her corner. She showed no reaction to his odor, not even glancing at him again, as if the one who entered wasn't a burly man, but a colorless, odorless wisp of air. Silently turning, he silently picked out clothes, his mind not on himself at all. He circled the small shop many times before realizing none of the outer sizes fit him. His gaze swept to the Staffanley clothing warehouse at the back. Dust piled high on the doorknob with no fingerprints. Proof the girl had never explored this area since entering. Identify. Locking onto the space behind the warehouse door, Lu Ming activated his Eye of Truth. Item tags popped up one by one. No alien creatures detected. The place was safe. He opened the warehouse door, dust spilling through the crack. Inside wasn't pitch black as expected, instead it was quite bright. Looking around, the so-called warehouse was actually a private living room. Facing him was the main door of the house. The owner must have had a large house with the back door opening onto a residential alley, so he converted that area into a clothing store for business. More dust had accumulated inside. Most things the Eye of Truth scanned were black, useless items. But when his gaze turned right, a blue item tag caught his attention. A level 2 supply crate. It was in the larger room on the right. His mood finally shifting from heaviness to delight, Lu Ming slipped into the room. Indeed, wedged between the bed and the wall, he saw a blue crate that stood out from the surrounding decor. It wasn't the arched treasure chest from games full of antiquity. It was a sleek technological mechanical box. Identify. Level 2 supply crate, special item category, container. Description: a sturdy container holding high-grade supplies. Contains 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drink X3, random skill book X1. The Eye of Truth spoiled the crate's contents. It took away the surprise of opening it, but brought the reassurance of knowing what was inside. Especially the random skill book, a treasure that could yield top-tier skills like Master Key. He picked up the crate. A blue button in the center. He pressed firmly. Gas sprayed out, and the crate opened with a click. Inside lay a purple book marked with a golden question mark and 3 bottles of multifunctional sports drink. Prompt: random skill book detected. Use immediately. Upon use you will obtain 1 skill book from E to a rank. Only up to a rank. So Master Key, which he considered a god tier skill, wasn't rank. Prompt: use immediately. Sensing no response, the system prompt urged him. Lu Ming was about to confirm, but then recalled that if not for the girl's utter this harmless supply crate should have been her prize. Of course the thought only crossed his mind. Actually giving it to her would be insane. At most give her some compensation later. Yes. Congratulations. You have obtained Brank Skill Strength Multiplication Technique. The question mark on the random skill book slowly dissolved. The words Strength Multiplication Technique emerged. It was a skill whose effects were self-evident without reading, doubling strength. But in truth he did not lack physical enhancements at the moment. What he desired was perfection in technique, mastery of firearms, fist techniques, footwork, and even proficiency in various arts. Otherwise, even with the amplified state of multiplied strength, he would still be toyed with and crushed by those more skilled, given the same specialization level. Of course, he was still pleased, especially since the skill level was close to the maximum obtainable. Prompt: learn Strength Multiplication Technique now. Yet, the skill book dissolved into specks of light, which hovered in the air before drilling into Lu Ming's brow. Successfully learned Brank Skill Strength Multiplication Technique. Strength Multiplication Technique. Brank Category Active Enhancement Skill Effect: double strength for 10 minutes, followed by a 5-minute weakness period, with half stats cooldown 15 minutes. A 10-minute burst skill, not bad. A 5-minute weakness afterwards seemed a fair price. He examined the sublimation effect and its cost. Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: select Sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: confirm consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to sublimate Brank Skill Strength Multiplication Technique into Strength Skill Strength Grant. Confirm cancel. Only 2,000 specialization crystals to upgrade to Strength. Was the skill that weak, or was the cost gap between tier? Strength Grant. Strength Category Active Enhancement Skill Effect grants 3 times the user's strength for 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Trait: this enhancement can be simultaneously applied to multiple targets. The number depends on specialization level. Lu Ming marveled. After evolution, both the multiplier and duration had tripled. The weakness effect was completely removed. The cooldown seemed long, but was practically sufficient for if a battle lasted over 30 minutes without resolution, it was time to consider. This skill was worth investing in, and urgently so. It could prove crucial at a critical moment. He cancelled the sublimation process, stored the 3 sports drinks, and the supply crate dissolved. As he prepared to leave the room, Lu Ming noticed it had a bathroom. Eagerly he checked if the facilities worked. Filled with anticipation, he strode in. He fiddled with the controls, but the water heater gave no response. Broken. Then it struck him, even if the heater worked, the daily water supply was tainted with aberrant toxins. Thus not just this unit, but all residential buildings faced the same issue. His spirits sank. Was he to give up? Was he to bear this stench until it naturally faded? Though the apocalypse had made men as brutish as apes, reeking to this degree was simply too much. Staring at the water heater, a glint sparked in Lu Ming's eyes. Since the ordinary heater was unusable, might elevating it by 2 tiers yield a pleasant surprise. Ultimate Sublimation. Select Sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: sublimating slightly faulty water heater costs 3 specialization crystals. Select Sublimation Direction. Specialized all-in-one water heater, Crystal Diamond Radiant Water Heater. What? Even water heaters had branching paths. He checked the details. Specialized all-in-one water heater, Advanced Category Appliance. Description: a practical water heater integrating self-power generation, self-operation, automation, and self-assistance. Even in environments without electricity or water, it can still function by adding water and replenishing energy. This was good, adding water. Though it pained him a bit, his stock of pure water was still ample. Having scavenged 5 or 6 convenience stores and small shops, he hadn't found much else, but he had 5 cases of Nongfu Spring, 24 bottles per case. So now he had 120 bottles of pure water alone, plus sports drinks and other sodas, more than enough to last. Even if he ran out, his strength allowed him to venture out a few times and quickly restock without worry. With that thought, Lu Ming turned his attention to the other water heater. Crystal Diamond Radiant Water Heater, Advanced Category Luxury Item. Description: adorned with hundreds of diamonds shimmering in a tacky gold, it is an essential decoration for the successful. Its functionality differs little from an ordinary all-in-one heater. Its merit lies in its expense, its flaw in that it cannot be self-operated. A water heater studded with diamonds. Truly the Garo galaxy never ceased to amaze. Choose the all-in-one water heater. Whoosh. The faulty water heater disassembled and reassembled into a multi-functional device that radiated technological sophistication. What moved Lu Ming to tears was that it even came with built-in body wash and shampoo. Thoughtful and user-friendly. He pressed the button and the heater's screen lit up. All-in-one spirit at your service. Please select usage mode by voice. An electronic voice prompted, displaying 2 options, automated and self-service. Self-service. Activating self-service mode. Please add 10 L of water through the inlet, then set the temperature. 10 L. That was 20 bottles. Manageable. Without much hesitation, Lu Ming added 10 L of water, set the temperature, and retrieved a few passable vests and pants from his clothing storage to wash himself, completely forgetting the high school girl at the back door. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Lu Ming emerged from the bathroom in ill-fitting clothes. Gazing at his reflection, he was displeased. A saggy white vest paired with bluish-gray jeans. The look was utterly indescribable. Then his eyes caught the ultimate sublimation option on the info panel, and an idea. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming stepped out with a brand new look exuding confidence. A black form-fitting combat vest that protected his neck, pitch black tactical trousers, a pure black military belt, and tactical boots. He could proudly declare formidable and imposing. Who would have thought that sublimating clothing to the second tier could not only add properties like toughness, stain resistance, and waterproofing, but also allow custom design of the outfit? After much thought, given his build, the environment, and the atmosphere, this attire felt most comfortable. Satisfied, he clenched his fist and walked slowly out. Opening the warehouse door, the figure hugging her knees caught his attention through the crack. She hadn't moved at all, even though he had been inside for nearly 20 minutes. He wanted to see what had caused a young girl to be so lost and forlorn. Identify. The Eye of Truth activated, locking onto her silhouette, and a dense information panel popped up. At a single glance, Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Even before reading the details, he caught several painful words in her personal information. Orphan, adopted, foster father's assault. These weighty words prevented Lu Ming from tearing his gaze away from the personal information panel. He read it from the beginning. Personal information: former inhabitant of Blue Star, native of Chengchuan, Huaxia, senior high school student, born in the women's restroom of Qihai 0 Point Bar, abandoned by birth mother Neisu. Later discovered by a bar cleaner who notified the bar owner to call the police. He was sent to Qihai Xingxing Welfare Home and given the name Hong Hong. At the welfare home, he displayed exceptional learning ability and Hansen skills. He was quiet, loved books, disliked socializing, and often sat alone in the reading corner, which led to bullying and ostracism from other children. At 3, he was adopted by migrant workers Lu and Zhang and renamed Luya. Later, due to a work accident that left both paralyzed, they could no longer care for him. The adoption was dissolved on New Year's Eve that year, and he was returned to the welfare home. The adoption lasting less than a year. At 5, he was adopted by Wang, who was divorced due to infertility, and renamed Wang Chanwan. Later, Wang was forced by her parents to marry a cousin from the same village. The man refused to allow a child, so the adoption was dissolved again, and he was sent back to the welfare home. The adoption lasting less than 7 months. At 7, he was adopted by Zhao and renamed Zhao Jiao. Later, Zhao died suddenly of a heart attack while playing cards late at night. After the family handled the funeral, no relatives were willing to take him in due to the lack of blood ties. The adoption was dissolved and he was returned to the welfare home. The adoption lasting 1 year. At 10, he was adopted by Yang Zhaojun of Yang Village and renamed Yang Shui. He attended Yang Village Primary School, Township Middle School, and the County No. On the day of his comingafage ceremony, he learned the true reason Yang Zhaojun had adopted him, to make him his wife. That very night, Yang Zhaojun attempted to assault him. Just as Yang Zhaojun was about to succeed, Yang Shui grabbed a lighter from the bedside. His intention was merely to set Yang Zhaojun's clothes on fire to create an opportunity to escape. Unexpectedly, Yang Zhaojun had spilled a bowl of alcohol on himself that night, soaking his clothes. Combined with his body reeking of liquor, the flames spread rapidly upon contact with the fire, engulfing him in moments. Yang Shui's attempts to extinguish the flames were futile. Yang Zhaojun's thrashing and collisions ignited more flammable material. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. Villagers rushed to help, but Yang Shui, paralyzed by fear, fled the inferno. As she ran, she learned of Yang Zhaojun's death. The shock overwhelmed her mind, and she escaped into the deep woods behind Yang Village, where she hid for 3 months before experiencing the Great Transfer. Now she is the 6666660H transferee, survivor, and strategist of the Garnet Apocalypse. After reading this lengthy personal information, Lu Ming's heart grew even heavier. Abandoned at birth, bullied at the welfare home, adopted and returned 4 times. Each time experiencing the cycle of gaining and losing. Finally finding a home, only to discover at the moment of hope that everything was a lie. The one who cherished him harbored hidden desires in his eyes. In the end, that person revealed a monstrous side. She struggled with all her might to save herself, but fate cruelly forced her to burn her adoptive father and the home where she had lived for 8 years. 3 months of hiding, accompanied only by fear and pain. Looking back, her entire life was a tragedy. The path ahead was destroyed, the future in shambles. Lost and numb, she experienced the Great Transfer. Anyone would have crumbled under such a tragic past. In terms of suffering alone, Lu Ming could not compare to her ordeal. Looking at her frail figure, 160 meters tall, weighing only 35 kilograms, and her pre-selected rank lower than even a basic soldier, Lu Ming understood the immense trauma Yang Shui had endured over those 3 months. When a person loses the will to live, even the cells in their body lose their drive. Hair turning white overnight, bodies withering to bones. These are vivid examples. Heaving a deep sigh, Lu Ming closed the information panel, pushed open the warehouse door, and walked to the storefront. He took out a case of purified water and a box of instant noodles, placing them beside Yang Shui. Then one by one he pulled special crystals from his spatial bag and said softly, "Earlier, I heard a few words somewhere, and they struck me as profound. In this life, the choices we can truly make are few. We step onto a stage we did not choose. We perform a script we did not write. Some are born into complete families with loving parents and a life free of struggle. Some are born not even knowing who their parents are and are betrayed by those they trust most. At these words, Yang Shui, who had been in a daze, slowly lifted her gaze. In her eyes reflected a face, handsome, masculine, yet filled with gentle warmth. Those eyes held complexity, pain, and a loneliness that mirrored her own. The person's hand continuously produced jade-like crystals from thin air, placing them before her with earnest steadiness. Death is the easiest path. Since you want to die, why didn't you choose earlier? Since you didn't choose earlier and endured so many tragedies, would you truly be content giving up now, eh? The past is gone. If you believe you are at fault, live on to bear that guilt. If the fault is not yours, live on, and use your own hands to compensate yourself for all the suffering. After placing the 20th special crystal and finishing his words, Lu Ming thought for a moment, then drew a straight sword from his spatial bag and placed it beside Yang Shui. He added, "Don't worry, this is payment for your help with the clothes. As for the use of these crystals, you'll find out soon enough. They'll give you one more suggestion if you decide to live. Carefully observe the energy meridians inside those giant maggots. See the flow, note the patterns. With your insight, you're sure to discover something." Having done all he could, Lu Ming felt at peace. He stood up, pulled open the glass door, glanced at the rolled-up shutter door, and pulled. At this height, Yang Shui could easily reach it. If she chose to live, she could pull down this barrier at any time. With a smile, Lu Ming walked away into the distance. Inside the clothing store, Yang Shui watched Lu Ming's retreating figure until he vanished from sight, and the street returned to silence. Lu Ming's words echoed in her mind, and a faint glimmer of light gradually emerged in her vacant eyes. For the first time in 3 months, a wave of hunger surged through her stomach. She violently tore open the instant noodle package, biting into the dry block and swallowing harshly. Her gums were scraped raw by the hard noodles, her throat burned from the rough fragments, but she paid no heed. Only after finishing a pack of noodles and downing a bottle of water did she lower her head again. Feeling the pain from her lips and teeth, 2 streams of clear tears slid down her cheeks. Life. I must live. To compensate myself for all the suffering I've endured. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. Her gaze shifted to the special crystals and the gleaming straight sword beside her. Yang Shui silently etched Lu Ming's features into her heart. After maintaining a carefree demeanor for a few minutes, Lu Ming's face revealed a pained expression. That was a straight knife and 20 specialized crystals, including the water heater that was taken off and tossed into the spatial pouch, and the consumption of a 6-component outfit totaling 29 pieces. Currently, he has 685 in stock, and he is one step further from upgrading to a junior warrior. Do I regret it? Not at all. At that time, he too was pulled back from the brink of despair by the old man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be who he is today. Now he took the same action. The old man would surely be pleased if he knew. As for Yang Shui's future outcome, it all depends on her choices and fate. With that thought, Lu Ming pulled out the rusty curved blade from the spatial pouch. The tool for eating had been given away and he needed to quickly replace it. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier, 2nd tier. Prompt: sublimating the curved blade requires 20 specialized crystals. Confirmed. Please select the sublimation direction: fine steel straight knife, wide blade heavy knife, fine steel MO knife. There are still 3 directions, but this time the design has undergone significant changes. The fine steel straight knife looks longer, more beautiful, and sharper than the traditional straight knife. Unfortunately, he had previously made it clear that the straight knife was no longer. The fine steel MO knife is a long-handled knife, not like Guan Yi's halberd, but rather a special weapon with equal length handle and blade. It looks quite unique, but Lu Ming is not interested. The wide blade heavy knife is impressive. It's also a long-handled knife, but with a wider and longer blade. At a glance, it resembles Cloud Strife's heavy sword from Final Fantasy. The only difference is that Cloud's heavy sword is highly functional, while the wide blade heavy knife lacks such features. It doesn't matter as suitability is all that counts. Moreover, weapons of the 2nd tier of sublimation come with sheaths, which is a plus. Choose the wide blade heavy knife. The curved blade was dismantled and reassembled. In an instant, a heavy blade measuring 30 centimeters in length and 150 centimeters in blade length fell into Lu Ming's hand with a thud. Feeling its solid weight, Lu Ming estimated it to be at least 80 kilograms. Such weight is precisely what he seeks in a weapon. Identification. Wide blade heavy knife, fine steel grade type. Weapon description: handle length 32 centimeters, blade length 155 centimeters, blade width 15 centimeters, a weight 85 kilograms, entirely forged from fine steel, combining traditional craftsmanship with advanced Jialan technology. Its sheer weight can unleash immense attack power, making it extremely suitable for strength-type warriors. Durability: 1500-1500. This data is unbeatable. With super high durability and immense power, the principle of old not going away and new not coming in is indeed a truth of the world. The sheath is not a traditional closed-style sheath. It's been changed to a semi-embedded sheath that is more ergonomic. When not in use, it can be strapped to the back, and when needed, pressing the trigger at the embedding point will launch the sword out. This avoids the awkwardness of not being able to draw it during combat when strapped to the back. However, upon reflection, with the convenient feature of the spatial pouch, having a sheath doesn't hold much significance. There's no need to strap it to himself. It's better to toss it directly into the spatial pouch and take it out whenever needed without hindering movement when not in use. Glancing at the time display on the world channel, it is currently 1235, and close to 5 hours have passed since the great transfer. If night falls at 6 o'clock, he still has 5.5 hours to move freely. Continue searching. Food and water are not an issue. What he wants are weapons and supply boxes containing skill books. With that thought, Lu Ming changed his path, activated the Eye of Truth, and searched the surroundings while running. He would enter shops with weapons to take a look, and would also check places with water and specific food. However, he really hadn't seen another supply box. An hour passed, and Lu Ming traversed deep into the alleys, spotting a medium-sized factory. The Eye of Truth reflected familiar markings once again, but this time the tags were no longer blue, but purple. Level 3 supply box. Indeed, it has risen a tier. Located on the 3rd floor of the factory, right in the center of the ceiling. However, as Lu Ming took a few steps closer, the entire factory suddenly became densely packed, revealing thousands of tags for the Scythe Hawk larvae. Moreover, near the level 3 supply box, 5 tags he had never seen before glowed a strong red. Scythe Hawk pupa. He locked the tag and performed a separate identification. Scythe Hawk pupa E-class, weak type larva description. The pupal form of an E-class elite variant of the Scythe Hawk formed after the larvae consumed a large amount of live prey and completed pupation. It will evolve into the E-class elite Scythe Hawk. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive capabilities, and its body is extremely fragile. However, the aura of the swarm leader will attract all nearby larvae to gather. In large numbers, they can gather around 500, while in smaller amounts they can gather at least 200. The gathered Scythe Hawk larvae will unconditionally enter the proud state, surrounding the pupa from all sides, while the production of strong acid within them will surge, enabling them to perform all-around defense and counterattack. Characteristics: emits an aura of the insect leader, weakness, instant death upon severe injury, pupil progress 15100. At most 500, at least 200. Yet the entire factory from the 1st to the 3rd floor has gathered nearly 2,000. For just a level 3 supply box, is it necessary to be so insane to guard it with thousands of larvae? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. He had confidence in his strength, and his weapon was indeed not bad. However, without agility and combat experience, how could he charge into a gathering of 2,000 proud status larvae? But to turn around and leave felt a bit unsatisfactory. Not to mention he had to take a look. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming took out the wide-blade heavy knife and quietly crept towards the factory entrance. Peering through the gap by the door, Lu Ming discovered that directly opposite was the gathering of proud Scythe Hawk larvae. Its hideous mouthparts were merely a door away. Had he not retracted his head quickly, he would have likely been detected. Damn it, there's no way to break through Hedon. There are several hundred just in the courtyard alone. Once the gate opens, he would hardly have time to swing his knife, and would have to face hundreds of strong acid sprays from a distance of 80 meters. Given the serious expression exhibited by Chun-Hai during his previous tests, even the ultimate soldier king should struggle against such corrosion. Silently retracting the wide-blade heavy knife, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the vicinity of the factory and sighed at the sky. It seems he needs to think of another way. Just then, looking upwards, he saw the employee dormitory towering across from the factory. Lu Ming instinctively thought, how great would it be to have a long-range weapon like a sniper rifle combined with the Eye of Truth's insight into weaknesses. Setting up on the dormitory building and shooting into the courtyard would definitely guarantee a kill with every shot. Unfortunately, he is still in the cold weapon phase, several levels away from hot weapons. Wait a minute. Cold weapons. For long distances, a bow. If it's a bow, he can make one. Even if what is created is rudimentary, as long as it has form and function, it can be recognized as a bow and can be upgraded through ultimate sublimation. In the case of the second tier, it can have some effect. Just as he was excited, his enthusiasm suddenly halted, as Lu Ming remembered a fundamental issue: marksman. Indeed, without excellent shooting skills, what use is it to miss the core of a larva from 80 meters away? Moreover, the production of arrows is also a problem. It seems to be an unrealistic idea. Looking back at the factory, Lu Ming felt a bit frustrated. A giant treasure trove was right in front of him, yet he had no good way to infiltrate it, causing annoyance. Must he really return to advance to a junior warrior before trying again with his physical body? He couldn't wait. There were drawbacks. It wasn't just the fear of being outpaced by others, primarily because those 5 pupae would hatch simultaneously, making it difficult for even a deity to enter. With his thoughts unsettled, Lu Ming decided to open the information panel, hoping to find a way to break through from the skill combinations. Upon opening it, his gaze naturally fell upon the trading. Initially, it was because he was still unfamiliar with the environmental structure of the Jialan Apocalypse. Now, after half a day, those who took action were definitely not few. Even if the trading market was not fully open, there would definitely not be a single item missing. Let's try our luck. Upon opening the trading hall, the product list was indeed no longer empty, with the total number of products exceeding hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Has it developed this quickly? Lu Ming was quite surprised, but after glancing at the hundreds of items on the first page, he quickly... Indeed, everything was being put up for sale: stones, benches, moldy bed sheets, expired drinks, and even beds. Flipping through a few pages, it was far too chaotic, mostly filled with those creating noise. Fortunately, there was an item-type precision locator beside him. Lu Ming glanced around, and suddenly saw the word skill book. This thing could indeed be... Clicking on the skill book, a page unfolded, revealing a plain and unremarkable book lying there alone. Basic military boxing E rank. After learning, one can master the relatively basic military boxing technique. Exchange target 500 milliliters pure water 100. Wow, E rank skill for 100 bottles of pure water. Is the skill book inlaid with diamonds? Why don't you go steal it? Just this broken book, 3 bottles of pure water cannot be more, and it must be in his hands to have this value. It can be used as a prototype, relying on sublimation to advance to a higher level. For others, they wouldn't even bother trading half a bottle. It's just military boxing, which can still be used for self-defense, but fighting against alien creatures is just looking for death. Staring intently at the empty skill book page, Lu Ming fell silent. It seemed he had overthought. At this time, only 2 types of people could acquire skill. Either they are like the owner of the universal key, Pang Xiaolong, lucky enough to be a European emperor, or they are powerful individuals capable of freely taking action to carry out strategies. If a European emperor acquires a skill, they would not sell it if they don't study it. Firstly, others do not have a solid foundation to sell it at a suitable price. Secondly, the Great Migration has only just passed half a day. It is far from the time when food and water are short, so they wouldn't sell high-level items at low prices to preserve their lives. Therefore, to buy the desired items, one must understand the market and know what people are lacking the most right now. Without a doubt, what is lacking is confidence and courage. What is confidence and courage in the apocalypse? Weapons. Weapons represent confidence and courage. As long as there are plenty of weapons, even if the person exchanging them does not intend to use them, they can acquire them for resale, obtaining the resources they desire. Thus, Lu Ming quickly found the weapon category, opened it, and found that the sample models were quite good. There were knives, spears, swords, and halberds of every type, but most were not sharpened or simply props. It is estimated that various regions have figured out places to place such items. After casually looking at a few prices, Lu Ming roughly understood the value. The lowest price was 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 servings of food. The highest, for instance, some sharpened weapons, were around double the exchange value. The key is that there were indeed successful transactions. Clearly his speculation was correct. He felt that the durability setting was undoubtedly the most successful in the apocalypse. Especially for high-level warriors and extreme soldier kings, the consumption of weapons is absolutely exponential. They have resources, opportunities, and infinite possibility. If he could sell stronger weapons and require exchanges for various specialized skill books, there would certainly be people unable to resist the temptation to trade. As for whether selling weapons would accelerate the strength of others, he wasn't worried at all. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't surpass him, and besides, selling weapons could also enhance others' resource acquisition efficiency. When the collective's foundation rises, their purchasing power will become stronger. Then he could buy more advanced prototypes, manufacture higher-level weapons, and exchange for advanced skills to arm himself. Wouldn't that be reaping the benefits? Thinking of this, Lu Ming leaped up to the 2nd floor of the staff dormitory. He had explored this place with the eye of truth. Aside from some expired food, there were no dangers. Now, with his back against the wall, he closed the window and decided to use the trading hall to accumulate strength to break through the factory. Searching for tools, hundreds of pages of kitchen knives, fruit knives, axes, and other items were displayed one by one. In terms of price, he couldn't look, they were all overpriced. But it wasn't a big deal. The tools were awkwardly categorized between weapons and supplies. In terms of practical combat, tools have limited lethality and cannot create a guaranteed kill situation. In terms of logistics, tools are not edible and cannot provide basic guarantees. Thus, many people merely put them up to try their luck. When real buyers appear, it is a different story. Lu Ming clicked on the consignment items and threw up a bottle of 500 milliliters pure water, setting the trading item as a knife and completing the listing. Notice your consignment of farmers 3-punch pure water in the trading hall was successful, and you received a butcher's knife instantaneous. It's that real. What pleased Lu Ming even more was that the trading hall implemented privacy protection for both buyers and sellers, all in an anonymous state. This means that no matter how outrageous the items he listed, he wouldn't be targeted. Although he wasn't afraid of being coveted, he would find it bothersome. Those who harassed him and their messages would be like flies and mosquitoes. Keep listing. This time Lu Ming listed up to 9 bottles. Still the same, in a blink of an eye they were all sold out. Along with the butcher's knife exchanged earlier, 10 knives lay quietly in the trading hall's product warehouse. Among them there were 4 kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives, and 2 butcher's knives. Taking them out one by one, Lu Ming began to upgrade each one. For the sake of rarity, and to stay ahead of the market version. Lu Ming was not stingy at all. All 10 knives were upgraded to the 2nd tier. Without exception, all kitchen knives were sublimated into high-carbon steel straight knives. The butcher's knife was sublimated into a high-carbon steel broadsword. It wasn't about underestimating others, but rather that the audience for wide-blade heavy swords was too small. Firstly, it lost the female market, greatly reducing the consumer base, which was not advisable. To Lu Ming's surprise, the upgrade direction of the fruit knives was not towards blades, but rather to swords. The directions were high-carbon steel longsword, broad-blade heavy sword, and high-carbon steel dagger. Among them, the broad-blade heavy sword looked incredibly handsome. If he hadn't already had a broad-blade heavy knife and was skilled in knife techniques, he would definitely. Having upgraded both fruit knives to high-carbon steel longswords, Lu Ming began to list items in the trading hall. All high-carbon level weapons were traded, with the exchange target being various specialized skill books, among which marksmanship could customize weapon types. After completing the consignment, Lu Ming stared intently at the trading hall interface, his eyes bursting with strong anticipation. 10 second-tier sublimated high-carbon level weapons consumed a total of 200 specialized crystals. If he couldn't see results quickly, it would be a loss. Fortunately, as long as he completed the transaction and obtained a long-range killing method, breaking through this factory gate would yield at least 4,000 specialized crystals and a level 3 supply box with a return rate at least 20 times. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as Lu Ming's items were put on the shelf, the national channel went completely wild. Looking at the types of weapons, it seems they are from our compatriots in Huaxia. Damn, the best we have in our team is only black iron grade, and that's from a level 1 resource box. This big shot is simply too extraordinary to have acquired so many exquisite steel weapons. Did he loot a weapon depot? Impossible. I've been chatting in the world channel, and so far no matter which region or country, no one has discovered a weapon depot. Some speculate that the area we moved to is merely the outskirts of Jialan 618, inaccessible to such depots. I know, but this is cold weaponry. One thing is for sure, even if it's a cold weapon depot, it absolutely cannot be breached by anyone at this stage. Even the elite warriors can't do it. What if it's an elite warrior team? A team might have a chance, but if the entire team consists of elite warriors, then they must be special forces. But why would special forces need to master archery skills? Isn't archery the most basic of basics for them? You have a point, but it's a bit contradictory. Is it possible they're training newcomers? Haha, this is the Apocalypse, brother. Besides, those strong ones wouldn't even look at someone who can't master archery. You make a valid point. I really regret using my proficiency in beginner painting on myself. Otherwise, I would have definitely swapped for an exquisite steel straight knife and wiped out those black-armored rat women without a trace. Who isn't? I have proficiency in beginner cooking. In this apocalypse, what good does my cooking skill do? Can't even get enough to eat, and here I am studying recipes. But man, your area is really tough. Those black-armored rat women are a high-defense mutant. Even a cleaver can't break through their defenses. The fatality rate is low, but the injury rate is extremely high. If you get hit by a rolling wheel, you'll be severely injured. Hiding in shops isn't safe either. We need to go to higher floors. Isn't that the truth? You need at least black iron grade weapons to breach defenses. Now everyone is following the regional big shots. All of them are walking storage bags. Why can't I be the chosen one? Working as a corporate slave for the boss on Blue Star, and now serving as a shoeshiner for a big shot in the apocalypse. Why is my life so miserable? I finally started with a skill book, and it turned out to be proficiency in painting. What bad luck. Misery loves company, but having a big shot to rely on is better than having none. I've heard that in other regions things are not very harmonious, as compatriots are killing each other for resources, creating chaos. In fact, most regions are like this, and it's even worse abroad. It's a complete mess. Do you remember how we humans survived back when we had no technological advancement under the laws of the jungle? Wasn't it through unity and numbers? If one can't defeat another, then 10 go up, and if 10 can't, then 100. Now we don't even know what awaits us ahead, and yet we are reducing our own numbers. Isn't that just foolish? You're absolutely right, but I suggest we move this conversation to private chat. Here it's all real name registration. We need to be careful not to attract unwanted attention. Right, let's add each other as friends and chat privately. Meanwhile, waiting for the consignment results, Lu Ming suddenly saw countless messages appear below the sold items. The number of unopened messages instantly reached 9,999. Lu Ming casually opened one only to find all black avatars and anonymous names. Anonymous, hello big shot. I know there are no skill books for proficiency, but I sincerely wish to purchase one. Can I exchange it for 3 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water? Lu Ming sneered. Does this person take others for fools? The problem is there are quite a few people like this offering what they think is valuable in exchange for exquisite steel weapons. Do they think they are? Lu Ming ignored them. Those who can afford it don't need to leave messages, and those who can't afford it, leaving messages is pointless. Notice your consignment of the exquisite steel straight knife has been successfully traded, and you have gained beginner tailoring proficiency. Buyer message proficiency skills are too rare. May I ask if the big shot can exchange it in other ways? If so, let's add each other as friends. If you're worried, anonymous friends are also fine. Oh, so there's also an anonymous way to add friends. That's a nice detail. However, for now, I won't add anyone. I'll wait until everything is sold before responding, so I can compare prices. Notice your consignment of the exquisite steel unfamiliar knife has been successfully traded, and you have gained beginner cooking proficiency. Buyer message, brother, let's add each other as friends. I have even richer supplies on my side, sincerely wishing to purchase. Big shot, please quote a price of anything I can provide can be exchanged. Notice your consignment of the exquisite steel unfamiliar knife has been successfully traded, and you have gained beginner gardening proficiency. Tisk, these are all lifestyle-related proficiency skills. Can't someone offer something more practical? Notice your consignment of the exquisite steel unfamiliar knife has been successfully traded, and you have gained beginner driving proficiency. Buyer message, friend, although the archery proficiency you want isn't available, I'm wondering if you're interested in a compound bow. If you are, we can add each other as friends and discuss it privately. A compound bow. Of course I'm interested. This is something that can't be matched by homemade bows and arrows. The initial tiers are different, leading to a vast difference in the strength of the final weapons. I decisively added them as a friend. Notice, please select a method to add friends. Anonymous, real name. Anonymous. A tall tree catches the wind. Before having absolute confidence, it's better not to be too ostentatious to avoid pitfalls. You have successfully added Chu Feng as a friend and can communicate in the private chat section. Oh, this person is quite confident. They chose to remain anonymous while they opted for a real name. Are they intentionally trying to provoke? In the friend private chat Chu Feng, I knew you would be interested, but anonymous friends can be quite hurtful. Lu Ming lazily replied, please elaborate on the compound bow. In the friend private chat Chu Feng, you're quite impatient, huh? Alright, I want beat around the bush. We just took down a gym, and in the storage room we found a lot of sports equipment, including a batch of competition-grade compound bows. After removing the damaged ones, we have a total of 12 usable bows and 200 arrows. If you're interested, I can negotiate. Every 2 compound bows and 25 arrows can be exchanged for 1 exquisite steel weapon. Lu Ming, 3 compound bows and 50 arrows for 1 weapon. In the friend private chat Chu Feng, that's not very fair, is it? After all, it's a ranged weapon. Even if placed in the trading hall, it would definitely be considered valuable. Good heavens, replying so quickly. I must have been taken for a landlord's simpleton son. No matter. Chu Feng knew nothing of the ultimate sublimation's power, so he couldn't fathom Lu Ming's motives for collecting scrap. Private chat Chu Feng, friend, please take the weapons off the market first. There are only 5 left. If you sell more, I won't have enough. It was clear this man was in a panic. Time to put on a show for him. Private chat Lu Ming anonymous, don't panic. The trading hall is the trading hall, private deals are private. In other words, he had plenty more. Private chat Chu Feng, holy crap, you're a beast. Lu Ming, that's the truth and I agree. Let's trade. Swiftly exchanging 5 cleavers for purified water, he consumed 100 crystals to sublimate them into steel straight blades. Lu Ming clicked to initiate an anonymous trade with Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted with remarkable decisiveness, placing 30 compound bows and 2480 arrows into the trade at lightning speed. It felt as though he feared missing this chance to swap a slingshot for a cannon. Lu Ming appreciated such brisk efficiency and responded with the speed of a 25-year-old bachelor out of respect. He neatly placed 5 steel straight blades into the trade slot and clicked to lock. Chu Feng's offerings remained unchanged, and he pressed the lock button, almost simultaneously completing the deal. The items were still stored in the trading hall's commodity warehouse. There was a 3-day storage period after which they would be cleared. This feature was fine for emergencies, but not as a warehouse. One misstep could lead to total ruin. One by one, he laid the compound bows in the dormitory and transferred the arrows to his spatial pack. The arrows occupied 2 slots, one for intact ones exactly 200, the other for broken ones stacked at 220. Seeing his spatial pack nearing its limit, Lu Ming didn't bother testing if weapons could stack. Finding a damaged compound bow, he muttered in a low voice, ultimate sublimation. Prompt, please select the sublimation tier, 2nd tier. Hint, sublimating damaged compound bow requires 50 specialized crystals. Confirm, cancel. This was precisely the purpose of scrap. Targeting only weapons, the ultimate sublimation cared not whether the base material was good or bad. It would always upgrade them into brand new items. But the same method applied to expired food yielded a different outcome. For instance, an expired toxin-laden beverage when sublimated by 2 tiers would transform into life-eradicating deadly poison. The sublimation direction was entirely skewed by the toxins. Or rather, in the ultimate sublimation's judgment, the expired drink was no longer a food base, but a poison base. Confirm. Hint, please select the sublimation direction, precision hand crossbow, forged steel heavy crossbow, Hawkeye compound bow, skull-piercing hunter. The weapon names abruptly shifted in style, becoming more game-like and tinged with a hint of Chinibyu. Check the info. Precision hand crossbow, mithril grade category weapon. Description: one-handed crossbow, static weight 1 kilogram, lightweight and compact, foldable, decent close range penetration, suitable for mid to close combat. Advantages: versatile and capable of rapid fire. Disadvantages: range of only 3,050 meters. Durability 3000. Not bad. An excellent finisher, great for saving energy when chasing down fleeing prey. At just 1 kilogram and capable of rapid fire, he'd definitely have to carry one around. It was essentially a pistol among cold weapons. Forged steel heavy crossbow, mithril grade category weapon. Description: heavy weapon, net weight 30 kilograms, massive and weighty with terrifying tension, suitable for long-range sniping. Advantages: extremely high lethality, effective lethal range of up to 1,200 meters. Disadvantages: overly heavy, extremely low firing rate, cannot be reloaded continuously, arrows are too valuable and hard to recover, poor accuracy. Durability 3000. This was a turret. An effective lethal range of 1,200 meters and a net weight of 30 kilograms. In terms of power, a hit would surely be fatal. But accuracy was indeed a major issue. Or rather, if someone were to establish a survivor base in the future, this thing could serve as a city defense turret and fetch an extremely high price. It would be a fine commodity down the line, a promising future. Hawkeye compound bow, mithril grade category weapon. Description: a modern crafted bow combining aesthetics and power, static weight 4 kilograms, is suitable for sustained mid to long range combat. Advantages: precise and lightweight with considerable lethality, effective lethal range of 120,160 meters. Even a novice can easily hit targets within the kill zone. Disadvantages: the bow's components are highly delicate, durability depletes rapidly, and parts are prone to damage and sudden failure. Durability 3000. Even a novice can easily hit targets within the kill zone. This statement held immense allure for Lu Ming. What did he lack right now? Precision. However, the rapid durability depletion was a significant flaw, and the parts were prone to damage. Fortunately, the number of base materials was considerable, more than enough to keep up with consumption. The last one, Skull-Piercing Hunter, was an outlier with its imposing name and fooling game style. Skull-Piercing Hunter Mithril Grade Category Weapon. Description: an improved hunting light crossbow, net weight 10 kilograms, is suitable for mid to long-range prey hunting. It can fire barbed crossbow bolts with steel cord ropes and specialized penetrating power. Upon piercing the target's body, the barbs on the arrowhead bloom, gripping the prey firmly. Then, using the crossbow's unique pulley system, it can drag back prey weighing up to 200 kilograms, making it a hunter's most reliable companion. Advantages: arrows can be recovered and reused with extremely low durability consumption. Disadvantages: can only hunt one prey at a time. A second hunt is possible only after retrieving the prey. Durability: 3000-3000. This weapon was truly perfect for the current situation. Just reading the description had already sparked a flood of cunning ideas. Standing in the dormitory 80 meters away, he could set up the Skull-Piercing Hunter to kill the larvae in the factory. Then he could drag their corpses over to Har, killing while replenishing specialized crystals. It would be more thrilling than playing the neighbor next door. What a pity, what a pity. Marksmanship. Without accuracy, it was all empty talk. Hint: your steel longsword listed on the trading hall has been sold. You received wood harvesting mastery. Buyer's message: hello, I saw you're looking for a marksmanship mastery skill. I have another one here, not the basic version, but an advanced marksmanship mastery. If you're interested, add me as a friend. Holy crap. Just when he was getting drowsy, someone delivered a pillow, a platinum grade one at that. He had to add them immediately. Prompt: please choose your friend addition method. Anonymous. Real name: Anonymous. Hint: you have successfully added Anonymous as a friend. Well, the other party was a cautious one too. Private chat: Anonymous, steel weapons. Lu Ming: it's me. What do you need? Anonymous: I need sword-type weapons, but the steel longsword is too light for me. Lu Ming: easy. I also have a broad-bladed heavy sword. 80 kilograms, minimum blade length of 1.5 meters. Anonymous: I'll take that, but one isn't enough. Lu Ming: then two. Anonymous: anything else? A steel-grade hand crossbow with 50 bolts as a bonus. Can't give more. Deal. Why not mithril? Because mithril is expensive. A single weapon costs 50 special crystals, enough to upgrade to 5 steel-grade weapons. I couldn't bear to part with it. Finding a thoroughly ruined composite bow, he selected a first-tier sublimation, consuming 20 special crystals to elevate it to a steel-grade portable hand crossbow. It was exceptionally compact, the crossbow measuring only about 20 centimeters in length, primarily featuring a groove for holding bolts. In terms of performance, aside from its effective range being reduced to 40 meters and a capacity of only 5 consecutive shots, it differed little from the mithril grade. He then retrieved 50 broken arrows and silently uttered ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Prompt: consumable material components can be sublimated in batches. One special crystal can sublimate 10 composite bow arrows. The current sublimation target is only 1 arrow. Are you sure you want to squander 1 special crystal to sublimate 1 composite bow arrow? Oh, consumable weapons can be sublimated in batches. What a convenient feature. He had just been thinking about how long it would take to sublimate over 2,000 arrows one by one. It seemed he had overthought it. The exclusive skill had considered everything more thoroughly than he had. Moreover, its wording was precise and straightforward. The term squander was a stroke of genius. Cancel. He reselect 50 broken composite bow arrows and repeated the process. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select. First tier. Prompt: sublimating 50 broken composite bow arrows requires 5 special crystals. Confirm. Prompt: please select the sublimation direction. Portable crossbow bolts, heavy giant crossbow. Select portable crossbow bolts. Whoosh. 50 bolts disassembled and reassembled, instantly forming 50 delicate and exquisite hand crossbow bolts. Friend private chat. Lu Ming pursed his lips, chose anonymous trading, and placed the hand crossbow bolts and broadsword into the trade item slot. The other side paused for a few seconds before placing a blue skill book, the very marksmanship mastery plus that Lu Ming had been longing for. Lock trade. The operation was seamless. As the trade interface vanished, the blue skill book arrived in Lu Ming's hands. Hiss. He took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of grass and wood emanating from the book. No mistake, it was the smell of money. Advanced Marksmanship Mastery Grade Category Mastery Skill Effect. Learn to master all advanced techniques of ranged weapons. Trait: ranged weapon effective range increased by an additional 20. Advanced techniques. And an extra boost to ranged weapon range. Learn. Prompt: are you sure you want to learn the Grade skill Advanced Marksmanship Mastery? Confirm. The skill book dissipated, transforming into a blue light that merged into Lu Ming's brow. Elsewhere on the rooftop of a tall building in an unknown area, a woman in a suit pulled a giant sword, longer than herself, from the commodity storage warehouse. With a single hand, she executed a series of slashes, spins, and swings. Not bad, ITLL do. Hey, found her yet? The Chinese woman who snatched 2 of the leader's supply crates. Just then a sharp shout came from below the building. The woman in the suit crouched low, pulled up her mask to cover her face, and swiftly moved to the edge of the rooftop, peering down. 6 white men in black suits with crew cuts gathered, speaking in a rough American accent. No. Though they're all peak soldiers, her movements are incredibly agile, adept at using the environment to evade us. We've lost the target. Damn it. If this continues, the leader will definitely take it out on us. The crew-cut leader's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. The others, recalling the leader's abilities, showed terror on their faces. Thump! Just as they fell silent, a black shadow descended from above. In the next instant, flesh and severed limbs splattered and flew. The white men were drenched in blood. They turned back in shock, their eyes reflecting a proud figure holding a heavy sword with a hint of a smile. Chinese woman. The leader shouted in alarm, then fixed his gaze on the gleaming broadsword, gritting his teeth as he forced out a Without her weapon, they could still hold the upper hand with their short arms and numerical advantage. Now that she had somehow acquired such a powerful heavy weapon combined with her ability to hold her own against multiple opponents, the roles of hunter and prey had suddenly reversed. At this point, the leader's wrath was secondary. Survival was paramount. The remaining, for hearing their leader's command, dared not linger and fled rapidly toward the rear. The woman in the suit swung the heavy sword the moment they turned. One white man who failed to escape the range was cleaved in half. The other four, drenched in cold sweat, accelerated their escape to the utmost. The woman didn't move. She thrust the great sword into the ground, pulled out the portable hand crossbow, and fired a rapid succession of shots. Four bolts flew out, precisely hitting the four men's heads. The fleeing four continued running forward for 10 meters before collapsing one by one. Limbs twitched, throats gurgled. Though the bolts had pierced their brains in a single strike, the tenacious vitality of peak soldiers kept them clinging to their lap. The woman seemed unsurprised. She pulled out the heavy sword, strolled over, beheaded each one, flicked the blood off the blade, collected their spatial bags, then sheathed the sword and looked into the distance. I must return to the homeland's territory as soon as possible. The transfer was based on the location on Blue Star. At the time she was in America, so after the transfer the area was filled with Americans. Now she was deeply worried about her family. The World Channel's national section was impossible to get a word in. She also didn't want to reveal her face or name, so to return she intended to use the people in the area to try and locate her family. Back to Lu Ming, a wave of comfort surged through him. Experience in shooting techniques seemed to be imprinted into his body, fully absorbed by every. Opening his eyes, Lu Ming picked up a composite bow, drew the string, and knocked an arrow without any awkwardness. His posture and aura were absolutely perfect. In high spirits, he noticed the system prompt indicating that all items listed on the trading market had been sold out. Lu Ming opened the commodity warehouse where 10 proficiency books lay neatly arranged. There were 3 duplicates totaling 7 types: basic tailoring proficiency, basic gardening proficiency, basic cooking proficiency, basic driving proficiency, basic wood harvesting proficiency, basic cloth harvesting proficiency, and seeing the last one, Lu Ming's eye twitched. After checking it several times to confirm, he was speechless. Basic childcare nanny proficiency. What the hell? Do I look like a nanny? A sense of helplessness arose, but Lu Ming still learned all the proficiencies. The principle that more skills don't weigh you down has held through the ages. In the apocalypse, having a few extra abilities is definitely beneficial, even childcare. What if someone was willing to have a child with him? Still, next time he'd set the exchange targets more precisely to avoid receiving duplicates. The 3 extras were useless, so he tossed them into a corner of his bag to sell later. For now, the priority was securing the factory. After a bit of spending, the special crystals were running low. A glance showed 340. When he left, he had 754. Without doing much, had lost over 400. And he hadn't even upgraded his own weapon or skills. The pressure was immense. Picking up a broken composite bow, without a second thought, he directly sublimated and upgraded it into a Hawkeye composite bow. Why not the skull-piercing hunter? The primary reason was to save time. Moreover, if the arrows could be retrieved, it would be essentially pouring in 50 specialized crystals. A compound bow materialized. Its entire frame a pale gray, folding in on itself, with an exquisitely precise pulley. With a casual flick, as if by muscle memory, the compound bow snapped open with a click, revealing its complete form. With a limb length of 50 centimeters, it was already quite. For arrows, mithrograde was overkill, so he opted for a first-tier ascension. Investing another 50 specialized crystals, he elevated 500 broken arrows into steel-grade portable composite arrows. Iron grade could already ignore larval acid, and steel grade was utterly impervious. Now everything was ready, awaiting only the onset of slaughter. Rising to his feet, Lu Ming gazed at the windowsill, then, with a few agile leaps, he bounded onto the dormitory roof. Amidst the towering buildings, as long as there were edges and corners, his limit soldier prowess made traversal feel like walking on level ground. Scanning the rooftop, he confirmed there were no threats. Looking down at the factory courtyard, hundreds of erect larvae stood tall, resembling coral, in an eye of truth. Setting up the compound bow on the spot, the eye of truth mapped the core of each scythe owl larva. He drew the string and released. A piercing shriek tore through the air, a fleeting shadow. One scythe owl larva went rigid, then crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Instant kill. With the advanced marksmanship's shooting mastery and the enhanced range of extra lethal shots, it was far more than just hitting a target 100 paces away. If his gaze could reach it, what was hitting a target 1,000 paces away? Continue. Thwip, thwip, thwip. With practiced ease, he knocked and drew steel arrows raining down like a storm. Each falling arrow precisely claimed the life of a scythe owl larva. What was even more baffling was that the larvae in the courtyard never understood what was happening. In a mere 20 minutes, the entire factory courtyard fell silent. The Eye of Truth scan revealed not a single larva with a core remaining. Lu Ming glanced at the steel arrows in his pack. Only 182 remained of the original 500, meaning he had slain 318 scythal larvae in those 20 minutes. It was a satisfying return on investment. Flipping over the rooftop edge, he descended by grabbing onto window ledges and balconies, finally landing steadily on the ground. Arriving at the factory gate, he swept his gaze inside, confirming no living creature remained in the courtyard. Lu Ming vaulted over the wall and entered. The first assault was not on his sight, but on his sense of smell. Hundreds of larvae clustered together perpetually in an aroused state. Their acid over-decomposed, the stench fermented like aged brew. Lu Ming thought he had grown accustomed to it, but it still stung his eyes and nose. Greed. Successfully retrieved scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 2, high-purity heterologous protein 2, steel-grade portable composite arrow 1. Successfully retrieved scythe owl larva corpse. Obtained. A single greed collection instantly cleared a circular area 40 meters in radius, leaving Lu Ming somewhat startled. 40 meters. The collection range had become that large. He tapped on greed to check. The effective range had increased from the initial 10 meters. Calculating based on specialization level changes, each level increased the range by 10 meters. The key was that this ability performed area collection. He had been killing and collecting one by one before, never realizing this. Greed. Having realized this leaping-style collection was the most efficient method. After a few rounds, the courtyard was cleared. Seeing the specialized crystal count return to 876, the pressure in his heart dissipated. Even the composite arrows he had used were fully recovered. This wave was an exhilarating profit. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. Composing himself, Lu Ming put away the eagle-eye compound bow, took out a damaged compound bow prototype, and silently chanted Ultimate Ascension. Prompt, please select. Second tier. Prompt ascending to second tier. Confirm. Please select direction. Precision hand crossbow. Ascension successful. The compound bow deconstructed and reconfigured. A fine hand crossbow emerged, gleaming with silver light etched with patterns and equipped with a bolt magazine. The newly replenished specialized crystals were depleted by another 50, but Lu Ming felt it was well worth it. The courtyard was cleared. Next were the workshops on the first floor. In enclosed spaces, long-range sniping was ineffective. He would inevitably enter the scythe owl larva's acid spray range. At that point, the rapid-fire hand crossbow would be an absolute divine tool. The Eye of Truth had scouted the larval layout on the first floor. The most populated workshop had around 50. He decided to be frugal and make 100 steel-grade portable crossbow bolts. He spent 10 crystals to forge 100 steel crossbow bolts. Lu Ming began loading the magazine. To his surprise, the mere 10-centimeter magazine held a full. Upon closer examination, he realized the description of rapid fire was no exaggeration. The precision hand crossbow's magazine capacity was a full 60 rounds. This wasn't a hand crossbow. It was better than a submachine gun. The only slight drawback was its range. Even with the 20 bonus from advanced marksmanship, it only reached 60 meters. Otherwise, he felt it could replace the eagle-eye compound bow and become an all-around unbeatable universal bow. With the magazine filled, Lu Ming began entering the work area. First, he had to deal with the larval group on the main corridor. The numbers were manageable, including those on the ceiling and wall recesses, around 100. They were stacked layer upon layer, squeezed together. In reality, only the outermost 6 or 7 could unleash their firepower. Those behind were blocked tightly by the outer ring with no chance to attack. Pushing open the work area door, 7 or 8 larvae snarled, their mouthparts contorting toward Lu Ming. He remained completely unfazed. The acid spray had a noticeable charging motion. As long as he killed them before the charge completed, they couldn't spit at all. Click, 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 click. He squeezed the trigger repeatedly, bolts exploding forth. In Lu Ming's eyes, only the cores of each larva flickered. 8 bolts were fired in 3 seconds, and the outermost 7 or 8 larvae dropped dead on the spot. Greed. Clearing the corpses of the dead larvae and retrieving the fired bolts, Lu Ming sidestepped to evade behind the door. The Eye of Truth mapped the positions of the next ring of larvae. Formulating a kill plan, he stepped out and fired the hand crossbow in rapid succession. The second wave of larvae didn't even have time to shriek before they became victims of the crossbow. Greed. Thus, by continuously shooting the exposed rear larvae as the front ranks fell, and replaying history with a relentless multi-wave tactic, Lu Ming vaporized the entire corridor of scythe owl larvae in just 5 minutes. Reloading the bolts, counting the crystals, steadying his breath, he stepped into the corridor. Maintaining a mindset of using full force even against a rabbit, Lu Ming reached out and twisted open the door to the first workshop. After years of neglect, the doorknob let out an especially harsh screech when turned. The moment the door cracked open, a dozen bursts of concentrated acid were already hurtling toward it. With immense impact, the accumulated force transformed into a qualitative change, blasting the entire workshop door to pieces with a thunder. Although Lu Ming was prepared and had taken cover outside the door frame, the force of the acid spray was staggering. It shattered the door and slammed straight into the wall, unleashing a massive splash radius. What was terrifying was that the acid spray's power was several times greater than what Chun Hai had shown in the video. The splashing acid flew out like bullets tearing through the air. Lu Ming had no time to dodge. Forced to turn sideways, he used his hand crossbow to shield his face, preventing disfigurement. Drops of acid struck his arm, the back of his hand, and his thigh. They instantly burned through his clothes, and even pierced his flesh, leaving holes in their wake. The searing heat felt like hydrogen peroxide poured onto an open wound, twisting Lu Ming's expression in agony. To avoid provoking the larvae into further attacks, he endured the trembling pain, suppressed the scream within, and unleashed a barely contained fury. Part of that fury was directed at the larvae, but more of it was aimed at himself. He had been careless. He thought that wielding a divine artifact and possessing a godly skill would make him invincible, yet he had nearly capsized in a ditch. He finally understood the sheer destructive power of a sicklehawk larva in its aggressive state, from an ordinary person's perspective. Once these creatures gathered in a swarm, they were a calamity that couldn't be dealt with at close range. He glanced at the wounds, they seemed to have gone somewhat numb. Fortunately, no blood was seeping from the injury sites, so he didn't have to worry about blood loss. That was one of two things to be grateful for. The second was that the sicklehawk larvae carried no venom. Otherwise, a single mistake would likely mean game over. So he urgently needed a shield to block the acid. After a moment of thought, a spark of inspiration hit. Lu Ming pulled out his broad-bladed heavy sword. Though not as wide as a door panel, its 15-centimeter blade width could still serve as a makeshift shield. With the eye of truth locking onto the core positions of all the larvae in the workshop, Lu Ming stepped out, pulled the trigger, and 6 bolts struck 6 larvae. The larvae retaliated, spewing acid again. Lu Ming dodged while turning and holding the sword vertically at his side. The acid hit the wall and splashed again, but with the blade blocking it, Lu Ming emerged unscathed. Once the acid splash was no longer a threat, the rest was a one-sided slaughter. Dismantling the entire first floor was just a matter of time. Half an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of the last department office. Looking back at the entire first floor area, not a single larva remained. Counting the specialized crystals, he had 1580. In other words, the first floor corridor plus the workshop offices had a total of 382 sicklehawk larvae. He glanced at the time display on the system interface. It was now 3:15, the sun beginning its westward tilt and the sky transitioning to a golden hue. He had about 2.5 hours until what he considered nightfall. Finishing the remaining 2 floors in that time and finding a shelter to safely endure the first night seemed manageable. Closing the dimensional pack, Lu Ming looked toward the rooftop. The number of larvae on the second floor was nearly equal to the first, but their density was far more astonishing, packed tightly together without a single gap. So did the sicklehawk chrysalis intend for the larvae to protect it by building a wall of flesh. Otherwise, this situation only limited the larvae's effectiveness, leaving them without a firing line, just like the first floor corridor. Puzzling as it was still a relief. He didn't yet know the specific layout of the second floor. From the Eye of Truth's observation, it was similar to the first floor, divided into departmental workshop areas. If there was another corridor ahead, faced the same situation as before, needing to watch out for acid sprays from larvae inside the workshops that could cause splash damage. In that case, repeating the same tactic might work, but he also feared unexpected complications. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming opened the information panel and looked at the specialization level. He had originally planned to clear the factory at his current level and then allocate the specialized crystals in a unified way. But now, to prevent any more mishaps, it was better to level up. If he gained strong resistance to acid or a physique tough enough to reduce damage, it would provide an extra layer of safety. Having made up his mind, he didn't start leveling up on the spot. Instead, he silently retreated to the innermost office on the first floor. The lock was intact and could be bolted. To avoid any surprises, he piled several desks against the door and used others to block the windows. Then he withdrew into the file sample storage room. Don't fault him for being so cautious. Having endured the agony of leveling up several times and suffered injuries from carelessness, he knew that without extreme caution he would die. After completing the layered defenses, Lu Ming clicked on the specialization level. Prompt detected sufficient specialized crystals in the dimensional pack. Consume 1000 specialized crystals to complete genetic evolution. Upon evolution, you will advance to a primary hunting warrior and undergo a physique transformation. Genetic evolution. Physique transformation. The prompt had changed in a direction Lu Ming had hoped for. Yes. Whoosh. 1,000 crystals surged forth, each shattering into familiar blue arcs. They were as thick as a thigh, swirling and darting with explosive energy. Seeing the alarming thickness and scale of the arcs, Lu Ming swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back. Damn, even arm-thick arcs had felt like being filled with molten lead. If something this size entered his body, wouldn't it rip him open, tearing his flesh apart? But an arrow knocked cannot be retrieved. He had already confirmed the choice. Even fleeing to the ends of the earth wouldn't let him escape these energies. Licking his lips, Lu Ming clenched his fists, shut his eyes, and collapsed straight backward. Forget it. Do whatever you want, him giving up. But the moment he fell, the massive energy arcs howled and surged into his body. Lu Ming could clearly feel himself being invaded. Surprisingly, despite bracing for excruciating pain, he felt no discomfort at all. The specialized energy flooding his body didn't rush through his limbs, bones, flesh, or veins. Instead, it all surged toward his head. They converged at his brow, spinning, compressing, and refining, eventually forming a single crystalline blue droplet. It was only the size of a fingernail, but once formed it silently dripped down. With his eyes closed, Lu Ming felt a cool sensation at his brow as ripples spread through his mind. Instantly, every pore in his body relaxed, followed by a euphoric feeling that cleansed. The entire process lasted a full 20 seconds before gradually ending. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked around, he was utterly stunned by the scene. Smoke and dust swayed slowly in the air, their trajectory gradually becoming clear in his line of sight. The scent in the air was no longer monotonous, with distinct layers of difference. A gentle breeze seeped through the gaps in the material warehouse, softly, yet clearly brushing against every inch of Lu Ming's skin. The microscopic details often overlooked in reality were infinitely magnified in Lu Ming's perception. My senses have become sharper. He raised his hands, feeling the airflow glide through his fingers, only to unexpectedly find that the scars on the back of his hands had completely vanished. In disbelief, he glanced at his thigh. The corrosive marks on his pants remained while the wounds beneath were entirely gone. Could it be that the process of advancement could also heal injuries? Was it only during genetic evolution that such changes occurred? Tip: congratulations on completing genetic evolution successfully, awakening as a junior hunting warrior. As you are the first awakened being to complete genetic evolution, your awakening power is additionally enhanced by 3 tiers, and you have obtained 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw lottery? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming immediately discarded his speculation about the vanishing scars, not even caring what the awakening power was. He knew that his rise was due to the 3 lottery chances given by the surprise gift. How could he remain calm if another opportunity came now? Confirm. Tip: prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: supplies, skills, weapons, special items, with a guaranteed reward of at least a grade for 1 draw. Please choose the drawing method: single draw, triple draw. Triple draw. Congratulations, you have obtained the special item universal discount voucher. Congratulations, you have obtained the Crate Skill Book Advanced Steel Collection Mastery. Congratulations, you have obtained the special item Tri-Region Map. Tip: the space pouch has insufficient remaining capacity. Please pay attention to the storage limit. Upgrading the space level can increase capacity. Is there still not enough capacity? I must say the capacity setting of the space pouch is really poor. Those dozens of composite bows are still left in the employee dormitory on the 2nd floor, waiting to be collected after the factory is cleared. I have already tried my best not to add burden to the space pouch, yet it is still not enough. Glancing at the 580 specialized crystals, Lu Ming did not immediately. Let's take a look at the 3 items obtained from the lottery first. Universal discount voucher category: special item effect can be used to offset the consumption of 1 specialized crystal. What? Is this not a privilege to offset costs? A universal voucher. Such a good item exists. However, it must be exceptionally precious, considering this lottery is a reward from being the first to undergo genetic evolution. What does it mean to be number 1 in the world? If one wishes to continue acquiring in the future, they must at least reach this standard, otherwise it's best not to even think about it. The reminder of the space pouch's load was still fresh in his mind. During the first upgrade of the space pouch, he had specifically carried out a sublimation operation. The first tier sublimation had already reached 3 million crystals, indicating that the functions of the sublimated space pouch must be powerful. Using this discount voucher on it would definitely be worth it, but considering the enhancement of the space pouch, the ultimate benefit would still be its storage efficiency. Lu Ming did not feel it had a higher priority than anything else. Let's put it aside for now. After securing the discount voucher, he moved on to the next item. Advanced Steel Collection Mastery Crate Category Mastery Skill Book Effect allows for the recycling and utilization of steel after learning. Characteristics: recycling conversion rate increased by an additional 50. This skill book doesn't require much research, he could learn it directly. The last item, which Lu Ming was more concerned about, was the map. He clearly remembered that during the transfer, the cheerful synthesized electronic voice had emphasized the most important map in the apocalypse. This indicates that the rarity level of the map must be extremely high. Taking out the map, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Unlike a conventional paper map, this was an electronic map embedded in a tablet. Tri-region map category special item. Description: a detailed map of the Pinggu District, Xinhui District, and Jintian District, marked with the locations of 6 level 3 supply boxes and 3 special areas. Concise, yet enough to drive Lu Ming crazy. The detailed map of the 3 regions was one thing, but it even marked the locations of 6 level 3 Upon closer inspection, the map indeed used light yellow, golden yellow, and orange yellow to delineate the 3 regions. The areas formed an arc from the south to the northwest, with light yellow closer to the south, named Jintian District. Golden yellow in the center, named Xinhui District. The glass display case for innovative mobile phone repairs likely originated from here. Orange yellow above, named Pinggu District. 6 purple markers were scattered irregularly across the 3 regions. Among them 2 were in Pinggu District, 2 in Xinhui District, and 2 in Jintian District. In addition, there were 4 differently colored markers, 3 red ones positioned in the center of the Jintian District, Xinhui District, and Pinggu District. One was white, located inside the suburbs of the Jintian District, near the Kongbao shoe factory, nearly overlapping with a purple marker in the Jintian District. Without a doubt, the white marker was Lu Ming himself. Looking at the map, following the streets he had walked, he easily found his original residential lane, Jinsui Street. On the map, it was already near the boundary of the Jintian District. Considering the distribution of the level 3 supply boxes and the presence of the red core areas, Lu Ming had reason to believe that all the transference individuals were currently at the suburban boundaries of various regions. Then the levels of the anomalous creatures were undoubtedly stronger towards the center. The center, huh? Staring at those 3 red markers, Lu Ming subconsciously thought that would be the most dangerous place in the entire area. Deep in thought, he suddenly froze for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and put away the map. Now was not the time to research such things. The acquisition of the level 3 supply boxes was not yet over, and time was of the essence. However, there was one thing he had to confirm: his power had increased. Closing his eyes and clenching his fist, he took a moment to sense it, and Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically. Why? Because it was overwhelmingly powerful. If the overall strength of an extreme soldier was 10 times that of an ordinary human, then a junior hunting warrior was 30 times that of an ordinary human. What does that mean? If an ordinary person could lift 50 kilograms, then a junior hunting warrior could lift 1,500 kilograms. Is this even human? This is absurd. Moreover, this is just the junior hunting warrior. Continuing to advance would completely lead to a leap towards superhuman capabilities. No wonder that initial electronic synthesized voice spoke of the mad words: as long as you are powerful enough, as long as you are wealthy enough, you are the world. If this trend continues, evolving to the pinnacle of specialized levels would mean for the people of today becoming a god. Or even more terrifying than a god. In a mix of shock and joy, Lu Ming opened his character panel. Name: Lu Ming, gender male, number 66666, age 24, specialization, level junior hunting warrior, all-star, first awakening, awakening power tier 413, a general functions, greed, exclusive world channel trading post, space pouch, level 2. Skills: basic blade art, E rank, eye of truth, exclusive ultimate ascension, exclusive power multiplication technique, B rank. Proficiencies: basic tailoring proficiency, E rank, basic cooking proficiency, E rank, basic gardening proficiency, E rank, basic driving proficiency, E rank, basic wood gathering proficiency, E rank, basic childcare proficiency, E rank, advanced marksmanship proficiency, C rank, advanced steel gathering proficiency, C rank. Magnificent. This panel information could only be described as magnificent. Even he himself felt invincible upon seeing it. Especially the iridescent indicator of all-star first awakening after junior hunting warrior. Its dazzling allure was beyond words. It was a pity that such glory could not be shown to others. He could only revel in it alone, or else it would have been even more fulfilling. Awakening power. This was a new attribute. He had been quite concerned about it when prompted earlier, but the 3 draws had captured his attention and diverted his focus, otherwise he would have checked it first. Awakening power category: awakening skill effect upon use briefly enters a state of genetic awakening, boosting overall physique by 4 times for 4 minutes. Cooldown resets daily at midnight. Trait: consuming specialization crystals can raise the tier of awakening power. The effect and duration of genetic awakening increase with the tier up to a maximum of tier 10. Current tier: tier 4, 1 base, 3 extra, upgrade progress 580-1000. Damn it. Lu Ming cursed on the spot. Specialization crystals. Specialization crystals again. Can't you use a different material to drain me? Are you just going to fleece one sheep? Frowning in silence, Lu Ming could only repeatedly review the effects of the awakening skill to numb his own mind. A 4-minute 04-fold boost to overall physique. If one were to call it heaven-defying, it truly was. 30 times the ordinary person surged directly to 120 times. The key was that the effect and duration would increase with the awakening level. Judging by the skill data pattern, it was likely that with each tier increase, the overall physique would rise by 1-fold, and the duration would increase by 1 minute. The maximum would be 10 times for 10 minutes. A quick calculation and comparison made the Onady cooldown setting entirely understandable, a surefire fate-defying skill. And thanks to the reward bonus from All-Star First Awakening, his awakening level was elevated by an extra 3 tiers. In other words, while others could only reach tier 10 of awakening power, he could ascend to tier 13. Be it effect or endurance, he would forever be above the rest. It seemed that no matter what, the first to try something new would never lose out. To maintain this advantage, he could not afford to slack off in the future. Only diligence and hard work would allow him to walk steadily. Pressing his lips together, he looked at the specialization level of Junior Hunting Warrior and casually tapped to view the information. Junior Hunting Warrior, a qualified aberrant hunting warrior having fully completed the mortal body transformation, stepping into a higher life realm. Physical strength rivals that of E-rank elite aberrants, granting self-preservation capability in the outer suburbs. Consuming specialization crystals can advance to intermediate hunting warrior. Advancement progress 580-5000. The strength was flawless. The description was flawless. Everything was flawless. Specialization crystals. What specialization crystals? Were there any specialization crystals? Were you having a nightmare? Swiftly closing the information panel, Lu Ming deceived himself, tilting his head back and pressing his forehead with his hand. It was too hard. The road ahead felt like a mountain of debt. Skills, weapons, specialization level, awakening power. Who knew what else lay in the future? He felt like crying, but had no tears. A few seconds of dejection, and Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand, smoothing his tense features, while also brushing away the gloom on his expression. He found relief. Because he had realized one thing: the factor of time. Why did this world impose a 30-day aberration suppression? It was to grant survivors a period of development. According to the description of junior hunting warrior, only by completing genetic evolution could one gain self-preservation capability in the outer suburbs. Thus the journey from junior soldier to junior warrior was not a half-day task, but a month-long one. He had trapped himself in a crystal hell with his own mental pace. On second thought, there were still countless people who hadn't even taken their first step out of the shelter. What did he have to panic about? Pulling himself together, Lu Ming retrieved the precision hand crossbow and headed straight for the second floor. With the boost from the specialization level, his speed, reactions, and observational abilities had all undergone a qualitative change. Corridors, hallways, workshops, departments. Clearing out larvae was like trampling ants with no difficulty at all. In 40 minutes, 1472 specialization crystals, the legacy left by the larvae in the entire second floor area. With this, Lu Ming's specialization crystals not only fully recovered, but also reached an astonishing 2052. The burden on his heart lightened slightly, and his enthusiasm for killing larvae surged rapidly. Pulling out the half bottle of multifunctional sports drink he had left from earlier, Lu Ming tilted his head back and downed it all. Thirst and hunger vanished in an instant, yet his mouth felt strangely unsatisfied. Actually, that was normal. Many times people didn't eat solely because of hunger, but because they craved a certain taste. For example, after dinner in the dead of night, when a mischievous friend suddenly posts tempting food. Even if your stomach was already full, you couldn't help but open the food delivery app on your phone and order some junk food that suited your palate. So Lu Ming decided that after clearing the entire factory, whether hungry or not, he must cook a good meal to reward himself. Click. The bolt was loaded, the quiver snapped into place, and the eye of truth activated. The distribution of larvae on the third floor was clear at a glance. What slightly surprised him was that unlike the partition spaces on the first and second floors, the third floor seemed to be a single spacious assembly line workshop. Though the larvae appeared crowded in their arrangement, there was a strong sense of layering. Like seats in a movie theater, they were tiered in height, distinct and orderly. In this situation, there was no restriction on attacks. The front, middle, and back rows could all strike at him simultaneously. So it was perfectly reasonable to say that the larvae gathered on the first and second floors were merely cannon fodder and meat shields. As for the difficulty of eradication, it would have been somewhat challenging before genetic evolution, but now he couldn't even be bothered to frown. Click, 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 click. At the stairwell on the third floor, Lu Ming flashed out. The light crossbow fired in rapid succession, his wrist a blur of afterimages, precisely piercing the body cores of 7 or 8 larvae and collecting their relics. Seizing the moment before the back rows could spew concentrated acid, he pulled the trigger another 7 or 8 times in a row, eliminating the crowded second layer of meat shield. With evolved senses, evolved reactions, and having adapted to his Bodis rhythm, Lu Ming had abandoned the cautious wave approach. He stood at the stairwell entrance, raised the hand crossbow toward the upper area, and calmly, methodically shot down every rearing larva that tried to counterattack. Greed. 5 minutes later, the passage to the third floor was wide open. Then Lu Ming walked step by step toward the third floor. Each footfall seemed to land on the hearts of the sickle owl larvae in the third floor workshop. Death had come to collect the insects. Crack, 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 crack. The crossbow bolts whistled sharply, and the number of the scythe owl larvae had already diminished to double digits. The ground was covered in a thick layer of corrosive acid. The image of hundreds of larvae simultaneously spewing acid was still etched in Lu Ming's consciousness. The immense quantity of corrosive acid filled the entire corridor, bursting forth like a floodgate, opening, crashing into the hallway with a thunderous roar. If it weren't for the broad-bladed heavy knife piercing into the ceiling to evade along with the natural slope of the hallway from top to bottom, he would surely have been drowned by the corrosive acid. He was quite confident in the strength of his elite body, believing that a soak in the corrosive acid would leave him unscathed. However, he was unwilling to waste this precious clothing and the drinking water for bathing afterward. Furthermore, who would want to be engulfed by thick yellow slime? What if he accidentally swallowed some? Wouldn't that leave an unforgettable shadow for life? The sound of formal leather shoes squeaking against the floor filled the air. Black mist mixed with a pungent, burnt odor surged upward. Lu Ming glanced at his somewhat melted shoes and leisurely walked into the third floor assembly line workshop. After his rapid fire, only a dozen larvae remained on the entire third floor. They hung upside down from the ceiling of the workshop, guarding the vicinity of their cocoons, their eyes glaring at him with ferocity. This was Lu Ming's first close encounter with the living, defiant larvae. He had to admit they were unbelievably ugly, almost unbearable to look at. Whether they sensed the aura of a strong individual emanating from him, or recognized the souls of their kin beneath his feet, these dozen larvae showed no intention of attacking him. Not bad at all, at least they knew not to resist futilely. Hitaway. Just as Lu Ming appreciated their self-awareness, one defiant larva pursed its lips and spat a mouthful of corrosive acid across Lu Ming's face, splattering onto the ground not far away. Adjusting his tilted head, Lu Ming looked back at the splatter of acid with regret, saying, "No exaggeration at all." As his words fell, the precise hand crossbow clicked, and a bolt shot through the air, piercing the flesh of the larva with a hiss. In Lu Ming's mind, this crossbow bolt would surely shatter the larva's core. However, in his current line of sight, what the bolt penetrated was an arm. A human arm. It grew precisely from the side of the larva, intercepting right outside the core. If the energy consumed by the larva is insufficient, it will grow parts of the prey's body outside to amplify its own combat power. The detailed information of the scythe owl larva flashed before him. He was certain he had kept this thought to himself. However, he never imagined that such body growth could be utilized flexibly and instantaneously. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, those dozen larvae simultaneously grew pairs of legs and arms. Some even developed human heads dark red in color with expressions of agony. It looked nauseating. Yes, he could remain calm in the face of the grotesque, slime-covered larvae, but the sight of their kin's limbs and heads made him continually envision the scene of being devoured. There was nausea, disgust, yet more than that there was anger. Weakness meant defeat and consumption was inevitable. But using the corpses of his kin was akin to displaying one's achievements. It was the greatest mockery of his kinship. Squeak. The piercing screech erupted from countless openings. The defiant larvae that grew limbs compensated for their racial deficiencies and suddenly catapulted towards Lu Ming with support from the ceiling. The distance closed in an instant, their mandibles snapping rapidly, about to tear apart Lu Ming's body when a slender silver light accompanied by the sound of slicing air swept horizontally through. With a light sound, a dozen larvae were severed in half. The immense force generated a fierce wind that sent the fragmented bodies of the larvae flying. They crashed into the walls behind like cannonballs. The scattered flesh and blood resembled a watermelon splattered upon hitting the ground. They did not regenerate, for as the flesh burst forth, their cores were simultaneously shattered. They were not pierced through their cores nor struck at their weak points. They died under absolute power, becoming the first ants to be crushed by the giant. Lifting his gaze to the blade, Lu Ming looked up at the 5 cocoons encasing the Tier 3 material boxes on the ceiling. They were pitch black, all over connected by a strange black tissue, and the insides of the cocoons pulsated like living hearts beating vigorously. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, the progress bar of evolution and metamorphosis had reached 50. It had only been 3.5 hours since it moved from 15 to 50. In terms of time conversion rate, it only took 10 minutes for a cocoon to evolve into a complete form, not even a full day, demonstrating how rapidly they hatched. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the broad-bladed heavy knife transformed into a flying blade piercing through one of the cocoons. Squeak. A mournful wail echoed from within the cocoon. Then he saw the pulsating quickly diminish until it finally lay still. 1. With his center of gravity sinking, muscles contracting, Lu Ming propelled himself straight up to the ceiling, drew his heavy knife, and swung horizontally. 2 cocoons ruptured with a tearing sound, the fatty body within spilling out, covering the ground. With the fatty body lost, the developing body naturally could not survive. 3. Lu Ming landed, and once again threw out the heavy blade, penetrating the 4th cocoon. 4. Rising, leaping, he drew the heavy blade and attacked the last one. 5. Clang. Before he could shout the number, just as the blade was about to strike the cocoon, a silver blade gleaming with metallic luster and emitting a chilling light shot out from the cocoon, effortlessly blocking the majority of Lu Ming's strike. See, what's going on? In astonishment, Lu Ming hurriedly withdrew his knife and retreated until he reached the edge of the corridor. That was the only escape route, with a meandering corridor. No matter what unexpected situation arose, regardless of whether he had the ability to handle the upcoming changes, planning the retreat was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy. The Eye of Truth restarted, and the information of the cocoon in his eyes had completely changed. The progress bar of evolution and metamorphosis disappeared, replaced by a brand new alien panel. Mutated Scythe Owl E-Class Elite. Category Insect Type Alien. Description: originally an E-Class Elite alien, it underwent rampaging evolution after absorbing the energy of the other 4 Scythe Owl cocoons, transforming into E-Class Elite. Its defensive power is terrifying, covered in steel-level armor, and cannot be harmed by weapons of the same or even higher grade. Though its legs are slender, their muscle activity is among the strongest of E-Class Elite aliens, boasting astonishing jumping ability and excellent maneuver. It possesses resilient wings capable of mid-low altitude flight, though its endurance is lacking, primarily used for auxiliary attacks and also for hunting. A natural hunter, it possesses immense aggression and combat talent, adhering to the highest honor of a hunter: either kill the target or be killed by the target. Thus, once it sets its sights on a target, it will force a death match, relentlessly pursuing until either the target is dead or it is killed. Even if the prey is intercepted by other aliens along the way, it will turn its deathmatch target into a hunter for the intercepted prey, regardless of the level disparity, even crossing dimensions. Attack methods: the razor wheel dance, a blindingly swift slash with razor-sharp forelimbs capable of cleaving through steel; the razor dive, a vertical aerial assault launched from midair using membranous wings; the high-concentration acid cannon, an acidic barrage expelled from a gaping fissure across its abdomen, potent enough to corrode refined steel; and the Scythe Blade Pulse, a mutated ability acquired through berserker evolution, channeling corrupted energy stored within its body into a devastating concussive discharge. Traits: the Hunter's Instinct, Kill Harvest, enabling it to grow stronger and fiercer with every passing moment of combat, and the Soul of Unyielding Combat, granting it the capacity to persist in battle for days, even after decapitation, as long as true death has not yet claimed it. Weakness: the Heart, the core organ formed upon larval metamorphosis into the Scythe Owl. Destroying this cardiac tissue ensures immediate termination. Yet unlike the larva, the scythe owl's chest is shielded by the densest chitinous plating on its entire body, and lies perilously close to its lethal scythe, allowing instantaneous defensive parries. Striking that precise location demands flawless timing. Only during its own offensive lunge can the chest be exposed and targeted. Lu Ming scanned the formidable data panel in an instant, then refocused his gaze upward, toward the airborne chrysalis. The mutated scythe owl was still laboriously emerging from its cocoon, utterly indifferent to him, a mere novice hunter. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, he activated both his awakened power and strength multiplication technique simultaneously. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. Azure energy erupted from his brow, surging along meridians to flood every limb and sinew. Crimson energy burst forth from his heart, permeating his viscera and radiating outward across his entire frame. Explosive strength swelled exponentially. Lu Ming raised his blade and launched himself skyward, cleaving downward with the force of a collapsing mountain. Tree-eye. The broad razor-edged greatsword, empowered by 10,000 gene of force, slammed into the scythe owl's scythe. Its previously unyielding blade shattered like parchment, splintered in a single stroke, and pierced deep into its resilient carapace. Splatter. Emerald ichor gushed forth, mingling with entrails as half its torso crashed onto the ground, its sheer mass kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. The severed half-body inside the chrysalis strained one last time, its dying will manifesting as a desperate counterattack. Lu Ming seized the broken scythe blade in his fist and delivered a second pristine slash, severing head, shoulders, and forelimbs in one fluid motion. Its compound eyes, wide with shock, dimmed rapidly as its vitality bled away. Perhaps even in death it never grasped the truth. Though born a mutated elite aberration, it had scarcely glimpsed this world before being felled, not by overwhelming force, but by two precise, merciless strikes from a human warrior who struck without warning while it remained helplessly entombed in its chrysalis, unable even to evade. Lu Ming landed heavily on the ground with a thunderous impact. Before him lay the severed, venomous head, yet his expression betrayed no emotion whatsoever. No grand stance. No roaring declaration of technique. Please, this is war, a life-or-death struggle between survivors and aberrant beasts. Why hone skill and amplify strength? For spectacle? No, solely to annihilate the enemy. The swiftest, most efficient method, with minimal cost, is always the optimal one. The moment he observed the scythe owl's relentless pursuit trait, hunting prey unto death, he knew retreat was impossible. With no path left but confrontation, he committed every ounce of power at his command, and seized the single perfect opening to deliver a killing blow. Who would stand patiently waiting for you to crawl out of your chrysalis and assume a formal stance? Did you mistake this for a tournament match? Thud. He flung the scythe owl's corpse onto the earth. Its full form now lay revealed, resembling Earth's mantis in skeletal structure, yet diverging profoundly in anatomy and purpose. Nearly 2.5 meters in length, its exoskeleton gleamed obsidian green, veined with dark crimson glyphs. Every joint bristled with serrated spines, its scythe-like forelimbs retained their lethal luster even in death. Monstrous instruments forged solely for slaughter. Still, one must acknowledge, combining awakened power with strength multiplication technique yields terrifying results. Strength alone surged eightfold in an instant. Against a light's plus, he felt invincible, perhaps even capable of prevailing over aberrations a full tier higher. Crucially, both awakened power and strength multiplication technique are foundational arts ripe for ultimate sublimation. Even more auspiciously, the sublimation crystals for strength multiplication technique and the sublimation cost for awakened power were both fully replenished. Should he choose, he could elevate both techniques to transcendent forms immediately. Yet he refrained. Hard-won experience taught him that decisions made in heightened emotional states often yield swift regret. Thus he resolved to pause, to let reason settle, to weigh every variable meticulously before committing to action. Nightfall approached. Time for now was abundant. His eyes blazed with sharp intensity as he raised a hand toward the mutated scythe owl's corpse and whispered softly, "Greed." Decomposition successful. Mutated scythe owl corpse yielded 30 specialized crystals, 4 scythe owl blades, 10 scythe owl carapaces, and 200 milliliters of mutated aberrant blood. Decomposition successful. 12 scythe owl larval corpses yielded 24 specialized crystals and 24 units of high-purity aberrant protein. Alert. Inventory space exhausted. Item retrieval suspended. Upgrade inventory capacity to expand storage. Earlier when the inventory alert warned of only 3 remaining slots, he'd dismissed it. Now expansion had become unavoidable. Fortunately, his resources were formidable. Contributions from larvae on factory levels 2 and 3 had amassed a staggering 3750 specialized crystals, and 4 unopened chrysalises still clung to the ceiling. He opened his inventory interface and tapped upgrade capacity. Alert. Inventory upgrade requires 80 specialized crystals. Upon completion, storage volume doubles. Proceed with upgrade. Confirm. His inventory expanded instantly. Capacity doubled. Alert. Inventory upgrade complete. Current capacity 4080. Next upgrade requires 160 specialized crystals. You get what you pay for. The crystal cost doubled accordingly. Yet, just as one might impulsively purchase a 100 credit skin, adding a chicken leg to lunch demands careful calculation. For sublimating Tier's weapons or techniques, he'd spend thousands without hesitation, but for mere storage capacity, 160 crystals felt excessive. Sufficient utility suffices. With inventory constraints lifted, his next priority was the long-awaited Tier 3 supply crate, and those 4 chrysalises clinging to the ceiling could not be overlooked. Greed. Decomposition successful. Withered Scythe Owl Chrysalis yielded 10 specialized crystals and 2 units of high-concentration aberrant adipose essence. Decomposition successful. Withered Scythe Owl Chrysalis yielded 10 specialized crystals and 2 units of high-concentration aberrant adipose essence. Decomposition successful. Withered Scythe Owl Chrysalis. After clearing the chrysalises, encasing the crate, a vile food supply box pulsed with raw energy, suspended from the ceiling. Lu Ming vaulted upwards, seized the crate, and felt its substantial weight. Then activated his Truth I Tier 3 supply crate unique item. Category container. Description contains 1 brank bondable aberrant hatchling egg. Aberrant hatchling egg. Brank. Bondable. This is a companion. No, holy, open it now. Lu Ming reached for the violet activation button, his finger pressing halfway down, when a sudden wild thought surged forth. Wait, this supply crate is an object. And objects fall under the domain of things. So, could it too undergo ultimate sublimation? Could it evolve ascend? With this thought, Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the 3rd tier supply crate, and silently intoned ultimate ascension. A prompt appeared. Please select the ascension tier, 2nd tier, or 1st tier. At this prompt, Lu Ming felt both elation and regret. What elated him was that from now on, no matter what tier of supply crate he obtained, he could elevate it by 1 or 2 levels, thereby acquiring far more exquisite treasures. What he regretted was that when he encountered the supply crate in the clothing store, he had been too excited and utterly forgotten to use the ascension technique, squandering a perfectly good second tier. A prompt appeared. Ascending the 3rd tier supply crate requires 3500 specialized crystals. Are you sure you want to consume 3500 specialized crystals to elevate this 3rd tier supply crate to a 5th tier supply crate? Confirm or cancel. Holy tortoise. 3500 crystals. Did this system have some kind of inventory detection? Was this program spying on him from some dark, damp corner? He knew that even with the 4 insect pupae he had just gathered, he only had 3710 specialized crystals. If the Ascension demanded 3500, just like that, wouldn't he be right back where he started? Staring at the confirm and cancel options, Lu Ming a Libra through and through found himself torn. If his crystals were simply insufficient, he wouldn't have to agonize so, but it had to be right at that precise threshold, leaving him utterly stuck. If he ascended, he would be left destitute, and he had no idea if the crate's contents would change. If they did, it might give him something top tier in quality but utterly impractical, like a deluxe ultimate edition of a nanny's expertise. If he didn't ascend, he would be filled with regret. What if the 5th tier crate yielded something both supremely luxurious and powerful? Wouldn't that be a crying shame? Hesitating, pondering, pacing back and forth while stroking his chin, Lu Ming gazed into the distance at the setting sun and was struck with a sudden realization. Night was approaching. In his tangled thoughts, he had almost wasted precious time. He glanced at the time display. It was already 5:34. In just 26 minutes, the line between day and night would be drawn. Maybe I should take it back. Unable to figure it out here, he decided to bring it home and plan slowly. Thinking it, he did it. Lu Ming willed the crate to be stored. A prompt appeared. This item cannot be stored. What? It can't be stored? Then I'll just carry it back. Hoisting the crate, Lu Ming sprinted for the stairwell. But a frustrating issue arose again the moment he stepped out of the 3rd floor workshop area. The crate in his hands disintegrated and vanished. Startled, he instinctively turned his head and was stunned to see the crate had returned to its place on the ceiling. Good grief, so it can only be processed right here. Taking the crate down again, Lu Ming was at a loss. Finally, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and thought to hell with it. A single bet can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He refused to believe that with his changed fortune his luck could be that bad. He decided to gamble. Ultimate Ascension. A prompt appeared. Please select the Ascension tier. 2nd tier. Another prompt appeared. Ascending. Confirm. The purple supply crate disassembled and reassembled in Lu Ming's hands, emerging this time as a gleaming gold. Oh, a golden legend. A prompt appeared. 3rd tier supply crate successfully ascended to 5th tier supply crate. Identify. The Eye of Truth activated, and an information window for the 5th tier crate popped up. 5th tier supply crate, special item category container. Description contains 1 scrayed mutated juvenile egg. It worked. So after ascension, the crate's contents don't change, only the item's grade is elevated. From grade to scrayed purple to gold, an undoubted massive profit. He pressed firmly on the crate's golden button, and pressurized air sprayed out from all sides. The lid contracted and folded, and the inner core rose slowly, presenting as if surrounded by a host of stars, a fist-sized, downy, snow-white egg tinged with pink. Gazing at that pinkish-white mutated juvenile egg, a strange sharp light blazed in Lu Ming's eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be a mutated juvenile? He had imagined it would be like the scythe owl pupa, black, purple, and disgustingly ugly. He never thought it would be this beautiful. Taking the juvenile egg in hand, the feel was truly top-notch, soft, springy, and with a peculiar fragrant scent. Lost in the sensation, Lu Ming's whole body stiffened. He instinctively glanced around, then suddenly remembered this was the apocalypse. No one cared about his actions. So he rubbed the egg against his cheek. It cost 3500 specialized crystals after all. He had to savor it. Oh, but he couldn't overdo it. If he played with it to death, who would compensate him? The sunlight outside suddenly dimmed, snapping Lu Ming out of his joy. He checked the time display again. There were only 10 minutes left until nightfall. Going back was probably out of the question, and there was no need. The dormitory building opposite was perfect. He could just move in. The juvenile egg was a living thing, and couldn't be stored in his spatial pack. Lu Ming didn't mind. He tucked the egg into his pocket, dashed to the window, and leaped from the 3rd floor. From a height of over 10 meters, his feet didn't even feel numb. He vaulted over the factory compound, jumped into the 2nd floor of the employee dormitory, scooped up the 27 compound bows lying on the ground, and climbed through a window into a 4th floor dormitory room. He only knew that mutated creatures were active at night, and that high-level ones came out to hunt. But whether they would simply pass by on the ground or stop to perch on rooftops was still unknown. So he deliberately chose a room in the middle of the floor, neither too high nor too low. Closing the window, he consumed 20 specialized crystals to upgrade the windows, doors, walls, curtains, and other basic infrastructure. When it came to life-protecting measures, he was always generous. Now the window was upgraded to bulletproof, soundproof glass. The rotating components were elevated to an excellent grade, the walls were as sturdy as a fortress, the door was explosion-proof, and the curtains were made of perfectly sealed nano-light-absorbing material. Once drawn, even if he turned on a high beam inside, not a single ray of light would escape. Calming his mind, he looked at the bed. The sheets and bedding were disgustingly dirty. After a moment's thought, he decided that a man might be poor, but he couldn't be poor in his living conditions. Life in the apocalypse was already harsh enough. He absolutely couldn't cut corners on the major affairs of life, like sleeping and eating. So Lu Ming spent another 3 specialized crystals to upgrade the bed, bedding, and sheets. Instantly, a set of luxurious, tasteful, high-end, and classy bedding was complete. Gazing at the soft, exquisite, Halfram-dominating set of Richmond's essentials, Lu Ming sat down on it. The comfortable sensation felt as if it were drawing his soul in. Once he was up, it would be hard to resist lying down for a while. Forget it, let's check the egg's information first. Placing the fist-sized mutated juvenile egg before him, Lu Ming whispered, "Identify." An information panel unfurled with a swoosh. Spider Empress, Scrade royalty, category insect royalty. Description: upon hatching it will give birth to a royal-grade mutated creature with all Scrade attributes. Talent: strength, speed, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. The Spider Empress. Hatching and bonding conditions: high purity mutant protein, 1000 mastery of basic childcare expertise, close contact incubation for 3 hours, and the egg must see the incubator as the first being upon hatching. Current status: incubation, not yet started. What the hell? Incubation requires 3 hours of close contact, not to mention. It's an egg, so that's perfectly reasonable. Requiring the hatchling to see the incubator first for bonding is even more reasonable than blood recognition, completely flawless. But isn't this basic childcare proficiency going too far? He had already read that book. So the childcare experience for human infants is entirely interchangeable with that for alien species. Why not just demand breastfeeding? Lu Ming felt a torrent of grievances with nowhere to vent. Fortunately, the Spider Empress egg was truly adorable. Cute as justice, everything else could be ignored. The key point was that she was half-humanoid. Did you understand the value of half-humanoid? Ahem, mustn't be lecherous, must be normal, gentlemanly, and proper. And he met all the incubation conditions, especially that basic childcare proficiency. He had despised it when he first obtained it, but now he was so grateful. Come on, let's incubate. With a thought, a program prompt immediately appeared. Prompt detected that the egg's mother has incubation intent and meets the conditions. Do you wish to release the egg's surface thermal protective layer? After release, incubation must begin immediately, requiring 3 hours of close contact. Once separated from the mother, the egg will enter a hypothermic state and will die within 30 minutes. Confirm, cancel. Seeing the word die, Lu Ming's high spirits suddenly cooled. It seemed that in any world, nurturing new life was an extremely serious matter, not to be taken lightly. Just as he was about to confirm, Lu Ming paused. Cancel. The prompt vanished. Gazing at the Spider Empress egg, he tentatively said, Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension rank. It actually worked. He had thought that after ascending the supply crate, the items inside would also be considered as already ascended. Unexpectedly, the supply crate and its contents were independent entities. Second rank. Prompt: ascending Scrade Spider Empress egg requires 30 million specialized crystals. You have 1 universal deduction voucher. Are you sure you want to use it to raise the Scrade Spider Empress egg by 2 ranks? Confirm. Consume 1 universal deduction voucher. Confirm. Consume 30 million specialized crystals. Cancel. Silently staring at the information prompt, then at the egg's info panel, Lu Ming quietly pulled out the universal deduction voucher. It wasn't that he was abandoning the awakening power for novelty, nor was it for the Spider Empress. It was simply because of one word: expensive. 30 million crystals. Well, okay, that was an excuse. It was all for the Spider Empress. And Scrade was already half-humanoid. Raising it 2 more ranks to get a humanoid form wasn't too much to ask, was it? Absolutely not too much, right? You agree too. So what are you waiting for? A real man must conquer the Empress. Confirm. Whoosh. The universal deduction voucher disintegrated. The golden Spider Empress egg scattered and restructured. When it reappeared, a massive egg about 60 centimeters in diameter lay before Lu Ming. It was pure white with brilliant shimmering light flowing across its shell. Something with such a special effect couldn't be ordinary, even a dog wouldn't believe. Identify. The Eye of Truth activated, and the egg's information clearly appeared. Primordial spider, egg. Category. Description. Seeing the information filled with question marks, Lu Ming felt no great joy, but rather a hint of dejection. Not being able to see the rank was one thing, and tolerating the incomplete information was another, but what was the meaning of the name change? Where was the Empress and Spider Empress? Where had his aloof and domineering Empress gone? Primordial spider, he knew the word primordial had immense prestige, but blurring the gender was putting the cart before the horse, wasn't it? Holding the massive egg, Lu Ming's heart bled. He could only hold back tears and read the incubation conditions. Hatching and bonding conditions: 5,000 high-purity alien protein, mastery of advanced childcare proficiency, 12 hours of close contact incubation, and the hatchling must see the incubator first upon hatching. Current status: incubation, not started. The incubation time had quadrupled, and the required high-purity alien protein had increased 5-fold. Glancing at his spatial bag, the count was 5,748, barely enough. The childcare proficiency needed to be advanced, but he only had basic and needed to raise it 2 ranks. Eyeing his deposit of 190 specialized crystals, Lu Ming felt a bit uncertain. It should be enough, right? Ascending from a rank to crank couldn't cost much. Opening his information panel, he locked onto basic childcare proficiency and selected second rank ascension. Prompt: ascending rank, basic childcare proficiency requires 50 specialized crystals. Nice. Isn't this perfect? Confirm. He consumed 50 specialized crystals to elevate basic childcare proficiency to advanced. Lu Ming once again had the urge to incubate. Prompt detected that the egg's mother has incubation intent and meets the conditions. Do you wish to release the egg's surface thermal protective layer? After release, incubation must begin immediately, requiring 12 hours of close contact. Once separated from the mother, the egg will enter a hypothermic state and will die within 10 minutes. What the heck, didn't you evolve? How come your rank increased, but your constitution weakened? At strength it could last half an hour away from the mother, now it's only 10 minutes. Are you even capable? He stroked the eggshell's surface. Though it looked smooth and seamless, it felt fuzzy to the touch, somewhat magical. Oh well, it seems the proxy nanny will have to protect you. Confirm. Prompt: the egg's thermal protection has been released. 5,000 high-purity alien protein has been injected. Incubation phase has begun. Current progress 0. Incubation had started, meaning no more free movement. Going to the restroom. I'm not good, I feel the urge to pee. It's true that if you don't think about it you can hold it all night, but the moment the thought strikes it's unbearable. Gotta go quickly. A minute later, Lu Ming emerged from the restroom with a look of relief, dismissed the program's warning prompt, and sat back on the bed. He picked up the massive egg, covered it with a blanket, gently caressed the shell, and whispered softly, kid, for your sake, I skipped my planned dinner, and won't even sleep, all to protect you. With this love I have for you, you'll have to treat me well in the future. If you hatch as a male, well, be master and servant. In the master, you're the servant. Grow up quickly and serve your master well. I won't treat you poorly. If you hatch as a female, we'll each have our own terms. You call me master, and he'll call you wife. You'll have all the good food and drink you want. That's our agreement. He'll count to 3. If you don't answer, he'll take it as your silent consent. 3, 2, 1. Good, the contract is established. As he spoke, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, mocking his own childishness. It was just an egg, what could it understand? Better to check the world channel and pass the time. By tomorrow morning, he would no longer be alone in his survival journey. Thinking about it, he was quite looking. Little did he know, while Lu Ming was focused on the world channel, the egg under the blanket flickered almost imperceptibly. Inside the egg, a pair of eyes slowly opened, revealing ruby-like irises. But its power was too weak. Its eyelids had only lifted halfway before closing again. Its delicate pink lips moved slightly, murmuring an incredibly childish Chinese contract established. The world channel remained as it always was, an international arena of eloquent profanity, as if the environment had become set in stone. Switching to the national channel brought an instant refresh. Oh, what was once a place brimming with negative venting was now filled with normal conversation. Clicking to lock the message feed, Lu Ming began scrolling through the history manually. Foodie, for those who haven't yet taken their first step, let me offer some encouragement. The initial aberrations you encounter might be grotesque, bizarre, terrifying, and hideous in appearance, while possessing strength, speed, armor, and vitality far beyond ordinary humans. These things may make you afraid, terrified, and unwilling to face them. But anyone who has made a kill knows they are of low intelligence, brainless, and incapable of using tactics. As long as we can figure out their attack patterns and fatal weaknesses, and have a bit of physical fitness along with a suitable tool, anyone can make a kill solo. For those without a physical foundation or specific tools, you can also form groups, using numerical superiority to overwhelm them. If that fails, use your wits, climb to high ground, and drop heavy objects. No matter what, first accumulate 10 special crystals for yourself or a trusted team leader to raise your specialization level to that of a mid-level soldier. It will greatly enhance your physical attributes, narrowing the gap with aberrant creatures. Once you and your team have all reached the mid-level soldier rank, your efficiency and margin of error in killing aberrations will skyrocket. This allows for rapid resource accumulation, making survival a non-issue. Becoming stronger is the next goal. You need to quickly amass the specialization crystals needed to advance to high-level soldiers. When everyone reaches that level, the current aberrations will no longer be able to hinder your path to survival. So muster your courage, pick up your weapons, and fight for your right to survive. Lu Sanlong brother Fu Di is right. Not only must we bravely take that first step, but we must also quickly gather people to capture a zone and build a human safe haven. Using this sanctuary as a base, we can advance systematically in all directions, eventually taking over the entire region and establishing a human survivor camp to bring everything back on track. Our region is currently executing this strategy. Living in cowardice is no long-term solution, and slaughtering your own kind is sheer stupidity. I hope all regions will plan accordingly. Chen-Lin, easy to say. Build a base. What about food? What about supplies? Rely on scavenging. Rationing. How long can that last? If the resources in this damned place were never enough for everyone to survive from the start, then in the end only you strong ones will live. What will happen to us, the ones you gather? Will we be stratified into classes? Exploited? Belittled? Then abandoned? Or even secretly eliminated? Who can guarantee us anything? Without laws, without order, what good are verbal promises? Lu, what are you saying? What do you mean, you strong ones? Aside from Blue Star soldiers and a handful of civilian elites, how many people across the whole of China, or even Blue Star, have an initial rank higher than mid-level soldier? Don't project your own cowardice onto the brave warriors who risk their lives, and don't spread such grand conspiracy theories. Gathering is voluntary. If you want to join, you join. If not, stay on your own. Why spread fear? Lu Sanlong, yeah, stop. Let me clarify, gathering people is entirely voluntary. Those interested in this region can message me privately, and we'll go to various places for rescue. Those not interested can also message us their location, and we'll distribute supplies sufficient for 3 days. As for treatment in the group, it will be based on merit, with special talents receiving better conditions. It's harsh, but it's fair. Otherwise, if everyone gets the same treatment, who would be willing to contribute their knowledge and strength? We will also accept the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Their treatment won't be great, but basic food and warmth can be guaranteed. Others without special skills will naturally have to take the warrior path. We will implement a system where the experienced guide the new and the strong lead the team, continuously improving everyone's capabilities. Able-bodied young people who just want to coast along should know their place. We can't afford to support idlers. As for supplies, at 1336, someone on the World Channel revealed that a person from the Windmill Country obtained a local agricultural product from a supply crate that can be planted, special grass luo seeds. Specific details weren't disclosed, and no one knows what it looks like. But one thing is certain, this world might have cultivable crops. If that's the case, as long as we solve the water problem, the apocalypse isn't all despair. There's still a glimmer of life. Tian Yanan, and you believe that? That rumor has spread in our region too, but there's no evidence to prove it's true. How can you take a boastful claim seriously? Lu Sanlong, you're right, there's no proof. But having hope is better than having none. Besides, it's easy to verify. Just wait a few weeks or months, and see if such items appear for sale on the trading post. If they do, and in large quantities, the news is probably true. Sun Yang, no one would sell it, would they? Who would expose such a resource in the apocalypse? If they get targeted, how could they have any peace? Besides, if the fruit itself is the seed, wouldn't selling it be giving away the seeds? Lu Sanlong, targeted. By whom? The trading post is anonymous. You don't know who the other party is, or which region they're in. The outside is full of unknown dangers. Without spending time exploring the map and learning about the aberrations in other areas, who would dare attack another region? Without peak soldier level skill, who would dare? Also, the idea that the fruit is the seed isn't impossible, but the chances are extremely slim. According to this world's rules, special things are always quite logical. If the fruit were the seed, the plant wouldn't be called grass luo seeds, it would just be called grass luo, with a note indicating it can be used as seeds for planting. Furthermore, you say no one would sell it. Do you really find that credible? If this item appears, it will monopolize the market, and it's a necessity. Keeping it all for personal use is a criminal waste of potential. Trading it for other resources is where its true value lies. Perhaps it's not suitable for sale in the early stages, but once scavenged supplies in a region can't meet demand, this item becomes a lifesaver and a huge business opportunity. Do you think a qualified regional manager would let that slip by? Chen-Lin, how do you know it's a regional manager? Couldn't it be a private individual? They could grow it themselves and sell it themselves. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Sanlong, then guess who leaked the news? And why did they leak it? But discussing this now is just idle talk. After all, for these topics to hold any weight, we'd need to prove that the person's leaked information is true, wouldn't we? At this sight, Lu Ming fell into a contemplative silence. The world, especially Huaxiao, had never lacked brilliant minds. Those who held sway over a region possessed not only power, but also exceptional wisdom. Lu Sanlong, Fu Di, and Chun Hai were all such individuals. They embodied both a spirit of selfless dedication and a desire for personal gain. These words could have been exchanged in private or within their own region. There was absolutely no need to dissect them in the national channel, let alone explain them to trolls and negative element. Yet Lu Sanlong chose to do so. Was it purely out of a desire to care for and protect others? Lu Ming was rather selfish, so he wasn't inclined to think the best of people. He believed that within this lengthy chat, Lu Sanlong had mixed in a selfish desire to showcase his own wisdom and personal charisma. Beyond boosting his own fame to gain a voice in the apocalypse, there was likely also an aim to solidify his standing within his region, ensuring more members would respond to his strategy. Look how formidable our big shot is, leaving everyone in the national channel speechless with his logical arguments. Follow the big shot. That was probably the general sentiment. Of course Lu Ming wouldn't mock this. It was a good thing. The more united humanity was, the faster they would develop, and the greater the benefits this bug could reap. Who doesn't like wealthy clients? However, this long exchange wasn't meaningless. At the very least, he learned about the thoughts and directions of most regions, and most importantly about a cultivable food source that had been found in supply crates. True or not, as long as there was nothing to lose, believing it once wouldn't hurt. Scrolling down revealed the crowd's admiration and respect, swayed by Lu Sanlong's charisma along with Lu Sanlong's own emotionally intelligent responses. Seeing nothing more of interest, he quickly scrolled past. Just as Lu Ming reached the very bottom of the chat bar where the newest message was, a particular piece of information caught his attention. Guchang, a heads up folks. Our zones might be full of our own countrymen, but neighboring zones could be people from other nations. Just now a group of Southern Han scum invaded our zone. They started by pretending to be pitiful and asking for help. When we were about to sternly refuse, those bastards suddenly turned hostile, attacked several of our people, and looted their spatial bags. One of them is very high level, not like an advanced soldier. He's the one who killed most of our people. Several dozen have already fallen, including some advanced soldier big shots. They were hunting us earlier, but now that night is falling, they've gone into hiding. So everyone, if you encounter people from other nations, don't let your guard down, don't trust them, just attack. Lu Ling, no way, I thought all the surrounding zones were our own people. How are there other countries? And attacking other zones at a time like this, isn't it a bit strange? Fu Di, they probably came over the border from the wilderness. An advanced soldier definitely wouldn't dare, it must be led by a limit war king. Guchangha, I think so too, it's a limit war king. His overall strength is clearly greater than the strong fighters in our street. He's likely a Southern Han powerhouse or someone from a special profession. He's ruthless, extremely strong, and his leaps seem to exceed 4 meters. Lu Sanlong, that's it. I didn't expect this situation. Do you know which zone you're in? Guchangha, I don't know the zone name, but I'm on Jiahua Heavenly Street, a commercial district. Fu Di, this is troublesome. We can barely figure out the name of our own zone, and most of it is still unexplored and sealed off. We really can't directly intervene to help. But your warning is very timely, brother. Otherwise would have no idea there are people from other countries in neighboring zones. Listen, brother Changha, they'll trade you some supplies. First, find a hidden place to lie low. In a few days, when we've thoroughly figured out the locations, well, see if there's a way to rescue you. Trade with me. Lu Sanlong, he'll contribute some resources too. The warning was indeed timely. Take good care of the people on your street. If you don't have a chance to fight back, try to avoid them. Once we've stabilized our own zones, we can start sending aid to other areas. Then not a single one of those Southern Han scum will be spared. Wu Ming, that's so nice. And being chased by people from other countries too. Brother Fu Di, brother Sanlong, could you give me some supplies too? Hehe. Guchangha, what do you mean by that? Being sarcastic. Do you think I'm lying? Wu Ming, hehe. Guchangha, video file. Video file. Video file. He posted 3 video files in quick succession, and the chat fell into a momentary silence. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he clicked on them. It was indeed footage of the attack. Although he could understand what those people were saying, their speech had the intonation of the Southern Han language, especially when they were feigning pitiful pleas, complete with the classic Sumnada. A praise. Locking onto the most outstanding individual among them, Lu Ming used his eye of truth. Information flashed instantly. Park Dongwook, 26 years old, from Seoul's Southern Han, scion of a Chaebol limit war king. Guchangha hadn't been wrong. It was indeed a limit war king. Guchangha, anything else to say? Wu Ming, I never said you were lying. You're the one twisting my words. Go check the chat history and see if I ever used the word lying. Fu Di, alright, isn't this boring? Our countrymen are being killed and you two are arguing over this. Aren't you afraid of making us a laughingstock? Trade with me, Changha. This isn't over. I swear if I ever run into those Southern Han people, I'll kill every single one I see. Lu Sanlong, indeed. Let's not create internal conflict among ourselves. Speak up if you're in trouble. There's no need for sarcasm. If you're really struggling, send a video to prove it. I won't ignore you if I can help. I'm going to have a meeting with my brothers now. Guchangha, thank you brother D, thank you brother Long, and thank you to everyone who traded me supplies. I will distribute them to the others in my zone. Thank you. At this point, Lu Ming exited the world channel and switched back to the regional board. Without scrolling up, he saw that the current topic of conversation was fixed on the invasion by people from other nations. Jinshi, an invasion by the Southern Han, how scary. Could our neighbors be from their country too? Fongpeng, not sure, but with Uncle Chun around, there's nothing to fear. Shunhai, tomorrow morning, I will lead the main force from Chongping Street to begin search and rescue operations in the surrounding area. I hope everyone will cooperate fully and gather together. As our countrymen said, only by uniting can we handle any unforeseen event. Fongpeng, of course we support Uncle Chun. Before you arrive, he'll gather the people near Mengzi Street first, and well follow you directly. Bao Jingxing, haha, is this the same young man who was arguing with brother Chen Hai from the start? You're like a different person. Fongpeng, Uncle Bao, please stop teasing me. At least I'm now a mid-level soldier who can solo a Scythal larva. Give me some face, don't bring up that dark history. A wave of laughter followed below. Lu Ming chuckled along with them, seeing from their words the harmonious development within the region. And since Fong Peng could solo a scythe owl larva, it seemed Shunhai had figured out how to identify the larval core and had shared this knowledge. Muttering the names Chongping Street and Mengzi Street, Lu Ming took out his regional map. Locating the Jintian district, he found the positions of the two streets. If the entire Jintian district was viewed as a whole, his own location, the Kongbao Shoe factory, was in the eastern suburbs. Shunhai's Chongping Street was in the western suburbs with the central point separating them. Mengzi Street was closer to the western suburbs, not far from Chongping Street, making it easy to gather forces. The northern suburbs bordered the Xinhui district while the neighbor of the southern suburbs was still unknown. If an invasion were to occur, these two zones would be the most predictable. Jiahua Heavenly Street. Lu Ming tried entering this name into the map's search bar. Instantly the map zoomed in, fully revealing Pinga District, the northernmost area of the three districts. A coordinate landed precisely on the border between Pinga District's southern suburbs and Xinhui District's northern suburbs. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes turned grim. So the invaded Jiahua Heavenly Street was a street in Pinga District, and the invading Southern Han people were transferers from Xinhui District. With this realization, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the northern suburbs of Jintian District bordering the southern suburbs of Xinhui District. Assuming this invasion wasn't a personal act by the scum, but a regional operation organized by Xinhui District, then Jintian District, which also bordered Xinhui, would likely face the same treatment. Scrolling the map to the northern suburbs of Jintian District, a conspicuous purple cursor was clearly visible. It marked the location of another Tier 3 supply crate. Excellent. He would head to Jinshan's northern suburbs tomorrow. It definitely wasn't for avenging his countrymen or upholding justice. A selfish commoner like him couldn't rise to such heights. He was simply going to claim the supply crate that belonged to him. However, if he happened to encounter some rat-faced scoundrels coveting the crate along the way, they couldn't blame him for being protective of his food and erasing them one by one. He definitely wasn't targeting anyone specifically. He was very fair, especially towards so-called foreign friends. A grin spreading across his face, Lu Ming put away the map and immersed himself once more in the regional board's chat, looking forward to tomorrow's actions with great anticipation. After scrolling through several more rounds of regional messages without finding any useful information, Lu Ming directly closed the chat channel. Bored and unable to sleep, he opened his space inventory again to start checking the items in his bag. Among the consumable items he currently held, there were 140 special crystallization cores, 748 lumps of high-purity mutant protein, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drinks, some other drinking water, about a dozen boxes of instant noodles, and some cigarettes and alcohol. As for weapon resources, he had 1 broad-bladed heavy sword, 1 precision hand crossbow, 1 eagle-eye compound, about 27 compound bow blanks, and the arrows were mostly intact except for the 50 he had traded away. Overall basic survival was no issue, but the real difficulty lay in enhancing his own strength. A primary hunting warrior at full power could at most suppress an level elite or higher mutant. But within the entire mutant system of the apocalypse, that was barely past the tutorial stage. Beyond that lay the terrifying existences of D-level, Clevel, Blevel, A-level, and S-level mutants. If each level followed the distribution of sickle owl larva, sickle owl, mutated sickle owl, and royalty, that would be a full 24 tiers at least, and if further subdivisions were included, it wouldn't be surprising to have 30 tiers or more. One could imagine the hardships that awaited him in the future. So he had to become stronger than everything else to seize the initiative in this unknown world. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming clicked on the mutated sickle owl relic in his inventory. He hadn't had time to check it earlier, but now he had the opportunity. Sickle owl blade, E-grade category, mutated mutant material description, the forearm of an E-grade elite mutated sickle owl possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to refined steel. Can be used as a crafting material for specialized biological weapons. Usage condition, intermediate forging proficiency. Specialized biological weapon. What was that? Lu Ming's interest was instantly piqued, and he clicked on specialized biological weapon to view the information. Specialized biological weapon category, specialized equipment description, a biological blade, crafted using Garant Star system technology, with mutated biological materials as raw materials. It can inherit the skills of the mutant creature in its lifetime. The number of inherited skills depends on the level of forging proficiency and the rarity of the mutant material. The higher the forging proficiency and the rarer the material, the more skills are inherited and the more powerful they become. Holy shit. Inheriting the skills of a mutated creature. How incredible was that? Compared to this, the steel-grade weapons in his hands were nothing but trash. Although the mutated sickle owl hadn't used a single skill from start to finish, Lu Ming still vividly remembered the names of the skills it possessed. Especially the scythe blade pulse gained through mutation, which didn't sound like a simple melee skill. It might be a ranged area shockwave, or something like a sword. If a weapon could come with such an AoE skill, even setting aside its actual effectiveness, the mere image of sword aura streaking across and energy erupting was enough to make one's blood boil. After all, which man from Blue Star could resist the ultimate coolness of a sword-light dance? Craft it. Craft the hell out of it. Wasn't it just high-level forging proficiency? Trade for it directly. Use sublimation skills to upgrade. The future belonged to biological weapons. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Lu Ming couldn't help hugging the egg and rubbing it vigorously. If he hadn't known there was a mutant inside, he might have even wanted to take. Reining in his smile, Lu Ming opened his 3 weapons and decided to sacrifice one to trade for the forging proficiency skill. Broad-bladed heavy sword, steel grade durability 14601-500. Precision hand crossbow, mithril grade durability 1848300. Eagle eye compound bow, mithril grade durability 2364300. After comparing them, he couldn't find a suitable one. The broad-bladed heavy sword was the lowest grade, yet it was his main weapon. The precision hand crossbow's role went without saying. It was the key to conquering the entire Kongbao shoe factory. The eagle eye compound bow's durability was depleting, quickly costing 2 points per larva killed, and it risked breaking, but it offered a safe output environment. Its ultra-long-range lethality coupled with the extra range from advanced marksmanship proficiency made it a solid weapon. After hesitating for a minute or two, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice the broad-bladed heavy sword. It wasn't about value. He simply felt the mithril weapons weren't ready to debut yet. At least until the emergence of steel-grade weapons, he would keep the mithril ones under wraps. Opening the trading hall, he listed the broad-bladed heavy sword, specifying a trade for forging proficiency. He also noted that if anyone had intermediate or higher proficiency, they could leave a message, and he would check it every half hour. If there was a trade interest, he could also exchange it for special crystallization cores, food supplies, or other weapons. But the moment the item was listed, the message board exploded. Apparently everyone was avoiding the night, idling in the haven and glued to the trading hall and chat. Anonymous, no need to guess, it's the big shot who listed 10 steel-grade items earlier. This time it looks like a used one. Maybe the big shot found it uncomfortable or ran out of space. But why is the big shot so fixated on proficiency skills? Those things have 0 killing power. Anonymous, the reason the big shot is a big shot is because they have insights others can't reach. Us mere mortals shouldn't speculate. Anonymous, big shot, have pity on me. I finally got a beginner tailoring proficiency and have been waiting for your weapons. Why did you suddenly specify forging proficiency this time? Anonymous, big shot, you're mighty and domineering. Can you list a few more like at noon with other exchange methods? We're dying to get our hands on steel-grade weapons. Anonymous, big shot. Below were all flattery, sycophancy, pretending to be newbies begging for handouts and requests to change the exchange method. Lu Ming wished he could, but his bag's special crystallization cores wouldn't allow it, or he wouldn't have reluctantly parted with his beloved heavy sword. With a soft sigh, Lu Ming closed the trading hall. It seemed that trying to buy something specific wouldn't get an instant reply. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly a message notification came from his friend list. Lu Ming expanded the info panel and saw a message from Chu Feng. Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. Friend, collecting proficiency books again. Lu Ming, anonymous, what, you have one? Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. No, I'm just curious. Why are you collecting so many proficiency skills? Planning to start a technical school. Lu Ming, anonymous, your sister. Can't I learn for fun? Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. Damn, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. Learning for fun is too much. Lu Ming, anonymous, if there's nothing, I'm off. Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. Wait, I didn't come to chat idly. Lu Ming, anonymous, spit it out. Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. I don't have proficiency skill books, but would you take this? Random skill book. Seeing the item tag, Lu Ming was stunned for 2 seconds. Lu Ming, anonymous, are you willing to sell this? It's a random skill book. Friend, private chat, Chu Feng. I never like random things, so I decided to exchange it for something practical. So are you taking it or not? Lu Ming's face remained expressionless as he replied, let's set aside whether I'm taking it. Tell me honestly, have you ever been through detox? Private chat, Chu Feng. Lu Ming, anon. How can you resist opening that? At least use the random roll. Private chat, Chu Feng. After years of being tormented by Penguin Games, I'm sick of random mechanics. Just tell me, are you buying or not? Penguin Games. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Name your price. Private chat, Chu Feng. I want rip you off. E to a rank, let's split the difference and treat it as a crank skill book, 8 fine steel weapons. The price seemed fair, likely researched, but Lu Ming held the leverage. 4. Chu Feng. Bro, come on, let me call you big brother. Don't do this to me. Having the price on site. This isn't a clothing sale, this thing is rare. My team got one member severely injured just to open that chest. 7 can't go lower. Lu Ming, anon. I sympathize with your team's loss, but it's irrelevant to the deal. This item relies on luck. If you're shifting the risk of a bad roll to me, I can't pay based on your perceived value. What if I end up with a rank proficiency I already know? I'd be taking a loss. How about this'll compromise at 5? Chu Feng, bro. Lu Ming, anon. That's my final offer. He'll even let you choose the weapon types. Any more, and the deal's off. For Lu Ming, 8 or 10 fine steel weapons were nothing. Just 200 special crystals. He wanted to convey a strong stance. He monopolized fine steel weapons now, and he hadn't even price gouged. After all, he hadn't initiated this trade. Chu Feng was silent for a long time, likely torn, and weighing his options before finally replying, deal. Lu Ming didn't waste time. What types do you need? Straight sword, saber, broadsword, longsword, greatsword, dagger. Chu Feng, 3 straight swords, 1 broadsword, 1 greatsword. Lu Ming, hold on. He opened the trading market, listed 5 bottles of drinking water, and instantly swapped them for 4 random knives and 1 fruit knife. He spent 100 special crystals to upgrade them to Chu Feng's requested styles, then initiated the trade. The trade window opened. Lu Ming placed the 5 fine steel weapons in the bar, while Chu Feng put up the color-covered random skill book. The trade completed instantly, and the skill book landed in Lu Ming's hands. He didn't rush to use it. Instead, he messaged Chu Feng. If you have more good stuff, feel free to contact. There was no reply for a while. Lu Ming wasn't annoyed. He figured Chu Feng was probably nursing a bit of pain. But in business, who doesn't seek profit? These fine steel weapons seemed easy for him to obtain, but without his bug-like sublimation skill, who else could produce them? Besides, 2 trades weren't enough to build a relationship. Still, Chu Feng's team was clearly capable. They could raid a vast gymnasium full of dangerous mutants and find supply crates. Such clients were worth cultivating. A charatanistic approach was best. Lu Ming anon. Fine, I'll give you priority notification for fine steel ranged weapons. Chu Feng, ranged weapons. Fine steel. Priority notification. What does that mean? Lu Ming smirked. This kid was probably young, easy to handle. Lu Ming anon. It means when I get those fine steel ranged weapons, I'll notify you first and list what I need. If you have it, we can trade. Chu Feng, wait. You mean you already have a source for fine steel ranged weapons? Holy crap. Is that for real? Lu Ming grinned, even more slyly. A source? The source was you. Why would I lie about that? Let's leave it here. I need to check on the baby. With that, Lu Ming pulled back the blanket. He thought he felt the egg in his arms move. Was it his imagination? Chu Feng, baby. You have a kid. Did they come with you? Lu Ming. Oh, maybe it's the wife. Chu Feng. Lu Ming, enough talk. I need to focus on leveling up my forging proficiency. Later. He closed the chat window and checked his listed broadswords, searching the message board for forging proficiency. He hoped for a surprise, but only found useless discussions about forging proficiency spanning thousands of replies, a waste of his time. Forget it. He might as well open the random skill book. Maybe luck would strike and grant him forging proficiency, solving the problem. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood frozen, utterly bewildered. What kind of outrageous nonsense was that? A baby could also be a wife. What the heck? The apocalypse might erode morals, but it's only been a day. What kind of person was this? Back to Lu Ming, he picked up the random skill book. Notice random skill book detected. Use now to obtain a random EA rank skill. He was about to select yes when he paused. The first random skill book had been a loss because he had forgotten about his sublimation skill in his excitement. Now with too much on his mind, he almost fell into the same trap. From now on, he must remember to sublimate everything, even at a high cost, to avoid wasting raw materials. No. He rejected the prompt and silently invoked ultimate sublimation. Notice select sublimation tier. Tier 2. Notice sublimating random skill book costs 200 special crystals. Confirm to sublimate random skill book into random skill book. Sublimating a random skill book into another random skill book. And only 200 special crystals. So cheap. Was something wrong? Lu Ming checked 3 times to be sure, then tapped the sublimated skill books label. The info panel appeared. Random skill book special item. Description used to obtain a CA rank skill. So that was it. The mystery cleared instantly. Sublimation didn't raise the upper limit, but the lower limit. Removing E and D ranks for 200 crystals was a steal. Yet this made Lu Ming realize how precious rank skills and items truly were. He flipped through the book and saw his pitiful stash of 40 special crystals. Well, he couldn't open the skill book now. Tossing it into his spatial bag, Lu Ming focused on incubating the egg, stroking its fuzzy shell and inhaling its fragrance. It felt like petting a cat, something he could do for a whole year. He glanced at the chat bar to check the time. It was currently 6:58 p.m. There were no unusual sounds coming from outside. That was only natural, as his windows and curtains were soundproof. However, when the clock struck 7:00 p.m., a chime that defied all soundproofing echoed from the heavens. In an instant, everything around him turned dim. Lu Ming's room had little light to begin with, relying solely on the fluorescent glow from the chat bar. If not for that faint light, he would have been unable to see his hand in front of his face. He hadn't yet figured out the power system, and he couldn't test if specialized crystals could replace electricity, though he wished he could turn on a light to endure the long night. Little did he know, the moment this thought surfaced, a rainbow light suddenly shone from under the blanket. The light then shifted, transforming into a soft white glow. Lu Ming lifted the blanket, stunned, his heart instantly filled with warmth. This little one, so thoughtful even before being born. How could he bear to make it do hard labor in the future? He pulled the blanket back over and held it tighter, as if this was the only way to express his feelings. Meanwhile, messages were flying across the chat bar. Lu Ming looked over and found chaos within. Luo Inshu, oh my god, did you all hear that? After the bell rang, it sounded like a beast tied outside. All kinds of strange howls, cries, and sounds of blades cutting and loud chewing. Kai-how, that's nothing. I can even hear the buzzing of wings and the sharp whoosh of things flying by. Something just landed on my roof. The sound was like metal grinding, absolutely piercing. Li Tong, something's ramming my shop door. I'm so scared. Oh, I feel like they're about to break in. Shanghai, everyone stay calm. It's probably just the nocturnal aberrants stirring. Those sounds aren't targeting you. They're likely from collisions as they pass by. The initial program voice warned us not to go out at night. As long as we don't show ourselves, don't make a sound, and don't get discovered, we won't be in lethal danger. So everyone keep your mouth shut, suppress your fear, and don't make a peep. Endure tonight, and everything will be better tomorrow. Fong Peng listened to Uncle Chun. I'm terrified too. Just now a terrifying aberrant left a huge gash on the door of our shelter. But it only left a scratch and didn't try to come in. So keeping a steady mindset is the most important thing. Bao Jingqing, trust yourselves. If you're really scared, find a corner, hide under the bed, or in a closet, and open the regional chat channel. With so many people here with you, nothing will happen. Right, open the regional chat channel. If you're scared, just chat. Hearing you guys say that, I don't feel as scared anymore, but come to think of it, it's been a long time since so many people chatted together. Exactly, who had the time before? Mortgages, car loans, living expenses. There wasn't even a moment to breathe, let alone socialize. Hey, what did you all do? I was an elementary school teacher supervising the kids during morning reading. The kids, what about the kids? Don't worry, brother Chin Hai, just tallied it up. Even though many people haven't joined, and the youngest in our district is 18 and the oldest is 60. By extension, the children and elderly probably weren't transferred, which is a blessing in disguise. That's a relief. Otherwise, in this cruel world, the kids wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. So right now, we should be worrying about ourselves. Hopefully we can all make it. My door got hit a few more times, so I don't know if it'll hold through the night. The chat covered a wide range of topics, but overall it was filled with positivity, which was a good thing. But was it really as terrifying outside as they said? Lu Ming turned his gaze to the window and activated his eye of truth. In an instant, hundreds of aberrant creature tags scattered in all directions. Scythe owl, scythe owl, scythe owl. As far as the eye could see, they were all mature scythe owl aberrants. No wonder the initial electronic prompt had stressed not to act rashly at night without strength to dominate the area. Who the hell would dare to act rashly? He could handle one scythe owl, but hundreds. He'd be the one getting handled. Violent Owl King. Just as Lu Ming was pulling back his gaze, an unfamiliar aberrant tag streaked across the sky at breakneck speed. Where it passed, scythe owl tags fell in droves, rapidly turning gray. Identify. Seizing the chance, Lu Ming intercepted the information. Violent Owl King, E-rank monarch, category insect monarch, race description, the absolute monarch of the Scythe Owl clan, 4 meters long and massive in size, possessing the strength to sweep through 100 elite aberrants. It has an extreme fondness for hunting and combat, making it one of the most aggressive beings in the insect race. During the day, it stays in its lair to guard the queen and produce larvae. At night, it patrols its territory, hunting other aberrants to provide energy for the queen. It has a violent and cruel temper. When in a bad or exceptionally good mood, it will destroy anything blocking its path, even skyscrapers. Currently, due to the influence of a special energy, it is temporarily unable to unleash its destructive force on buildings. Skills: Mithril Slash, using forelimbs comparable to Mithril Grade to cleave everything. Scythe Pierce, spreading its arms and spinning to impale. Giant Acid Compression Cannon, potent enough to corrode Mithril Grade armor and weapons and penetrate several buildings. And Cross Pulse, accumulating aberrant energy into its forelimbs for a fierce swing. Traits: possesses the hunter instinct, killing harvest, growing fiercer and stronger in battle. High-level regeneration, allowing it to recover quickly even if torn to pieces, as long as it isn't truly dead. And rancorous slaughter, unleashing a devastating strike even after death. Weakness: upon evolving to the monarch stage, the Scythe Owl's heart has aberrantly transformed into nuclei located in the head, chest, waist, and tail tip, all with Mithril Grade hardness. Destroying all 4 will achieve a kill. Seeing this, Lu Ming gasped in shock. He had thought the E-rank elite variant Scythe Owl was already invincible, but he never imagined an even more terrifying existence. Was this the kind of high-level aberrant that came out to hunt during the night? An E-rank monarch. Even a novice hunting warrior, even with their awakened power activated, probably wouldn't last a few seconds. He withdrew his gaze, the faint hope he had just felt sinking deep within him. If an E-rank monarch was already this absurd, what kind of monster would an S-rank monarch be? World-destroying. Overwhelming. Neither seemed like an exaggeration. He had thought himself a superhuman among humans, but compared to the aberrants, he was still nothing. That feeling was truly hard to bear. Become stronger. He had to become stronger. He couldn't be like others, complacent with small achievements. To go further, he had to move steadily forward without a single misstep. With this thought, Lu Ming closed the Violent Owl King's panel in the chat bar, then began using Ultimate Ascension to experiment with everything he could touch, including the height, weight, age, and gender on his own panel. He needed to understand the changes that occurred when every element was elevated to tap into his own potential. And so time passed minute by minute. Though the night was long, it was slowly devoured by time. At 6:00 a.m. the next morning, just as Lu Ming was about to succumb to drowsiness, a crack split open the primordial spider egg that had been incubating. Yet at that very moment, at the 8 cores of this planet, 8 figures simultaneously opened their eyes. After a second's hesitation, the 8 eyes of different colors and forms closed once more. Impossible. This world could not harbor a being with a stronger genetic bloodline than theirs. A hallucination. Returning to the periphery, Lu Ming practically leaped upon hearing the sound of an eggshell cracking. Yet fearing the egg might not have fully hatched and could succumb to chilling, he sat back down, cradling the egg, his gaze fixed on the tiny fissure as he awaited the crack. The eggshell continued to fracture, cobweb-like lines spreading horizontally along the initial crack. Within seconds, they had encircled the entire shell. Crackle, crackle. The eggshell trembled incessantly, tiny shards falling along the edges of the cracks. Finally, with a crisp snap, it split in 2, revealing a gap of about 3 centimeters. Through that gap, Lu Ming could clearly see strands of snow-white crystalline hair, faintly speckled with starlight. Undoubtedly, these were human features, suggesting at least a humanoid form. Even if it were a boy, such lustrous white hair would surely be beautiful. At that moment, the eggshell began to rotate. From the exposed gap, a distinct motion of turning its head was visible, first to the left then to the right, leaving Lu Ming deeply puzzled. Was it looking for something? But wasn't he right in front of it? Why not first take a look at its handsome master? Was its view blocked by hair? Just as he was about to brush the strands aside, the egg suddenly wobbled. The raised shell slowly turned half a circle, and the next second a pair of deep jade-like crystal-clear crimson eyes met Lu Ming's gaze. Good heavens, so it had been facing away from him all along. Gazing into those eyes, Lu Ming found himself entranced. They held a hint of languor, a trace of tranquility, and a spark of curiosity. As Lu Ming's face reflected in those crimson pupils, the languor faded, replaced by a gentle, natural familiarity, as if they were old friends or longtime partners. A soft, low, lazy hum sounded from within the eggshell. Then it leaned forward, tipping over egg and all. The shell it wore like a hat rolled away, revealing a head of fluffy, soft, snow-white hair that nearly covered its. Another soft hum escaped as it slowly and patiently picked itself up from the fall, sitting before Lu Ming in a perfect sit. It was then that Lu Ming saw the defining feature of its gender. His expression shifted from astonishment to shock and finally erupted into sheer ecstasy. Yes, the heavens had heard his prayers. It was an unadulterated humanoid spider girl. Despite his excitement, an acute sense of embarrassment washed over him. He quickly grabbed a blanket and wrapped the little one snugly. How careless. He had forgotten to prepare clothes for her. Fortunately, he still had over a dozen spare outfits in his spatial bag. They would certainly not fit, but he had 40 specialization crystals left. Clothes could be altered through sublimation, allowing for custom designs and even replication. He might lack many things, but he was well versed in the styles of women's clothing. For an original spider, it had to have fluffy elements. For a girl, it had to be a dress. But bare legs wouldn't do, she would have to fight eventually, and he couldn't bear the thought of wardrobe malfunctions during wide stances. So underwear and stockings were necessary. As for shoes, boots would be perfect. A queenly aura should be cultivated from a young age. As for features, stretchable self-adaptation, automatic temperature regulation, maximum breathability, waterproof, and dust repellent, maximum comfort. A single set of designs took less than a minute, yet consumed a full 30 specialization crystals. It couldn't be helped. Clothing replication cost little, but adding features required extra expenditure. Unwilling to let the little one suffer discomfort, he did his best to be meticulous. Finished, Lu Ming was about to open the blanket to dress the little one. But the moment he grabbed it, he heard crisp crunching sounds from within. Fearing something was wrong, he lifted the blanket to find the little one calmly munching on the eggshell, crunching away with satisfaction. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This creature seemed exceptionally composed. Even when he had suddenly covered her, she hadn't cried or fussed, completely lacking the usual restlessness. Was it due to exceptionally high intelligence? Appraisal. To learn more about her, Lu Ming activated his eye of truth. To his astonishment, the usually instantaneous clear panel flickered like a glitching screen filled with blurry gibberish. See, Lu Ming was stunned. There were cases where the target's consent was required. Just how absurd was this level of confidentiality? The munching original spider girl paused, glanced at the stunned Lu Ming, seemed to understand, and with a thought lowered her chin and resumed her meal. Original spider, divine level, race god. Description: the most ancient divine beast born from the world of truth. Height, body length humanoid 121 centimeters, true form 2m, growth possible. Weight, mass humanoid 25 kilograms, true form 300 kilograms, growth possible. General functions: storage space, ultimate appraisal. Skills: thread pull, rank spider leg, rank web weaving, rank devour, rank weakness insight, rank annihilation ray, rank. Traits: form shift, comprehension, mastery max, battle instinct max, learning instinct max. Status: bound master Lu Ming. Currently in larval stage, all attributes and abilities at historical lows, many skills and traits sealed, can be unlocked as aberration level increases. Current aberration level rank larva can evolve by devouring the energy of aberrant beings. Evolution progress 300-010000. Was this astonishing? No, it was shocking. He had never imagined the original spider's biological rank would be divine. An original being, the most ancient divine beast. How breathtaking. As for the larval stage, and a rank, those were mere illusions. As long as the upper limit existed, this creature would become a true deity in the future. Moreover, she had just been born and already possessed 2 general functions, 6 skills, and 4 traits. The skill names were brief, but they would clearly advance with level. Annihilation ray especially sounded immensely powerful. Yet the 3 question marks in the name field bothered him. Since the information was revealed, why not the name? Curious, Lu Ming clicked on the question marks, and instantly a prompt appeared. Also, it required him to name her. That made sense. A newborn had no name. As for a name, for some reason a certain anime he had once watched flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Its protagonist was a spider named Komoko. Later, with that thought, Lu Ming studied the original spider and found some resemblance. But calling her Shirari felt oddly off. It wasn't a name he had personally chosen for her. Setting aside plagiarism, Lu Ming pondered deeply before declaring original. Snow White. Got it. Initiate naming. Chushua. Glancing at the panel, the question marks had transformed into first snow. Perfect. Crack. She devoured half of the eggshell, then turned to search for the other half. Although Lu Ming had long witnessed certain creatures consuming eggshells to replenish their energy, he had never truly understood how it worked, until now. Before the thought could finish, First Snow's panel abruptly shifted. Lu Ming let out a soft exclamation, turned his head, and froze in astonishment. Primordial Spider, First Snow, divine rank, race, deity, description, the most ancient divine beast born from the world of truth. Height, body length, human form 122 centimeters, true form 2.3 growth potential, weight, mass, human form 25 kilograms, true form 360 kilograms. Growth potential, universal functions, storage space, ultimate appraisal skills, silken thread, E-rank, spider leg, E-rank, web, weaving, E-rank, devour, E-rank, weakness, insight, E-rank, annihilating, death rate, E-rank, traits, form shift, comprehension, mastery max, battle instinct max, learning instinct max, status bound. To master Lu Ming, currently in juvenile stage with all attributes and abilities at historical lows. Numerous skills and traits sealed, and intellect yet to awaken can gradually unlock and amplify as the aberration level increases. Current aberration level, E-rank, common, can advance by devouring aberrant bioenergy, advancement progress 200-01500. Just half a piece of eggshell, and the aberration level had jumped by a whole rank. What was inside that shell? Super strength. In shock, Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the eggshell, and the appraisal effect of his truth eye quietly emerged. It was all framed. Had to take a look. Appraise. Primordial Spider eggshell, outer layer, category, special item, description, a sturdy shell protecting the primordial spider embryo, boasting considerable defensive power while containing extremely refined and astonishing energy. The first ration for the newborn primordial spider. Contained aberrant bioenergy 18,000. 18,000. That meant she could level up again. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the 18,000 energy reserve dropped by 1,000. He glanced at First Snow and saw her take another bite, while the data was updating in real time. But Lu Ming suddenly found himself in a dilemma. It seemed she had to devour things containing aberrant bioenergy to boost the advancement progress. The aberrant protein and body fat purifier in his bag didn't seem to display such energy values, yet they were noted as preferred food for aberrants, and the conditions for First Snow's birth were tied to them, so they should still improve the progress. With that thought, Lu Ming took out the protein from his bag to re-examine it. High purity aberrant protein, category, special food. Description, a highly nutritious substance adored by certain aberrant creatures. Consuming it provides a massive energy boost and accelerates their growth. However, for humans this substance is highly toxic. Consumption without proper detoxification poses a lethal risk. It is recommended to use an aberrant protein processor to neutralize the toxins or rely on one's own resistance after reaching the War King specialization level. Contained aberrant bioenergy 1. What's going on? He recalled that when he first read this item's information there was no energy value. Had he misread it? He then checked the 8 clumps of body fat essence collected from the scythe owl pupae. High concentration aberrant body fat essence, category, special food, description, a high-calorie nutrient beloved by certain aberrant creatures. Consumption grants a massive energy boost and accelerates their growth. For humans. Contained aberrant bioenergy 5. So everything now had values. The reason for First Snow's birth. That didn't seem right either. Her birth hadn't directly affected him. So the change must have occurred between his first look at the protein info and now. A level or a skill. A skill. On a whim, Lu Ming glanced at advanced nanny proficiency, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Surely, it couldn't be. He took a peek. Advanced nanny proficiency, C-rank, category, proficiency, skill effect, grants exceptionally advanced nanny experience, including, but not limited to, techniques for dressing, cleaning, nursing, grooming, and injury care at all stages of childcare. Moreover, it allows insight into the nutritional energy values of food, enabling balanced and reasonable feeding to foster robust growth in the ward. Grants insight into the nutritional energy values of food. Without a doubt, this was the line that made the difference. Thus, the nanny proficiency wasn't as incongruous as it had seemed. It was an incredibly powerful nurturing skill. Just as Lu Ming marveled at the effect of the nanny proficiency, his chest suddenly felt a slight weight, followed by a distinct warm, soft sensation. Looking down, it was First Snow, having finished all the eggshells. She was now nestled in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest. Having never been treated with such intimacy before, Lu Ming felt a bit nervous. But recalling his bold words before hatching the egg, he quickly steadied himself. She wasn't a stranger. No need for pretense. Gently stroking her silky hair, Lu Ming reviewed her panel. As expected, her aberration level had reached E-rank elite with advancement progress at 500-0200000, and her height had grown to 130 centimeters. Though she still appeared delicate and adorable, her actual strength was now comparable to a mature scythe owl. Given the racial gap and her aberrant species rank, she might even be capable of defeating a scythe owl in a cross-rank battle. This was likely the difference between a so-called UR character and in rank 1. Patting First Snow on the back, Lu Ming gently helped her stand, met her gaze calmly, and said softly, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" First Snow looked at him with clear eyes, nodded lightly, and let out a soft hum in response. Good. The possibility of her not understanding was slim. Lu Ming just wanted to see how she would react to his words. He took out the upgraded clothes one by one, dressing her from the inner garments to the dress and boots. It was only then that he finally relaxed and took a serious look at First Snow's features. Her skin was fair and translucent, her cheeks so delicate they seemed to blush at a touch. She had neither the baby fat of a little girl nor an age-inappropriate allure. Her expression was serene and elegant with a hint of lazy coquettishness in her half-lowered eyes. Dressed in the white gown, she even exuded a touch of sanctity. These multiple elements highlighted her exquisite features, compelling even Lu Ming, an atheist, to marvel at the perfect craftsmanship of a... Moreover, she was genuinely white-haired, a trait that added immense charm. If she could look like this now, what breathtaking beauty would she reveal when fully grown? Lu Ming didn't know, but his heart stirred. First, Snow was examining her clothes, occasionally tugging at the hem of her skirt, or touching the pom-poms on the cuffs, looking utterly fascinated. Lu Ming thought this was fine, but he felt something was missing. Stroking his chin, he re-evaluated her, and when his gaze landed on her casually flowing hair, he found the root of the issue. Her hair was too casual. He took a short-sleeved shirt from his spatial bag and immediately upgraded it. After a series of operations, it transformed into a light blue. With the superb technique of nanny proficiency, he selected a lock of hair by her ear and braided it into a pinky-thick braid. Emma, much better. Lu Ming surveyed his handiwork with pure delight, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He wondered what outsiders would think if they saw a robust, nearly 190-centimeter tall man braiding a little girl's hair and dressing her up. Would they murmur something like, "In him dwells a tiger, yet he smells the rose"? Chushua seemed more captivated by the braid, twirling it between her fingers. Seeing her so obedient, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief. At least he wouldn't have to carry her in his arms or on his back all the time. What a blessing. Glancing at the time, it was already 6:40 a.m. The sky was barely light, yet when he swept his truth eye outside, he could still see mature sickle out. As expected, the night's influence wouldn't fade until 7 o'clock. 12 hours per race, a fair allocation. With 20 minutes left, he decided not to wait idly, but to make up for the dinner Head missed last night. He inventoried his bag, only compressed biscuits and instant noodles. After all, Head scavenged these from a small alley grocery, nothing compared to a supermarket or a slaughterhouse's cold storage. Besides, without oil, salt, or seasonings, cooking a proper meal required more resources. Instant noodles it is. Compressed biscuits were a decent backup, mainly for quick replenishment during combat. For moments like this, noodles were perfect. Hot water could be produced with a multifunctional heater, truly convenient and fast. After preparing the noodles and heating the water, Lu Ming glanced at Chushua, sitting on the bed. She was staring intently at him as he busied himself with breakfast. Thinking that the child had only eaten an eggshell earlier, he felt a pang of pity. He pulled out a lump of high-purity aberrant protein from his bag and handed it to her. Chushua seemed to possess an instinct for consuming such things. She took it and began nibbling it in small bites. The unappealing morsel, framed by her elegant eating manner, suddenly looked as soft as cotton candy. Could it actually taste good? Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming took out another lump. It was light in his hand with a fluffy texture, no grease or grime. He brought it to his nose. No fishy smell, but unexpectedly a fruity aroma, unmistakably cantaloupe. If not for the warning that it was toxic to humans, He'd have been tempted to taste it. Turning back, he saw Chushua had finished her portion and was staring at the one in his hand. Lu Ming scratched his head, handed it over, then crouched down to ask, "Xiaoxua, can you use a storage space?" She nodded, then pointed a finger. A deep, dark spatial rift appeared before Lu Ming, about half a meter in diameter. The surreal sight stunned him. It took a good while before he snapped out of it, a flood of thoughts and questions surging through his mind. He pressed on. Is there a limit to what's inside? Chushua tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Lu Ming rephrased, "I mean, how much can you put in?" She gently shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Lu Ming sighed in frustration. Her inability to speak was a major hurdle. Much of their communication relied on guesswork, and it wasn't always accurate. But then he reconsidered. She was only a few dozen minutes old. Even a deity needed a grace period, right? He thought about patiently asking one question at a time, but that would waste time and pressure Chushua. Better to finish breakfast quickly and start today's aberrant hunt. On one hand, Head strengthened himself, on the other, Head advanced Chukshu's aberrant level. Maybe as she evolved, the communication issue would resolve itself. With that in mind, Lu Ming took a lump of high-purity aberrant protein and asked, "Can this go in?" Chushua gave a slight nod. Receiving confirmation, he stuffed over 700 units of aberrant protein and 8 lumps of lipid essence inside. In the process, he spotted the vial of mutated aberrant blood from the variant sickle owl. He hadn't thought much about it at the time and hadn't examined it since. Now he realized it was likely an energy substance produced by the sickle owl. Identify. Mutated aberrant blood type, special material description, a rare substance with a low drop rate from mutated aberrants. It contains immense aberrant energy and has a wide range of applications. It can be consumed by aberrant beings to accelerate growth, used in crafting biological weapons to greatly enhance their power and increase the probability of acquiring mutated skills. Aberrant energy value 100. The energy content was indeed substantial, but as food it was too inefficient. Since Head decided to forge a specialized biological weapon, it was better to save it for crafting. Not to mention the boost to mutated skill acquisition was highly appealing. As for Chushua, she'd have to make do for now. He'd kill more sickle owl larvae later as compensation. Decision made, Lu Ming turned back to grab his noodles. Lifting the lid, he sniffed. The aroma was no different from that of Blue Star. He took a slurp. The texture was the same, nothing special. As for any explosive nostalgia, sorry, none at all. Had only been transferred here a day, and noodles were one of those things that left a lasting impression for half a month or more after just one serving. Those who knew knew. The fragrance, however, deeply captivated Chushua. making her set down her high-purity aberrant protein. What you want some too? Lu Ming asked tentatively. Chukshu's expression was complicated. Her eyes sparkled with eager longing, but her face was etched with wary reluctance. It was like how Head felt about silkworm pupae back then, knowing others enjoyed them, yet unable to take a bite himself, constantly wondering about the taste, and never actually trying. Take a bite. Whether out of mischief or a genuine desire for Chushue to experience blue stars, joy, Lu Ming picked up a strand of noodles and brought it to her lips. Chushue sniffed it cautiously. Finding the scent acceptable, she opened her mouth and bit down, even mimicking his slurp. In that instant, her delicate brows knitted tightly. Then with a small pout, the noodles slid back into the bowl. Lu Ming, and it didn't end there. After spitting a few times, she looked at him with concern, then stuffed the half-eaten aberrant protein into his noodle bowl. Lu Ming, well, he understood the logic. It was like when a cat sees its owner eating stinky tofu. But he couldn't eat aberrant protein either. If ignorance wasn't an excuse, this would be attempted murder, and blatant at that. Xiaoxue, thank you, but I can't eat this. You have it. He pulled the half-eaten protein lump from the bowl, noting it hadn't touched the broth and the noodles remained uncontaminated under his true thigh. He returned the protein to Chushue and continued eating his noodles. Why not make a new bowl? Nonsense. This was the apocalypse. Wasting food was a sin. Do you know how many lives a single pack of noodles could save? What? Xiaoxue spat into it. Idiot. So what? Could that be an excuse to waste food? No, absolutely not. Besides, who would reject their future wife's leftovers? Right? Hee. I got a bit carried away. Reining in his true feelings, Lu Ming continued slurping his noodles in silence. Just as he finished the noodles and was about to drink the soup, the resonant bell tolled once more. The next moment, the familiar melody "Tomorrow Will Be Better" resounded across the land like a reveille. Initially as mere electronic background music, Lu Ming paid it little heed. After all, it was an old tune, and his mind was more preoccupied with the confusion over the great shift. But hearing the song now, he felt a sense of immersion, as if he had once only understood the words, but now lived the meaning. The sunrise awakens, the morning the earth regains its radiance, let the sounds brushed by the gentle breeze compose the melody of life. The song ended there without concluding on the titular line, "Let us look forward to a better tomorrow," which only deepened his unease, as if it harbored a wish that humanity would not see a brighter future. Silently finishing the last sip of soup, Lu Ming set aside his thoughts. The immediate priority was to replenish his specialized crystals. Aside from enhancing his own specialization level, there was a mountain of tasks to attend to. The random skill book needed swift ascension to unlock his weapon, required timely upgrades, and the consumption for awakening power advancement weighed heavily on him. Thus, on his way to the northern outskirts, he had to stay as close to the inner ring as possible. According to the distribution of the transferred, the closer to the inner ring, the denser the aberrant creatures. Handling a swarm of sickle harpies might be tough now, but dealing with their larvae, which hadn't entered their rampant state, was like slicing through vegetables. Speaking of the northern outskirts, he couldn't help but think of that third-tier supply crate. Just mentioning it gave him a headache, twice the size. Upgrading it to level 5 would cost 3500 specialized crystals. 3500. Too difficult. Even an ordinary person wouldn't attempt this problem. With a soft sigh, Lu Ming pulled open the light-blocking curtain. He had hoped to glimpse the wasteland dawn, but instead his eyes met a swarm of plump sickle harpy larvae. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth visibly curled upward. What had once disgusted him now filled him with delight, and even his trypophobia didn't flare up. Overnight, the previously empty alleyways were packed with larvae. The factory across the street was covered 3 layers deep. Though the larvae in their normal prostrate state might not look as imposing as the upright rampant ones from before. But combined with those in the alleys, the numbers were no less than yesterday's. Opening the window, a putrid stench hit him. Instead of feeling disgust, Lu Ming took a deep breath. These were walking specialized crystals, couriers of resources delivered to his doorstep. Why refuse? With a thought, the Hawkeye composite bow appeared in his hand. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he activated the Eye of Truth, locking onto the alley for a rapid volley. Thud, 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 thud. Arrows rained down, precisely piercing each larva's core. Countless larvae collapsed one after another, their life force draining away into pools of dead flesh. Only after exhausting 200 arrows did Lu Ming finally cease his assault. He needed to go down to harvest the corpses and retrieve the arrows. Glancing back at Chushue, the little one was earnestly replenishing her protein. Noticing his gaze, she returned a clear look tinged with a hint of inquiry. Lu Ming pointed downward and said with a light smile, "Xiaoxue, it be good, and wait here for me. They'll be right back." With that, he leaped down, landing among the corpses, and began harvesting specialized crystals. Greed. Successfully reclaimed sickle harpy larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 400, high purity mutant protein 400. Successfully retrieved portable composite arrows 200. After 4 consecutive area harvests, the pile of corpses vanished. The surrounding larvae, as if scenting human flesh, surged and crawled toward him. Lu Ming scoffed. Prey without legs trying to corner a hunter with 2 legs. Ridiculous. Turning to leap upward, his gaze caught a familiar petite figure. Xiaoxue. He was stunned. Just as he wondered how she had gotten down, several sickle harpy larvae lunged at her. Lu Ming's expression shifted drastically as he flipped out a precision hand crossbow for a quick kill. But before he could pull the trigger, 6 black shadows shot out from behind Xiaoxue with a clang. Without a clear sight of what they did, they retracted into her body. By the time he refocused, the larvae that had pounced on her had collapsed utterly and irrevocably dead. His eye twitched. Lu Ming didn't ask what had happened, for the puncture wounds on the corpses told him everything. Spider legs plus weakness perception, precise and clean. So this was a divine-level powerhouse. Truly extraordinary, killing ordinary aberrants as easily as plucking something from a pocket. With the 6 corpses forming a natural barrier behind Xiaoxue, Lu Ming calmed down. Putting away the crossbow, he approached her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Didn't I say I'd be back soon? How did you get down?" Xiaoxue reached out and grasped the air, and a golden thread connecting to the 4th floor silently materialized. "I see silk manipulation." Indeed, if Spider-Man could swing between skyscrapers, why should his family's ancient divine beast be any less capable? Realizing Xiaoxue possessed formidable combat instincts, Lu Ming saw no need to stay upstairs and shoot slowly while accompanying her. He could simply stand his ground and use the precision hand crossbow for rapid, continuous kills. "Xiaoxue, protect yourself. I'm about to start fishing with explosives." The precision hand crossbow went to work, continuously shooting down the surging larvae. Seeing that the kill rate couldn't keep up with the larvae's advance, Lu Ming quickly took a moment to ascend 3 more steel-grade portable hand crossbows and 150 steel-grade portable crossbow bolts. Then, alternating rapid fire with both hands, he cycled through the 2 spare crossbows for reloading. Greed. Successfully decomposed sickle harpy larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 200, high-purity mutant protein 200, portable crossbow bolts 100. Successfully decomposed sickle harpy larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 200. Greed. Wave after wave of larvae were eliminated, their death whales attracting more of their kind. They surged in endlessly like the rising tide with no break. Only when the entire street was cleared and the factory's larvae were annihilated did Lu Ming finally lower his sore arms. It was absurd. He was a junior hunting warrior capable of lifting 1,000 gene, yet after killing a bunch of sickle harpy larvae for a short while he was showing signs of fatigue. Worse, he was hungry, as if the instant noodles from breakfast had been mere water, disappearing without a trace in his stomach. Greed. Successfully decomposed sickle harpy larva corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 200, high-purity mutant protein 200, portable crossbow bolts 100. After harvesting the last batch of corpses, Lu Ming opened his spatial bag. Before he could examine his spoils, the time displayed beside the bag startled him. 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. An hour and a half had already passed. Lu Ming couldn't believe it. In his memory, the entire killing process had taken at most 10 minutes. Had he been too focused to notice the passage of time? Turning his gaze to the number of specialized crystals, he was struck by a second shock. 11668. 11668. The number of specialized crystals had reached a staggering 11668. This meant that in the span of an hour and a half, he had slain exactly 5869 sickle owl larvae. Holy shit. If you lined up the corpses, they could probably circle the Kongbao Shu factory 3 times. The key point was that this kill efficiency was a dimension-spanning existence among all the Blue Star transfers. It was an achievement that no one else could even imagine, no matter how wild their imagination. He stared silently at the precision hand crossbow in his hand. Its durability displayed 10823000. The other portable hand crossbow had a durability of 7341500. The 2 spares in his bag were exactly the same. Even with the wear distributed across 4 weapons, the consumption of durability was still visibly apparent. Sigh. Letting out a long breath, Lu Ming turned around. Xiaoxue was still watching him, peacefully munching on a cantaloupe-flavored protein ball, as if being by his side was all she ever needed. "Xiaoxue, let's go home." With the crystals replenished and far exceeding his budget, it was only natural to make good use of them. He leaped, soared, and vaulted into the 4th floor dormitory. Looking back, Xiaoxue was holding the golden thread with one hand, rising to the window, as if riding an elevator. Then with a gentle hop, she landed on the bed as lightly as a feather, utterly graceful. Lu Ming gave a silent thumbs-up, a gesture of approval from one champion to another. "By the way, Xiaoxue, open your storage space." Harvesting so many larvae had enriched them not only with specialized crystals, but also with high-purity mutant protein. 11738 clusters. Seeing this astonishing number, Lu Ming was first pleasantly surprised. It meant that Xiaoxue was just one final sprint away from reaching a rank king. Yet amid the surprise, he couldn't help recalling how Xiaoxue ate her protein balls one bite at a time, and a hint of worry crept in. 1 cluster was enough for her to eat for quite a while. How long would it take her to finish over 10,000 of these high-purity mutant proteins? Thoughts aside, he still transferred the 10,000-plus mutant proteins into Xiox's storage space for her convenience. Little did he expect that the very next moment would make him feel he had worried for nothing. The moment those 10,000-plus high-purity mutant proteins entered the storage space, countless energy channels surged across Xiox's entire body. By the time Lu Ming checked the information panel, her advancement progress had already shot from 5050 to 16788, leaving only a single step before breaking through the 200 mark. So eating was merely her preference. If she didn't want to eat, she could complete the energy conversion instantly, just like he did during his own advancement. Lu Ming understood. With that, there was no more need for worry. From now on, he could just generously feed her. Good girl. He patted Xioxu's head with a sense of comfort and began to attend to his own matters. Needless to say, the top priority was the enhancement of his specialization level. The advantages of leveling had been thoroughly demonstrated during his first breakthrough to a junior hunting warrior. Especially with the existence of 3 draws and a universal discount coupon, the priority of specialization level was pushed to the maximum. He opened the panel and tapped on specialization level. Prompt detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial bag. Do you wish to consume 500 specialized crystals to upgrade your specialization level to intermediate hunting warrior? Yes. The instant consumption of 500 crystals was undeniably painful, but thinking that it would enhance his core strength, that pain was quickly drowned by anticipation. Whoosh. The 5,000 specialized crystals fused and condensed in the spatial bag, turning into 5 drops of crystal blue liquid that sank into his brow. There was no pain, no discomfort. Only a cool sensation spreading through his entire body. His consciousness sank into his mind, and to his surprise, he saw his own transparent body from a third-person perspective. The crystal blue liquid coursed through his body before finally seeping into his spine. Instantly his spine crackled and popped, becoming delicate and refined. If one looked closely, they could even see a faint blue glow emanating from the spine. That is, just as Lu Ming wanted to examine the changes in his spine more closely, the wondrous third-person perspective abruptly retracted. When his consciousness fully cleared, he found himself back in the real world, locking eyes with Chushua. That's it. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. As for the enhancement, triple. 3 times that of a junior hunting warrior, 90 times that of an... Could there be a more exhilarating feeling? Whoosh, whoosh. Filled with excitement, Lu Ming clenched his fists and swung them casually. His fists cleaved through the air with a whistling sound, and each strike revealed a conical air current enveloping his knuckles. This sensation of force flowing through him was intoxicating. He even turned his head excitedly and shouted, "Did you see that, Xiaoxua? A sonic boom. Isn't it cool?" After shouting, he swung his fist a couple more times with gusto, intending to show off for Chushua. What did a little spider born only a few hours ago know about? Within half a second, Lu Ming's face flushed red as he realized his own loss of composure. But to his surprise, Chushua didn't find it awkward at all. Instead, she nodded very seriously, giving absolute affirmation with her signature humming sound. Her innocent gaze nearly moved Lu Ming to tears. A warmth welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but think to himself, in this world, what could be more fortunate than having a companion who understands you, supports you, and accepts everything you do? Thank you, Xiaoxua. You might not fully understand yet, but I will always be with you no matter what happens now or in the future. Chushua nodded again, then took out a protein ball and nibbled on it, showing little reaction. Lu Ming chuckled softly, thinking that Xiaoxua was indeed too young to grasp his promise. But he knew full well the weight of the words that had just left his mouth. He pressed his lips together and then turned his attention to planning the use of the remaining crystals. Yet the moment Lu Ming looked away, Chushua, who was eating her protein ball, paused. Her delicate head drooped slightly, and a soft, gentle light flickered in her clear eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already taken out the random skill book with the colorful cover. This was the obsession he had been holding back all night. Ultimate Ascension. Getting straight to the point, Lu Ming decisively initiated the upgrade. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier. Tier 2. Prompt: ascending the random skill book requires consuming 200 specialized crystals. Do you wish to consume 200 specialized crystals to upgrade the random skill book to random skill book? Yes. Swish. The skill book disassembled and reassembled, and a book covered only in blue, purple, and orange reappeared in Lu Ming. Prompt: the random skill book has been successfully ascended to random skill book. Prompt: detected random skill book. Do you wish to use it immediately? Using it will grant you a random skill book from the CA rank skill books. Use immediately. Prompt: congratulations. You have obtained the rank skill book Swift Steps. Swift Steps. It seemed to be a movement skill. Let's check its effects. Swift Steps B rank type movement technique. Effect: upon use instantly increases foot speed by 50, allowing for short bursts of variable speed. No cooldown, but it consumes a significant amount of stamina. It was indeed a movement technique, just as his intuition had suggested. The effect was straightforward, a 50 burst in speed. The lack of a cooldown meant there were no restrictions on when to activate it. Using it suddenly in the middle of battle would likely catch an enemy off guard. Even if they reacted, the unpredictable timing would disorient their senses and pressure their mental state. Used well, it could be a divine skill. The only thing that concerned him was the significant stamina consumption. This world didn't use superfluous descriptions. Significant consumption was certainly not to be taken lightly. He decided to try it once to feel it out. Swift Steps. He chanted in his mind, shifted his weight forward, and felt an explosive surge of power in his legs, propelling him headlong toward the wall. Boom. A thunderous crash shook the dormitory. Dust rained from the ceiling, falling onto Chukshu's head before sliding off as if repelled by an invisible barrier onto the... As for Lu Ming, he was now embedded in the fortress-grade wall. Straining, he pulled his arms free and pried himself out, looking somewhat disheveled. A miscalculation. He had forgotten that he had just advanced to an intermediate hunting warrior. He hadn't yet acclimated to his enhanced body, and the explosive speed boost made him unable to stop. He couldn't even properly gauge the consumption of Swift Steps, though his hunger had become more pronounced. Still, it wasn't without gain. At the very least, it indirectly confirmed that his current physical strength was astonishing. If he could shatter a fortress-grade wall with ease, he could likely fight mutated elite variants barehanded. No buffs, no enhancements, no weapons. Any other rank elites were nothing but chickens and dogs before him. He turned his head and saw it was Chushua. He gave an awkward laugh, offering a quick reassurance so as not to frighten the little spider. Turning back, he wiped the dust from his face and opened his personal status panel to check the description of an intermediate hunting warrior's capabilities. Intermediate hunting warrior, a single individual can hunt a squad's worth of a rank elites. As a team, they can challenge a rank monarch. They are elite hunting warriors. Consuming specialized crystals allows advancement to advanced hunting warrior. Advancement progress 66681500. It was roughly as he had guessed, but that was only for ordinary intermediate warriors. Generally, due to the drop rate of specialized crystals, ordinary people used all their resources just to upgrade their specialization level. They had no spare crystals to enhance their awakened power, so most had it at only level 1 with limited skills. But for him, with his level 4 awakened power combined with power multiplication and swift steps, he could dominate the daylight hours. If he further sublimated power multiplication and raised his awakened power by another level, soloing a monarch-level mutant might not be impossible. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. He tapped on power multiplication and selected Tier 2 sublimation. Confirm, cancel, confirm. Whoosh. The purple name of power multiplication dissolved, and in its place appeared the golden name of power grant. Power grant S-rank type active enhancement skill effect grants the user 3 times their strength for 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Trait: this enhancement can be granted to multiple targets simultaneously. The number of targets depends on the user's specialization level. Current user specialization level: intermediate hunting warrior. Number of grantable targets 2. A 3-fold strength boost with 2 targets to grant it to. This made dominating the daylight hours even more certain. No, not just the daylight hours. He was confident enough for a brief foray into the night. And he had the spider girl who was about to evolve into an rank monarch. At this moment, the outer suburbs held no danger for him. He checked his specialized crystals, 4668 remaining. The priority now was enhancing his awakened power and swift steps. Raising his awakened power by 1 level required 1000 crystals. He hadn't tried sublimating swift steps yet. Let's check it out. Ultimate sublimation. Tier 2. Confirm, cancel. It seemed the crystal cost for sublimating all rank skills was the same. This was probably the greatest fairness of ultimate sublimation. He clicked to view the information on Godspeed. Godspeed S-rank type movement technique effect upon use instantly triples speed, achieving a leap in velocity. No cooldown, but it consumes stamina violently. Triple speed. The description had changed from precise foot speed to the more general speed, meaning it now affected the whole body rather than just the legs. The stamina consumption had escalated from significant to violent, implying fewer uses. But it had no time limit, so some side effects were understandable. Besides, these side effects could be mitigated with stamina-restoring supplements like multifunctional sports drinks similar to health potions in games. Should he upgrade? Lu Ming asked himself. Or should he stick with swift steps for now and invest more crystals into his awakened power? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming cast aside his doubts. Upgrade. Damn it, upgrade. Skills were always better when stronger. Even if the number of uses decreased sharply, the effect would undergo a qualitative change. Against the same enemy, using swift steps 10 times to secure a kill would leave you exhausted. With Godspeed, 1 strike would finish it, also leaving you exhausted. The result was the same, but the process was simplified tenfold. How many unnecessary battlefield variables were avoided? Sometimes just a few seconds could drastically change the outcome. How many times had a team dominating a match lost the Baron Nashor to a steal only to have their base pushed in one go? Confirm. Prompt rank skill: swift steps successfully sublimated to strength Godspeed. In the skill bar, the purple name of swift steps dissolved, replaced by the golden Godspeed, adding another touch of opulence to his skill set. Satisfying. Next was the awakened power, not sublimation, but leveling up. Confirm. Prompt: awakened power successfully upgraded. Current stage level 5, 2 base, 3 additional. The panel information changed, showing his awakened power had reached level 5. Awakened power type: awakening skill effect upon use enters a genetic awakening state for a short duration, boosting overall physique by 5 times for 5 minutes. Cooldown resets at midnight daily. Trait: consuming specialized crystals can increase the level of awakened power. The effect and duration of genetic awakening increase with the level up to a maximum of level 10. Current level 5, 2 base, 3 additional. Upgrade progress 16682000. 5-fold 5 minutes. Thinking back to when he killed the mutant sickle owl, he had used less than 5 seconds of a 4-fold boost lasting 4 whole minutes. Now with the multiplier and duration increased again, he could only feel more confident. Of the remaining 1668 special crystals, he spent 50 to elevate ordinary swordsmanship to exceptional, keeping the rest for unforeseen needs. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Waves of hunger struck him, making it impossible to focus without food. He grabbed a random bag of instant noodles, planning to make do. But as he took it out, Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How could he forget? This could also be sublimated. Wait. Realizing this, he slapped his forehead and silently cursed himself. Food and drink could be sublimated, yet he had forgotten that high-purity mutant protein could also be upgraded. As a result, over 10,000 units of mutant protein had gone into Chushua's stomach in their raw form. Turning his head, he saw Chushua still eating the protein lump. He guessed the child was afraid of boredom, so she had saved some to savor slowly. But he couldn't very well indulge himself, while his future wife ate only junk food. So Lu Ming asked cautiously, Xiaoxue, do you still have any of that protein lump? Give me one. Chushua turned at his words. Seeing the instant noodles in his hand, her expression shifted abruptly. She quickly produced a lump of mutant protein and thrust it into Lu Ming's arms, her look clearly saying, finally you've come to your senses. Lu Ming was overwhelmed with gratitude. Taking the protein lump, he silently intoned ultimate sublimation. Prompt, please select sublimation grade. Second grade. Prompt, sublimating high-purity mutant protein requires consuming 20 special crystals. Confirm consumption of 20 special crystals to elevate high-purity mutant protein to mutant-grade mutant protein. Confirm. Cancel. What the hell? Something this expensive? 20 crystals. Is it made of gold? Mutant-grade mutant protein. Category: special food. Description: a rare item produced with low probability by mutant aberrations. It contains immense alien energy and is a high-energy delicacy loved by all aberrant creatures. Consuming it greatly accelerates growth. However, for humans this substance is highly toxic. A single bite can be fatal. It is recommended to use a mutant protein processor to remove the toxins, or if one's specialization level reaches the War King tier, rely on one's own resistance to endure. Special trait: there is a very small chance of inducing mutation after consumption. Alien energy value 100. No wonder. This is a leap from 1 to 100 in value. Spending 20 special crystals to obtain energy equivalent to mutant aberrant blood is already an incredible bargain. Moreover, only mutant aberrations can produce it, and mutation itself is an extremely rare event. Just its rarity justifies the price, let alone the trait that increases mutation probability, further raising its preciousness. Speaking of which, would eating this cause Xiaoxue to mutate? She's already a primordial level divine beast, so probably not. Xiaoxue, how much mutant protein do you— Turning back, Lu Ming asked Chushua. If the quantity was enough for 50 lumps, he would help her advance to a rank king. Chushua was silent for a few seconds, unsure how to express herself, so she turned her gaze to Lu Ming. Prompt: primordial spider Chushua has sent you a trade request. Oh, there's such a function. Could he also choose to trade with her? Lu Ming accepted. The trade interface opened smoothly, and Chushua promptly placed 650 lumps of mutant protein into it. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. 50 lumps are enough. Chushua thought for a moment, took back 550, and left exactly 100. Lu Ming was speechless yet touched. This child still remembered that he might go hungry. While he couldn't always refuse Xiaoxue's kindness, what if she misunderstood and thought he didn't like her? The trade concluded. Lu Ming tried batch sublimation, and the system indicated it was possible. Batch sublimation of 50 lumps of mutant-grade mutant protein consumed 1000 special crystals. Don't call it extravagance. Providing for Xiaoxue's material needs was his natural responsibility. Seeing the 50 purple protein lumps in his inventory, Lu Ming curiously took one out and sniffed it. While this time it was blueberry flavored with a texture like marshmallow. The child would definitely love it. When Chushua saw Lu Ming produce an even more tempting protein lump, the one in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. Noticing the little one's gaze, Lu Ming directly stuffed the mutant-grade protein lump into her mouth and gestured for her to open her storage space. Chushua, as obedient as ever, complied without a word. She pointed, and the entrance to her space opened. Lu Ming then placed the remaining 49. Sensing that Lu Ming had provided enough energy for her to advance, and fully understanding his intent, Chushua absorbed the energy of the mutant-grade protein lump through devouring. Suddenly her entire energy network blazed with light, and an immensely oppressive aura radiated from within her. This time Lu Ming watched her intently. In just a few seconds her height visibly shot up and her physique underwent noticeable changes. Truth I? Chushua, divine rank, race god. Description: the primordial spider born from the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length, human form 140 centimeters, true form 4M, growable. Weight, true form, human form 30 kilograms, true form 600 kilograms, growable. General functions: storage space, ultimate appraisal. Skills: silk thread, E-rank spider spear, E-rank web weaving, E-rank devour, E-rank weakness insight, E-rank annihilation death ray, E-rank crimson gaze, E-rank. Traits: form shift, comprehension, mastery max, battle instinct max, learning instinct max. Status: bound to Master Lu Ming. Currently out of early infancy. All attributes and abilities slightly increased. Most skills sealed unlockable as specialization rank increases. Current specialization rank: E-rank king, can advance by devouring aberrant creature energy. Advancement progress 050000. Height increased by 10 centimeters, weight increased by 5 kilograms. A new skill, Crimson Gaze, had appeared and her status had changed slightly. The advancement progress required a massive energy increase, but that wasn't important. What mattered were the numbers before. The girl had calculated meticulously. If he remembered correctly, the previous advancement progress was 16788200. She had also eaten some high-purity protein lumps in between. Combined with the current data, she had perfectly balanced the absorption of mutant-grade and high-purity protein. She had secretly saved some, probably knowing that absorbing everything wouldn't be enough to level up, so she kept them as reserves. What a remarkably thrifty and wifely attribute. Not a hint of waste. In this materialistic world, such an ideal future partner was harder to find than a lantern in the dark. Growling. Just then his stomach protested loudly. With a heart full of warmth and joy, Lu Ming silently intoned ultimate sublimation for the beef instant noodles. He had to celebrate. A prompt appeared to upgrade beef instant noodles. You need to consume 5 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 5 specialized crystals for a second-tier upgrade of beef instant noodles. 5 crystals. It seemed that upgrading food wasn't cheap. Lu Ming, who had just been lamenting over Chu Shui's rations, now felt a sense of relief. Given the steep cost, he had to consider his wallet's depth and take it step by step. Confirmed. The bag of instant noodles disassembled and reassembled in his hand. Once the upgrade was complete, Lu Ming was stunned by the large item in his grasp. It was a delicate lunchbox, 40 centimeters long, 20 centimeters high, and 3 layers stacked. When he picked it up, it was still warm. A prompt appeared: beef instant noodles has been successfully upgraded to luxury instant meal box. Luxury instant. Well, it seemed he had accidentally stumbled upon a premium set meal. Finding a spot to sit, Lu Ming opened the lunchbox layer by layer, immediately captivated by the lavish dishes inside. There were salt and pepper shrimp, scallion, stir-fried beef, white-cut chicken, crispy roast duck, braised assorted meats, boneless fish fillets, oyster sauce, lettuce, Hakka stuffed tofu, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of American ginseng and black chicken soup. The top 2 layers held a perfect mix of tinned meat and vegetable dishes, while the bottom layer was packed with steaming white rice. Before the transfer, Lu Ming would have been daunted by such a portion, barely managing a quarter. Now he felt it was just right. Not too much, not too little. Just as he was about to dig in, he thought of Chu Shui behind him. Instant noodles were a no-go, but a proper luxury meal set should be fine, right? However, when Lu Ming turned to look at her, she seemed to sense his intention and averted her gaze, slightly showing clear reluctance. Well, it seemed the instant noodles had left a bad impression, or perhaps human food placed a burden on alien creatures. But from a human perspective, eating differently could affect the bond between 2 people. He had to reach the War King level as soon as possible to gain a strong physique for more shared experience. He wolfed down the rice, his mind racing, and glanced at the trading market. The broad-bladed heavy sword hadn't sold, with hundreds of thousands of comments piled beneath the listing. Searching for the keyword forging mastery only yielded idle chatter. Crafting biological weapons seemed unlikely to happen quickly. Flipping through a few pages of random chatter, an old habit made him sort by reverse order. His intention was to catch any overlooked treasures, but to his surprise he stumbled upon a clue. At the very bottom was a comment with tens of thousands of downvotes. The comment read: "Big shot, I have the skill book you want, but I don't need a weapon. I want you to do me a favor. If you complete it, it'll give you the skill book directly." Oh, give it directly. That generous. But he chose to refuse. No other reason. He simply found it troublesome. He wanted a quick trade, no string. Wasting time with hesitation was unacceptable. He opened the weapons section and browsed through it, finding that after a night, ordinary weapons had started to appear. He could even see decent longswords, daggers, and curved blades. But what was with the price? 100 specialized crystals. Everyone had no clear concept of value and was just randomly pricing items. He decided to use the same trick: list 10 bottles of drinking water with the exchange target set to a blade-type weapon. The precision hand crossbow could indeed slaughter sickle owl larvae, but it was useless against elite sickle owls. Once it couldn't break their defense, he'd have to rely on a heavy melee weapon. A prompt appeared: your farmers, 3 punches, purified water 10 consigned in the trading market, has been traded successfully. You have received rusty longsword. There it was. New items at high prices were hard to find, but junk-like battle damage versions were everywhere. He took out the longsword, stored it in his spatial bag, and closed the trading market. Staring at the blade, he murmured: ultimate upgrade. A prompt appeared: please select the upgrade tier. Second tier. Another prompt: upgrading rusty longsword requires 50 specialized crystals. Confirmed. A prompt appeared: please select the upgrade direction. Giant ring blade, crescent moon blade, mithril serpent blade. The mithril grade weather blade or hilt was moving toward a majestic and exquisite design. The giant ring blade, as its name suggested, was a magnified version of the big ring blade with terrifying length and width. The crescent moon blade was the prototype of the martial saint's weapon, stylish, but it had a long handle that didn't suit his personal preference, so he had to skip it. The last option, the mithril serpent blade, he had seen demonstrated on a video site. With its wide narrow blade and powerful swings, it was a solid choice. However, select giant ring blade. No man could resist something big, and he was a true man through and through. Crack, crack, crack. The rusty longsword shattered inch by inch in his spatial bag. 50 specialized crystals turned into streams of energy that wrapped around the blade fragments. The structure reassembled, and a massive, awe-inspiring sword. Appraise. A prompt appeared: giant ring blade, mithril grade. Category: weapon. Description: a mithril grade weapon crafted with transmission techniques interwoven with Garuda craftsmanship, with a blade length of 150 centimeters, a hilt length of 35 centimeters, and a weight of 200 kilograms. Each swing carries the force of moving mountains, unsuitable for the weak, unmanageable for the timid, and only wieldable by the strong and fierce. Durability: 3000, 200 kilograms. That alone could crush an ordinary person. And with his intermediate warrior strength, the swings would be devastating. 1 word powerful. 2 words invincible. 3 words overwhelmingly mighty. He downed the last sip of chicken soup, patted his belly in satisfaction, and felt an unparalleled sense of ease. With abundant energy and a full arsenal, this sense of readiness was his peak state. Stretching his limbs, he faced the northern suburbs and felt it was time to set off. If he could stumble upon some second-tier supply chests along the way, that would be great. But the map only showed third-tier chests, making the second-tier one seem less appealing. Pulling out the tri-region map to plan his route, Lu Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't upgraded this item yet. Try it. Ultimate upgrade. A prompt appeared. Please select the tier. Second tier. Another prompt. Upgrading tri-region map requires 1000 crystal blocks. Options: confirm or cancel. Cancel. As expected, it was ridiculously expensive. No wonder this item was singled out at the start of the transfer. But since it consumed crystal blocks compared to those over-the-top items costing millions or tens of millions of crystals, it was relatively reasonable. Speaking of which, he had tested the upgrade of specialized crystals last night. A first-tier upgrade could turn specialized crystals into specialized crystal blocks, but it consumed 100 specialized crystals. A second-tier upgrade could turn specialized crystals into specialized crystal essence, but it consumed 100 specialized. Previously, there had been an explanation about these crystal forms. 1 specialized crystal essence's energy equaled 100 specialized crystal blocks, which equaled 100 specialized crystals. What did that mean? It meant that upgrading specialized crystals was equivalent to the original ratio conversion, but with an additional 1 specialized crystal as a base material, effectively a handling fee. Looking back on the past, one day earlier, the target audience of all sublimations had never experienced such an absurd phenomenon. Yet it also made him think of one possibility. That is, specialized crystals could not be fused or exchanged for higher-grade crystalline substances. In simpler terms, they could not be converted into one another. It was entirely the bug of ultimate sublimation that gave him the opportunity to advance low-grade crystals into high-grade ones. For others, the only way to obtain them was to harvest them from the corpses of high-grade, aberrant creatures. For instance, DC, or even grade aberrant elites. Such rules greatly increased the difficulty of acquiring specialized crystal blocks and specialized crystal substances, while also significantly enhancing their value. For himself, this was certainly a good thing. When the future mainstream currency evolved into crystal blocks or crystal substances, he could make money lying in bed just by trading crystals. Another thought crossed his mind: would the consumption for upgrading specialization levels involve a change in the grade of specialized crystal? For example, after reaching a certain level, further advancement and specialization would no longer consume specialized crystals, but specialized crystal blocks. Thus, this would become another pressure point driving humanity to challenge high-grade aberrations. He sighed to himself and then let go again. After all, he only needed to grow stronger and live vibrantly. Everything else could take its natural course. Xiaoxue, we need to leave. Approaching Chuxue, Lu Ming gently reminded her. Chuxue remained as always without a hint of hesitation, even taking the initiative to hold Lu Ming's hand. This affectionate and clingy sensation filled Lu Ming with delight. Looking at her current height and posture, she had already reached the appearance of it. At this rate of growth, she would reach adulthood by the time she became a grade king at most. The future was promising, immensely promising. But this girl seemed to be staring at the bed. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lu Ming suddenly understood. That was where she was born, a place of nostalgia. This was good. Such a disposition showed loyalty, and combined with her previous behavior, she seemed flawless. He raised his hand, concentrated his will, and successfully reclaimed the bed. In the future, when they rested elsewhere, he wouldn't need to sublimate the bed again. A move with multiple benefits. Why not do it? Let's go. With the bed taken, Chuxue had no more lingering attachments. Lu Ming glanced at the map, silently memorizing the planned route. The entire distance was not far. The so-called area felt like a large county on Blue Star. Including the suburban boundaries, it spanned only about 100 kilometers from north to south. Relying on physical strength to leap between rooftops could get him across quickly, but that wasn't his style. As a human of the new era, if tools were available, he would never exhaust himself. Physical stamina was meant for battles of all kinds, and there was also the risk of falling through the air. So he decided to find a car to supplement, perhaps turning it into a stylish ride. He opened the window, stepped onto the sill, scooped up Chuxue by the waist, and held her in the crook of his arm. Lu Ming prepared to leap down, but at that moment a sense of déjà vu washed over him. He suddenly recalled how Chuxue had used her silk thread to take the elevator earlier, so he stepped back from the windowsill. Setting Chuxue down from his arm, Lu Ming asked seriously, "Xiaoxue, that silk thread of yours, can it fly, eh?" Chuxue tilted her head, her eyes clear and innocent. Lu Ming pressed his fingers to his temples, then lowered them in front of him, searching for words. You know, like shooting out spider silk hooking onto the walls of tall buildings, swinging with gravity and momentum. Swoosh, covering distance, then, whap. Landing on a spot, repeating the motion with both hands, and so on, and so forth. You can easily get to where you want to go. That kind of convenience, understand. After finishing those last 3 words, even Lu Ming felt embarrassed. He had a vivid mental image, but expressed it chaotically. If Chuxue didn't understand, he could accept it. If not, then they would just use transportation. Just as Lu Ming was about to give up, Chuxue nodded gently. Huh, you understand. How about it? Can you do it? Lu Ming was overjoyed. What man didn't want to soar through the skies and glide through the air? Shushua nodded again, pulling Lu Ming's arm to place it around her waist, then looked at him expectantly. You want me to hold you? Shushua hummed an affirmation. How could Lu Ming refuse? He immediately gripped her tightly. The two stepped back onto the windowsill, and Shushua grasped the air, a golden thread falling into her hand. Then she leaped forward, using the momentum to swing through the air. Ho! Feeling the wind rushing against him, Lu Ming reveled in exhilaration. Good, now's the time. Switch the silk thread to the other side, and keep going. Sensing the swing's momentum, Lu Ming directed precisely. Shushua released the golden thread, and with a flick shot another golden thread toward the wall of another building. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the wall. The golden thread pierced through the wall, passed over the rooftop, looped around, and tied itself into a knot. Lu Ming's eyes widened. Holy crap! What kind of power was that? You call this a silk thread? He thought it was a missile. Before his thoughts settled, Shushua repeated the move. Her form was indeed no different from Spider-Man's, but his silk stuck to walls. This girl, on the other hand, destroyed 2 walls with every anchor point. Thank goodness this was a wasteland apocalypse with all buildings empty and abandoned, otherwise he'd be bankrupt from the damages. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by this explosive high-energy soundtrack, Lu Ming and Shushua swiftly streaked across the streets. Whoosh. Passing over a residential area, a translocator was hunting scythe owl larvae. Suddenly feeling a gust of wind at his back, he thought a larva was ambushing him. Turning around, he saw a robust silhouette dangling from a golden thread flying past, executing a textbook midair transfer with practiced ease. He had been recording a video of himself killing scythe owl larvae, planning to show off in the regional channel later. The recording angle happened to capture the entire scene, and he couldn't help but yell, "Holy shit!" That shout was incredibly loud, instantly drawing the attention of nearby larvae, which wriggled rapidly toward him. Terrified, he dashed into a shop, slammed the door shut, and panted heavily. Yet more than fear, he was thrilled. Once this video was posted, it would definitely blow up. So he trimmed a bit of his own screen time and directly uploaded it to the region. See that? Spider-Man. Real-life web swinging. Absolutely no fakes. Holy cow. Awesome. I want to learn too. What specialization level do you need for this move? Or do you have to learn a skill? Who knows, we should have stopped and asked. Could I have stopped him? I didn't even catch his dust. TCH, what's that blurry glimpse of yours? All you captured was his back. Let me tell you, that's no Spider-Man. Look closely. Hey, erase the truth video file. Half a minute later. Whoa. Is that an angel? How can anyone be that beautiful? How old is she? And Uncle Chun Hai counted the ages. There are no translocators under 18. Does that matter? It doesn't. Slow it down and look. That girl has white hair and crimson eyes. Her features are almost Sieg level. Do humans look like that? Damn, now that you mention it. By the way, who's that handsome guy? Looks like he's in good shape. Yet comparable to Uncle Chun. Too bad he's a pervert. Indeed. Indeed 1, indeed 2, indeed 3, indeed 10,086. As Lu Ming soared through the air, he glanced at the video file, aware that his joy was being shared by millions, earning him a bizarre title. But what does it matter? It's insignificant. Being a man, what's wrong with being a little peculiar? As for attracting attention, let it attract attention. Previously, it was to survive and develop, fearing jealousy and betrayal. Now at his current level of strength, he no longer fears such exposure. After all, both he and Shushua in his arms were no longer at the level manageable by ordinary humans. If he still felt uneasy, he could always level up. When the disparity between people is as vast as the sky, the thoughts of treachery and betrayal will vanish without a trace. They will no longer perceive you as one of their kind, the untouchable kind. They can only revere you, allowing you to come and go freely. Lost in thought, the exhilarating sensation of falling hit his senses. Lu Ming once again unleashed his signature phrase as a top chef. Woohoo! After a few repetitions, he returned to a state of calm. Once the excitement faded, his mind cleared, entering the legendary sage mode. At this moment, apart from guiding Shushua, Lu Ming dedicated all his remaining time to sweeping the surroundings with his eye of truth. He was not in urgent need of food supplies. In fact, the basic necessities of life were no longer a pressing requirement for him. A bag of instant noodles plus 5 specialized crystals amounted to a luxurious feast. What more could he desire? Thus, he shifted the focus of his eye of truth to singular targets, supply crates, and weapon equipment. Perhaps the initial area was inherently barren, or perhaps he was still within the outer districts, but in the streets he passed there were no supply crates to be found, nor any weapons, raising the question of whether they had all been discovered by others. After a day of experience accumulation and a full night's rest, those with strong adaptability had already begun to team up to hunt the sickle owl's larvae. Though their movements were unskilled, their kill rate was fairly high. Since the translocators had started to become active, it was only a matter of time before the surrounding supplies were divided. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was merely the surrounding area. The place he aimed to reach was the vast starry sea. Realizing this, he no longer lingered in the residential area, but turned towards the various district police stations. Unfortunately, searching the vicinity yielded no electric shotguns or even nightsticks. Perplexed, he could only guess that during the disaster they were either consolidated by the original military forces or destroyed by the aberrations. The former possibility was clearly greater than the latter, for human nature under disaster is too complex. Extreme fear would lead anyone armed to incite a riot. Thus, the regional headquarters and command centers of each area became the core locations for the reserves of firearms. Glancing at the map, he searched for the regional headquarters, and the result surprised him greatly. The regional headquarters of Jintian district was precisely marked by a red cursor on the map identical to the other two districts. Was this not a blatant clue? Want powerful weapons? If you want them, they're all yours. Go find them. I've placed all the weapons in the region right there. Like a pirate king. What a joke. While it was amusing, he still desired those firearms. However, before heading to the headquarters, he needed to assess the situation. After all, it was the core area of the entire region. The varieties and levels of aberrations would certainly not be as lenient as in the outskirts. Given his cautious nature, if he were to go there, he had to prepare even more thoroughly. After all, he need not fear theft. The more prepared he was, the easier it would be to conquer this place. In contrast, the level 3 supply crate in the northern suburbs was located in the outer districts where there was undoubtedly a risk of being stolen. Moreover, in the hands of others, it was merely a broken box producing great items. In his possession, however, it had the potential to yield great treasures. The difference was vast. How could he let others waste it? Time passed, and soon it was noon. As the silk flew across the streets, the figures of Lu Ming and Chu Xue landed on the rooftop. Across the street stood a massive building overshadowed by a large dark sign. Huadai Life Shopping Plaza. It's hard to imagine that there would be such a large shopping plaza in an outer suburban area. And it was precisely where the level 3 supply crate was marked. Lu Ming gently massaged Chuxu's shoulders to relieve her non-existent fatigue, but his gaze was fixed on the empty plaza platform all around. Not a single larva was in sight, yet countless sticky acidic liquids were present. Narrowing his eyes, his expression darkened. Oh, someone had been here. Humans, weapons, aberrant creatures, supply crates, identify. In a low voice, he uttered the command, his black pupils gleaming with gold, revealing the tags of the entire shopping mall. Human, 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 human. Human, long sword, katana, dagger, dagger, katana. Katana, sickle owl larvae, sickle owl larvae, sickle owl larvae, sickle owl, sickle owl, sickle owl. Sickle owl, mutated sickle owl, mutated sickle owl, mutated sickle owl, mutated sickle owl, level 3 supply, crate level 2 supply, crate level 1 supply, crate. Upon seeing the astonishing number of tags, Lu Ming instinctively opened his mouth. 3 supply crates, all placed in a corner on the 5th floor, and overlapping with them a massive red tag flickered with a faint glow inscribed with 3 big characters: Queen Sickle. Queen Sickle. Detailed identification. Queen Sickle, E-Class, Queen Species, Insect, King Clan. Description: a centimeter queen, individual 10 meters long, with an enormous body, possessing extremely powerful reproductive abilities, highly gluttonous and lethargic. It is the core of the entire Sickle Owl clan. Abandoning powerful offensive capabilities, she carries forward the glorious mission of the clan, accompanied by guardian warriors appointed by the Sickle King, capable of sacrificing their lives decisively to protect the queen. Skills: unleashing 3 mandibles to release an attack capable of corroding steel-grade armor, penetrating buildings. The triple barrage. Infusing mutated power into her forearms, delivering a sudden strike with the blade pulse. And the desperate self-detonation upon death. Traits: possesses the queen's command to absolutely control the clan. As long as she is not truly dead, even if torn to pieces, she can quickly regenerate with advanced regeneration. And when her life is threatened, she releases the mutated power to envelop the territory, awakening the latent potential of all. They would sacrifice themselves to allow her to evolve into a mature form for 1 hour to fight in her stead, known as the Queen's Grace. Weakness: lacks mobility, unable to move independently. To complete the kill, one must shatter the 3 cores located in the head, chest, and abdomen with a hardness equivalent to steel grade. Such a thing actually exists. It would be understandable if it were only her. Surrounding her were 4 E-Class elite mutated sickle owls and 15 elite class sickle owls. The latter is not worth mentioning, but the former could rival the strength of a junior hunting warrior. Who on earth dared to attack a location of this level? Wait, what does the formation of this group mean? The 11 armed individuals all stood at the back of the line. Meanwhile, the 45 unarmed ones formed a 5-block half-surrounding wall, standing right at the front of the entire group. Something feels off. Moreover, the 5 walls of people continuously suffer losses, and in less than 20 seconds 1 layer has already been lost. Yet despite such sacrifices, the members acting as the human wall show no signs of retreat. Is it necessary? They are not death warriors. Even if they know there are 3 supply boxes hidden there, what is the meaning of such sacrifices? Or is it that they do not want to retreat, but something compels them to move forward? As if to confirm Lu Ming's suspicion, a human tag suddenly broke away from the human wall, and in the next second Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned somber. For in his eye of truth, a human with a samurai tag stepped forward to make contact. Then the human tag that broke away turned gray and ultimately disappeared completely. Seeing this, no further explanation was needed. Lu Ming instantly understood the strange behavior of those people. It turns out that their madness in the face of death is not the courage of those who embrace death, but a resigned acceptance of their fate, knowing that death lies on both sides. Xiaoxu. Lu Ming lowered his body, leaned close to Chuxu's ear, and whispered, "We are going to the rooftop of that building across the street." Chuxu softly responded, her hands forming a grip in the air as her thread skill activated calmly. With skilled aerial techniques, they easily traversed the distance of hundreds of meters. Landing on the rooftop of the shopping plaza, Lu Ming looked down below. In just a short while, the human wall had lost another layer, and they had pushed their way to the 4th floor of the mall. At this moment, the human tags suddenly stopped moving, and the human wall retreated, surrounding them about 5 meters away from 11 individuals. Are they going? That's what Lu Ming thought, but after waiting for a minute, the people acting as the human wall did not attack them. Tisk, I wish I could hear the voices inside. In his troubled thoughts, he unconsciously voiced his desires, and beside him Chushua crouched down, pressing one hand on the rooftop. Rustle, rustle. With soft sounds, countless golden threads extended down like vibrant lives. Some penetrated the walls, others slipped through the window seams, and in less than a few seconds, they completely occupied the entire building. Having done this, Chushua took Lu Ming's hand, 2 strands of golden thread climbed up his arm towards his ears. Instantly, clear conversations entered his ears. Everyone, please don't wear that expression. Your performance just now was witnessed by Kim Taeyong Appa. With this single sentence, Lu Ming furrowed his brows sharply. It was Nan. Are those 11 armed humans from Nanhan? He promised that as long as you cooperate in capturing this mall, not only freedom, but also 100 specialized crystals per person is not a dream. That is 100 pieces enough to elevate you to advanced soldiers, and from then on you can dominate the world. So we hope to avoid scenes like the one just now. We are all humans, all of the same kin, just from different countries. If not absolutely necessary, we do not wish to shed the blood of our own kin, wouldn't you agree? But we don't even have decent weapons. We are only using the wooden spears you provided, which have no real lethality. Since the beginning at the plaza, we have already lost over 100 compatriots. You must at least provide some armor. This time it was in Huaxiao language from an adult man. Or provide some weapons. Ugh. The blade pierced flesh, and the man let out a muffled grunt. No one screamed, no one wailed, only an eerie silence prevailed. And in Lu Ming's line of sight, a tag turned gray. Tisk, tisk, it turns out you all have such strong opinions. What? You are not satisfied with the opportunity to save your lives, and want even more, huh? Truly, you Huaxiao people always have a strange sense of selfishness and dominance. Still thinking this is Blue Star. Collect. Nanhan's language followed, and the gray tag completely vanished. Whoa, you even have 7 or 8 specialized crystals hidden away. Oh, what is it with you Huaxiao people? I have told you before to hand over all your possessions. Why is it that every time you say you have handed everything over, yet there are still some left in your spatial bags? Is it that you have no ears or no brains, or do you think we have no brains? Huh, you little pups. Alright, Chui Yongjun, it's just 7 or 8 specialized crystals, but don't get angry. If you get any angrier, who will help us capture this mall? Hehe. The one who added this was a Nanhan woman, her voice uniquely coarse and unpleasant, laced with a pretense that was stomach-churning. Alright, you Huaxiao refugees, I have already pleaded for you. Why aren't you hurrying up to get up and push forward? If you provoke Kim Taeyong Appa, the previous promises will no longer count. Also, let me remind you once more, do not attempt to escape from here. Kim Taeyong Appa is a genuine junior hunting warrior, a level you will never attain in your lifetime. Not to mention, he has a pistol. Ooh, do you understand what a pistol is? Different times exist on different levels. A pistol. Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly awoke from his gloom, a greedy smile appearing in his eyes. Xiaoxu, that's enough, we are going down. On the 4th floor of the mall, 26 Huaxiao people cowered on the ground, their eyes filled with resentment as they stared at the 11 individuals in front, who were high and mighty, their expressions playful. One of the burly men spat in disgust and scolded, "Damn those Nanhan dogs, putting on an act. What bullshit promises? It's nothing but sending us to our deaths. Son of a bitch. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will dismember you piece by piece." Oh dear, I'm so scared, I'm about to cry. Kim Appa, please comfort me. A woman, clearly artificially sculpted, shamelessly flaunted her allure while hugging a smiley man. The man patted the woman's back, sneering, "Chui Yongjun, dismember him for me, no deaths allowed." Chui Yongjun wobbled his hefty belly, approached with a knife, and grinned menacingly. "Leave it to me, Taeyong Ji. I guarantee to complete the task with full marks." Huaxiao people, do not scream like your displayed bravery. A one shout is an insult to yourself. Just as Chui Yongjun was about to swing his knife, 3 steel arrows shot through the nearby glass window, precisely piercing through his head, neck, and heart. In disbelief, he stiffly turned his neck, then collapsed straight to the ground. In death, he still did not see who had killed him. Who is it? The Nanhan team, witnessing Chui Yongjun's violent death, all turned to look at the window where a man in black and red tight gear, holding a delicate crossbow, was staring at them with a grin, embracing a girl as beautiful as an angel. In an instant, a chill ran through them. Kim Taeyong pulled out a pistol, revealing a murderous intent. Unfortunately, before he could raise the gun, he heard that figure speak 2 words in standard Huaxiao language. Godspeed. Whoosh. The figure vanished like a ghost, twisting and distorting as it disappeared completely. Everyone present felt puzzled, and only Kim Taeyong sensed something, his face pale with goosebumps rising, shifting his weight to turn and dodge, but a massive blade pierced through his chest, then suddenly twisted, leaving a 15-centimeter diameter blood hole in his chest. Tai Xiong, the artificial beauty, exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she lunged forward. But before she could take 2 steps, a massive blood-stained blade pressed against her throat, and she watched helplessly as Kim Taesang collapsed to his knees, limp as a dead dog. At that moment, even the dullest could grasp what they faced, an absolute powerhouse. The middle-aged man who had earlier spewed venomous words rose excitedly shouting at Lu Ming, a master. Kill them. Slay these South Korean dogs. They invaded our territory yesterday, stole our resources, and butchered our people. When there was nothing left to take, they herded us together to use as living shields. Their cruelty knows no bounds. Over 300 people, 300. Now only a few dozen of us remain. Master, avenge us. Avenge our fallen compatriots. Lu Ming sneered. Avenge. Avenge what? Do I even know you? His words stunned not only the dozens of Chinese, but also the South Koreans. So he wasn't one of them. The South Koreans' hearts stirred. Though powerful, he didn't seem to be here to rescue them. Perhaps there was still room to negotiate. The middle-aged man's face stiffened. You're not here for us. Lu Ming laughed scornfully. For you. Don't be ridiculous. Over 300 people unable to fight, or even survive. What value do you have for me to save? Now get out with those wretches, or you'll be the next shields. You. The man's face turned icy cold, but as he prepared to rebuke Lu Ming, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, carving a deep gash across his cheek. Don't make me repeat myself. Get lost. The man winced in pain, covering his wound, shocked by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He truly wasn't here to save them. He didn't even see them as compatriots. Terror seized the dozens behind him. Exchanging uneasy glances, they fled downstairs. The man shot Lu Ming a long, complex look before following the crowd out of the mall. Only when everyone had fled did Lu Ming turn to the remaining 9 South Koreans with a smile. The artificial beauty, seeing that Lu Ming harbored no patriotic sentiments, instantly donned a fawning expression. She gingerly pressed down on Lu Ming's massive ring blade, leaning in to flaunt her assets, pulling at her neckline, and cooing, Appa, you're so brave. Kim Tae-sang is less than a dog before you. Surely you'd like an obedient, clingy servant who knows many special tricks and can pamper you well. How about me? With that she ran her tongue along her lips in a seductive gesture, exuding an air of allure. But just as she thought her beauty and charm had won Lu Ming's favor, her flirtatious expression twisted into pain. Her brows furrowed, her face contorted, and her gaze slowly drifted downward. At her chest, the massive blade she had pressed down was now deeply embedded in her flesh. When she looked up again, she met Lu Ming's icy stare, as if he were gazing at trash. Then a solid, powerful foot blocked her vision. Stomping onto the face, she took such. With a squelch, the foot pressed down, the blade withdrew, and blood gushed forth. The woman collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing unconsciously before becoming a corpse. Tisk, disgusting. All that plastic junk can't match a single strand of Chuck's hair, and you dared to covet my looks. You're not worthy. He flicked the blade, sending blood and force spraying, leaving the steel gleaming coldly. Having faced death and slain countless foes, he felt no trauma from killing, just flesh and shells. Xiaoxua, tie them up. With a wave of her small hand, Xiaoxua spun silk into a web, cocooning the remaining 8 South Koreans. Done with that, Lu Ming raised his hand and silently invoked greed, decomposing and reclaiming the 3 corpses. Successfully decomposed corpse of primary hunting warrior Kim Tae-sang obtained specialized crystals 1410, primary warrior energy fluid 200 milliliters. Successfully decomposed corpse of ultimate soldier Park Hana obtained specialized crystals 410. Successfully decomposed corpse of ultimate soldier Choi Youngjun obtained specialized crystals 410. What does this mean? Decomposing human corpses also yields specialized crystals, and the amount matches the total needed for specialization advancement. Oh right, greed doubles the harvest. So normally harvesting human corpses only gives half the advancement total. Now I understand how these South Koreans advanced to primary hunting warriors so quickly. They must have accumulated resources by hunting their own kind. After all, with a high-level killing high-rank soldiers, and ultimate soldiers yields 50 or even 150 specialized crystals. Isn't that faster and easier than slaughtering alien creatures? Heh. Lu Ming almost laughed out loud, eyeing the 8 men cocooned in silk with great interest. The 8, feeling his gaze, shuddered in terror. Notice unclaimed space packs, 3 detected nearby. Retrieve. Of course. Yes. Successfully reclaimed unclaimed space pack. Obtained space pack 160 slots 1, specialized crystals 2560 silk, 400 farmers, 3 fists purified water, 100 cases beef instant noodles, 47 cases compressed biscuits, 35. Assorted drinks 74 bottles long blade, 3 fine steel straight, sword 1 type 54 pistol 17. 62 millimeters bullets 24, Park Hana's clothing 2, unknown toys 10. The earlier supplies delighted him, but the strange items that followed left him speechless. No, not speechless. Utterly baffled, completely incomprehensible. Notice space pack slots full. Unable to continue item retrieval. Upgrade space pack level to expand capacity. Notice detected a 160 slot space pack in inventory. Inherit slot count. Oh, there's such an option. Yes. Notice space pack inheritance successful. Current slots 108160 successfully reclaimed unclaimed space pack. Obtained space pack 80 slots 1, specialized crystals 768, silk 120 farmers, 3 fists purified water 10 cases beef instant noodles 5 cases katana 1, Park Hana's clothing 2 sets unknown toys 2 successfully reclaimed unclaimed space pack. Obtained space pack 80 slots 1, specialized crystals 900 silk 300 farmers 3 fists purified water 30 cases beef instant noodles 22 cases compressed biscuits 20, assorted drinks 150. Bottles dagger 2, special undergarments 10, essential oil 500 milliliters, women's attire 8 sets, gold jewelry 7 pieces, other unknown toys 20 types. Notice space pack slots full. Unable to continue item retrieval. Upgrade space pack level to expand capacity. Lu Ming. A tiny nation, yet their games grow ever more extravagant. What is all this? Had they looted some kind of shop? Once again his pack was stuffed to the brim. Could these things possibly last that long? Wouldn't they spoil? He sorted through the pack, destroying everything on the spot. Especially those items of dubious origin and garish design that he couldn't fathom. Lu Ming wouldn't even touch them. Prompt: sufficient empty space in the spatial pack. Commencing reclamation of remaining items. Successfully reclaimed remaining items. Obtained space crystal X660. What? Space crystal? What was that? His gaze shifted to the last slot of the spatial pack, where a purple triangular crystal in a stacked state caught his eye. Click to view. Space crystal special item category consumable. Description: a special crystal obtained from dismantling an ownerless spatial pack. It contains a mysterious spatial force. Accumulate 1,000 to unlock a special performance feature of the spatial pack. Dismantling an ownerless spatial pack. Unlocking a special performance feature. Lu Ming repeated to himself, intrigued. Prompt: space crystal detected in the pack. Special performance feature slot for the spatial pack is now unlocked. Whoosh. A sound like turning pages echoed. On the right side of the spatial pack, a page resembling the talent tree from League of Legends suddenly unfolded. It contained 2 columns of options: auxiliary traits and functional traits. Each trait had 5 levels arranged from top to bottom. Currently, only the first level of each trait was highlighted. The remaining 4 levels were all locked. The 2 traits on the first level were spatial mark and vehicle storage. Spatial mark can unfold a blank map and leave marks at locations visited. Vehicle storage adds an extra vehicle storage slot to the spatial pack, capable of storing 1 mode of transportation. Damn, that's impressive. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a surge of novelty. Auxiliary and functional. Simply put, one aids the self, the other strengthens the pack. Both were incredibly useful traits, yet they required filling with human lives to unlock. It seemed a bit dark. However, looking at the amount of space crystals these South Han people had accumulated, it was clear that many relished slaughter. He could advance, righteously acting as an agent of justice, while conveniently looting their packs. Or retreat, using the trait of the greedy hand to intercept others' prey, sowing discord and reaping the benefits. Whichever method he chose, he could easily harvest space crystals without any burden. Unfortunately, the current space crystals were insufficient to unlock a single trait, rendering the ultimate ascension useless. Otherwise, he would have loved to see how terrifying the 2 traits became after evolving 2 tiers. Glancing at the 2 80-slot packs placed in the spatial dimension, Lu Ming briefly inspected them. Ownerless spatial pack category: spatial container. Description: a spatial backpack that has lost its owner. Cannot be used for direct storage operations. The slots can be inherited by a smaller pack, or it can be directly dismantled into space crystals. It matched the description of the space crystal. However, the note about not being usable for direct storage operations amused him. Presumably, it was to prevent the nesting doll operation of packing packs within packs, a very reasonable restriction. As for dismantling, he would deal with it later, for there were more important matters at hand. Xiao Xue released them. Adjusting his hold on Chu Xue, Lu Ming said softly. Chu Xue opened her small hand, and the spider silk binding the 8 South Han people dissipated. Lu Ming appraised them anew. Among the 8 were 2 women and 6 men. The men were mostly pale-faced, some with wet trousers. The women were trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of losing their senses. Hey! Lu Ming's cold voice and raised chin made the 8 shudder simultaneously, even dropping their weapons. Why so tense? He offered a warm smile, fixing his gaze on the one who seemed most disagreeable to him. Tell me, was this incursion into the district a personal decision, or were you following orders? No one responded. Lu Ming sneered, swung his arm, and hurled the giant ring blade. A whoosh was heard, and the man he had focused on vanished from sight. By the time the others realized what had happened, a loud crash came from behind. Turning to look, the man who had been standing fine moments ago was now pinned to a pillar, blood spurting from his mouth, and nose writhing and convulsing in agony. Don't misunderstand. In my interrogation, silence is not an option. Lu Ming's voice reached their ears like a vengeful demon, pulling their gazes back. The 2 South Korean women, already terrified, immediately fell to their knees, trembling. One of them stammered, "If we talk, sir, will you let us go?" Lu Ming showed a benevolent smile. Of course not. Hearing the first 3 words, the woman's expression relaxed, but the last 2 plunged her into deeper despair. Lu Ming comforted them. Don't make that face. I haven't finished. If you answer my questions earnestly and help me clear this mall, I might not only spare you, but even give each of you 1,000 specialized crystals. 1,000. Enough to advance directly to a junior hunting warrior. You'll dominate the scene. So I hope there won't be any more unpleasantness. We're all human, of the same race, just different nations. Unless necessary, I don't wish to stain my hands with the blood of my kin. Don't you agree? Hearing this, all the South Han people were stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? As if they had just heard them spoken. So do you want to end up like that guy behind you, or accept my proposal? They'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Ready? 3. He'll talk. He'll talk. What was more terrifying than death? Now they finally understood the horror of being oppressed and haunted by death. It was It was Kim Taesang's brother Kim Jong-hyuk who initiated the operation. He obtained a map and discovered that the outskirts of different districts were connected. He advocated hunting humans, saying it was easier than hunting mutants and guaranteed a 100 drop of specialized crystals. So you switched tactics, abandoning the fight against mutants to target humans instead. Lu Ming finished the woman's sentence and continued, so you killed your own people too. The woman was silent for 2 seconds before nodding lightly. Kim Jong-hyuk said the weak don't deserve to live, they waste resources. It's better for them to sacrifice themselves, becoming nutrients for the strong, a part of the strong. A fine maxim. Well said. If not for holding Chu Shui, Lu Ming would have applauded that philosophy. Was it wrong? Of course not. In fact, his survival philosophy perfectly suited the post-apocalyptic worldview. But if Lu Ming hadn't known such a figure existed nearby, it would be one thing. Now that he knew he was close, he couldn't allow him to grow unchecked. So he pressed on. What level is Kim Jong-hyuk now? The woman shook her head, then quickly added, after we left Seongwa district and entered this area, we lost contact with the previous district. So I don't know his current level. But when we left Seongwa, he was at the pinnacle of the soldier realm. Lu Ming fell into thought. Pinnacle soldier when he left. Now a night and half a day had passed since their departure. Kim Taesang, his younger brother, was already a junior hunting warrior. Kim Jong-hyuk would only be stronger, not weaker. Intermediate. Probably not, but it wasn't impossible. Without ultimate ascension, if he focused solely on leveling up without enhancing his awakened power, he might indeed have stacked up to the intermediate warrior level. After all, as his maxim stated, killing humans guaranteed a 100 drop of specialized crystals. No drop rate, issues the weak fueling the strong. You did well. Lu Ming offered sincere praise. The rest of you pick up your weapons and advance in a semi-encirclement. As for you, Lu Ming looked at the South Han woman who had answered. You will pick up a weapon and stand behind them. Watch them closely. If anyone dares to step back or turn to flee, kill them on the spot. I don't need to explain the specifics, you should be well versed in this. I understand. The woman from the South Han nation, her expression shifting, ultimately picked up the katana and aimed it at her former comrades. Seeing this, the teammates wore complex expressions, acknowledging her lack of choice, and reluctantly armed themselves as they advanced into the depths of the fort. Lu Ming, carrying Chu Shui at the rear, passed by the pillar where the giant ring blade was embedded, fixed his gaze on the already lifeless corpse of a South Korean, and silently and successfully decomposed the corpse of an Jaehyun, obtaining specialized crystal 410. Another ultimate soldier king. It seems hunting humans is indeed very as long as one is physically healthy, they are a junior soldier. Those who have trained, exercised, or possess even a decent physical talent reach the intermediate soldier level. Kill intermediate soldiers first to accumulate specialized crystals. 20 of them yield 100 crystals, enough to elevate oneself to the advanced soldier level. Then, leveraging weaponry and numerical advantage, hunt advanced soldiers. Each grants 50 crystals, 6 would provide 300, enabling ascension to ultimate soldier king. If one were to scheme more darkly, fostering internal strife in a gladiatorial manner, with Kim Taesang and Kim Jong-hyuk finishing the remnants, it would be a venture yielding profit with zero cost. Thus, once a person abandons morality and humanity, they find shortcuts to everything. Successfully reclaimed an ownerless spatial bag, obtaining 80 slot space bag 1, specialized crystal 256, silk 75, 5 boxes of Farmer's Fist pure water, 5 boxes of beef instant noodles, 4 assorted beverages, 1 dagger, 1 set of Park Hannah's personal undergarments, and 6 types of biscuit snacks. Park Hannah again. After silently destroying the unworthy items, Lu Ming leaped up and pulled the giant ring blade from the pillar. The 7 ahead, sensing the movement behind, instinctively turned around. They were met with the bizarre sight of Lu Ming holding the angelic little sister in one arm and the giant ring blade in the other. Their already chilled hearts instantly froze, imprinted with an indelible shadow of this figure. What are you looking at? Move forward. Blade held level, the 7 hurried forward in terror, slaughtering any Sikalao larva they encountered. Having learned the larvae's weaknesses from the previous group, they faced no pressure in killing. Yet the gaze from behind persistently induced a phantom urge to urinate, a constant risk of losing control. Wait. Seeing the larvae fall in droves, Lu Ming called out to them. Leave the corpses there. No need for you to harvest. What a joke. He, the greedy hand himself, disregarding prey ownership, could extract the essence of corpses at double the full rate. Why would he need these unlucky fools to harvest at a loss? The group was puzzled. The larvae they killed, if they didn't harvest, no one else could. Wouldn't leaving them here be a waste? But with the demon having spoken, they dared not object, simply obeying and continuing to clear the path. True to the reputation of an ultimate soldier king, his efficiency in killing low-level aberrations was remarkable. In less than half an hour, most of the larvae on the 4th floor were slaughtered, their piled corpses forming a safe passage to the 5th floor. Lu Ming nodded in approval and commanded, continue upward. The few exchanged glances but offered no resistance, stepping onto the halted elevator. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered it was a cinema complex within the shopping mall. The empty counters and hall held only a few scattered larvae. In the corridors leading to the various screening rooms, not a single aberration was visible. Could it be that the 5th floor held nothing? Had they succeeded directly? A surge of joy arose, suggesting they might just survive. Seeing you all relaxed, are you feeling relieved? Lu Ming's voice cut through again. They shuddered repeatedly, turning back to deny it. Lu Ming smiled and sighed. Actually, even if I hadn't appeared and disrupted your plans, you would have died here. The moment you stepped onto the 5th floor, the Reaper's scythe was already— At these words, the 7 South Koreans were startled. They turned to look at Lu Ming, seeking an explanation, but their vision was arrested by a colossal aberration, metallic and inscribed with dark red runes nearly 2.5 meters tall. It raised its meter-long gleaming blade, drawing an arc of light spanning 7 or 8 meters. Rip! The 7 at the forefront were cleaved in two. Viscera and blood sprayed everywhere. They watched helpless as their line of sight plummeted from normal height to the floor. The excruciating pain of torn flesh struck violently. Ugh! Their agonized screams echoed through the cinema, amplified by the mall's emptiness into a lingering wail. Lu Ming, holding Chushue, descended midair and landed before the 14 severed halves of the South Koreans. Unhurried, he said, "A mutant sickle owl E-class elite. Once you enter its territory, it will relentlessly hunt you until you are all slaughtered. Its strength surpasses that of an ordinary junior hunting warrior. There are 3 more such entities on this entire 5th floor." Of the 7 South Koreans, aside from the 2 unluckiest on the far left who were decapitated by the angle of the slash, the remaining 5, though fatally wounded, clung to life for a few more seconds before their blood drained completely. The agony prevented them from fainting. A final rally kept their minds clear. Hearing Lu Ming's detailed explanation, the woman he had previously spared smiled bitterly. "So you knew all along." Lu Ming, dodging a second strike from the mutant sickle owl with a casual laugh, did not answer her question. For as she spoke her final words, her life force ebbed away with her blood. "Godspeed." Uttering the name of his speed, art silently, his figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind the mutant sickle owl. Raising the giant ring blade skyward, he brought it down with all his might. The blade's shadow split and tore through the sickle owl, piercing its heart's weak point in a decisive blow. Against Lu Ming's overwhelming power, the mutant sickle owl could no longer pose any threat. A thunderous crash echoed through the hall as the mutant sickle owl collapsed, its dark green blood and colorful viscera spilling across the floor. Lu Ming did not rush to decompose the corpse, for the next wave of attacks was imminent. This time it was not the mutant sickle owl, but 15 elite-grade common sickle owls. They flapped their translucent wings, brandishing their icy blades, and launched a surprise assault from all directions, above, below, left, and right. Lu Ming dodged and weaved his giant blades, sweeping. With every flash of cold light, every flicker of a charge, a sickle owl, with its heart severed, fell. Within a mere 20 seconds, not a single one of the 15 elite sickle owls remained. 3 mutant sickle owls and 1 quasi-queen left. Xiaoxue. Looking down at Chushue in his arms, Lu Ming said gently, "Bear with it for a moment, get behind me. It'll be over soon." Chushue shook her head, clenching her little fist to indicate she could fight. But Lu Ming drove the giant ring blade into the floor, reached up to pinch her cheek, and chuckled softly. "When I can handle it myself, how could I let my future wife dirty her hands? Be good." He lifted her over his head and gently set her down behind him. Chukshu's face flushed crimson, yet she obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hold tight." Fearing the intensity of his movements, Lu Ming quickly instructed. But Chushue, with a firm grip, used her silk threads to bind herself securely to him. Upon noticing the little one's actions, Lu Ming smiled even more gently. His thoughts continued to flow. He had to make preparations before the battle. Ultimate sublimation. He directly chose 2 warrior swords from his spatial bag, both sublimated into secret silver giant ring blades. He took one out and pulled another from the ground, activating the Eye of Truth, heading straight for the last viewing room. Power bestowal. During his charge, Lu Ming's thoughts flashed, and red energy radiated from his heart to his limbs and bones. Awakening power. The blue energy enveloped his entire body from his forehead. Then he paused, adopting a bow stance to launch. Godspeed. Whoosh. His entire figure transformed into a red-blue streak of light, darting into the final viewing room. In a crisscrossing motion, he swept past 3 mutated side owls guarding the pseudo-owl king, not giving them a chance to react, directly cleaving them into 6 pieces. After doing all this, Lu Ming did not pause for even a second, not even taking time to examine the appearance of the pseudo-owl king. For in his eyes, 3 fist-sized core bodies were flashing with a strong red glow within the pseudo-owl king, which was precisely its weak point. Facing the enemy, as long as he knew its weak point, what did appearance matter? It was all about a swift attack, catching it off guard. He wanted to ensure that the pseudo-owl king couldn't unleash any skills apart from self-detonation. Godspeed. Godspeed in motion. Lu Ming charged towards the pseudo-owl king, swinging both arms. The 2 secret silver giant ring blades, imbued with tremendous power, pierced through the pseudo-owl king's head and abdomen. Influenced by his marksmanship proficiency, Lu Ming loved controlling this flying knife execution. There was not a single misalignment, accurately destroying the 2 core bodies. With a thought, the 3rd giant ring blade from the spatial bag appeared in his hand. The blade flipped over, and with both hands gripping the hilt, he thrust it forcefully into the pseudo-owl king's chest. Bang! The sensation of the core body shattering confirmed to Lu Ming that the kill was secured. With the 3 cores shattered, the pseudo-owl king had no power to turn the tide, and due to the existence of her life-saving skill, she would inevitably trigger self-detonation. Unaware of the self-detonation's power, Lu Ming wouldn't foolishly stand still, so after inserting the dagger, he turned and ran. In the midst of his frantic escape, he didn't forget to collect the remains of the 3 mutated side owls. Ah! Only after Lu Ming ran out of the screening room and returned to the counter in the 5th floor hall did the pseudo-owl king finally unleash a deafening and earth-shattering scream. The high-pitched sound wave seemed as if it would lift the entire shopping mall's ceiling. Perhaps she was stunned for a long time before realizing she had been ambushed and killed. Her resentment could be described as nothing short of boundless. As the killer Lu Ming was now calmly gathering the remains of the Southern Cold People mutated scythe owls and elite scythe owls that he had previously placed here with a red-blue button. As for reviewing the battle, it was unnecessary. From the moment he stepped onto the 5th floor, he had already prepared for a perfect kill simulation. All the types and quantities of enemy troops were exposed under the eye of truth. He knew his own strength. As long as he suppressed the emergence of variables to 0, his winning probability would be 100%, and there would be no mistake in that. That was why he stacked all enhancements from the start. This way, even if an unexpected situation arose, he could escape in his most optimal state. Even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't regret not giving his all before his death. Boom. As he expressed his thoughts, the pseudo-owl king self-detonated. Its power was indeed impressive, but it wasn't terrifying enough to destroy the entire mall. Greed. Successfully decomposed scythe owl. Remains obtaining specialized crystal 20 scythe blade 4 scythe, shell 10, ordinary alien blood 200 milliliters. After decomposing the last ordinary scythe owl, Lu Ming turned Chushua from behind to the front and held her tightly again. You ask why he doesn't let Chushua walk by herself. Because there are residual body fluids from the scythe owls on the ground. Indeed, it is definitely not because he wants to get more acquainted with Chushua to cultivate feelings that would make him seem very strange. With steady steps, Lu Ming returned to the viewing room where the pseudo-owl king was located. Upon seeing the scene at the door, to be honest, he hesitated a bit. Yellow-green bodily fluid, greasy and fragmented fat fascial lymph. In short, there was no place to step, and he didn't know if collecting these scraps counted as collecting the main body. Greed. Successfully recovered pseudo-owl king remains obtaining specialized crystal 50, owl king blade 12, owl king, shell 20 class royal alien blood 200 milliliters, scythe owl larva egg 10. The names of the materials have all changed, so he needed to take a closer look. Owl King Blade E-Class King Level Type Royal Alien Material Description: the forearm of E-Class Pseudo-Owl King possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to Secret Silver level, can be used as a material for manufacturing specialized biological weapons. Usage conditions: intermediate forging proficiency or above. Owl King Shell E-Class King Level Type Royal Alien Material Description: the shell of E-Class Pseudo-Owl King possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to Secret Silver level, can be used as a material for manufacturing specialized biological armor. Usage conditions: intermediate forging proficiency or above. Although it is a pseudo-owl king, it has reached the king level, and the weapons and armor produced from it have also upgraded to the secret silver tier. Overall, it is quite impressive. Now let's take a look at the next matching blood. E-Class Royal Alien Blood Type, Special Material Description: blood produced by E-Class Royal Alien creatures possessing extremely strong alienation energy, with a very broad application range, can be devoured by alien creatures to accelerate their growth, and there is even a very small probability of obtaining royal bloodline resulting in alien gene evolution. It can also be used to forge biological weapons, significantly enhancing their power with a certain probability of acquiring royal skills. If used for crafting low-level biological weapons, it will 100 inherit 1 skill from the original alien creature. Contained alienation energy value 500. No need to say more, store it properly for future use. The last one, which is what he cares about the most. Scythe Owl Larva Egg E-Class Type E-Class Larva Egg Description: after hatching, it will give birth to one of the insect race's Scythe Owl larvae. If properly nurtured, it will evolve into a highly aggressive and extremely loyal E-Class Elite Alien Scythe Owl. Hatching recognition conditions: high purity alien protein 5, mastery of basic childcare skills, incubating for 10 seconds closely, and seeing the hatcher for the first time after hatching. Current status: not yet started hatching. As expected, it was indeed an alien creature's egg, a total of 10. Scythe Owl. Speaking of which, this thing is indeed quite powerful. When fully grown, it doesn't look shabby, resembling an evolved mantis. At the king level, it can easily hunt several intermediate hunting warriors. Unfortunately, this thing only evolves into an elite scythe owl, in the end at most able to perform as a limit soldier. In other people's hands, it would be a respectable fighting force. Next to him, it would simply be a burden. However, these larva eggs' fortune falling into Lu Ming's hands gave him an opportunity to change his fate. Ultimate sublimation. Second tier. Wasn't it only 3,500 to upgrade mutated juvenile egg to grade? Oh, never mind. Back then he hadn't upgraded the mutated juvenile egg itself, but the material of the supply crate. It was a design flaw in the crate that allowed him to change its contents by merely upgrading the crate's tier. Otherwise, with this upgrade cost, directly upgrading upgrade mutated juvenile egg to grade could have cost over 10,000. Feeling he had made a killing, Lu Ming glanced at the number of specialization crystals in his spatial pouch. 12320. That could be considered a comfortable middle class. He recalled that before arriving at the northern outskirts, he had nearly squandered all his crystals, leaving a pitiful 600. Now, by decomposing the corpses of 11 Nanhan people and inheriting their belongings, his specialization crystals had once again exceeded 10,000, making him sigh that killing humans was truly profitable. Just as Lu Ming was basking in multiple waves of joy, the upgrade prompt snapped him back to reality. Ancient Owl Emperor. He tapped to view the details. A Crade royal bloodline. The egg would hatch into a natural hunter with unmatched attack power and absolute loyalty. Hatching conditions: 100 mutant energy mastery of basic childcare, 30 minutes of close incubation, and the hatchling must see the incubator first. Crade royal, impressive. No question he had to upgrade it. But not now. He cancelled the prompt. His specialization crystals needed to be prioritized for the supply crates. After all, upgrading a crate once meant its contents could be upgraded again. What if he encountered a massive expense later and couldn't immediately enjoy the thrill of something new? He tucked the 10 sickle owl larva eggs into his pocket for safekeeping. If there were any crystals left later, he would hatch them on the spot. The sooner they hatched, the sooner he could train them into his combat force. They were far more reliable than humans, unwaveringly loyal, and causing no trouble whatsoever. Stepping into the screening room, the entire space was in shambles. The movie screen was gone, leaving only 3 crates arranged in a triangular formation enscathed at the spot where the Kuaizhou Queen had fallen. Recalling the mutant state at the Kongbao shoe factory and comparing it to the distribution, here Lu Ming felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if these creatures were intentionally nesting here to guard treasure chests like dungeon bosses. He swept the area with his eye of truth, confirming no trace of any mutant creatures remained before leading Chu Xue onto the stage in front of the screen. Purple, blue, and white. Third tier, second tier, first tier. The crates shimmered with correspondingly colored auras, as if energy pulsed through every corner of their structures. As usual, he started from the lowest tier to see what each contained. Identify. The first tier crate held 5 pieces of Delight chocolate and a bottle of multifunctional sports drink. Truly fitting for its tier, down-to-earth items. Logically, upgrading such items had little point. It would only raise the food's grade by a couple of levels. But adhering to the principle of fairness, he couldn't play favorites. A first-tier crate was still a treasure chest, right? Ultimate upgrade. Second tier. It would cost 200 specialization crystals to upgrade the first-tier crate to a third-tier one. Was he sure? 200 crystals. A bit pricey, especially since he couldn't take the crate with him. But not upgrading it would leave him feeling regret. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Lu Ming let out a soft sigh. Forget it, he could spare 200 crystals. Confirm. In a flash, the first-tier crate dissolved and was reconstructed like a 3D print. The white crate turned purple, and its contents evolved as well. The third-tier crate now held 5 packs of versatile chocolate and a 100 milliliters intermediate warrior energy potion. The chocolate had multiplied in quantity and improved in quality. As for the intermediate warrior nutrition potion, he seemed to have obtained something similar when decomposing Kim Taesang's corpse, though that was a basic version. Opening the crate, he ignored the chocolate for now and took out the energy potion. The vial was well sealed, its pale blue liquid giving off a cool, refreshing visual sensation with an inexplicable allure. Identify. Consuming it would instantly restore all stamina to peak condition, though its effect would significantly diminish for those above the intermediate hunter-warrior level. A stamina potion that instantly refilled his state. This was a great find. He had already recouped his investment. Especially useful for someone with his super speed. It was the perfect tool for killing, robbing, and escaping. He tried a second-tier upgrade. Upgrading the intermediate warrior energy potion to a limit warrior nutrition potion would cost 100 specialization crystals. Was he sure? As expected, this was consistent with the upgrade performance of his specialization level. Only upgrades tied to his own cultivation realm didn't result in a major tier jump. That's why he had never attempted to upgrade his specialization level. But then again, even if it were a major leap, it would be better to do it later. Ideally, he would upgrade only when his level had reached its limit and couldn't break through any further, allowing him to ascend to the highest position. Cough, that sounded a bit Chinibu. Cancel. For the same type of product, he didn't need to read the description. Apart from the recovery level restrictions, everything else was basically the same. He glanced at the chocolate. The packaging was whimsical, colorful, and tied with a gold ribbon containing individually wrapped pieces of solid chocolate. It probably matched the versatile flavor label. Unfortunately, he had never been particularly interested in food, perhaps because he couldn't afford it as a child, and now, as an adult, he had his pride. So he simply tossed it into his spatial pouch and looked away. Next, his gaze shifted to the second-tier crate, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. This was the one that had left him with a huge regret. Today he was determined to make up for it, even if it contained just a chicken feather. Identify. It contained a basic proficiency self-selection book. What the? Seeing the item, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before his heart burst into bloom. What was this called? Asking for help was better than relying on oneself, and relying on oneself was better than trusting fate. The forging proficiency he had been longing for had finally arrived, and it was a special case where he could perform a double upgrade. What was he waiting for? Get straight to the point. Ultimate upgrade. Prompt to sublimate the level 2 supply crate. 1500 specialized crystals are required. Confirm sublimation of the level 2 supply crate into a level 4 supply crate. Huh, is this leap in tier 2 abrupt? No matter, This outcome wasn't entirely unforeseen. The crystals were precisely reserved for such moments. Confirmed. The level 2 supply crate disintegrates. The level 4 supply crate reassembles. Unlike the radiant golden glow of level 5 crates, this one emanates a warm amber light. Thus supply crates from levels 1 through 5 are now inscribed within Lu Ming's experiential archive. They are color-coded by rank: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold, ascending in order of potency. Identify. This step must never be skipped. Fatal oversights often stem from habitual assumptions. Level 4 supply crate special item. Category container. Description contains an advanced proficiency self-selection manual. Excellent. The item remains unchanged. Only its tier has ascended from basic to advanced. Pressing the tangerine button, the lid retracts and folds inward. The core rises slowly, revealing a sapphire blue skill manual. Advanced proficiency self-selection manual special item. Category skill manual. Description: upon use, select one proficiency from the following: advanced childcare specialist, advanced driving technique, advanced tailoring, garment craft, advanced culinary artistry, advanced horticulture, or advanced forging. Selecting one, not automatically acquiring it, ignited another bold hypothesis in Lu Ming's mind. If a supply crate can be sublimated once, and the self-selection manual likewise elevated once, could the chosen singular proficiency undergo further sublimation? Think then act. Truth emerges only through practice. Ultimate sublimation. Please select. Tier 2. Prompt: sublimating the advanced proficiency self-selection manual requires 200 specialized crystals. Confirm expenditure of 200 specialized crystals to elevate it into a master level proficiency self-selection manual. Master level. Whoa, sounds impressive. Yet the crystal cost feels excessive. Advanced proficiency corresponds to Class C skills. A Tier 2 sublimation should place master level within Class A. If sublimating a single focused skill, the theoretical ceiling would be 1000 crystals, and under normal circumstances, even 500 might suffice. Such steep cost implies the self-selection manual serves as the primordial matrix for all proficiencies. Its intrinsic rarity far surpasses that of any individual skill. It's expensive. What if after sublimation the selected forging proficiency proves non-sublimatable? He'd lose 1000 to 1500 specialized crystals outright. Is this truly worthwhile? After a moment's silence, Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. His perspective, his vision, had been too narrow. Carefully considered, even failure would cost only about 100 crystals, a loss recoverable by slaying 500 Psy-Screech hatchlings or defeating a single novice hunter warrior. Yet success would grant him a foundational proficiency capable, potentially, of transcending even S-class mastery. In long-term value, this isn't merely profitable. It is incalculably precious. Confirmed. Whoosh. The Azure Advanced Proficiency Self-Selection Manual dissolved into shimmering particles. Vile food fragments coalesced anew into the Master-Level Proficiency Self-Selection Manual. Prompt: Master Level Proficiency Self-Selection Manual detected. Use immediately. Yes. Prompt: select your desired proficiency. With a soft rustle, the manual fragmented into a luminous interface panel. Blades and spears, halberds and hooks, martial footwork and firearms, pharmacology and medicine, mechanics and architecture, pedagogy and technology. The list sprawled across hundreds of specialized disciplines. This scope justifies calling it a proficiency encyclopedia, though regrettably it contains only the table of contents. Each entry when selected displayed but a single line: mastery granted upon acquisition. That ended any notion of analytical study. Select forging proficiency. Truth be told, his pulse flickered slightly upon seeing medicine and pharmacology. After all, medicine saves lives, and pharmacology not only resolves health crises, but likely augments combat efficacy. Examples include stamina restoration, strength amplification, velocity enhancement, endurance expansion, mental acuity stimulation, toxin extraction, and poison formulation. Especially poison formulation. Paired with ranged weaponry, it becomes a death warrant in this collapsed medical landscape where no antidotes exist. Touch it, and you perish. Yet Lu Ming was unwaveringly loyal to his word, to his choice. He had declared forging proficiency, and forging proficiency he would take. He absolutely could not let those exotic materials languish in his spatial pouch. Rather, he could not afford to shatter his own integrity. Other proficiencies could wait. He would claim them all. None would escape his grasp. Congratulations, you have acquired Class A skill, Master Level Forging Proficiency. Learn immediately. No, one final step remained. Ultimate sublimation. Could it be? A sharp, chilling premonition seized him. Refusing to accept it, Lu Ming silently repeated, ultimate sublimation. Prompt: this item has already undergone sublimation. Further sublimation is prohibited. Damn it. Just as fury surged, his gaze fell upon Xue Chu. The girl nestled quietly in his arms. His temper cooled instantly. He would not let 1,000 crystals cost him Inhale. Exhale. Again. Perfectly recalibrated. Clutching the master-level forging proficiency manual, Lu Ming now held the answer, in practice not theory. A designated self-selection manual encompasses all related proficiencies, an integrated whole where elevation of the whole elevates every part. Conversely, randomly generated skill manuals target tier ranges. The emphasis lies on the range, not the specific skill. Thus, post-sublimation random manuals retain sublimation potential. Clarifying this distinction dispelled most of his frustration. Ultimately, this calculated risk was inevitable, whether today or tomorrow, and perhaps later at greater cost. Centered once more, Lu Ming initiated the learning protocol. Prompt confirm acquisition of master-level forging proficiency. Confirmed. Outside the Starlight District's outer ring, inside an abandoned high-rise, Jin Zhenghe, drenched in blood, sat atop a pile of 3 or 4 corpses gripping a steel-grade katana. His frigid gaze swept downward at a prostrate man from Namhan calm and measured. Brother Qingxian, out of respect for our childhood bond and lifelong friendship, I grant you one final utterance. Jin Zhenghe, you will surely face retribution. Rasped Song Qingxian, eyes veined with crimson. Before the word retribution fully left his lips, the razor-sharp blade pierced his occiput. A swift twist, death instantaneous. That farewell was unacceptable. I shall consider it unspoken. But the power drawn from you and your countrymen shall remain etched in my memory forever. I swear upon it, I shall ascend to the world's apex bearing this gift from my dearest friends, achieving what great Namhan failed to accomplish on Blue Planet. I, Jin Zhenghe, will fulfill it here. Harvest. Whoosh. Corpses dissolved into motes of light. Jin Zhenghe's expression shifted from icy stillness to rapturous frenzy. Staring at the specialized crystals accumulating in his spatial pouch, Jin Zhenghe grinned. 1,000 more, just 1,000 crystals, and I'll ascend to advanced hunter warrior. Then, while hunting dream moth hatchlings, I'll await Zhao Renjun from Pinga District and my foolish younger brother, returning laden with spoils. Their deaths will catapult me straight to limit breaker status. From this day forth, this reborn world bows to me. Jin Zhenghe. I am its sovereign, its emperor. Exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Absolutely intoxicating. This is the paradise I've always craved. This is the world worthy of me, Jin Zhenghe. Returning to Jintian District, the skill book disintegrated in Lu Ming's hands as a purple light cluster slowly took shape. As it merged into his brow, Lu Ming felt countless experiences and knowledge about forging flood his mind, as if awakening sealed memories. Successfully learned master-level forging proficiency. Opening his character panel, master-level forging proficiency was now displayed at the very end of the skill list. Master-level forging proficiency, A rank. Type proficiency skill. Description: mastered the art of forging equipment from aberrant creatures, obtaining master-level certification. Forging skills are exceptionally refined, capable of crafting equipment up to Sourceforce grade. Usage: mentally activate the forging function to open the equipment forging interface. After placing aberrant creature materials, equipment blueprints will automatically appear. The type of equipment forged is identified based on the primary material category. Forging has a success rate which increases with higher proficiency levels. Trait: forging master equipment forging success rate increased by an additional 40. Trait: forging master probability of inheriting aberrant creature skills increased by an additional 10. Trait: forging master, when equipment forging succeeds, the probability of inheriting 2 or more aberrant creature skills increases by an additional 1. What the hell? Equipment forging comes with a success rate. Is this a face-based luck system everywhere you look? He glanced at the Tier 3 supply crate before him, then back at master-level forging proficiency. Suppressing the urge to open the crate, Lu Ming mentally activated the forging function, ready to explore the intricacies of equipment forging. A massive interface unfurled before him. Lu Ming had expected the interface to be a chaotic mess filled with success rates, skill inheritance probabilities, and multi-skill chances. Yet to his surprise, the entire interface was elegantly simple, consisting of only 3 sections. On the left, 25 slots were labeled primary materials. On the right, another 25 slots were labeled auxiliary materials. In the center, a mechanical forging furnace pulsing with a sci-fi aesthetic displayed 5 slots arranged in a 5-dot pattern with the word weapon written in the middle. The surrounding 4 slots were all labeled probability materials. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a deep sense of gratitude. Truly, he was already sick of it. Isn't this just a reskinned enhancement system from some game? Couldn't they put more heart into such a flashy feature? Damn it. Complaints aside, he still had to use it. Pulling out the Owl King's blade from his spatial pack, Lu Ming tossed it directly into the primary material area of the forging interface. Considering the previous inclusion and exclusion relationships, Lu Ming opted for a cautious approach for his first weapon, refraining from material sublimation. A white light scanned the Owl King's blade, and a system prompt suddenly appeared. Prompt: forging function scan complete. Primary material identified as weapon. Blueprint matched successfully. Please select a forging blueprint. With a rustle of turning pages, a list of crafting blueprints cascaded down from the left side of the interface. Owl King Warblade and Owl King War Scythe. That was it. Yes, you read that right. A king-tier material could only be forged into 2 types. Bitterly amused, Lu Ming was relieved that among the 2 options was the blade type he specialized in, otherwise he would have needed to acquire another weapon proficiency. The Owl King Warblade, judging by its name, was surely a majestic and imposing weapon. As for the scythe, based on past impressions, it likely leaned toward a cool and stylish aesthetic. Tallied, elegant women or beautiful yet tragic girls. These types wielding a scythe were simply stunning. What about a loli? A loli should wield a heavy hammer. Pink hair dragging it along the ground with one hand, deep eyes, and a kindly smile. Ahem, getting off track. The war scythe was a niche weapon but should fall under the polearm category. Unfortunately, Lu Ming lacked polearm proficiency, and he had no interest in weapons that relied on the head to strike enemies. The Warblade with its sweeping strikes and full-body killing surface was the perfect fit. The Owl King Warblade was the right choice. He clicked on it to confirm the blueprint selection. Prompt: forging the Owl King Warblade requires 8x Owl King's blade primary material, 2x Owl King's carapace auxiliary material, and 500x specialized crystals. Damn, 500 specialized crystals was bad enough, but 8 Owl King's blades. He only had 12 in total thanks to the double yield from greed. Fortunately, he hadn't sublimated the materials, otherwise if the primary material requirements changed, he would have had to sublimate lower-tier scythe owl blades one by one, which would be a huge drain and risk unexpected complications. So for the first weapon, sticking to normal forging was the safest bet. Reluctantly, he placed 7 Owl King's blades and 2 Owl King's carapaces into the primary and auxiliary material slots. The mechanical forging furnace in the center suddenly lit up with an energy-pulsing visual effect. Prompt: primary and auxiliary materials for the Owl King Warblade along with specialized crystals are sufficient. No enhancement materials added. Proceed with forging in this state. Current forging success rate 110 base 70 forging master 40. Owl King skill inheritance probability 15 base 5 forging master 10 can be increased with aberrant blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more skills 1. 5 base 0. 5 forging master 1 can be increased with aberrant blood. Unexpected. The base success rate for a silver tier biological weapon was 70. With the master level trait it shot up to 110. But the skill inheritance rate was too low, only 15. The chance for 2 or more skills was even more absurd, 1. 5. Who were they kidding? He had some aberrant blood, but he didn't want to use it on the first weapon. This one was more of a backup in case something went wrong when forging the main weapon with sublimated materials. He needed a safety net. Confirm. With a hum the forging furnace roared to life, light shifting intensely. As a dazzling golden radiance flashed a system, prompt left Lu Ming stunned. Perfect forging, congratulations. You have crafted the Owl King Warblade with full inheritance. WTF. Perfect forging. Full inheritance. What was this? As he retrieved the weapon, the bewilderment on Lu Ming's face was instantly replaced by astonishment. Good heavens, wasn't this a bit too cool? As a Blue Star native, especially a Chinese one, he had a deep impression of blades. This newly forged weapon in his hand, aside from the hilt and guard featuring distinct Owl King carapace elements, had a blade that resembled a broad straight sword. The tip wasn't curved, but slanted flat, and the blade itself was covered in vein-like cracks. Lu Ming couldn't wait to grip the hilt. A mystical, wondrous sensation flooded his consciousness, making him feel that this blade was not a dead object, but a living entity. At the same time, with his touch, the dim cracks covering the blade erupted into a dazzling green radiance, as if awakening a consciousness. It pulsed rhythmically with his heartbeat. Turtle. No matter how many times he looked, he couldn't help but utter an awestruck praise. Appraisal. Overlord Warblade, Mithril Grade Category E-Class Monarch Level Biological Weapon Description: Blade length 150 cm, hilt length 33 cm, blade width 22 cm, a net weight 500 kg. Master Level Forging Craftsmanship E-Class Monarch Level Exotic Materials integrated with the pinnacle bioengineering of the Garaz Galaxy, a new type of weapon forged for specialized warriors to harness exotic energies. Traits: triggered an unparalleled perfect forging, fully inheriting all skills of the violent overlord. Inherited skills: Mithril Cutter Scythe, Pierce, Giant Acid Compression Cannon, Cross Pulse, Specialized Bioenergy, 10001200, Exotic Biological Activity, 600600. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed, a sharp gleam in his eyes. Lu Ming's ecstatic emotions were impossible to conceal. Too powerful, the perfectly forged biological blade was simply too formidable. First, it was massive with a total length of 183 centimeters. This was crucial. Second, it was heavy enough. At 500 kilograms, only an intermediate-level hunting warrior could wield it with fluid grace. Boom, boom. Swinging it casually, twice the sound of it cleaving the air was like celestial music, intoxicating Lu Ming. Just as he was lost in the moment, he felt a furry sensation at his nape, snapping his mind back to reality. Looking down, Shu Shui in his arms was already drowsy, her eyes glazed, perhaps sleepy, or captivated by his imposing aura. Either way, he needed to find a place to set her down. Holding her soft warmth was pleasant for him, but it must have been uncomfortable for his obedient, uncomplaining future partner. After all, when he swung the blade, his muscles tensed involuntarily, and that sensation likely wasn't pleasant. Scanning the area, he chose a relatively clean spot and retrieved a luxurious 3-piece bed set from his spatial bag. When taken out, it didn't appear from nowhere, but manifested as a placement phantom like furniture in a game's homestead. Struck by a sudden whim, Lu Ming wondered if he could place it midair, letting the bed free fall. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't allow it. Even uneven ground was forbidden. Slightly disappointed, he thought that if such an operation were possible, it would unlock a new usage technique for the spatial bag, like dropping heavy objects from above. But since the spatial bag offered no loopholes, he had no choice but to set it down steadily on the ground. After arranging the bed, Lu Ming placed Shu Shui down. He had planned to continue studying the Overlord Warblade after settling her, but no sooner had she lain down than she grabbed his hand and placed it on top of her head. Lu Ming was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Want me to lull you to sleep? Humph. Lu Ming chuckled, but Chu Xuan nodded with extreme seriousness, then let go of him, pulled the blanket up to the tip of her nose, and gently closed her eyes. Truly, in that instant Lu Ming's heart felt as if it were melting. Even the Overlord Warblade, that manly romantic ideal, became utterly worthless. A smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his mouth. His fingers threaded through her snow-white hair, and as he watched the comfort and peace in Chu Xue's eyes, Lu Ming felt he could do this for a lifetime. He gazed at her so tenderly until her breathing steadied, then gradually stopped his movements. Not because he wanted to stop, but because he feared that as a rough man he might wake her with poor control of his strength. Yet the moment he moved his hand away, a golden thread appeared on his ring finger. Following the thread to its other end, it connected precisely to Chu Xue's hand, and judging by the point of attachment, it was also on her ring finger. Faced with this sight, Lu Ming was first astonished, surprised that Chu Xue would take such a forward action. But upon second thought he dismissed the notion. Impossible, it was too strange. As an original exotic creature of this world, how could Chu Xue know about the marital symbol from Blue Star? It must be a coincidence, a bond Chu Xue created out of fear of losing him. The fact that she had even gotten the hands wrong. Wasn't that irrefutable proof she didn't understand the meaning of this gesture? Having reasoned this out, Lu Ming felt no disappointment, but rather great joy. An unintentional coincidence was all the more precious, and it showed that he and Chu Xue were fated to be together. But when Chu Xue woke, he would have to give her a little lesson. Next time she tied a bond, she should wrap the golden thread around the ring finger of his left hand. He had no other motive, only to make the symbolic meaning of this gesture more precise. His mood grew lighter, and Lu Ming stood up to head towards the ruins of the explosion, looking for a relatively. Only when he moved away did he realize that Chu Xue hadn't restricted his range of movement. The golden thread seemed infinitely extensible. Even as he reached the entrance of the theater hall, there was no sign of tension or drag. Once again warmed by Chu Xue's thoughtfulness, Lu Ming pulled a reasonably intact viewing chair from the rubble. Spending 2 specialized crystals, he upgraded it into a luxury viewing seat plus. Since Chu Xue was staying here, how could he leave her alone? The swarm of sickle owl hatchlings below did need to be cleared, but there was no need to compress every moment. The post-apocalyptic wasteland was desolate and merciless. The more so it was, the more one needed to find a slice of tranquility amidst the tension, lest one be crushed into a twisted character by the pressure. Carrying the luxurious seat to the other side of the bed, Lu Ming faced the theater door, guarding by Chu Xue's side. He opened his spatial bag and found the Overlord Warblade. The fact that it could be stored in the spatial bag meant it wasn't a living thing, yet the strange sensation he had felt earlier left him puzzled. Could it really have been an illusion? Forget it. Whether dead or alive, as long as it was useful, it was a treasure. Calming his mind and casting aside distractions, Lu Ming focused his attention once more. It wasn't suitable to try swinging it now, but studying new information was perfectly fine. However, before that he wanted to attempt the upgrade operation on the Overlord Warblade. Ultimate Ascension. He chanted inwardly, and a system prompt appeared. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier. Second tier. Prompt: ascending the E-class mithril grade biological weapon Overlord Warblade requires 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm expenditure of 500 specialized crystal blocks to ascend Overlord Warblade to class alloy grade Ancient Monarch Blade. Lu Ming squinted, leaning in 2 inches closer, staring at the required materials in the prompt, and silently articulating each word: specialized crystal blocks. Hiss. Damn, the required materials for Ascension had been upgraded. 500 specialized crystal blocks were equivalent to 500 specialized crystals. Was the Ascension cost for biological weapons really this exorbitant? Alloy grade. Class. He took a sneak peek. Appraisal. Ancient Monarch Blade, alloy grade, category class Ancient Monarch level biological weapon. Description: blade length 145 centimeters, hilt length 36 centimeters, blade width 22 centimeters, net weight 5,000 kilograms. Class Ancient Monarch level. Exotic materials: master level forging craftsmanship integrated with the pinnacle technology of the Garaz Galaxy, a biological weapon with a faint consciousness that displays its instincts from life. The user must gain the weapon's recognition to wield it. A forceful use will result in backlash from the blade. Recommended wielding level: Doomsday War King. Traits: triggered and unparalleled perfect forging, fully inheriting all skills of the Ancient Monarch. Inherited skills: alloy cutter blade, storm micro convergence cannon, death cross, / specialized bioenergy 100, 001, 0000, weapon biological activity 300, 003, 0000. What in the world? Holy smokes. What the heck is this? A faint consciousness manifesting an instinct from its past life. It requires approval. Recommended mastery level: Doom War King. Good heavens. Have the weapons of the Garuda Galaxy truly evolved to such an extent? Could it be that one day we'll be conversing with our weapons? Tisk tisk tsk. This level of technology is truly dazzling. Carefully examining the various attributes of the Ancient Emperor's blade, Lu Ming gave his nod of approval to them. Crucially, the unique perfect forging of the original embryo, the Overlord Warblade, was inherited by the Ancient Emperor's blade, with all 4 skills comprehensively upgraded. Specialized bioenergy. Next came the understanding of this novel term, the very point that had first caught his attention. Specialized bioenergy: the specialized energy consumed when releasing biological skills. It can be recharged using specialized crystals, with each specialized crystal equivalent to 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Well, another insatiable money sink. At least the ancient emperor's blade couldn't be upgraded for now, and even if it could, he couldn't afford to use it. Instinctively, Lu Ming glanced at the specialized crystals in his pack, and his face immediately fell. 8,118. The man who was once a 10th of Sandanet household was now kicked out of the club. Thinking about the exorbitant expenses to come, Lu Ming could only sigh at his own misfortune. He still had armor to forge, and a level 3 supply crate to open. His specialization level had been stagnant for ages. Awakening power mastered skills: Chukshu's rations. Not enough true. Heaving a long internal sigh, he silently resolved to hunt aberrants with all his might for the rest of the afternoon, refusing to rest until he broke through to advanced hunter warrior. He closed the info panel of the ancient emperor's blade and turned his attention back to the overlord warblade. He checked the 4 skills one by one. Silver secret cutter: activate by mental command. Consumes 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Piercing scythe: activate by mental command. Consumes 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Giant acid compression cannon: activate by mental command. Consumes 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Cross pulse: activate by mental command. Consumes 20 points of specialized bioenergy. That was it. No descriptions of the skill's effects or their execution, only the energy cost. It seemed that rather than relying on sight, bioweapons encouraged the user to experience them firsthand. He set that aside for now and moved to the next item. Aberrant biological activity: frequent use of a bioweapon will deplete the biological activity within the weapon. When the biological activity reaches 0, the aberrant biological power will fall into dormancy. The weapon will lose its aberrant properties, degrading into an ordinary blade and revealing its true durability, which was previously protected by the biological activity. When durability reaches 0, the bioweapon is scrapped. Feeding it aberrant blood can restore biological activity, with the restored amount being equivalent to the energy contained within the blood. Oh, now that's a good system. In other words, as long as one has a sufficient supply of aberrant blood, a bioweapon can be used for all eternity. Lu Ming felt he now understood bioweapons. They outperformed ordinary blades in every aspect, truly worthy of being the pinnacle technology of the Garuda Galaxy. Closing the info panel of the Overlord Warblade and rummaging through the Overlord carapace in his pack, Lu Ming temporarily shelved the idea. He had just been unable to resist the allure of the bioweapon cutting in line ahead of the level 3 supply crate. Now he had to return to his original plan. He stood up, returned to the burial site of the quasi-overlord, faced the purple level 3 supply crate, and murmured a praise. Level 3 supply crate. Special item. Category: container. Description: contains 1 dose of spiritual stimulation elixir, 1 use. Spiritual stimulation elixir. A new item. Spiritual stimulation elixir. Category: consumable. Effect: injects into the body, awakening latent potential and resetting all abilities to their unused state. Uses 1. A cooldown reset potion. Lu Ming recognized the prototype of this elixir instantly. Leave it to a level 3 supply crate to always bring. With this, he could use awakening power twice in a single day and continuously use power grant for an entire hour. The only drawback was that it could only be used once. But it could be sublimed. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select. Second tier. Prompt: subliming the level 3 supply crate requires 3500 specialized crystals. Confirm. The level 3 supply crate disintegrated, then was reconstructed as if by 3D printing. Its purple hue was replaced by gold, and countless golden energy pulses surged from the top of the crate in all directions. Appraise. Level 5 supply crate. Special item. Category: container. Description: contains 1 dose of spiritual stimulation elixir, 5 uses. Yes, that's it. Previously, potions or drinks would be marked with milliliters, not a specific number of uses. So subliming them would only change the quality of the item itself, not the dosage of the liquid. However, the spiritual stimulation elixir was different. It specifically noted the number of uses, indicating that the value of this elixir lay in its quantity, not its inherent quality. Think about it. If it already resets all skill cooldowns, how could you possibly improve its quality further? Pressing the golden button on the supply crate, high-pressure gas forcefully ejected an injection gun oozing with technology. It was loaded with a thumb-thick vial of red and blue elixir. Lu Ming carefully retrieved the injection gun, his heart brimming with joy. 5 times. What would it feel like to use awakening power 5 times in a single day? Probably no one but him would ever know. But did you think that was the limit? Ultimate sublimation. Please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: subliming spiritual stimulation elixir. 5 uses, requires 400 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 400 specialized crystals to sublime spiritual stimulation elixir. 5 uses to spiritual stimulation elixir, 20 uses. Confirm. This was one of the rare occasions where he didn't complain about the exorbitant cost of sublimation. In fact, seeing such a massive increase in the number of uses, even if the cost were 100 crystals, he would find a way to secure it. This was a genuine life-saving and kill-securing item. With 20 uses of the spiritual stimulation elixir and maxed out awakening power, he could use it for a full 2. Moreover, he hadn't even sublimed his awakening power yet. Otherwise paired with a sublimed version of awakening power with 20 uses at full power, he could slaughter even a god. Saying that might sound a bit too arrogant. Below the level of a god then. He could slaughter anything below a god. As for why he hadn't sublimed his awakening power yet, there was a careful plan behind it. He was worried. Worried that after sublimation each level of awakening power would require a terrifyingly different amount of specialized crystals. For instance, originally leveling from 1 to 2 only required 1,000 specialized crystals. After sublimation it might become 1,000 or even tens of thousands. If that happened, he'd be unable to level it up for half a day, and its power would be inferior to a maxed out non-sublimed awakening power. Wouldn't that be a total loss? It was better to max out awakening power in its current state, than use ultimate sublimation to upgrade its tier. That way he would directly obtain a high tier power at its maximum level. That would be perfect. The spirit-stimulating elixir gradually transmuted during the ultimate ascension. The vial once thumb-thick swelled to the girth of a wrist. The syringe's delicate texture likewise refined, and was finally suffused by strange pulses of energy. System prompt spirit-stimulating elixir, 5 uses successfully ascended to spirit-stimulating elixir, 20 uses. Lu Ming reached out to retrieve the levitating reconstituted elixir, and stowed it away with care. An expenditure of 7,500 specialized crystals. Could one not treasure it? Glancing at the remaining specialized crystals, Lu Ming leaned back with closed eyes and lips pressed thin. 618 pieces, too glaring to behold. Powerful abilities always carried a cost. He pushed the forging of his armor slightly back. Oh, and the ancient Xia Wang's egg. Warm in his pocket now, he wanted a hatchet, but lacked crystals. With a sigh, Lu Ming returned to his seat and closed his eyes to contemplate ways to obtain crystals. After a pause, he opened the market interface. The product list grew ever longer, offerings became increasingly complete. The tools category swelled with numbers, and the weapons section was beginning. 99% were black iron grade weapons. The exchangeable items were mostly mundane necessities, and those were the ones that sold. Listings demanding specialized crystals or skill tomes languished at the tail end of the list untouched for 10 hours or more. What was that called again? A price war. If a weapon could be traded for ordinary provisions, who would use specialized crystals instead? To ordinary folk, those crystals were treasures earned through countless life and death struggles, never given away lightly. He exhaled deeply. Leaning back and staring at the ceiling, Lu Ming realized his plan to earn crystals by selling black iron arms had fallen through for now. He must turn his attention back to hunting aberrant creatures. At his current strength, he could one-shot larvae, each yielding 1 or 2 crystals. Elite mature lianxiao could also be killed instantly, yet their crystal yield was 10 times that of a larva. If only there were a place where elite lianxiao congregated. Slaying hundreds or thousands at once would send his gains skyrocketing. But where would such a place exist? At most, such swarms might appear in the central precinct headquarters. But that place, short of Doomsday Battlelord level 1, would need to be an extreme hunting warrior to have any chance. As he brainstormed, Lu Ming suddenly froze. He sat upright, his left hand reflexively went to his brow, then covered his mouth and nose. He glanced left and right, and could not help but laugh. Too slow. His reaction had been far too sluggish. Dense gatherings of elite lianxiao were rare, but weren't lianxiao larvae infesting every corner. If anything could be ascended, why not aberrant creatures? If the world would not provide, Lu Ming would create the opportunity himself. Unable to contain his excitement, he glanced at Chu Shuet deep in her nap, gently pulled back the quilt, cradled her in his arms, reclaimed the luxurious 3-piece set, and the opulent viewing chair. He had to try it. He could not endure the itch of curiosity. By the way, Chu Shui was so obedient it pained him to behold. Waking to find herself carried, she cracked her eyes open, saw it was her master, snuggled back around his neck and drifted on, entirely unperturbed. She was an angel who had descended beside him. Keeping a steady pace, Lu Ming returned to the mall's 4th floor. The corpse trail left by Nanhan's slaughters had split the entire level into 2 zones. By rough estimate, there remained some 1,000 lianxiao larvae on the 4th floor. If Ascension succeeded, the gross returns would be on the order of 20,000. He approached a lianxiao larva locked onto the nearest specimen and mouthed ultimate ascension. System prompt, please select ascension tier. Tier prompt: ascending an A-grade juvenile aberrant lianxiao larva to an A-grade elite lianxiao requires consuming 100 specialized crystals. Confirm consuming 100 specialized crystals to ascend the larva to an A-grade elite lianxiao. 100. Is that reasonable? Killing 1 lianxiao yields only 20 crystals, so I'd be boosting the creature's strength, wasting my instant kill advantage, and on top of that subsidizing 80 crystals out of pocket. That's madness. Cancel. Directly ascending to a lianxiao was out of the question. Then try the lianxiao pupa. Ultimate system prompt, please select ascension tier. Tier 1. Prompt: ascending the A-grade juvenile lianxiao larva requires consuming 20 specialized crystals. Bloody hell. Lu Ming's face darkened with frustration. Cancel. Ugh. Ascending a single aberrant creature was utterly disproportionate in cost and yield. Honestly, he felt deflated. He had thought he'd discovered a brilliantly cunning ascension trick, only to find that the greater his hope, the deeper his disappointment. Was he really reduced to faithfully grinding monsters by the book? Silent Lu Ming sighed, and about to gather the corpse's head purposely left behind his eyes suddenly flickered. Living Ascension consumed enormous resources. What about corpses? Might there be a difference? The thought surprised him, after all weren't they the same thing? Could a lump of dead flesh be upgraded by ultimate ascension into something worth a few crystals? He laughed at himself, adopted an experimental attitude, and murmured ultimate ascension. System prompt, please select ascension tier. Tier 2. Prompt ascending the Lianxiao larva corpse requires no specialized crystals. Confirm ascending the Lianxiao larva corpse to a Lianxiao corpse. TCH of course. Huh, what the hell? He blinked, reread the program information, and his mind raced. How could this be free again? Confirm. Damn, the whole roller coaster had shaken his confidence. Confirm. To preserve his pride, he shouted it once more. The larval corpse decomposed and dissolved, and when it reconstituted, it became an over 2-meter elite Lianxiao. The body remained intact save for a hole in its chest, the exact weak point, and the wound matched the larval scars precisely. Greed. System success. Disassembled Lianxiao corpse and obtained 20 specialized crystals for Lianxiao blades, 10 Lianxiao carapaces, and 200 milliliters of common aberrant blood. Seeing those crystals actually enter his pack felt unreal, yet the 20 would not stack with his remaining 618. He examined the Lianxiao blades and carapaces. The result was the same. Frowning, Lu Ming formed a likely hypothesis. To verify his conjecture, Lu Ming retrieved a singly stored specialized crystal and whispered ultimate ascension. Case solved. They were same origin items without doubt. Materials born from an ascended corpse could not be ascended again, just like bound and unbound items in a game. Binding decided tradability, common origin decided ascension eligibility. No objections. It was perfectly reasonable. While sublimating corpses seemed to forego the chance to sublimate crystals and materials, the quantity of materials and crystals obtained shifted from the yield of low-tier aberrant creatures to that of high-tier aberrant creatures. Was this not another form of material sublimation? The key was that it was free. A stark contrast to the adage that free games on Blue Star were the most This was genuine free of charge sublimation. Lu Ming did not know the reason for such a vast disparity between living bodies and corpses, nor how ultimate sublimation determined its pricing. But according to his own understanding, sublimating a living being was a heaven-defying act that elevated the creature's evolutionary rank. It not only brought about apparent enhancements, but also altered the living being's future potential, a true defiance of fate. Yet what was a corpse? A soulless lump of flesh, ingredients, or fertilizer? Sublimating ingredients and fertilizer was certainly cheaper than sublimating genes and futures. But to be cheap enough to be free. Probably because ultimate sublimation did not consider the current aberrant corpses suitable for human consumption, or it ultimately concluded them as waste. Sublimating waste into high-grade waste still left it as waste. However, what ultimate sublimation deemed worthless, he saw as glittering gold. Click. He drew the crossbow, loaded the bolt, and the desire for slaughter surged. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrent of bolts shot forth. The writhing scythe owl larvae collapsed like mown grass, evoking the overwhelming sensation of a high-level human slaughtering monsters in a newbie village. Nearly 1,000 larvae couldn't withstand 10 minutes under Lu Ming's hands, all reduced to raw corpse embryos left in place. Ultimate sublimation. Starting from second gear. Corpses couldn't be batch selected, he had to do them one by one. Lu Ming felt a hint of helplessness, thinking this was probably the price of taking an unconventional path. Over 1,000 scythe owl larvae. Who knew how long it would take to sublimate them all? Greed. Successfully decomposed scythe owl corpse obtained specialized crystal 280, scythe owl blade 56, scythe owl carapace 140, portable bolt 14. Successfully decomposed scythe owl corpse obtained specialized crystal 360, scythe owl blade 72, scythe owl carapace 180, a portable bolt 18. Due to the increased corpse volume after sublimation, it was impossible to handle them all at once. He could only sublimate a portion and harvest a portion. From the start until now, a full 40 minutes had passed. It would be hypocritical to say he wasn't frustrated, but when he saw the gleaming specialized crystals in his inventory, that frustration seemed utterly insignificant. In 40 minutes from 1150 scythe owl corpses, he had obtained a total of 2310 specialized crystals, 4600 scythe owl blades, 1150 scythe owl carapaces, and 1150 vials of ordinary aberrant blood, each 200 milliliters. With such outrageous gains, he wouldn't complain even if it took another 40 minutes. At most, he'd feel a bit regretful. Regretful for the corpses he had wasted before. If only he had thought of this method earlier, how many more crystals would he have gained? Not to mention anything else, just those 11 Southern Han people. If he had elevated their corpses by 2 ranks before decomposing them, that would have been a fortune of 20510 crystals. Shaking his head, Lu Ming let it go. At least in the future, when faced with similar situations, he would act flawlessly. Letting out a breath, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth, scanning the entire mall to eliminate threats from aberrant creatures and humans alike. He found a staff-only restroom, opened his panel, and tapped on the specialization level. Prompt detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial inventory. Are you willing to consume 1500 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialization level to Advanced Hunting Warrior? Yes. 1500 specialized crystals instantly decomposed and condensed within the spatial inventory, turning into 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid that pierced through the inventory and drilled into his back. Again there was a cooling sensation. Again his consciousness sank. That mysterious esoteric inner vision reappeared. The 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid passed through his clothes, through his flesh, and evenly seeped into his spine, slowly spreading outward. Wherever they spread, they left streaks of crystalline blue marks on his vertebrae, as if carving through the bones constraints to grow crystalline blue gems. Lu Ming watched these intricate changes with fascination, completely unaware that in the real world his spine was emitting a strange blue light through his skin and flesh. Chuxue, lying in his arms, sensed the disturbance of his advancement and slowly woke from her slumber. She glanced at Lu Ming, then made a small, grasping motion with her hand. Countless golden threads extended from the restroom, turning transparent and spreading throughout the entire mall within seconds. Having done this, Chuxue leaned back against Lu Ming's shoulder. Outside the mall, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a few fallen leaves from the greenery. As the leaves passed through the shopping plaza, they split into two with a hiss, and in the next moment crisscrossing net-like cuts appeared, ultimately reducing them to ash that scattered with the wind. At that instant, the scattered scythe owl larvae occupying the surrounding streets all fled 1,000 meters away from the mall, as if something emanating primal fear lurked there. Back in the restroom, 5 minutes passed, and Lu Ming's eyes snapped open, revealing pupils shimmering with a crystalline blue aqueous hue. Yet the aqueous hue came and went swiftly, fading back to his original black pupils in an instant. The first thing he saw upon clear vision was a pair of red eyes looking up at him. "Xiaoxue, you're awake." Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. Chuxue responded, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her forehead again. This clinginess pleased Lu Ming greatly. He chuckled softly, ruffled her hair, and began to perceive his own evolutionary progress. Clenching his fist to feel the power, Lu Ming showed an expression of surprise. He opened the restroom door, locked onto a direction, and sprinted at full speed. The explosive speed left him in awe. If an intermediate hunting warrior was 3 times as strong as a basic hunting warrior, then an advanced hunting warrior was 10 times as strong as a basic one, converted to an ordinary human. 300 times. A 300-fold increase in physical quality meant a single punch was more terrifying than a dump truck. For a moment Lu Ming felt a pang of loss, as if he could no longer be considered human. At this moment he deeply realized that becoming a god was not. As long as your specialization level was high enough, the ability to split mountains and move seas, as depicted in fantasy novels, might not be mere fantasy. With this thought, Lu Ming opened his information panel and tapped on Advanced Hunting Warrior. A description promptly appeared. Advanced Hunting Warrior, a seasoned expert among hunting warriors. E-class elite aberrants are now a thing of the past. The king class is the target they lock onto. Experienced ones can even face E-class, king class aberrants heat and gain the upper hand. Consuming specialized crystals allows advancement to limit hunting warrior. Advancement progress 86182500. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming bypassed the daunting advancement requirement and drew the Owl King Warblade from his spatial inventory. Earlier it was because Xiaoxue needed rest, and he didn't want to disturb her. Just now the crossbow was faster, so the Warblade wasn't needed. Now that he had free time, it would be inexcusable not to test the skills attached to the bioweapon. Gripping the Warblade, he steadied his mind, focused his expression, and silently chanted, "Cross Pulse." Swish! A cyan light burst forth, and the entire blade was instantly enveloped in a dense, solid radiance. A surge of information flooded Lu Ming's mind, as if through enlightenment, he learned without a teacher. He lowered his center of gravity, twisted his wrist, and the Owl King Warblade with lightning speed slashed horizontally and lifted vertically in his hand, sending 2 particle blade lights, each spanning 10 meters, shooting outward. Sand and stones flew wildly, crushing everything in their path. Wherever the particle blade light passed, all things were severed. A massive chasm ran through all 4 floors of the mall, bursting through the wall and traveling over 10 meters before stopping. Looking at the cross-section of everything, the steel was glowing red, the concrete charred black, and the facilities of the 4th-floor children's playground were all incinerated and melted. Such overwhelming destructive power shocked Lu Ming, giving him a deeper, more tangible understanding of the capabilities of a king-tier alien. The kill range was 300 meters, the flight speed was almost instantaneous, reaching its maximum range in an instant. Supersonic? Probably not. At least in the eyes of a high-level hunting warrior like him, the cross-pulse wasn't an unavoidable lethal technique. However, it could still easily take down mid-level hunting warriors and even catch high-level hunting warriors off guard, inflicting severe damage. The only thing was the release method of the cross slashes felt somewhat wasteful. If a single horizontal slash could clear a 10-meter radius of aliens, then the vertical slash was purely for show. It would be better to simply release another blade light, separately increasing both the number of attacks and the area of damage, while also allowing for flexible combinations. The question was whether this skill could be split individually. The information obtained from his consciousness was too vague, more like an undeveloped instinct for release, likely derived from the biological traits of the Tyrant Owl King. Let me try again. Cross pulse. The instinctual information within his consciousness once again urged his wrist, triggering a conditioned reflex to draw the blade in a cross pattern. It was indeed a fixed release, but this felt far too dissonant. A weapon is called a weapon because it can be used and wielded by a person, not because a person is restricted by it. So he had to try and master this instinct to make it release according to the wielder's will. Thus, just as the cross pattern was about to take shape, Lu Ming forcibly altered the trajectory of his blade, causing the upward vertical slash to deviate from the cross path, releasing it at an angle. The skill didn't break, it worked. Lu Ming showed joy. As long as changing the trajectory didn't terminate the skill, then it was perfectly possible to perform manual control. Little did he know that the moment he smiled, a sense of resistance quietly seeped from the hilt into his palm, connecting to his nerves and transmitting to his brain. Lu Ming frowned, looking at the Owl King warblade, especially the hilt engraved with the Owl King's head, where the blood-red eyes were emitting a crimson glow. Whether it was an illusion or not, this red light was much brighter than before. And what was even stranger was that as he stared at the eyes, they seemed to stare back at him, carrying a hint of anger. A bit unsettled, Lu Ming was about to focus on studying it, when the blade suddenly shuddered, the scarlet eyes quickly dimmed, and that anger vanished in an instant. Moi. Lu Ming lifted the blade, examining it left and right, but found no further anomaly, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But was it an illusion? Clearly not. It was his own operation that caused the sickle owl warblade, a biological weapon, to instinctively resist. However, this resistance was quite weak. It was probably because the biological weapon's grade was too low and its intelligence level was insufficient to backfire. While analyzing the warblade's anomaly, Lu Ming failed to notice that Shushua, nestled in his arms, had just looked away from the Owl King warblade. The high light in her deep red pupils gradually faded, and her cold gaze turned back into its usual calm and laziness. She secretly glanced at Lu Ming, and seeing him still puzzled by the warblade's changes, a gentle curve lifted the corner of her mouth. Well, anyway, since he couldn't figure out anything substantial, it was better to focus on splitting the skill. If the anomaly triggered again, he could delve deeper into it, couldn't he? Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming gripped the blade, lowered his stance, and silently recited cross pulse. A cyan light filled the blade, and particle blade light shot out and swept forth. This time the instinct for release didn't appear in his mind. The two beams of particle blade light flew out parallel, entirely according to his intention. It went smoothly without any sensation of passive release, which surprised Lu Ming. The result was exactly what he wanted, but the process seemed too abrupt. The warblade had resisted, so there should have been at least a taming period. Giving in so suddenly made him feel a bit embarrassed. Well then, head just fire off a few more cross pulse modified to cool down. Cross pulse, cross pulse, cross pulse. 3 uses 6 blade lights crisscrossing and directly carving the wall in front of him into an opening. He wasn't exaggerating, the feeling of pulling the blade light was indeed somewhat addictive. The key point was that this skill seemed to have no cooldown and could be used consecutively. Just as Lu Ming was feeling delighted about this, the Owl King warblade became extremely hot to the touch. Looking again, the entire blade was glowing red. Lu Ming fell silent, instantly understanding. It was true that biological weapons had no skill cooldown, but correspondingly, they had their own limitation strain. Frequent use of biological skills would cause the weapon to heat up, thus accelerating its wear and tear. He glanced at the information on the Owl King warblade. Specialized bioenergy 880-1000. Alien biological activity 30006-000. As expected, after 6 cross pulses, the specialized bioenergy consumption was normal, but the biological activity had dropped by a full half, roughly half its lifespan. A bit apologetic, but it wasn't a big problem. He had plenty of alien blood, and it would be interesting to see how the Owl King warblade devoured alien blood to replenish its activity. Xiaoshua, let me put you down first. It was hard to manage with one hand, so Lu Ming first set Xiaoshua down beside him. He took 200 milliliters of alien biological blood from his spatial bag and aimed it at the Owl King warblade. He had originally planned to pour it directly onto the blade, but unexpectedly, as soon as the alien blood approached, the entire blade seemed to come alive, sprouting several mercury-like tentacles from within. The tentacles intertwined, merged, and transformed to form a mouth-sized cavity. With just one look, Lu Ming knew it was the feeding channel of the Owl King. He opened the stopper of the ordinary alien blood vial and poured all the blood into it. Instantly, the sound of gurgling, gulping, swallowing came from the cavity. To be honest, it was a bit strange, but it was also genuinely novel. A weapon that could eat, and its table manners were passable, far better than a sickle owl larva in its rampant state. As the red blood energy gradually filled the blade, the Owl King warblade's biological activity recovered by 50 points. That was the alien energy contained in 200 milliliters of ordinary alien blood. The same amount of mutated alien blood was worth 100 points. E-class royal alien blood was 500 points. He was reluctant to use the latter two because they could increase the probability of equipment inheriting alien skills. The former was abundant and could be used freely. After using it, he could replenish it by hunting larvae. It was a renewable resource. A crisp sound came from Lu Ming's hand. The empty blood vial shattered into fragments and then weathered into powder. Lu Ming looked at the light green powder in his hand, tilted his palm slightly, letting it fall from his hand, and once again affirmed the strictness of this world. When producing alien blood, it came with its own vial, so after it was used up, it would be automatically destroyed. Not a bit more was given. The principle was to borrow and return. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't take out any more alien blood, the Owl King warblade assumed he wouldn't continue feeding it, and prepared to retract its feeding cavity. Lu Ming let out a sound, trying to stop it from retracting with a human call. He didn't expect the warblade to respond. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his voice, the feeding cavity paused for a moment, then extended back to his hand. What the? You actually understand human speech? A mere Mithriltier bioblade. Lu Ming stared in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the Xiao Wang battle saber twitched its feeding cavity slightly, an attempt to nod in lieu of speech. But the moment it caught Lu Ming's dismissive remark, mere Mithriltier, its feeding cavity instantly twisted in indignation. TSK, so it even displays emotional feedback. How peculiar. This thing seems markedly different from the description. Only the ultimate sublimated ancient emperor blade possesses faint sentience and can manifest instincts retained from its former life. What are you then? A tiny Mithriltier blade daring to scowl at me. Lu Ming seized the saber's misshapen maw, pulled it open, and poured in a generous dose of ordinary mutant blood, straight into its feeding cavity. Only once the blade's mutant biological vitality reached saturation did he release its feeding cavity. The saber froze for 3 full seconds, then abruptly retracted its cavity and sank into absolute silence like a wronged young wife sulking in quiet resentment. Lu Ming paid no mind to its tantrum and tossed it unceremoniously back into his spatial satchel. Yet the moment it vanished inside, a strange conflicted emotion stirred. It could actively feed, comprehend speech, and express emotion, yet still failed to register as alive within the spatial satchel, which treated it as inert matter. Where then does the boundary between life and death truly lie? He opened the global channel and checked the time 1635. Nightfall at 1900 hours loomed, just 2 hours and 25 minutes away. Never imagined fiddling with a weapon would consume 40 minutes. Truly, he was a man of rare romance. He patted his pocket. 10 xiao larval eggs nestled there, and recalled that only 8816 units of specialized crystalline essence remained in his inventory, insufficient to sublimate them all. Lu Ming turned lifted Chuxue into his arms and said, "Let's gather more xiao larval corpses." Just moments earlier, his contemplation on the spatial satchel's distinction between living and dead had sparked a new insight. If harvesting specialized crystals while simultaneously slaying larvae proved inefficient, why not dedicate daylight hours solely to hunting larvae or other mutants? Leverage the spatial satchel's unique capacity to reclaim inanimate matter and stack infinitely. Carry everything back to Shelter Harbor. Then throughout the long night, labor intensively to sublimate and decompose them, yielding precious specialized crystals. This approach would conserve time by focusing on one task at a time and prevent others from witnessing sublimation in the wild. A single stroke, 3 birds. Chuxue nodded softly. With practiced ease, she raised her small hand into the air, and a golden filament shimmered into being, coiling around her fingers. She knew precisely when her moment had arrived. Yet just as she prepared to swing them both across the void on her silk thread, Lu Ming gently smoothed her skirt, swept his arm beneath her knees, and lifted her effortlessly into a bridal carry. This time it's my turn. He also looped her arms around his neck, a gentle echo of how she'd once instructed him to hold tight, offering her waist as anchor. Hold on tight. With that warning, he fixed his gaze ahead and surged forward, accelerating to full speed just before reaching the 4th floor wall, then unleashing divine velocity. Propelled by explosive acceleration and amplified by divine velocity, Lu Ming became a living arrow, piercing through the shattered wall rent by swordlight, soaring toward the opposite skyscraper. Indeed, not a leap, but true flight. Zthi. In an instant he spanned hundreds of meters, landing squarely atop the neighboring roof, where immense inertia sent him skidding over a dozen meters before halting. The soles of his leather shoes had vaporized entirely, yet barefoot upon the concrete rooftop his feet felt only a faint gentle warmth. This is the physical resilience of a high hunt warrior. At this point, whether the xiao larvae, even roars, seemed irrelevant. Standing before them and letting them spew corrosive acid would feel no worse than having saliva drip onto one's skin. A pity. Such speed came at the cost of a fine pair of shoes. Kicking aside the tattered remains, Lu Ming continued barefoot. After careful reflection, he realized he needed to forge a full set of bioarmor. Ordinary clothing simply couldn't withstand the sheer metabolic demand of this body. Standing at the building's edge, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings while murmuring aloud, where might larvae cluster densely. Chuxue lifted her head and pointed southwest, her gesture clear and silent. Lu Ming met her limpid gaze and smiled. Then let's go there. He crouched, leapt, and without relying on divine velocity or sprinting momentum, glided effortlessly across rooftop after rooftop. Within 20 seconds, covering nearly a kilometer, Lu Ming beheld a grotesque spectacle. Xiao larvae congested the streets like a living tide, dense beyond measure. 1,000 meters outward lay utter emptiness. Yet these larvae refused to disperse. Instead, they packed themselves tightly together, some even stacking vertically like living pyramids. Could there be a treasure? That was Lu Ming's first thought, and highly plausible. Consider Kongbao Shoe Factory and the shopping plaza, identical patterns, identical anomalies. True thought. He activated the ability, setting filters for supply crates, weapons, and humans. But scanning a 100-meter radius revealed not a single tag target within his field. How strange. Chuxue, cradled in his arms, observed his furrowed brow, and her gaze drifted sideways, her expression utterly innocent, as if none of this concerned her. He frowned lightly, then dismissed the mystery. He hadn't come to ponder enigmas, he'd come to slaughter larvae. And this teeming mass before him. It was a mountain of gold and silver already in hand. Xiao Shui, shall we descend together? A rhetorical question, of course. With her in tow, Lu Ming plunged from the rooftop, using midair rebounds to land smoothly on the ground. Setting Chu Shua down, he drew the Xiao Wang battle saber from his spatial satchel and swung it high. Cross pulse. A cerulean aura flooded the blade. Massive crescent-shaped energy erupted forth. 10 meters wide, 300 meters deep, the slash cleaved through space itself, annihilating hundreds of larvae in an instant. Not merely slain. They evaporated, leaving not even a. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. An unsettling premonition prickled his spine. He raised his hand, locking onto the empty ground before him, and uttered gravely, greed. Greed. Alert, no harvestable targets detected in current zone. So even their corpses vanished, without so much as a trace. In the end, excessive power proved its own burden. Hundreds of larvae meant thousands of lost crystals. Face darkening, Lu Ming reluctantly retracted the Xiao Wang battle saber into his spatial satchel, and drew instead his two dedicated weapons for slaughtering Xiao larvae: compact crossbows. True thought. He engaged weakness perception, loaded both crossbows to capacity, and dashed forward 500 meters, ready to exterminate walking mountains of wealth. Larvae fell in waves, corpses piled in heaps. He moved like a plague incarnate, sweeping street after street, erasing life with ruthless precision. 2 hours. For districts. 10,000 larvae reduced to silence. No wriggling creature remained in sight. And within his spatial satchel, precisely 3400 corpses of Xiao larvae now lay stacked, classified without exception as inert matter. As the sunset retreated from the horizon, night had already fallen. Lu Ming pulled Chu Shui along and found a decent apartment. He spent 20 special crystals to reinforce all the basic infrastructure. In truth, with his current specialization level and accumulated foundations, the Tyranal King was no longer a threat to him. Yet this aberrant creature was still an E-class king that roamed the outer perimeter of the region. No one knew if it was a monarch incognito or a class powerhouse's patrolling envoy. Without having read the complete data of a true class entity, one must always remain rational and cautious. Anyone could get carried away. Some rose as sandstorms, others as ashes. He aspired to be a bedrock. He pulled the blackout curtains shut. He laid out the luxurious bed set that Chu Shui loved. In the bathroom, he assembled a multifunctional water heater. Just as he was about to pour in enough purified water for two to bathe, Lu Ming inexplicably felt something was off. Each step was perfectly normal on its own, yet combined they seemed to carry a certain rosy hue. No, he couldn't lose his composure. If the mind was tinted pink, everything would look pink. He was a proper, upright man. He set the temperature and returned to the living room. Perhaps it was because her body had grown stronger after a day of growth, or maybe it was the excitement from the thrilling hunt after the afternoon nap. Chu Shui sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her feet, gazing at the coffee table beside her. There lay several hundred special crystals he had placed. Piled together, their crystalline glow turned into a pleasantly bright ambient light. Sensing his approach, Chu Shui stopped swinging her feet and returned to her usual serene demeanor. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Born just a day ago, this girl seemed to care about her image around him. Xiao Shui, do you want dinner first, a bath first, or? Wait, why did that sound familiar? Wasn't that line supposed to be hers? Ahem. No, he had to stay elegant, not vulgar. Let's eat first. Using the decision to mask his inner turmoil, Lu Ming took out a few vials of ordinary aberrant blood. But wait, protein clusters could be eaten bite by bite, but was this stuff meant to be drunk straight? Looking at Chu Shui's delicate little lips, then at the name aberrant blood, he found it hard to accept. Fortunately, the blood in the vial, though glowing with a cyan light, was very clear like Sprite in a green bottle. Curious, Lu Ming pulled out the stopper, brought it to his nose, and his expression turned strange. Was it psychological, or was his sense of smell failing? The vial labeled aberrant blood had no foul odor whatsoever. Instead, it carried a faint sweet fragrance only detectable up close. Come to think of it, when he had fed the Tyranal Warblade earlier, there was no pungent smell either. Was this really blood? Gulp. He swallowed saliva, feeling something was wrong with him. He had developed a strong craving for this vial of blood. It seemed more tempting than the luxurious meal he had eaten. He quickly moved it away lest he fall into the abyss. It was blood, not a drink, and his body couldn't handle it, yet he needed to level up. He handed the vial to Chu Shui, who took it naturally. She parted her lips, gently raised her hands, and let the aberrant blood flow into her mouth. Elegant and serene. Lu Ming swallowed again, not because of the blood's allure, but because both sights before him seemed delectable. Time to eat first. There was work to. Stealing his mind, he averted his gaze and took out a bucket of instant noodles. The bag version had eaten in the morning had evolved into a luxury. Now he would sublimate the bucket version, wondering what had get. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt, please select the sublimation grade. Second grade. Prompt, sublimating spicy hot bucket requires 7 special crystals. Confirm spending 7 special crystals to sublimate spicy hot bucket into self-service dual combo. Self-service dual combo. What was that? A food item. Couldn't it be less cryptic after sublimation? And it cost 2 more crystals than the luxury instant meal box. But the first law of the Garant planet was, expensive meant it had to be worth it. Confirmed. A whirring sound of particle cutting came from the table as the spicy instant noodles dissolved and disintegrated. Reassembled, its volume expanded tenfold. First to catch his eye was a pot. A pot divided into two halves, instantly recognizable to anyone on Blue Star. Yes, it was a hot pot. Who would have thought that self-service dual combo referred to a divided pot? Beneath it was a single burner stove with a crystal energy slot like the multifunctional water heater. A small strainer, chopsticks, bowls, and dishes were all included. Then came the highlight: 10 sealed containers and 2 hot pot broth bases. The bases needed no introduction. The key was the 10. Opening them one by one revealed 5 meat and 5 vegetable hot pot sides: beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, duck blood, quail eggs, baby cabbage, enoki, mushrooms, lettuce, asparagus, lettuce, and tofu. No shrimp paste, no ox tripe. But what did that matter? In the apocalypse, being able to eat hot pot was already a luxury. Why ask for more? Time to get to work. He set up the divided pot, poured in purified water, adjusted the temperature, and brought it to a boil. A minute later, the water was warm. He added the broth base and started handling the sealed packaging. 3 minutes later, Lu Ming was already enjoying steaming hot food, his eyes brimming with smiles. True to its instant noodle origin, the hot pot inherited the 3-minute readiness trait. Only regret, no dipping sauce. Chu Shui sniffed the hot pot aroma, her worried expression turning resigned, as if she was getting used to it. Just then Lu Ming turned with his bowl, holding a slice of cooked beef on his chopsticks, offering it to her. Chu Shui shook her head rapidly, took a protein cluster from her storage space, and began eating it slowly and elegantly alongside the aberrant blood. Lu Ming shrugged, thinking it a pity she couldn't appreciate a blue starer's joy. He'd just have to finish the entire pot himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jintian district, Chunhai sat in a room of a villa. In one hand he held dry compressed biscuits, in the other a photograph. His thumb traced the face of the woman in the photo, his eyes filled with deep apology and tenderness. Uncle Chun. Suddenly a call came from outside. Chunhai carefully put away the photo and stood up to open the door. Outside stood a slightly tall young man, about 21 or 22, with a humble smile, looking at Chunhai. Thought you were resting. Chunhai stepped aside to let him in, chuckling lightly. In middle-aged, not old. Can I sleep at this hour? How's Brother Bao? How is he? The young man sat on the edge of the bed and sighed. His fever broke after disinfection. He's dreaming now. A bunch of people are tending to him. I can't even get a word in. Then with a playful complaint he added, at his age he should know to be more cautious. He always charges to the front when killing larvae, as if he can't wait to die. But when resources are divided he takes just enough, as if afraid of taking too much. Chunhai smiled. Do you think this is a bad thing? The young man curled his lip. What's so good about it? Call it bravery if you want to be polite, call it foolishness if you prefer, sheer foolishness, sanctimonious. On launching you would be bullied. In the apocalypse, if not for meeting Uncle Chun, we wouldn't have lasted 2 days. He lowered his head a little, toes scraping the floor. After 2 seconds of silence his voice softened. But seeing Uncle Bao like that I feel genuine admiration. In all my years I've never met such a good man. He looks weak and fragile, his words always courteous, yet when he fights he is like a war god. Uncle Chun might not have noticed. At first the newcomers didn't dare approach the larvae, but after witnessing Uncle Bao's combat stance, each one seemed inspired. Especially the youngsters. Like locusts, a crowd would rush and knock one down. Once someone took the first step, everyone found their confidence and went berserk. Now they've all become Uncle Bao's devoted fans. I am too. Of course I admire you even more. Chunhai watched his animated telling and smiled with great gentleness. In that instant he thought of the fighters under his command, men about the same age as the young man before him. They bore the weight of the nation's responsibility, treating life and death as secondary, yet they still preserved their zeal, vitality, and cheerfulness. Optimists who when pleased would share amusing stories of missions just like this. Now he did not know where they were, or whether they were safe. By the dim candlelight, Chunhai noticed the corrosive scars on the youth's face, where strong acid had splashed. He reached out to examine them. The youth felt Chunhai's gaze, dodged his hand, and said loudly, "Hey, this is nothing." Chunhai paused, then patted his shoulder. People say scars are a warrior's honor. To me, a warrior who does not get wounded is the truest exemplar. Now, you're not here to talk about scars. Tell me why you came. Oh, I almost forgot. The young man opened his chat log and reported to Chunhai. While everyone was gathered, I compiled a detailed spreadsheet. After a day of rescue, we've grown to 307 people. We have 1 beginner hunting warrior. That's you. No extreme soldier kings at the moment. 2 senior soldiers, myself, and Wang Yong, who used to be a Sonda coach. 200 mid-level soldiers, and 107 junior soldiers. The majority are women. We hunted roughly 5400 larvae and obtained 2672 specialized crystals, all stored with me. Chunhai opened his mouth and chuckled. Who would have thought you could do this? Is this still Fong Peng of the old region, channel known for his anger? Fong Peng's face flushed. Uncle Chun, spare me. That dark chapter has become a running joke. Every newcomer repeats it. Some even shouted they wanted to beat you, Fong Peng. I said it was because I'd just been relocated and was nervous and irritable. In reality, I respect the old and care for the young and help with chores. I was just talking big, all a misunderstanding. Chunhai laughed out loud. So you're surprised? Don't mind it. Continue. Fong Peng helpless continued. We scavenged all day and killed about 5400 larvae, yielding 2672 specialized crystals, all kept with me. If we want to shape members toward extreme soldier kings, counting Wang Yong, and me we could form 7. If we aim for senior soldiers we can produce 26. But everyone voted unanimously for the third option, store the crystals until we reach 5,000 then promote you to mid-level hunting warrior. Nonsense. Chen Hai scolded softly. Have you not been weaned? He continued, develop towards senior soldiers. 26 of them plus you, and Wang Yong makes 28 senior soldiers. Each can lead 7 mid-level fighters in squad-style carpet hunts that will greatly accelerate crystal acquisition. But we've held you back for so long. Fang Peng hung his head. What? You mean you want to hold me back even longer? Chen Hai countered. No, that's not what we meant. Fang Peng hurriedly explained. Chen Hai squeezed his shoulder. I know you want to repay me, but that is precisely why you must strengthen the team. When everyone reaches senior soldier level, that is when we will have solid footing. The strong lead the weak, and the weak become strong step by step. If I am to ascend, I will do it myself, though I do not need your help for that. Fang Peng froze. This is an order. Yes. Fang Peng snapped to attention and saluted. Chen Hai jabbed his fist lightly into his chest. That's more like it. Go rest. Yes. Fang Peng turned to leave, his eyes slightly round. Fang Peng. Just as he stepped out the door, Chen Hai called after him. Fang Peng stopped. Chen Hai said solemnly, we will all survive. Every single one of us. Fang Peng's eyes brightened. He spun back to attention. Yes. Watching Fang Peng close the door, Chen Hai fingered the photograph tucked in his clothes and murmured, you will make it too. Walking down the corridor, Fang Peng felt relieved and hummed a little tune as he descended the stairs. At the corner, a hoarse voice said into Fang Peng's ear, startling him. I told you so. You'll be refused. Uncle Chun would never take you in. Wang Yong, don't you know scaring people like that is dangerous? A spark flared in the darkness and a tall, handsome man emerged, a cigarette between his lips. He slung an arm around Fang Peng's shoulder and teased with a grin, what about your brother? Kid, add your brother to the list. Fang Peng sniffed. It's not important. It's the apocalypse and you're still smoking. Spend that energy teaching me a few Sanda moves instead. Wang Yong smiled and took a sip. I'll teach. Everyone will learn, not just you. That fighting stance. Tis gets unbearable to watch, but you must promise me one thing. Fang Peng frowned wary. What is it? Wang Yong tapped his forehead. What's with that face? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that sort of man? He grinned. When you scavenge cigarettes in future, secretly save a few packs for me. Fang Shao, squad leader. Fang Peng jabbed him. Stop making me say that. Keep them if you want, but you should quit. Every cigarette you smoke is one fewer. There's no production anymore. Wang Yong flicked ash from his cigarette. This is my one indulgence. I'll quit when there's none left. Besides, who knows how many days we have to smoke anyway. Shut up, Crow. We will all survive. All right. Who wouldn't want to live? I'm not married yet. Come on, let's go check on Uncle Bao. In another sector, a woman in a suit held a cup of instant noodles. On the table lay a hand-drawn, incomplete map. She looked from the map to the ruined skyline and the round moon, then marked a bearing on the paper. It seemed returning to the place where the compatriots were would take a very long time. Meanwhile, improving one's bodily realm had become unexpectedly simple. On launching, she had already reached her limit, yet now breakthroughs came in succession. Mid-level hunting warrior. She hoped a few extreme soldier kings or junior hunting warriors would show up tomorrow. In any case, they were killers, as she would regard them as instruments of justice and send them on their way. After finishing the noodle broth, she slept fully clothed, a heavy steel sword by her side and a portable crossbow in hand. Back at the apartment, Lu Ming rubbed his belly after scraping the hot pot clean. If it weren't for concern about his image, he would have belched loudly. He glanced at the leftover mess on the table. It looked unpleasant and would continue to give off an odor. Once you are full, the lingering hot pot scent becomes an oily torment. He put the pots and bowls into his spatial satchel to deal with tomorrow. The air still hung heavy with the smell, and Lu Ming had a sudden thought, recycle the air. Unfortunately, his spatial satchel did not respond, otherwise it might have cleaned the environment or served other useful purposes. Sigh. After eating, there is always the desire to lie down. But the 340 larval corpses in his bag and the 10 larval eggs in his pocket spurred him to work overtime. There was no choice. Lu Ming rose, released the bodies in batches, sublimated them one by one, and then greedily harvested the spoils. An hour passed, and about 2,000 larvae corpses had been dealt with. Muscle memory gradually formed, leading to a scattering of attention, followed by drowsiness. Notification: the weapon broadblade heavy sword you listed on the trading post was not successfully sold and has been returned to your item storage. Please check. The sudden program notification jolted Lu Ming back to reality. Opening the trading post, the steel-grade broadblade heavy sword lay securely in the item storage. He realized that after mastering the forging skill, he immediately began researching biological weapons. Coupled with the afternoon spent focusing on slaughtering larvae to refine their corpses, he had forgotten about the sword listed on the trading post. However, the fact that it remained unsold for so long indicated that the forging skill was extremely rare. It was to be expected, after all. It was something that could change the tier of weapons. Clicking on the heavy sword to check its information, the durability displayed as 146-01500. The condition was essentially brand new. I'll keep it in my bag for now, and see if that brat Chu phone brings any surprises in the future. Transferring the broadblade heavy sword to the spatial pouch, Lu Ming prepared to close the trading post and continue the remaining refining and gathering. But the next second, he moved away from the close button, inexplicably dragging a larvae corpse and tossing it into the listing area. Notification: attribute items cannot be traded, returned to spatial pouch. Well, that makes sense. If only the bodies of the exotic species could be traded, he could go out and kill some exotic species. Find a factory, sit there, and display the specialized crystals in the trading post. For each body collected, all the transference users in Blue Star would become his laborers. How would a pipe dream? Smiling at himself, Lu Ming continued to arrange the corpses for ultimate refinement and greedy gathering. Another hour passed, and finally 3,400 larvae corpses were processed. He obtained 6800 unrefinable source specialization crystals, 13600 unrefinable source sickle blade edges, 3400 carapaces, and 3400 bottles of exotic blood. Together with the principal in his pouch, the specialized crystals on the coffee table were combined. Currently, he possessed 76591 specialized crystals, 18260 sickle blade edges, 45650 sickle carapaces, 4504 bottles of 200 milliliters ordinary exotic blood. The harvest was bountiful and the wealth ample enough to be considered a local magnate. Especially the sickle blade edges and sickle carapaces, he had so many that he didn't know how to use them. These were materials for crafting biological weapons, and even the steel grade ones were simply not for sale at this stage. We'll just keep them for now. As for the 200 milliliters of ordinary exotic blood when converted into exotic biological energy, it amounted to a total of 225200 points. That should be enough for Chushue to break through a few times in a row. Raising 10 future ancient owl emperors shouldn't be a problem. Looking at Chushue, he planned to check her panel information. However, upon seeing her current posture, he couldn't help but chuckle. She had become bored, and was now lying sideways on the bed, her hands fiddling with the fluffy fabric of the blanket, as if making a yarn ball, which was quite realistic. Xiaoxue, Lu Ming called out to her. Hearing the voice, Chushue paused for a moment, then suddenly sat up, looking at Lu Ming with an expression of joy that she... At that glance, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his heart involuntarily clenched. It reminded him of the scene when parents returned home from work before the festival, and the children rejoiced and cheered in welcome. At that time, besides a bit of annoyance, there was more of a heartache. He thought he must have envied them back then. Until the old man appeared. Until he established trust with him. Until he saw him coming back with a tricycle loaded with cardboard boxes from outside. Until he heard him call his name. Clearly he wasn't good at expressing emotions back then. Yet hearing the old man's voice would still make him, like Chushue, unable to hide the joy in his heart. This emotion is called waiting. Breaking off the recollection, Lu Ming pursed his lips and approached Chushue, squatting down to smooth her hair, smiling as he said, feeling bored. This was a question he already knew the answer to. Chushue shook her head seriously, her gaze clear as usual. A liar. Lu Ming certainly wouldn't point it out, continuing. Well, I'll be ready soon. Once I help you level up and hatch those 10 larvae, we can prepare to rest together. Chukshu's eyes lit up, and she nodded more vigorously than usual. Lu Ming smiled wider, silently, invoking identification. Chukshu's panel suddenly appeared with other data unchanged, and her advancement progress was barely noticeable. Current aberration level E-Class King can devour exotic biological energy for promotion, advancement progress 2005000. 50,000 points of energy demand. Not bad. The energy reserves should be enough for her to level up twice. Xiaoxue, open your storage space. Whoosh. Without any visible actions from Chushue, a black hole vortex appeared in front of her. Lu Ming stared at the vortex for 2 seconds, thinking that this child had become increasingly skilled at releasing her abilities. Previously there was a casting delay, but now it was a silent instant release. He counted out 996 bottles of ordinary exotic blood and stuffed them into the black hole vortex. Chukshu's red pupils lit up, countless azure glimmers swirling around her body before settling back into calm. Lu Ming looked around, feeling some changes, though they didn't seem too pronounced. The panel data was definitely all altered, but he didn't focus too much on it, heading straight for the aberration level and advancement progress. Current aberration level D-Class Juvenile can devour exotic biological energy for promotion, advancement progress 0100000. That was to be expected. 100,000. The next level would probably start at 200,000. Nothing surprising, for a divine level existence, this level of growth requirement was quite reasonable. Xiaoxue opened the space again. This time Lu Ming stuffed in 2,000 bottles. The azure glow turned into flowing wind swirling upwards around Chushue. From Lu Ming's perspective, Chukshu's height had noticeably increased. Outside the apartment, the nocturnal sickles retreated at high speed, daring to look back only after fleeing several kilometers. Each sickle was filled with deep confusion in their eyes. They didn't understand why a D-Class exotic species with strength far exceeding theirs appeared there. Even less did they understand why, facing an exotic powerhouse that spanned several levels, they felt an unprecedented fear. Inside the house, Lu Ming stroked his chin, observing left and right. He felt that besides the increase in height, Chushue had become a bit more elegant, her legs longer, and where there should have been substance there was indeed some, but not much had changed. Looking to see the specific values. Identification. Chushue, divine level race god. Description: the primordial spider born in the world of truth, the most ancient. Height, body length, human form 150 centimeters, original form 8 m, can grow. Weight, original form, human form 36 kilograms, original form 1. 2T. Can grow general function storage space ultimate identification skills silken thread D-class spider spear D-class web weaving D-class devour D-class weakness perception D-class annihilation light D-class crimson gaze D-class hidden silk D-class characteristics form transformation comprehension mastery max combat instinct max learning instinct max status recognized as the master Lu Ming currently has departed from the initial stage with minor enhancements in various attribute capability indicators most skill attributes sealed and can be unlocked along with the aberration level increase. Current aberration level D-class ordinary can devour exotic biological energy for promotion advancement progress 020,000. His height had shot up another 10 centimeters. He wondered how tall he would eventually become. His weight hadn't increased much in human form, but he had gained one new skill. Hidden thread. A skill to conceal threads. Intuitively it seemed incredibly useful. Lu Ming paused for 2 seconds, then gestured, Xiaoxue use hidden thread. Hearing this, Chuxue opened her right hand and countless threads flew from her fingertips wrapping around him. Lu Ming was momentarily startled thinking Chuxue was using him as a target. But then he realized his movements were not restricted at all. Wondering what the effect was, he raised his hand and found his body had turned His expression froze. Lu Ming seemed to understand something and pointed at the coffee table saying to Chuxue, Xiaoxue use hidden thread on that pile of specialized crystals. Chuxue complied. Indeed, the pile of specialized crystals also turned semi-transparent, and even the glow of the crystals dissipated. Now remove the threads from me. Chuxue obeyed again. The golden threads receded from him. The specialized crystals which had just left a semi-transparent image in his vision had now completely vanished. A disguise. This was a divine skill for killing, robbing, and provoking enemies. No, he had to clarify. Xiaoxue, when covered by hidden thread, can I move freely? Chuxue nodded. How far can I move? Bah. A pointless question. The skill was controlled by Chuxue, so naturally it expanded outward. As long as Chuxue moved with him, the range didn't matter. Even 5 meters could encompass the entire world. It was a pity that it was only drank for now. From a divine level standpoint, aberrants below, Crank, should be unable to see through the disguise of hidden thread unless they possessed special vision. Those at Crank or above might also be fooled, but the possibility of direct detection couldn't be ruled out. Similarly, specialized warriors whose strength rivaled Crank aberrants might also have a chance of sensing it. But neither was a major issue. For the former, as long as he didn't act recklessly and invade without certainty, they couldn't touch him. As for the latter, that was just a rigorous statement. He himself was still far from rivaling a Crank aberrant. How could other transfers possibly reach that? This wasn't arrogance or conceit, it was a limitation of reality. After clarifying his thoughts, Lu Ming firmly decided that among the over 7,600 specialized crystals, besides the sublimation of the scythe owl larval eggs, a rank upgrade for the specialized crystals was mandatory. Because tomorrow he wanted to attempt attacking the core, the Regional General Bureau. At the same time, another point was crucial: the warning brought by hidden thread. Since Chuxue could create a disguised state, and the skill wasn't marked as exclusive, it meant other aberrants could possess similar abilities. Even humans could achieve it through learning skill books. If he were caught unaware and backstabbed by an invisible aberrant or person, he didn't know if he would die, but he would certainly feel aggrieved. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance and eliminate this possibility. His reliance was the Eye of Truth. Activating the Eye of Truth, he set the parameters for disguise and invisible units locked onto the coffee table and murmured a praise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 100 tags for specialized crystals appeared one by one. Even the specialized crystals wrapped in hidden thread were clearly visible. This showed the Eye of Truth was exceptionally effective. He immediately set these 2 conditions as permanent settings for the Eye of Truth. That's enough, Xiaoxue. Now it's their turn. Signaling Chuxue to retract the hidden thread skill, Lu Ming took out the 10 scythe owl larval eggs from his pocket and silently uttered, Ultimate sub. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: to batch sublimate 10 scythe owl larval eggs requires consuming 100 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 100 specialized crystals to sublimate 10 scythe owl larval eggs into 10 ancient owl. Confirm. Particles disassembled and reassembled. Besides the eggs doubling in size, the previously green patterned eggs had transformed into a brand new version dominated by red with black patterns. Ancient Owl Emperor Crank Royalty Category Royal Larval Egg Description: upon hatching it will produce Ancient Scythe Owl Royal Bloodline. With proper nurturing it will evolve into a natural hunter with absolute attack power and unmatched loyalty. The Crank Royalty Ancient Owl Emperor. Hatching and bonding conditions: 100 aberrant biological energy mastery of basic infant care, 30 minutes of closed body incubation, and the first living being seen. This had consumed 10,000 specialized crystals at once. That was enough to promote 2 Ultimate Soldier Kings to mid-level hunting warriors or 10 Ultimate Soldier Kings to junior hunting warriors. For others, if they didn't take shortcuts by hunting humans, relying solely on killing aberrants might not yield this amount in 2 days. He had spent it all in one go. This could only be called the ease of the wealthy. Ancient Owl Emperor, you had better not disappoint me. Holding those egg-sized larvae, Lu Ming placed them on the coffee table. Prompt: detected that the larval egg's mother has an incubation intent and meets the incubation conditions. Release the constant temperature protective layer on the egg's surface for closed body incubation. During the process, it must be placed close to the body for 30 minutes. Once separated from the mother, the egg will enter a hypothermic state and die after 5 hours. Crank vitality was this strong. Chukshu's separation time was only 10 minutes. Perhaps it was the case that humble lives were hard. He didn't choose to release the constant temperature protection immediately. Instead, Lu Ming reached into his spatial bag and took out a packaged pure cotton t-shirt. Then, leveraging his advanced infant care mastery, he skillfully folded it into a baby sling. Truly, when he finished, he himself was filled with awe. It was so exquisite that it could be sold in a maternity store. But on second thought, he didn't even know how his hands had moved. They always said the eyes could learn, but the hands couldn't. Now his hands were doing the work while his eyes were full of question marks. Shaking his head inwardly, he naturally hung the baby sling around his neck and placed the eggs inside one by one. Ensuring each egg was pressed tightly against his chest, he finally gave the command to incubate. Release the constant temperature protective layer. Prompt larval egg constant temperature protection removed. 100 aberrant biological energy injected. Incubation phase started. Current progress 0. The incubation began, and Lu Ming went full dad mode. He held the bottom of the sling with one hand and cradled the body of the sling with the other, gently patting it. Intuitively, Lu Ming felt it was strange. No, very strange. Here he was, a man who had never even been in a relationship, inexplicably becoming a baby caregiver for the second time. Speaking of which, Chushua wouldn't be jealous, would she? Feeling a bit guilty, Lu Ming pretended to glance casually at Chushua. He found he had overthought it. Chushua wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, she wore an expression of a husband watching his wife with the baby, full of happiness. There was no mistake. It was definitely that feeling like in the TV shows. The roles were reversed again. Xiaoxua, Lu Ming said, his face reddening as he pretended to be stern. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll go incubate in the bathroom. Hearing this, Chushua returned to normal and even cooperatively looked away. Lu Ming was satisfied with this. Xiaoxua was still the obedient Xiaoxua. But when he turned his attention back to the ancient owl emperor eggs, Chushua shifted her gaze back, her expression glowing once more. Crack. Half an hour passed in a flash. A crisp sound of shell breaking came from the brood pouch. Lu Ming was scrutinizing Xiaoxua, who was secretly peeping at him from the corner of his eye. He was pulled back into his fatherly role by the movement in his arms. Crack, 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 crack. A series of sharp sounds rang out, and Lu Ming suddenly stood up. It was about to give birth. It was about to give birth. It was about to give. Oh no, it was hatching. He hurriedly took down the brood pouch and placed it on the coffee table. Carefully spreading out the t-shirt, he used the blue light of the specialized crystals to observe the changes in the insect eggs. All 10 ancient imperial owl larvae broke through their shells, revealing 10 round crimson insect heads. Judging from the diameter of their heads, their bodies were estimated to be only as thick as a finger. The moment their heads emerged, they did nothing else but all turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. After staring intently for 3 to 5 seconds, they began lowering their heads and frantically devouring their own eggshells. This reminded Lu Ming of the moment Chushua was born. However, their table manners were naturally incomparable to Chushua's. It was their way of eating that greatly surprised Lu Ming. In the current world, the larvae of side owls had feeding mouthparts on their chests resembling facehuggers, which was quite unsettling. But the ancient imperial owl larvae truly ate with their mouths, similar to spring silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves, familiar and normal. Thus the vague sense of resistance he had felt before hatching gradually disappeared. Moreover, the crunching sounds and the sight of the eggshells diminishing piece by piece were soothing and had an excellent hypnotic effect. As they consumed the egg bodies, the entire form of the insect larvae gradually revealed itself. They were about 10 centimeters long, with dark red skin that pulsed with the glow of energy, flickering on and off with their vitality. Amidst the red glow, each ancient imperial owl larva had a black stripe in a different position on its body surface. That stripe was a deep, profound black, as if it could absorb light. Lu Ming was very curious about this, and was about to lean in for a closer look. Unexpectedly, 2 horn-like growths suddenly sprouted from the larvae's heads. Then with a boing, 2 blackened antennae resembling phoenix feathers abruptly popped out. Setting aside biological stereotypes, this sudden development was quite amusing. He watched with keen interest, pondering that the upcoming energy replenishment must adhere to the principle of absolute fairness. However, he never expected that after finishing their eggshells, the 10 larvae would rush towards each other at lightning speed, entangling, biting, and slaughtering. In just an instant, 2 larvae had already died in the melee. What the hell are you doing? Not enough to eat. If you're not full, come to me. I have some. Why go after your brothers? Lu Ming was stunned and reached out to break up the fight. As he stood up, he was blocked by Chushua's silk threads. Lu Ming looked at Chushua in confusion, only to find her shaking her head very. Lu Ming pointed at the kin killing on the coffee table. Is this normal behavior? Chushua nodded solemnly and retracted her silk threads. Lu Ming was speechless. He slowly sat down, watching the fallen bodies one by one, his heart bleeding. Each of those was a pile of 1,000 stacked specialized crystals. The pain was immense. The internal strife finally ended when only 1 ancient imperial owl larva remained alive on the coffee table. Looking at the dying final victor, Lu Ming roughly guessed the reason for the mutual slaughter. Royalty, after all. A collective only needs 1 leader. 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain, let alone 10 tigers. At this moment, the ultimate winner, its body battered and a third of it missing, dragged itself towards a dead sibling and began frantically gnawing on the corpse. Even though the tearing movements affected its own wounded body, causing blood and fluids to spray, it remained utterly oblivious. After devouring one corpse, the Imperial Owl larva radiated brilliant light all over. In an instant, all its external injuries healed completely. Where there had been only one black stripe, now there was an additional one. With its wounds healed and energy restored, the larva ate even more voraciously. What followed was a brutal period of dismemberment. With each Imperial Owl larva it devoured, the black stripes on its body increased by one, its size doubled, and its form underwent a change. After all 9 larval corpses were consumed, the Imperial Owl larva had completely transformed. It had grown from the size of a thumb to a total length of 2 meters. Its entire form no longer bore any resemblance to a scythe owl larva, instead looking more like a venomous snake. The dominant dark red color of its skin was replaced by the black of the stripes. Its fragile soft epidermis evolved into a tough, smooth carapace. Under the crystal blue light emitted by the specialized crystals, it reflected a deep cold metallic sheen. Having completed its initial evolution, it raised its body, revealing its chest and abdomen covered in dark red scales. Even in its juvenile state, a sense of oppression was already taking shape. Lu Ming met its gaze and slowly extended his hand. The Imperial Owl larva, as if understanding Lu Ming's intention, leaned its head adorned with feathered antennae over and rubbed against his palm. Seeing this affectionate gesture, Lu Ming's heartache over the 9,000 specialized crystals vanished completely. Everything was worth it. Let's check its information data. Appraisal. Slaughter Imperial Owl larva. C-grade category, mutated insect emperor larva. Description: an ancient Imperial Owl bloodline, where a mother produces, at most, 3 offspring. In the case of 3, they will fight to the death until a leader and heir is decided. This time, due to unknown reasons, it devoured 9 siblings of the same bloodline, obtaining a bloodline that surpasses the ancient Imperial Owl race, mutating into a slaughter Imperial Owl. Its aggression, killing desire, and hunting skills are amplified several times over. It is absolutely loyal to its master, never betraying until death. Body length 2. 1m. Weight 10 kilograms. Skills: piercing lunge, toxic needle, shot. Status: bonded master Lu Ming. Current evolution energy is full and can advance to pupation at any time, but the slaughter Imperial Owl refuses to pupate because a certain wish remains unfulfilled. This wish is related to a sense of identity. Current aberration level: Crade larva can advance by devouring energy from aberrant creatures. Advancement progress: 90000080000. Slaughter Imperial Owl. After reading the Imperial Owl larva's information, Lu Ming was surprised once again. He finally felt that the death of those 9 larvae was not a loss, but rather a great gain. A mutation, a bloodline of slaughter, and a full 90,000 units of biological energy. Otherwise, if he had relied on his own accumulation, he might not have achieved this even in an entire day. At the same time, this explosive amount of aberrant biological energy made Lu Ming involuntarily look towards Chu Shui. If a class royalty was this outrageous just for one promotion, how terrifying would it be for a divine class being like Chu Shui to advance to Crate? Terrifying. Suppressing his thoughts, Lu Ming shifted his gaze back to the Imperial Owl larva. The status bar mentioned a wish related to a sense of identity, the implication clear. You want me to give you a name? Lu Ming attempted to communicate, and was surprised to find that the Imperial Owl larva possessed considerable intelligence. It fully understood his words, and quickly lowered its insect head in submission. Lu Ming grew even more satisfied, and clicked on the 3 question marks within the panel's title. Prompt: the slaughter Imperial Owl larva has not received a name from its master. Do you wish to name it now? Yes. Prompt: please enter a name. Tyrant. Prompt: please confirm again. Confirm. Prompt: slaughter Imperial Owl larva. Tyrant. Naming successful. Having been named by Lu Ming, the Tyrant King larva slithered rapidly around him, its elongated body dragging across the floor. Its black carapace and crimson scales gouged deep furrows into the ground. Lu Ming watched with a complex expression, thinking that if the floor were made of steel, the creature would surely have sparked flames. Yet this was merely a larva, albeit a royal-blooded mutated king-tier creature. It was only C-grade, not even reaching B level. Such destructive power made the unimaginable A-grade and S-grade aberrations seem even more unfathomable. Could it be that A-grade creatures were cross-dimensional beings or ultimate life forms? And were S-grade creatures the old ones? Otherwise, how could none of the previous 66,665 transfers have survived, all perishing in it? What exactly was this so-called Galaxy 618 of the Garo star system? Hiss! Just as his thoughts began to wander, a sharp pain shot through. He instinctively tensed his right leg and looked down to find the Tyrant King larva coiled around it, nuzzling him affectionately. Its force was at least 10 times greater than when it had rubbed against his hand, each touch feeling like a scrape from a steel wool pad. Damn. No, I can't take this. This kind of affectionate interaction was too much for his current physical condition. Tyrant. Lu Ming called out its full name. True to form, regardless of species, being addressed by one's full name in a stern tone prompted an instinctive straightening up. Tyrant stiffened its body and looked up at its master like a loyal servant standing at attention. Lu Ming bent down and patted its head, sighing. I enjoy your affectionate gestures, but our species have different physiques. With your steel-like armor, I can't handle it for now. Tyrant tilted its head, its antennae performing a couple of chest-expanding movements, as if it didn't understand. Lu Ming didn't bother to explain. He pointed to the corner of the living room and said bluntly, "Go pupate." This time it understood, and it visibly froze for a moment as if it had forgotten it needed to evolve. Watching it rush to the corner, press its body flat against the wall, and secrete a protective membrane from its bodily fluids, Lu Ming remained silent. He silently prayed that this child wouldn't have the temperament of a husky, otherwise he'd have to consider killing it and turning it into weapon materials to cut his losses. Turning his gaze back to his calf, Lu Ming felt helpless. After the standard issue leather shoes, his pants were now ruined as well. He looked at the deep muddy grooves on the floor, as if a vehicle had driven through mud. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The signs of wrecking the place had already appeared. The future? Never mind, this apartment was a gift from nature anyway. As for clothes, since he had a full set of bioequipment materials, he would need to change into new ones anyway. Besides, Tyrant had just been born and he would give it a chance. If after evolving it truly had the nature of a husky, then he would have to say sorry. After all, in other world-crossing scenarios, such a pet might be a pleasant addition to life. But this was an apocalypse. He could not afford any obstacles that introduced uncertainty. Looking back at where Tyrant had been, there was now a massive black chrysalis, half a meter in diameter and 2 meters. Lu Ming stared intently and murmured appraisal. Slaughter Tyrant King Chrysalis, C grade, weakened category, mutated royal insect. Chrysalis description: the chrysalis form of a C grade mutated Tyrant King formed after the larva consumed a vast amount of aberrant creature energy. Upon completing chrysalis progression, it will evolve into the C grade elite Slaughter Tyrant King. Current state lacks any skills or aggression. Its body is extremely fragile. Due to its master bond, it is considered a traitor by other insects and will not be protected by gathered larvae. Traits: none. Weakness: mortal upon severe injury. Chrysalis progress: 0-10 hours. 10 hours. Checking the time, it was already 1032 p.m. Evolution would complete by 8:32 a.m. tomorrow, just in time. Now the night was deep, or it was time to sleep. Xiao Shui, are you going to bathe? Stretching his limbs, Lu Ming turned to ask Chu Shui. She immediately got off the bed, came to his side, and took his hand, as if signaling him to lead the way. Lu Ming was taken aback. I didn't mean that. I meant you go first, then he'll go. Chu Shui released his hand and quickly walked into. Lu Ming thought she had understood him and was about to praise her. But to his surprise, after entering the bathroom for just 2 seconds, she poked her head out, blinking her eyes, as if urging him. It seemed to say, you go first. Then you come. I went, why haven't you come yet? Lu Ming held his forehead. 40 minutes later, Lu Ming lay in bed wearing a button-up pajama atop, his left hand resting on his forehead, his face slightly flushed, the images still lingering in his mind. He never expected that he would end up entering the bathroom with Chu Shui after all. Not exactly washing together, but helping each other out. When Chu Shui bathed, he stayed clothed and assisted, mainly scrubbing her back, rinsing off the water, drying her hair, and teaching her how to use the water heater, shampoo, and body wash. With a trait like learning instinct max, Chu Shui picked it up almost instantly. When it was his turn to bathe, he wrapped himself in the sublimated bath towel, kept his head down the whole time, and let Chu Shui scrub his back, rinse him, and dry his hair. Though nothing really happened, the whole process was awkward. Even though he kept calling her his wife, that wouldn't truly count until she had a mature appearance. Given Chu Shui's current form, his upbringing and morals as a Blue Star Chinese would not allow him to cross that line. However, Chu Shui found everything in the bathroom novel and exhilarating. Although she didn't splash water around like a mischievous child, her highs and lows of emotion were still clearly visible. She was probably already looking forward to the next night. When she left the bathroom, she was clearly reluctant, wanting to stay longer. Removing his hand from his forehead, Lu Ming turned to his side. Chu Shui was sleeping soundly, facing him. Looking at her serene and flawless sleeping face, Lu Ming felt a sense of peace wash over him. He couldn't resist wanting to stroke her long hair, but worried it might wake her. Yet Chu Shui seemed to sense it, instinctively burrowing closer into his embrace. But how could a sleeping person find the right spot? After a brief pause, Lu Ming smiled softly and pulled her a little closer to him. Stroking her hair, breathing in the faint scent of shampoo, he slowly closed his eyes. Darkness suddenly engulfed him. Following that came heavy breathing. The perspective shook in flickering light and shadow. Someone was chasing him. Clang. He seemed to have bumped into something. The perspective shifted to the ground. Bastard. Still running. You motherless mongrel. How dare you touch my son? Son. Hit him. However he hit you, hit him back. I'm standing right here. Let him dare to fight back. Blurry voices, blurry faces, as if seen through a veil. Blow after blow landed. He was in pain, but couldn't wake up. I didn't. He stole my things. Oh, I was just taking back what was mine. I didn't hit him. Your things. What could you possibly have? A few rags and some cans. What kind of conditions does my son have? Why would he need your things? Didn't hit him. If you didn't hit him, would my son falsely accuse you? Look at yourself. Come on, son, had enough. Let's go. Stay away from this mongrel. He might carry mold on him. Bad luck. That was a bit harsh. Indeed it was, but if my child were the one being bullied, I'd probably do the same. And this kid too, even in this state, why won't he just— Didn't he say his things were stolen and he didn't bully anyone? Do you believe that? A child without a mother. Without guidance, how can they speak the truth? Besides, that man's words, though harsh, had reason. Does that kid of his look like someone who would steal? Just his clothes alone cost thousands. And look at this child who knows where he came from, completely unattended. I must warn my own kids to be careful lest he sets his sights on them. Oh, enough. If you're here to watch the show, just watch. Why say all this? He's pitiful enough as it is. Consider the child's feelings. Feelings? You're so kind. If you feel sorry for him, take him home and raise him. I'll talk. Is that the same thing? Oh, let's disperse. Best to get the neighborhood committee to handle this. Him wandering around like this is not only pitiful, but also a potential hazard. Might even spread germs. Right. Let's do that. The words came as if through a copper tube. His ears felt waterlogged. Through flickering vision, he saw a face. Then came an intense suffocation. Finally, just as oxygen was about to run out, Lu Ming jolted awake. With a clear pop, his nostrils were instant. Air rushed into his lungs like a torrent, every cell in his body seemingly baptized by oxygen. Lu Ming gasped deeply. The feeling of being reborn was exhilarating. What on earth is going on? Lu Ming lifted his head, and two tiny gleaming feet met his eyes. Propping himself up, he looked forward to see Chu Xue lying between his knees, arms raised, and chin up, fast asleep. And those feet, they had probably been resting on his face. No, his mouth just moments ago. Lu Ming. What? She slept so peacefully in the first half of the night, only to reveal her true colors in the second half. A divinely ordained sleeping posture, is it? Just how many flips did it take to end up in this position? How many adjustments did it require to precisely wedge those two big toes into his nostrils? And himself, was he that exhausted to remain in deep slumber under such circumstances, unable to wake? Was his constitution, as an advanced hunting warrior, just for— He brought Chukshu's tiny foot to his nose and sniffed. It wasn't the scent of a biochemical weapon. Rather, it was identical to the smell of the eggshell from before. Could this scent have an intoxicating effect? He sniffed again. That must be it. It was somewhat addictive. He couldn't continue any further and had be lost. He picked Chu Xue up from her feet, placed her back beside him. He gazed at her delicate features illuminated by the specialized crystal lamp. It was the same serene beauty as always, as if the earlier sleeping posture had been his imagination. It even made him wonder if he had kicked her into that position himself. He smoothed a stray lock of hair from Chukshu's forehead, tucked her in again, and lay back down. The dream from before was still vivid, yet it brought an involuntary smile to his face. It had been 10 years, hadn't it, since he was last troubled by such memories. Today, for once, it was a rare occurrence. Perhaps it was the memory of Chu Xue waiting for him earlier, or maybe the sheer volume of events over the past 2 days had muddled his thoughts. In any case, recalling those childhood experiences, it wasn't an exaggeration to call it a childhood shadow. He too had entertained that Shinibu notion that the world was wrong, not it. But as he spent time with the old man after the old man passed away, and as he learned to handle everything on his own, suddenly those experiences seemed trivial. Everyone was struggling to live, bearing hypocrisy, discarding dignity, forever, wearing a mask labeled for parents, for family, for children, for respectability, but in truth reading it as life. It was a mask he himself wore, yet it only drowned his own self. Having seen through all this, having experienced the darkness, he chose a limited selfishness under the premise of not letting his worldview bottom out. Simply because that way, he could be kinder to himself. Heh. With that thought, Lu Ming let out a self-deprecating laugh. A man awake in the dead of night, his mind always active, giving rise to many thoughts. A life philosophy, a self-composed tune, a brilliant move, a tinpole with godly luck for a full constellation. Right now, he leaned towards the first a bit. His thoughts grew clearer, all drowsiness gone. He checked the time. It was 4 a.m. 3 hours until the morning of the third day. 3 hours would be a waste to just stare into space. His pants and shoes were ruined anyway. He could prepare biological equipment in advance. He opened his spatial bag, retrieved the Tyrant King's carapace, and read the information panel. Tyrant King's carapace, E-Class King level. Category Royal Alien Material. Description: chest carapace of an E-Class Quasi-Tyrant Queen possessing hardness and resistance equivalent to mithril. Can be used as raw material for crafting specialized biological battle armor. Usage requirement: intermediate tailoring proficiency or higher. Tailoring proficiency. Change function. I thought everything was done under blacksmithing proficiency. Fortunately, he already had tailoring proficiency. He opened the information panel, clicked on basic tailoring proficiency, and performed a second-level ultimate ascension. Prompt: ascending basic tailoring proficiency requires consuming 50 specialized crystals. Confirm consuming 50 specialized crystals to ascend basic tailoring proficiency to advanced tailoring proficiency. Confirm. Whoosh. The gray font of basic tailoring proficiency gradually dissolved, and the blue font of advanced tailoring proficiency slowly emerged. Advanced tailoring proficiency crate. Category: proficiency skill. Description: master the art of crafting alien creature armor, obtaining advanced certification. Tailoring skill is now formally proficient, capable of crafting up to alloy grade armor. Usage: mentally activate the tailoring function to open the armor crafting interface. Upon inserting alien creature materials, armor recipes will automatically appear. Based on the type of main material input, it will automatically identify and craft armor. Armor crafting has a success rate. The higher the proficiency level, the higher the success rate. Traits: advanced armor crafting success rate increased by an additional 10. Traits: advanced probability of inheriting alien creature traits increased by 2. Traits: advanced probability of inheriting 2 or more alien creature traits increased by an additional 0.2. After reading the attributes, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Biological weapons inherit the skills of alien creatures. Biological armor inherits the traits of alien creatures. The two skills are perfectly matched with clear division of labor, reasonable in every sense. And the violent tyrant king was still fresh in his memory. Its information remained clear even now. It had 3 traits in total. First, the hunter's instinct killing harvest to fight harder and grow stronger with each battle. Second, advanced regeneration, the ability to rapidly recover even from being torn apart, as long as not truly dead. Third, resentful slaughter, the ability to unleash one final attack, even after true death. With such exaggerated descriptions, these traits couldn't possibly apply to the human body. It's not like wearing the armor would implant 3 cores into your body, allowing you to regenerate rapidly, even when shattered right. How absurd would that be? So he made a bold guess. The so-called trait inheritance was actually aimed at the armor itself. For example, the fight harder and grow stronger aspect of killing harvest would feed back to the human body by absorbing battle intent through the armor, thereby enhancing constitution. Simply put, the biological equipment gives you a buff. Advanced regeneration, allowing rapid recovery even from being torn apart, means the armor can repair itself quickly after being damaged, maintaining combat effectiveness without wear and tear. And resentful slaughter is the final burst of glory when the equipment is truly destroyed, unleashing its full power. The very thought was exhilarating. Without further ado, he dove right in. Activate the garment-making function. He murmured inwardly, and a deeply familiar interface unfurled before his eyes. Lu Ming thought, is there no bottom line? Could it be any more perfunctory? You didn't even bother to change the damn mechanical forge in the middle. At the very least, a sewing machine would have been understandable. He tossed in the Owl King's carapace expressionlessly, and the interface immediately began scanning. Notification: garment-making scan complete. Primary material identified as armor. Recipe match successful. Please select a crafting recipe. With a rustle like turning pages, a list of crafting recipes cascaded down from the left side of the interface. Owl King helmet, Owl King battle armor, Owl King gauntlets, Owl King greaves. It was merely a selection of parts with no mention of categories. Judging by the setup, the required material quantity probably wouldn't be as high as for weapons. He selected the battle armor first. Since there was no separate option for leg armor, the pants were certainly included in the battle armor. It was a pity he couldn't see the actual item without crafting it, or else he could have previewed its style and shape. Select Owl King battle armor. Notification: crafting Owl King battle armor requires consuming 5x primary material Owl King carapace, 1x auxiliary material Owl King blade, 300x specialized crystals. Having weathered the price shock of the Owl King warblade, Lu Ming found the material requirements for the battle armor to be surprisingly reasonable. More importantly, he had exactly 4 Owl King blades left in his pack, just enough to forge a full set of biological armor. He promptly tossed the remaining 4 Owl King carapaces and 1 Owl King blade into the primary and auxiliary material slots. The mechanical forge in the center pulsed with energy, releasing a brilliant glow. Notification: sufficient primary auxiliary materials and specialized crystals for Owl King battle armor. Current crafting success rate 80 base 70 10 from senior garment maker. Trait inheritance probability 7 base 5 2 from senior garment maker can be further increased by adding alien blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more traits 0. 7 base 0. 5 0. 2 from senior garment maker can be further increased by adding alien blood. Notification: no amplification materials have been added. Proceed with crafting in this state. Add them. Of course he would add them. Not only would he add them, he would sublimate them first. He tossed the E-class royal blood from the Quasi-Owl Queen into the amplification material slot. Notification: added 200 milliliters of E-class royal alien blood. Success rate for mithril-grade armor crafting increased by an additional 60. Current success rate 140. Notification: trait inheritance probability increased by an additional 20. Current probability 27. Notification: probability of inheriting 2 or more traits increased by an additional 10. Current inheritance probability 10. 7. Thus the enhancement data for E-class royal alien blood was entirely clear. This type of amplifying alien blood could be used up to 4 vials at a time. The success rate would definitely be 100. Trait inheritance could be stacked up to 87, and the probability for 2 or more inherited traits was 47. It seemed highly probable, but in the face of an unlucky soul, even a 1 failure rate could befall them. But it didn't matter. In his spatial pouch, he still had carapaces and blades from 20 sickle owls, 1 from Kongbao Factory 19 from the 5th floor of the mall that could be sublimated, and a full 20 vials of ordinary alien blood that could be enhanced. He had kept all of these for this very moment. He retrieved the E-class royal blood from the amplification material slot, as it was a precious raw embryo that could be sublimated to a higher level. Then he took out the 20 sublimatable ordinary alien blood vials, and selected batch second-tier sublimation. Notification: batch sublimation of 20x 200 milliliters ordinary alien blood E-grade requires consuming 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to sublimate 200 milliliters ordinary alien blood E-grade into 200 milliliters E-class royal alien blood. Confirmed. Whoosh. The E-grade ordinary alien blood decomposed and vanished, and the E-class royal alien bloodline recombined. Without hesitation, Lu Ming added 4 vials of E-class royal alien blood and confirmed the crafting process. The forge roared to life, the light shifting gradually. As a dazzling purple light flashed and burst forth, notifications followed one after another. Advanced crafting, congratulations. You have forged the dual trait Owl King battle armor. Dual traits. He retrieved the successfully crafted garment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. In his hand, it wasn't fabric, but a rhomboid crystal 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. The base of the crystal was smooth while the tip was three-dimensional. Like the Owl King war blade, the crystal bore several cyan cracks within which energy flowed, exuding a rich vitality. Battle armor. Lu Ming immediately perused its information. Owl King battle armor, mithril grade, category E-class, monarch level, biological armor. Description: requires no measurement, though unfolds to fit any body shape upon skin contact. Crafted by a senior garment maker incorporating galactic blue star bioengineering, this new type of armor is forged for specialized warriors to harness alien energy. It can be guided to disguise itself as desired ordinary clothing for convenience. Inherited traits: killing, harvest, advanced regeneration, armament link, battle armor, resonance, specialized bioenergy, 500500, alien biological activity, 120001, 2000. Wait. Armament link. Battle armor resonance, equipping 4 pieces of the same biological armor on the entire body can awaken the battle armor resonance, activating the biological armament. All equipped armor pieces will share inherited traits, bioenergy, and alien biological activity. Holy crap. That seemed pretty impressive. Skin contact. Moving with care, he got out of bed, took off his pajamas, and pressed the rhomboid crystal against his chest. A whirring sound emanated and countless black fibers surged over Lu Ming's body like a black tide. Within 5 seconds they formed a perfectly fitted black battle suit. It was form-fitting, comfortable, and felt like wearing nothing. Most importantly, he could feel the temperature feedback transmitted by the suit. It was, how to put it? If you think of it as a living being, it does seem a bit strange. For instance, you might ponder what the structure of the groin area is. Amidst a tranquil mind, the black tide-like fibers continued to creep upward. They wrapped around Lu Ming's neck, climbing up to his mouth, and nose, finally resting on the bridge of his nose, effectively arming him all the way to the nape. He tried to breathe gently, and there was no obstruction in his breathing. In fact, the air felt much fresher when he inhaled. Filtering. It was at this moment that the swirling sound of the black tide finally ceased. Following that, countless azure gradient energy patterns emerged across the entire Owl King. They were meticulously etched on the surface of the battle suit, harmonizing with the diamond-shaped crystal at the chest, embodying a technological beauty that originated from the future. As for the ability to autonomously transform and disguise itself, as every day, where that would be discussed after he completed crafting all the battle armor. With this thought, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the forging and clothing interface. Skillfully expanding the recipe list, he selected the Owl King gauntlets. Prompt: crafting the Owl King gauntlets requires consuming 3 main materials of Owl King shell, 1 auxiliary material of Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. The material consumption is significantly less than that of the battle armor. Lu Ming placed all the main and auxiliary materials in at once, along with 4 vials of E-class royal variant blood, and confirmed the crafting. Advanced forging, congratulations, you have crafted the dual property Owl King gauntlets. Another instance of high-level forging inheriting dual property. A 7 probability, neither good nor bad. He just hoped that this time the dual properties would include resentment and killing. After all, the entire set of Owl King armor would activate armed synergy once worn. Whether it be skills, specialized biological energy, or variant biological activity, everything would be shared collectively. He retrieved the successfully crafted gauntlets. This time he got 2 diamond-shaped crystals, each measuring 2 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. Identification. Owl King gauntlets, mithril level, category E-class, royal biological armor. Description: no measurement required. Upon fitting the skin, they unfold into clothing, perfectly adapting to any hand shape. Crafted by high-level tailors infused with bioengineering from the Jialan star system, these new gauntlets are designed for specialized warriors to harness variant energy. They can disguise themselves as desired everyday styles, making them extremely convenient. Inherent properties: advanced regeneration, resentment, and killing, armed synergy, battle armor resonance, specialized biological energy, 300300, variant biological activity, 900900. Very well, he had obtained resentment and killing. As for the remaining helmet and boots, he just needed to use a vial of ordinary variant blood to guarantee a 100 success rate. Not in a hurry to equip them, Lu Ming continued with the armor crafting. Prompt: crafting the Owl King boots requires consuming 3 main materials of Owl King shell, 1 auxiliary material of Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Prompt: crafting the Owl King helmet requires consuming 3 main materials of Owl King shell, 1 auxiliary material of Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Successfully crafted Owl King boots. Successfully crafted Owl King helmet. The reality is that when it comes to equipment probability, one either needs strong blood or to rely on luck. Stopping the infusion of royal variant blood, the crafting interface showed no mercy, directly throwing out 2 blank results, as if to say, take it. The attributes of the 2 pieces of armor weren't worth delving into. Aside from the differences in description terminology, the other data was entirely consistent with the gauntlets. At this moment, 3 pieces of equipment, 5 diamond-shaped crystals, all in Lu Ming's hands. Among them, the 2 crystals for the gauntlets had already been mentioned, so there's no need to elaborate. The 2 boot crystals were 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. The helmet was quite intriguing, only as large as a small fingernail appearing. He first fitted the 2 gauntlet crystals to the backs of his hands. 2 fully enclosed gloves made of the same material as the battlesuit spread and covered, ultimately merging with the battle armor. The ones for his feet were fitted to the side of his ankles with a pair of black boots enclosing his feet connecting to the lower garments. For the final helmet, Lu Ming opened the self-mirror in his character information. After some thought, he chose the center of his forehead. It was merely a casual placement to see the unfolding effect. Placing it on the forehead was perhaps a man's romance. Unexpectedly, as soon as the crystal approached his skin, it transformed into a shadowy form. There was neither a black tide spreading nor a helmet materializing. It seemed to vanish entirely. What's going on? Just as he was puzzled, a surge of information penetrated his consciousness. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then revealed a look of realization. For aesthetic reasons, the helmet was designed to be in a default hidden state. As for its defense, the battle armor would autonomously sense attacks and danger. It could also be activated by the wearer to initiate a defensive state, providing seamless protection around the clock. To put it plainly, it's the difference between automatic and manual driving. Then let's try manual first. Battle armor defense activate. He silently thought, and the runes on his body began to flow with light. A shield of azure energy resembling a biological force field swept across him from head to toe in a scanning fashion, then vanished without a trace. Lu Ming tried to touch his chest with his fingers. Yet he found that the vanished ability shield suddenly appeared at the tips of his fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate, even a fraction. Even increasing the force to pound, it would not cause the energy shield to ripple even slightly. Impressive. He was extremely satisfied with this level of defense. Deactivate defense. Transitioning to the battle armor's autonomous sensing, the energy shield reversed and dissipated. The energy runes of the Owl King battle armor also transitioned from an active state to a still one. Thus Lu Ming had grasped the defense mechanism. What remained was to switch between the 2 states. One was armed synergy, the resonance of the battle armor. The other was the battle armor's disguise, the transformation into everyday wear. If asked which to try first, it would undoubtedly be the battle armor resonance. Armed synergy. He silently thought, and as the battle armor sensed the runes that had just become still now surged like a rampaging force. Lu Ming's expression froze as he instantly sensed a powerful force pouring into his body. Ding 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 ding. Crack 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 crack. Hiss 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 hiss. A sudden rush of crisp mechanical sounds emerged. The components of machinery continuously materialized on his surface, autonomously constructed. In just 10 seconds, a set of exquisite mechanical battle armor fully armed him. The deep blue metallic finish, the triangular helmet with the sickle owl element, and the future tactical armor that fits the boa's contours resonated perfectly with the skin design originally planned in League of Legends. Feeling the boiling energy within him, Lu Ming's eyes erupted with uncontrollable excitement as he clearly perceived the thickening defense of the battle. Undoubtedly, it had a direct correlation with shared biological activity. Identification. Holding this thought, Lu Ming pointed directly at the battle armor information. Armed Synergy Owl Mithril Level Category E-Class Royal Biological Weaponry Description. The Owl King Battle Armor unleashes resonance, entering a battle-ready armed state, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Inherent properties: Resonance Slaughter, Harvest, Advanced Regeneration, Resentment, and Killing. Specialized Biological Energy 1400-1400. Variant Biological Activity 390003-9000. There is nothing more to comment on. Although there is no comparative armor reference, the biological activity of 3900 gives one a sense of security. The key is that this battle armor surprisingly comes with its own weapons. He asked what the King of Eagles' blade was for in making armor. It turns out there is a hidden mystery. A thought crossed his mind, and Lu Ming looked at the outer side of his arm, where a blade-like arm guard covered in particle light effects suddenly sprang forth. With such quality and sharpness, it was undoubtedly a mithril-grade weapon. Hidden in such a treacherous place, it is clearly not meant for open and fair duels. Just imagine, while fencing, if you suddenly grew such a long weapon, your enemy would likely be sent off immediately. As he imagined the combat process, Lu Ming couldn't help but express his feelings, sighing, truly worthy of being a biological battle armor. It's terrifyingly powerful. The disarming linkage was undone, and the armor returned to its original close-fitting state, with a series of mechanical sounds. To be honest, if he didn't care about his appearance, this state of battle suit would be the most comfortable. Unfortunately, he still preferred to maintain a decent image. Battle armor disguise. He silently issued the command as the armor's surface began to twist and turn, simulating tidal waves, seemingly waiting for Lu Ming's conscience. Lu Ming thought for a moment, and ultimately felt that one should still be a bit more gentlemanly. Thus he chose a black tactical windbreaker with a hood paired with black tactical pants and punk-style boots. The King of Eagles' armor transformed, aligning itself with Lu Ming's will. However, when the effect was presented, Lu Ming felt that the armor understood styles better than he did. At the very least, after the disguise transformation, it was optimized beyond what he conveyed, roughly akin to the difference between 1080p and 4K. The inner lining on his upper body maintained the original form of the close-fitting armor. The diamond-shaped crystal shone brightly, energy inscriptions slowly flowed, and the black mask that armed itself left no room for criticism. He glanced at his three-dimensional reflection, and after several rounds of evolution he indeed had a complete makeover, now carrying an air of mystery. The only concern was that this departure from a rugged look to a stylish one might impact his ability to wield heavy blades. It seemed more suited for a Tang sword or a great sword. Tang sword. Let's wait until the ancient emperor's blade is ready before deciding. What if the ancient emperor's blade turns out to be a qualified weapon? Perhaps the satisfaction after excitement easily leads to complacency, as a sudden yawn came along with drowsiness. Glancing at the time display, it was already 5 in the morning. 5 o'clock is a rather awkward time. If he sleeps, it seems he won't be able to sleep long and might wake up with puffy eyes. If he doesn't sleep, he wouldn't know what to do for the next 2 hours. He feared that leveling up might create too much noise and cause unexpected issues. Looking at the chat bar, it seemed not even a night owl would be. He glanced back at Chu Xue, who was sleeping deeply. One must know that the resonance of his armor was not small. Yet she seemed unaffected. As a divine being in its juvenile state, is she overly confident about her sense of safety? With a helpless sigh, Lu Ming conveyed his will, causing the King of Eagles' armor to disguise itself as pajamas and sneak onto the bed. In a daze, he drifted into a dream. This time it was no longer the shadow of childhood, but a beautiful fantasy of him sitting on a throne worshipped by. When he awoke again, that damned hydrogen knocks on the sleeping soul echoed throughout the room once more. Lu Ming jolted awake, ready to curse damn it. However, the first sight he saw upon regaining clarity was Chukshu's fair and flawless face, and the snow-colored strands of hair she held poking towards his nostrils. Hee. Last night she used her toes, and now this morning she is using her hair. Are you trying to conduct a nucleic acid test? Yes, this girl is currently sitting on his chest wanting to make some mischief. Realizing her actions had been exposed, Chu Xue remained still, her gaze drifting, refusing to meet his eyes, as if, by not looking at him, he wouldn't be able to. The Apocalypse Limited Edition blindfolded thief spell. Lu Ming pressed his lips together. She was indeed cute. If it were any other time he wouldn't mind at all, but today I will scratch. He reached out to grab Chukshu's waist, his fingers dancing as he pinched her. Chu Xue completely lost her composure, collapsing within half a second, laughing like silver bells as she hugged his neck. Lu Ming didn't overdo it, just lightly teasing her. Oh no, a slight punishment was enough. However, after Chu Xue had laughed enough, she sat up and gave him a kiss on the face, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she said good morning. That single word sounded distant and ethereal, carrying an endless charm, as if it directly entered his consciousness, soft and lovely. Lu Ming suddenly sat up, supporting her, and exclaiming in surprise, "You can talk now." Chu Xue shook her head, her face showing a smile. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, thinking carefully. It seemed that Chu Xue indeed hadn't spoken just now. Did he hear it wrong? After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming pinched his temples, his mind feeling slightly bloated. Oh, perhaps he really did miss her. He rubbed Chukshu's head, no longer entangled in those details. It was only a matter of time before Chu Xue spoke. Today's task was to conquer the core. With the goal clear, all that remained was preparation. Gazing at Chu Xue in her cartoon pajamas, Lu Ming couldn't help but recall the white dress from yesterday. He hadn't noticed it before, but only after she took it off did he see that the back had 6 holes. Yet, even if it weren't torn, it could no longer be worn. Her height and figure had changed, and she needed new clothes. Appraising Chukshu's current appearance, Lu Ming had already made a decision. For attire, he chose an exquisitely crafted blue and white Lolita dress. Below, white over-knee socks and bloomers paired with round-toed flat shoes. The entire set, enhanced with various properties, cost a total of 40 specialized crystals. For everyday clothing, the price wasn't cheap, but as long as it kept Chu Xue comfortable, he would pay 400, let alone 40. Handing the clothes to Chu Xue in the order they should be worn, he told her to change, then turned around with impeccable propriety. As a gentleman, such decorum was only it certainly wasn't, because across from the bed stood a full-length mirror that could reflect the scene behind him. You ask about the blackout curtains. They were one way. Dust on the mirror. He saw no dust. Only Chu Xue discarding her pajamas and donning the new garments one by one. The curtains were one way. Dust on the mirror. He saw no dust. Only Chu Xue discarding her pajamas and donning the new garments one by one. Xiao Xue, I'll go wash my face, and he'll come back to do your hair. Lowering his eyes, Lu Ming rose and headed to the bathroom. He took out a bottle of purified water and washed. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Lu Ming couldn't help but gain some trust in the old Chinese saying. A mirror should indeed never face the bed, for just moments ago he had suddenly experienced a rapid heartbeat and flushed cheeks. Had he not left in a hurry, something disastrous might have occurred. Calming his emotions, he retracted the multifunctional water heater and walked out of the bathroom with a solemn expression. The moment he stepped out, a cool breeze brushed past his face, then ceased in an instant. He cast his gaze toward the living room balcony, where a blue and white, her snow-white hair cascaded like a curtain, graceful and serene, bathed in the morning sun's first rays, a beauty beyond words. Xiaoxue. His eyes glimmering, Lu Ming called out with a gentle smile, surprised that she had opened the window on her own. But then again, as a full-fledged drank deity, what did she have to fear in this outer suburb, a mere activity zone for juvenile beings? Chu Xue turned at the sound, took a few steps closer, and pointed at the blue ribbon on her elbow. Lu Ming instantly understood, and couldn't help but chuckle. Those were decorations on the Lolita dress, meant to cinch the waist and add embellishment. Not just the elbows but also the bodice waist hem collar and even the back. All needed bow knots. After finishing everything for her, Lu Ming began what he loved most. Chukshu's hair was not only of exceptional quality, but also astonishingly thick, cascading softly to her waist like a light cloud. Tying all that length into a single ponytail so he kept her hair loose, weaving in two blue and white ribbons that matched her outfit and sectioned half of it to tie into two slender pigtails on either side. Thus the voluminous hair became less dense and the twin tails didn't appear jarring. It was perfect. Arms crossed admiring his handiwork, Lu Ming felt a surge of accomplishment. Beep beep beep. Just as he was savoring this leisurely morning, a video file notification suddenly appeared in the chat window. If he had been in the middle of killing aberrations he would have, but since he hadn't yet moved on to the next task, he was curious to see what had happened in the area. He opened the chat and switched to the regional channel. Zhu Ronli, Uncle Chun, when will you arrive? Not rushing, but everyone in the western suburbs is gathered. Fong Peng currently heading toward the western suburbs. Progress is a bit slow, but we expect to arrive before nightfall. Zhu Ronli, thank you. Please be careful, especially with mature larvae. I just saw this on the national channel video file, probably from yesterday afternoon. Mature. Lu Ming opened the video. The angle was still a bird's eye view, but this time the videographer was on a lower floor no higher than the fourth, capturing the entire street with great clarity. Outside the street, dozens of Chinese nationals were sprinting. Each wielded standard weapons, striving with all their might to break through. Whether they had accidentally wandered into an area with a Tier 3 supply crate was unclear, but the entire street was covered with hundreds of juvenile ant swarms. The juvenile ants were milky white, their carapaces not yet hard, about half a meter long, similar in size to sickle owl larvae. The nationals swinging their weapons could knock them back or send them flying, suggesting a decent specialization level. Unfortunately, the street was far too crowded with ants near the roadside, piled layers deep. Finding a shelter to avoid the swarm was no longer possible. They had to find a way to leave the area as quickly as possible. But just then a towering blaze suddenly erupted beyond the video frame. Sensing the anomaly, the videographer instantly pivoted to the source of the flames. There, a crimson giant ant about 1 meter tall and 3 to 4 meters long clashed violently with two Chinese men whose bodies were enveloped in blue energy. Awakened power. At this intensity, a novice hunting warrior. Instantly discerning their levels, Lu Ming watched intently. This was the first time he had observed a battle between a novice hunting warrior and an rank elite from a third-person perspective. One of the two men, wielding a fine steel katana, used a wall to ricochet and slashed at the crimson giant ant's head. Metal clash sparks flew from the blade, and it embedded half an inch into the ant's head. But half an inch was barely a scratch for the giant ant, only in it reared up, swinging its forelegs to smash the ground. The man attacking its head was forced back by the immense impact, and he turned to shout, "Now!" The other man suddenly emerged from behind the giant ant, gripping his blade with both hands, and from a high point aimed at the ant's waist, striking down with all his might. At that moment, a premature look of post-battle relief and victory flashed across his face, as if he was certain that this blow would kill the crimson giant ant. Watching the video from a god's eye perspective, Lu Ming would also have thought this strike had a great chance. However, his blade was destined never to reach its target. Because in the frame, a giant ant of the same kind, half a size larger than the crimson one, and with a faint blue glow at its tail, shot in from afar. It precisely bit down on his head. Crack! The skull burst, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Countless ant larvae scrambled to devour it, dismembering the body in an instant. The man who had wounded the crimson giant ant stared in shock at the blue-tailed behemoth, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. But he quickly snapped out of his stupor, ready to abandon the fight and flee up the building. Yet the crimson giant ant raised its tail, locking onto his escape route and unleashing a torrent of fire. The man reacted swiftly, using his momentum to drop low and avoid the flame blast. The dodge was perfect. He wasn't hit by the fire. But the next second, a crimson-blue figure cleaved him in half. Indeed, from the moment the crimson ant raised its tail, it never intended for the fire to strike the man. All it did was seal off the fleeing man's path, creating an opening for the crimson-blue giant ant. And so, before humans, masters of coordinated hunting, they executed a brilliant trap. The man in the frame revealed a look of deep regret and remorse before his death. His severed upper and lower body fell to the ground amidst his complex expression. The original crimson giant ant caught him precisely in its jaws. Like a hippo crushing a watermelon, it effortlessly devoured him. A surge of energy flooded the crimson giant ant's body, causing it to grow a size larger instantly. And on its tail, a faint blue halo began to emerge. The camera panned back to the dozens of nationals who had been breaking through ahead. Now there was no trace of them. Only countless crushed juvenile ant remains, and the crimson-blue giant ant watching over dozens of piles of feeding larvae, constantly cleaning its mouthparts. The camera slowly pans back from the street as the gap between the curtains closes once more. Woo, woo. Though she had strained to suppress it, the filmer's sob still bled into the recording. It was a young woman. She issued no cry for help, uttered no plea for salvation. Only that single trembling wail, saturated with terror, delivered despair to every viewer of the video. It also utterly extinguished the ease and quiet contentment Lu Ming had drawn from Chu Shui. Yes, this was the true visage of apocalypse. This was how ordinary humans truly fought against alien entities. No instant kills. No grievous wounds. Even with weapon constraints they could barely pierce the armor. They could not halt the adult form's abilities, nor their relentless assaults, nor disrupt the precise coordination between skill activation and physical strikes. He believed those two novice hunters had given their all, and indeed possessed a reasonable chance to slay the crimson giant ants. Yet chaos overruled script, they perished gruesomely only to become sustenance for the ants' growth, fueling their evolution toward ever greater. Larvae were this world's greatest mercy to transferees, and likewise its most profound deception. Mature forms, mutated to your sovereignty, none were trivial adversaries. His effortless kills stemmed solely from accumulated fortune, not innate superiority. Without ultimate sublimation, what would separate him from them? Having seized this advantage, he must preserve it eternally. Rank gave way to drank to crank. A single moment of complacency, or any unforeseen disruption, would deliver annihilation. He closed the chat window, his gaze naturally settling upon Chu Shui. Her smile faded, replaced by quiet concern. Lu Ming knew it was his own emotional resonance that had darkened the air around them. He recalibrated his spirit, restored his smile, and explained, "I've just witnessed something heavy. Don't worry, He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, then added, "But now I'll advance my rank. Just wait for me a moment." Chu Shui nodded obediently. Lu Ming lightly tugged her ponytail twice. Seeing her spirits lift noticeably, he opened his personal interface and tapped on the specialization rank. Prompt: spatial satchel specialization crystals detected in sufficient quantity. Consume 2500 crystals to elevate specialization rank to confirm. Whoosh. The same celestial phenomenon unfolded, the same profound transformation. 2500 specialization crystals dissolved and refined instantly within his spatial satchel, coalescing into 25 droplets of crystalline azure that pierced his back. Coolness. Serenity. His consciousness sank deep. Once again the godlike perspective, observing from within, emerged. He watched as those 25 droplets seeped into his spine, then refused to confine themselves there. Instead, radiating outward from the spine, they spread across his entire skeletal structure, etching luminous sapphire-hued mineral traceries onto every bone. The process was agonizingly slow, deliberate as the carving of a masterwork. Lu Ming remained wholly absorbed, sensing something profoundly arcane in this metamorphosis. Unaware in the real world, hundreds of elite scythe owls, drawn by his ascension, rushed headlong toward the apartment like moths to flame, only to freeze midair the instant they crossed its 1-kilometer radius. Then, splitting once, splitting again, they fragmented, disintegrated until not even ash remained, not a trace of bone or dust. Seconds ticked by, silent and inexorable. When the azure tracery finally reached the phalanges of his toes, and his entire skeleton glowed with soft, ethereal blue, he opened his eyes. Apex Hunter, successfully attained. Who could have foreseen it? Joy had scarcely peaked when a grotesque, biomechanical maw, reminiscent of xenomorph horror, lunged directly. What the A? Lu Ming recoiled with a sharp gasp, and actually shuddered. Not from lack of composure. Truly, no matter how fearless, how supremely confident you are, anyone would flinch if such a jaw erupted inches from their face the very instant they awoke. Yet strength lies in distinction. The weak tremble and scatter, the strong tremble and draw their blade. Xiao Wang battle blade slashed forth, armored synergy activated instantly. Just as Lu Ming prepared to cleave that maw in two, its owner violently recoiled, not backward but inward, shrinking abruptly, while raising two colossal bloodsides wreathed in arcing particle light to shield itself. Its diamond-shaped, razor-sharp crimson eyes brimmed with wounded dismay, its entire frame quivered uncontrollably. Only then did Lu Ming fully take in its form. The next second the name slipped unbidden from his lips. Beixiang, alien Kazakhs. Black and crimson metallic carapace. Bloodsides forged at birth for slaughter. Identical in every chilling detail. Except Kazakhs was never this timid. By then Lu Ming had fully regained his calm. Glancing back, he found Chu Shui standing elegantly behind him. Could it be? Identify. Massacre sovereign tyrant C rank. Type mutated tier ancient insect sovereign. Description: devoured 9 kin of identical lineage, inheriting a massacre bloodline surpassing even ancient scythe owl sovereigns. Possesses metallic hide impervious to titanium-grade weaponry, particle cutting sides equivalent to titanium-grade blades, and energy wings enabling high-altitude supersonic flight. All combat aptitude, aggression, bloodlust, and hunting instinct is amplified multiplicatively. Utterly loyal to its master unto death, mercilessly exterminates enemies without exception. A pure predator who venerates raw power above all. Length 3, 1m. Weight 1 ton. Abilities: particle cut, C quadruple ion cannon, C massacre lunge, C scythe storm, C. Traits: high-speed flight, shadow, stealth, death, harvest, tier exceptional, regeneration, brutal slaughter. Status: bonded, Master Lu Ming. Current mutation rank C standard, may ascend by consuming alien life energy. Ascension progress 1000140000. He truly was a tyrant. Yet the change before and after evolution was far too drastic. 3. 1 meters tall, weighing 1 ton. Were you a black hole? Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at the ground around the tyrant, thinking to himself how the poor earth had to bear a weight it was never meant to. But looking at the tyrant's oppressive physique and recalling the description of its titanium-grade carapace and blades, he figured that unless he was fully buffed and at peak condition, a single strike from him would be no more effective than slapping someone with a slipper. Seeing the tyrant still cautiously pondering the source of his anger, Lu Ming let out a soft sigh. He retracted the Shao King warblade, disengaged the armor link, and beckoned the tyrant over. The tyrant, as if granted a pardon, immediately stopped trembling, its eyes no longer filled with grievance. It pressed its metallic head close, radiating pure joy, even though its metal face showed no expression at all. Yet somehow Lu Ming could clearly see a silly, adorable look begging for a head pat, with stars shimmering in its eyes. Unable to bear that gaze, Lu Ming reluctantly reached out, patting its forehead while soothing it. Alright, it's my fault for scaring you. But you're a mature emperor of the Shao race now. You need to learn to read the room. Next time don't get too close when I'm asleep or advancing. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. The tyrant squinted, enjoying the head pats, and responded with a soft roar and a nod. I'm good. Lu Ming liked obedient ones like this. It seemed its loyalty remained intact after evolution, and there was no sign of the dreaded husky trait. After all, huskies never knew fear. After calming the tyrant, Lu Ming opened his status panel to check the time. 8:45 a.m. The promotion from Advanced Hunter Warrior to Peak Hunter Warrior had taken a full hour. Thankfully, the results were astonishing. The power he now felt was more than 3 times that of an Advanced Hunter Warrior. That was equivalent to 10 times a Mid-Hunter Warrior and 30 times a Basic Hunter Warrior. He clicked on the specialization level label for Peak Hunter Warrior, and a description popped up. Peak Hunter Warrior stepping into the Drank threshold. With proper weaponry and ample combat experience, one can slay in a rank king and contend with a Drank elite. They are the pinnacle representatives among Hunter Warriors. By devouring specialization crystals, one can advance to a basic Doom War King. Advancement progress 384-976-0000. The Drank threshold, slaying a rank kings contending with Drank elites. Different wording described different effects. Slay meant certain victory. Contend only meant facing off, not necessarily gaining the upper hand. As for killing a Drank elite, unless one possessed multiple buffs like himself and had full armor, it was likely impossible. Furthermore, this information indicated that a Drank elite aberration surpassed in a rank king aberration. By analogy, a Crank elite aberration could overpower a Drank king aberration. Thus, even an ordinary mature form as a Crank mutant royal should have a chance against a Drank king. At least it wouldn't be outmatched. Glancing at the Shao Emperor tyrant out of the corner of his eye, a reassuring smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips. Then there were no more worries. Even if a Drank king was stationed at the Golden Field core, he at least had the capital to investigate. Success meant clearing the regional instance early, failure meant letting out a soft breath. Lu Ming closed the panel. There was no need to check the number of specialization crystals. The requirement for advancing to Doom War King was clearly stated. Adding the 100 crystals on the coffee table that hadn't been collected, yet he now had a total of 38597 crystals. There was still a way to go before that. Keeping them in the bag felt wasteful. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the skill list. Apart from some proficiency skills he couldn't use yet, most other skills had been upgraded. Oh, as he checked, his eyes landed on advanced marksmanship proficiency. He had never bothered to upgrade it further because it had always been sufficient. Now that he thought about it, there was a far advanced thermal weapon lying in his bag, a Type 54 pistol. He could practice with it on the way to the core area. Xiao Shui. Calling out to Chu Shui, Lu Ming said, "They'll have to rely on your silk swing again. We're heading to the core area today." He expected Chu Shui to agree immediately, but instead she shook her head and pointed behind him. Following her gesture to the tyrant, Lu Ming suddenly understood. Right, didn't he have a ready-made flying mount? At 3.1 meters tall, its back was broad enough to carry both him and Chu Shui with ease. Good. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then it's decided. The tyrant was overjoyed, as if honored by its newfound importance. It quickly stood up, eager to prove its worth. But the moment it made a large movement, the entire floor shattered with a crash, and its massive figure disappeared into the living room below with a thunderous boom. Then a series of explosions followed, echoing 7 times before finally stopping. Coincidentally, the apartment floor Lu Ming lived on was the 7th. Exchanging a glance with Chu Shui, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought something unexpected might happen, but it was the standard outcome. The building was still armor camouflaged. Crystals shimmered, fibers twisted, and a black tactical coat formed over him. A tide of darkness spread into a mask, concealing his handsome face below the nose. Leaving behind the hot pot remains from last night in his spatial bag, Lu Ming took Chu Shui's hand and leaped from the 7th floor. Landing steadily, he turned to see the Shao Emperor tyrant already bursting through the wall. It didn't use its blades or any technique. With the simplest, most brutal force, it easily crushed through the wall as if it were paper. Truth be told, if the Shao Emperor tyrant weren't his servant, its entrance alone would be utterly intimidating. Add the pressure of it standing upright, and it would be pure terror. That wasn't boasting, it was the instinct to sense danger. But alas, its coolness lasted only 3 seconds before the tyrant turned back into Lu Ming's loyal lapdog. It came to his side, lowered itself, and turned its head, inviting him to mount it. Lu Ming was speechless, but didn't hesitate. He stepped onto the tyrant's back and steadied Chu Shui. The tyrant rose effortlessly, crimson light blazing from its back as red wings unfurled with a whoosh. With a slight tremor, it shot into the sky. Feeling the headwind, he had to admit that this flying speed far surpassed the silk swing. He estimated they would reach the core area in no more than 20 minutes. Steadying his center of gravity and locking his feet in place, he told the tyrant the flight direction. He then opened the status panel again, looked at advanced marksmanship proficiency, and muttered, Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier, Tier 2. Prompt: ascending advanced marksmanship proficiency requires 500 specialization crystals. Confirm spending 500 specialization crystals to ascend advanced marksmanship proficiency to master-level marksmanship proficiency. Confirm. The text of the skill erased. The mastery of master-level archery was restored. Lu Ming glanced slightly. Master-level archery mastery A-class category mastery skill effect. After learning master all advanced techniques of ranged weapons, able to wield biological ranged weapons. Feature increases the effective range of ranged weapons by an additional 60. Besides the extra 60 increase in range, it also grants the qualification to wield biological ranged weapons. With biological ranged weapons, it indicates the presence of alien creatures focused on ranged attacks. Quite interesting. If there's a chance to encounter them, I must capture 2 for research. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming took out the 54 style pistol from his pack. He glanced at it. 54 style pistol, steel grade. He did not read the other details. Compared to Colt Beretta and Desert Eagle, it certainly falls short by countless measures. However, what he desired was not a pistol, but this steel-grade prototype of a firearm. Ultimate Sublimation. Second tier. Hint: sublimating the steel-grade 54-style pistol requires consuming 200 specialized crystals. Confirm. Hint: please select sublimation direction. RPG rocket launcher, Gatling gun, M82A1 sniper rifle. After reading the 3 options, Lu Ming sighed silently. Clearly placed in Blue Star, all 3 weapons would be considered among the strongest in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet faced with aliens, there's always a feeling of inadequacy. The rocket launcher is cool and has a large kill range. It would definitely be effective against a-level aliens, but he doesn't lack methods to hunt a-level aliens. The Gatling gun lacks ammunition. Choose M82A1 sniper rifle, also known as Barrett. Titanium grade with an effective range of 1,800 meters and a maximum range of 2,500 meters. Currently, he has a medium-range weapon, the Eagle Eye compound bow. For short range, he has the precision hand crossbow. For long range, unless he sublimates the heavy crossbow, he lacks a weapon capable of striking from over a kilometer. Now acquiring a sniper rifle surpassing mithril grade is naturally quite fitting. Whoosh. The 54 pistol disassembled in his hand, reconstructing into the Barrett. Weighing nearly 15 kilograms, it felt like a toy in Lu Ming's hands. With master-level archery mastery, his usage of firearms had reached an extraordinary level. Raising the gun, aiming, his movements were already meticulous. The key is that this gun comes with a silencer. Although the silencing effect of the Barrett is minimal, having it is better than nothing. After fondling it a few times, Lu Ming placed it into his spatial bag. The quantity of specialized crystals was exceptionally ample, and there were no other skills left to upgrade. Thus, only the Awakening Power remains. Awakening Power Tier 5, 2 initial 3 additional upgrade progress, 380970. Staring at the progress, Lu Ming pondered and dismissed the thought. The enhancement of Awakening Power does not affect consciousness like the specialization level. Upgrading now or when needed will yield the same result, but it loses flexibility. If the core area of this operation does not require an enhancement of Awakening Power, the remaining crystals can more quickly reach the level of the Apocalypse Battle King, and then sublimating the Hawk King battle. Having made his decision, Lu Ming closed the information panel, no longer harboring distractions. He needed to maintain the highest level of focus as he approached the most dangerous section of a region. Time passed, soaring to heights unattainable by the Scythe Hawks. There were no obstacles along the way, and the high-speed flying tyrant had already entered the inner ring of the Jintian district. In this bird's-eye view from high above, Lu Ming was stunned by the sight before him. He had thought that the suburban areas were truly grounded, while the central region would be more prosperous than the suburbs. However, what lay before his eyes was a circular fortress wrapped in steel walls with a diameter of about 3,000 meters. The rest of the area was filled with collapsed, abandoned, and chaotic building remnants. On the streets and in the air, thousands of elite-level mutated and even quasi-king-level Scythe Hawks were scattered about. Such numbers were merely within the range of his vision. If counting the other sectors that could not be directly seen, over 10,000 Scythe Hawks would be a minimum estimate, and tens of thousands would not be exaggerated. This was the true level of enemies in the Jintian district, the scene that must be faced after the world-level elevation. One can only say it's fortunate to have had a month of suppression as a buffer. Otherwise, once these elite mutated and quasi-king level mature bodies run amok, they would overwhelm. Given the current overall level of Blue Star people, how many could survive? Intermediate Hunting Warriors. A month later, Intermediate Hunting Warriors will be the baseline level for transmuters. Above the baseline, one can survive steadily and enter the next world level. Below the baseline, unless someone is guarding it, is certain death. With this thought, Lu Ming instructed in a deep voice, Xiaoxiu, use Hidden Silk, we will sweep past these Scythe Hawks and directly enter that core fortress. It was not that he feared the sheer number of Scythe Owls. With the concealment of the early snow and the C-grade quality of the tyrant coupled with his current strength, he could handle them. Let alone 10,000. Given enough time, even 100,000 could be gradually annihilated using standard guerrilla tactics. He simply did not wish to waste time or court unexpected trouble. Having already appraised and slain scythe owl larvae, scythe owl chrysalises, mutant scythe owls, and a quasi-queen, he knew their name. He knew clearly that the scythe owl race was a highly cohesive, gregarious alien species. Larvae would form walls of flesh for the evolution of the chrysalises. Scythe owls and mutant scythe owls would transform into guardian warriors for the quasi-queen. A single scythe owl chrysalis could be guarded by up to 200 to 500 larvae. A quasi-queen's collective force comprised 2,000 to 5,000 larvae, 15 scythe owls, and 4 mutant scythe owls. The queen as the matriarch of the race was half a rank higher than the quasi-queen. Even if you multiplied its guardians by 3, no, by 5, 10, or even 20 times, it could never command tens of thousands of mature adults. Moreover, among these mature adults were not only elite scythe owls and mutant scythe owls, but even quasi-king level scythe owls. With such a grand display was he being told that only an grade king and queen ruled this core area. Not even a dog would believe that. So he had to see for himself to witness the true grade of the core guardian stationed here. If it was a grade king, he would proceed with the assault. If it was grade, then he would retreat, develop further, and reconsider. After all, no one in his current team could handle. As Lu Ming pondered, the tyrant drew closer to the steel fortress. Earlier, due to the distance, the overwhelming number of scythe owls, and the surrounding collapsed ruins, he hadn't been able to examine it closely. Now up close, he could truly feel the fortress' immense weight and majesty. For the steel wall encircling the building alone reached a height of 200 meters. This height far exceeded the maximum flying limit of an elite scythe owl. Furthermore, the fortress top was lined with dense high-voltage electric grids. The preemptive construction of such defenses indicated that the alien infestation was not an overnight event. It must have been a gradual process, perhaps even originating not from the outskirts, but from the inner regions of this world. Of course, it could have served another purpose, but that seemed unlikely. Regrettably, even with such a robust and secure fortress, it could not avert its doom. A somewhat poignant thought. Stop. Instructing the tyrant to stay put, Lu Ming stood on its back, his gaze fixed on the central city. As a blue outline enveloped the entire fortress, he silently commanded, set target alien creature. Appraise. Scythe owl, mutant scythe owl, whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, thousands of elite scythe owls appeared before Lu Ming's eyes in layered waves. Seeing the dense multitude of scythe owls, Lu Ming felt not only a touch of trypophobia, but more so confusion. For the Crade King he had theorized did not appear, nor did. Within the entire structure, aside from the scythe owls and mutant scythe owls, there was only a single tyrant owl king and a single tyrant owl queen. Is that it? Lu Ming's brow furrowed into a deep crease. Instinct told him it couldn't be this simple. Yet his eyes showed him the truth. Could it be that the vast swarm of mature scythe owls around the fortress was truly guarding a great owl king and queen? Did that make sense? It certainly did not. The problem was immense. He continued scanning the area, not missing a single corner. But he was disappointed. Everything he saw was normal with no variation. I refuse to believe this. As if locked in a contest of wills, Lu Ming switched his appraisal method from spatial to individual, targeting the central appraise. If he couldn't get information from within the space, he would seek clues from the building itself. Central City, Final Iron Fortress, Category First-Class Shelter. Description: 5 years ago, the dimensional gate mysteriously opened, and alien corruption descended upon the world. Countless alien species invaded this once peaceful land, slaughtering its inhabitants. District Chief Dong Wei of the Jintian district, upon learning the corruption was spreading to the outer suburbs, mobilized all available forces. With the frontline warriors buying time and providing information on the aliens, he spent 3 months constructing this steel fortress specifically to repel the alien invasion and established a fully functional underground shelter gathering all the residents of the Jintian district. Initially, the Final Iron Fortress successfully repelled the Scythe Owl aliens' assaults. However, a grade mutant individual, the Dread Owl King, launched an overwhelming assault, breached the sky net, broke into the fortress interior, and destroyed the steel walls. This allowed the Scythe Owl aliens to swarm in, leading to the entire fortress fall, which was subsequently turned into a nest. So that's how it was. After reading the entire Central City's information, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief, as if a long-standing constipation had been resolved. A grade mutant individual, the Dread Owl King. Individual meant it still belonged to the Tyrant Owl King species. It had, simply like a novel's protagonist, encountered a special opportunity for a drastic physical mutation, transitioning from a grade to grade. It was in a completely different league from the ancient Owl Emperor, so he could handle it easily. However, he couldn't just ignore that familiar triangular symbol. It was the mark of hidden. Tapping the triangular symbol unfurled a page of information. After the Dread Owl King breached the Sky Net, District Chief Dong Wei knew that if it wasn't dealt with, all the residents in the shelter would be slaughtered. For duty and responsibility, he made himself the bait, becoming the Dread Owl King's prey to trigger its hunting instinct and lure it away. He then used the titanium-grade protective measures of the Central Core's drive room, combined with the Central Energy's interception, to seal it deep underground within the drive room. He left a warning that survivors must never open the core drive room. However, the enraged Dread Owl King, before the core drive room was fully sealed, unleashed a furious, soul-severing cross-strike. This strike cut through the top floor and the fortress walls, allowing the Scythe Owl aliens to pour in and massacre all the survivors. Sealed away. This was the only point Lu Ming focused on after reading the information. Didn't that mean he could freely clean out the scythe owl aliens within the central city? At this thought, Lu Ming smiled a smile full of glee and anticipation. He was claiming this entire central city. Tyrant. Receiving Lu Ming's command, the tyrant spread its wings and shot forward with full force into the steel fortress. Little did he know, just as he drew his Owl King warblade ready to begin the slaughter, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Notice you have entered the current area central city. The core zone mission Liberate the Shelter has been activated. Current liberation progress 0. Lu Ming, poised and radiating momentum, was abruptly interrupted by a system notification. Glancing at the prompt, he found himself at a loss for words. A core urban mission. Liberate a shelter. Liberate a shelter. His foot. He only wanted to find a Drank Apex and fight to test his true strength. Now this sudden task felt so impure. Could he refuse it? Well, it seemed he had no choice. He'd just pretend not to see it, and let things play out as they would. He casually tugged at Chuck's ponytail, raised his blade, and immersed himself in his emotions, striving to reclaim his murderous intent. The tyrant crashed into the iron fortress with a thunderous boom, confronting the towering iron gates, the sheer noise akin to a debt collector's demand. Swoosh. Swoosh. As expected, startled by the tyrant's arrogance, a group of 6 side owls, led by a mutated one, charged in for the kill. Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he began to form the cross pulse. But before he could unleash his slash, the crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed from beside his ear. A crimson arc of light like a lightning bolt sliced through the bodies of the 7 side owls, trailing a long flowing streak of light. Behind the 7 owls, the tyrant's majestic silhouette was. One arm hung naturally at its side, the other was held horizontally, like a blade on horseback, its pose so perfect it could be captured for a poster to hang on a wall. It was only then that Lu Ming noticed the tyrant's particle light blade was far longer than half a meter. It had merely been retracted. In true combat, the blade could extend to double its length, reaching about a meter in total. Clang. The blade retracted. Boom. The 7 side owl corpses split and collapsed. The tyrant turned its head to look at Lu Ming as if asking, was that slap? Lu Ming, who had intended to praise it, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Truly, he wanted to smack this arrogant thing, but he had to admit it was indeed very cool. Stepping forward, he slapped the tyrant's rear and said in a deep voice, next time he'll go first. Steal my thunder again, and you'll sleep on the streets. The tyrant's pose instantly crumbled. It drooped its head, looking dejected. Lu Ming tried to reclaim the corpses and found that even the aberrant creatures slain by the tyrant were attributed to him. Otherwise, he would have had to perform an immediate sublimation and then use the greedy hand to collect, wasting time for nothing. His mood greatly improved. Lu Ming stepped past the tyrant, not stinting on his praise, and said solemnly, but that slash just now was indeed not bad. Having said that, Lu Ming stepped through the entrance of the Iron Fortress building, heading down the corridor that led to the lair of the Owl King and Owl Queen. The tyrant was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. It let out a soft roar, looking at Chushue in disbelief, as if confirming it hadn't misheard. Its master had truly praised it. Chushue said nothing, only gave it a serene smile, then quickened her pace to follow Lu Ming. The tyrant was overjoyed, trotting happily at the rear, as if Lu Ming's compliment was a medal of honor pinned on its chest. Entering the corridor, they found a vast space akin to a high-speed rail station's waiting hall. Before them lay a steel bridge leading in various directions. It spanned 100 meters in width and stretched about a kilometer in length. It could be called a platform or a grand avenue. Countless circuits hung around it, and numerous steel-framed bridges extended from its sides. In terms of design, it indeed bore the style of a human survivor base from the post-apocalyptic era. But now, aside from the teeming mass of mature scythe owls, no trace of history remained. Roar, roar. Upon discovering Lu Ming and his group, the elite scythe owls launched a collective assault numbering in the hundreds. Indeed, facing these dregs that were only 2 minor ranks above larvae, Lu Ming directly ordered Chushue to retract the camouflage of the hidden silk. Thus the scythe owls, those headstrong creatures that attacked anyone they saw, would swarm in without fail. And this was precisely the optimal scenario he welcomed. For the more they clustered together, the more efficiently they could die. Raising his blade, he pointed its tip at the densest cluster of elite scythe owls. Lu Ming concentrated and muttered to himself. Giant acid compression cannon. Bang! A cyan light flashed from the Owl King warblade. A viscous dark green liquid erupted forth, gathering and intertwining at the blade's tip. In an instant, a half-formed aberrant creature coalesced at the tip of the blade. Its form was massive, twice the size of an ordinary scythe owl. Such a size was unmistakably the parasitic entity within the weapon, the tyrannical Owl King. It extended 2 razor-sharp blades, stabbing them into the steel bridge surface beside it. The liquid organism connected to the blade frantically siphoned the biological energy from within the weapon. A milky yellow energy accumulated and brewed in its chest and abdomen. A dazzling radiance burst forth. The fierce vertical maw on its chest and abdomen opened wide. A furious roar carrying a devastating cannon beam erupted with overwhelming force. From a distance, it looked like a waterfall turned sideways. The beam, 3 meters high and lasting 5 seconds, swept across the entire broad main path of the base, obliterating nearly 70% of the elite scythe owls gathered on the passage. Splat! Splat! Broken carcasses fell one after another, some missing their upper halves, others their lower halves, and some reduced to nothing but scattered remains. Lu Ming snapped out of his daze watching the tyrannical Owl King at the blade's tip dissolve back into biological mucus and merge into the blade. He was utterly stunned. A skill costing only 10 bioenergy. And it was this impressive. Yet with a single use the hilt grew scorching hot, indicating that the area effect skill of the compression cannon consumed vast amounts of the Xenobeast's vitality, even more terrifying than the cross pulse. He glanced at the blade's vitality. It had indeed dropped by 500. 500 per use meant a limit of 12 strikes. 12 strikes. That was still overwhelmingly powerful. The only pity was that the scythe harpy's body couldn't withstand the compression cannon's bombardment. Each use cost at least hundreds of crystals. Next time he used a biological skill, he'd have to test each one first to maximize gains. A roar erupted. The death of one wave of scythe harpies only incited more fury among the rest. With thousands of them creating a battlefield that restricted entry and exit, he alone was more than enough. In this open space confined to the steel bridge, unleashing his full potential would require an endless barrage of blade lights or a devastating area effect technique. Otherwise, he couldn't handle it casually. Fortunately, he had a loyal servant behind him. Tyrant. A crackling sound echoed. The dark red figure emerged from stealth. Lu Ming pointed at the elite scythe harpies charging fearlessly and said in a deep voice, "Leave none alive." Clang. The particle blade sang as it was drawn. The shadowy form darted forth in a swift blur. A sizzling sound came from ahead. Bodies were dismembered and collapsed. Some crashed onto the viaduct, fluids splattering everywhere. Others fell into the base's lower levels, entrails scattered. Yet even so, those scythe harpies surged forward like deathless zealots. Though Tyrant was unstoppable, one hand could not fend off 1,000 foes. Seeing Tyrant's irresistible might, the other scythe harpies circumvented its assault and charged at Lu Ming, believing him to be the softer target. "Little Snow," Lu Ming called softly. "Leave those sneaking up from behind to you." Facing these rank elites, he had no doubt about Chu Shui's strength. Having evolved to Drank, ordinary Little Snow was no longer a fragile juvenile. When necessary, she could become a formidable combatant. With those words, Lu Ming charged forth, blade in hand. The cross pulse swirled in his grip, and with a sweep, he cleared the scythe harpy elites charging from both sides. But he didn't see that the moment he turned after instructing Chu Shui, countless golden threads shot out like shuttles, intertwining and piercing through the hearts of all the scythe harpies. The number was immense, nearly 1,000. They were strung together like beads on a chain, their life force extinguished, then stacked by Chu Shui on the viaduct. It was as if she had neatly arranged resources for Lu Ming awaiting his personal collection. After eliminating all the scythe harpies behind, Chu Shui did not interfere further in the front battle, aside from helping retrieve the corpses that fell to the lower level. She simply gazed up with her delicate features, watching Lu Ming charge back and forth ahead, her soft red eyes filled with intense admiration and reverence. Lu Ming was in the thick of the slaughter. Though not yet at the level of effortless mowing, it was close. There was no helping it. His specialization as an ultimate hunter was evident, and he wielded the Overlord Warblade. Tyrant was like a god of war, killing with each strike, sometimes taking down one, even several, or a dozen small scythe harpies at once. Over 1,000 elite and mutated scythe harpies were annihilated in 15 minutes. With a hiss, the Warblade bathed in blood steamed as the fight ended, its biological vitality reduced to just 1,000. He retrieved 100 bottles of ordinary Xenobeast blood from his pack to replenish the blade's energy. Only when the blade was fully restored did Lu Ming return to Chu Shui's side. It was then he noticed that as far as the eye could see, there were mountains of scythe harpy corpses. After a moment's thought, he realized what Chu Shui had done. Words of gratitude seemed too formal. Lu Ming patted Chu Shui's head and said with a light smile, "You've worked hard." Seeing this, Tyrant hurried over, its eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming, clearly saying, "What about me? I want one too." Lu Ming was speechless. Here it was again, that irresistible expression. Where did it learn that? "You're a born hunter royalty. Oh, where's your dignity?" "All right, come here." Resigned, Lu Ming reached out to Tyrant. Tyrant squinted and lowered its head. Lu Ming patted its steel-like forehead, then softened his expression, and this creature, once you got to know it, was actually quite endearing. But such a loyal servant seeking only this small reward from the heart could only be a contracted Xenobeast. Humans, always, seeing how brave you are, he'll leave the kill of the violent overlord to you. With such a powerful fighter at his disposal, he might as well enjoy the treatment of a boss. Tyrant nodded, repeatedly indicating that it would handle that one. After all, using 1,000 pounds of force to crush an ant was no different from using the same force to crush a beetle. Having delegated the task, Lu Ming began collecting the scythe harpy corpses. Chu Shui had stacked them densely, making retrieval effortless. He finished in 3 to 5 minutes. The total gains were as follows: 3805 elite scythe harpy corpses and 42 mutated scythe harpy corpses. Even without sublimation, the earnings already exceeded 75000. After sublimation, it would be a fortune beyond imagination. Staring at the scythe harpy corpses in his pack, Lu Ming's joy was evident in his eyes. At least his mood was exceptionally light. Yet amidst his relief, he vaguely felt something was off. He and Tyrant were indeed efficient killers, but it shouldn't have been possible to slay nearly 4,000 in just 15 minutes. First, to conserve strength for the Drank King, he hadn't used Power Grant or Awakening Force, and only employed Super Speed twice. Second, elite, Scythe Harpies weren't simpletons like the larvae. When attacked, they fought back. Though their resistance was futile, they would sacrifice their lives to create opportunities for their comrades to strike through gaps. So overall, he occasionally wasted a few seconds adjusting his attack patterns. Naturally, time would have been consumed, yet the result. Could it be that he was in such good form that he lost himself in the slaughter? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. Never mind, he couldn't be bothered with these details. The priority was to kill the Overlord and Queen. Activating the Eye of Truth, he locked onto a deeper location in the base's lower level. There his primary target stood silently, as if completely unaware of the events above. Let's go down. Chu Shui released silk threads lowering Lu Ming, with Tyrant following closely. As they descended, the light grew dimmer. When they touched the ground again, visibility was less than 10 meters. Fortunately, though the Eye of Truth couldn't see in the dark, it could use its appraisal mode to outline the contours of all objects before them, constructing a transparent structure. Forward. Fixing his gaze on the violent Overlord's location, Lu Ming habitually directed their path. Chu Shui and Tyrant exchanged a glance, one with amusement in her eyes, the other with loyalty. They let Lu Ming lead them forward, neither revealing that they could see in the dark, as if it were day. The 5-minute journey felt like a midnight stroll, and during it Lu Ming gradually adjusted to the darkness. At the same time, two figures came into Lu Ming's view. They stood one in front of the other. The former was as long as Tyrant, but its entire body was a deep blue with red energy runes drifting around. The latter slumped on the ground, its total length estimated at least 13 meters by sight, though its upper body differed little from an ordinary scythe harpy. Its lower body, however, had become abnormally bloated, dozens of times larger than the upper half. At that moment, the massive lower body contracted and writhed. A milky yellow energy orb meandered within. Through the luminous glow, one could discern the eggs of hundreds of sickle owl larvae incubating inside. Some were already moving within their eggs, while others remained in a fetal state, twitching erratically. That was the Owl Queen. It was the complete form of the regret from earlier at the shopping mall, which was slain before he could get a clear look. Yet such is human nature. When unseen, a sense of mystery and curiosity gnaws at one, compelling them to seek a glimpse. But upon truly seeing, one wishes for eyes that had never witnessed such a sight, longing to forget, even in dreams. Had his tolerance not been tempered by countless experiences of slaughtering aberrations, that spectacle might have been unbearable. He averted his gaze from the Owl Queen and returned it to the violent Owl King. From this aberrant's behavior, he perceived a difference. At the very least, it had shown no sign of initiating an attack since just now. Its eyes were locked onto the Tyrant. Whether it was due to observing the Tyrant for too long, Lu Ming could detect a sense of calm and serenity on the violent Owl King's face. Like one who knows their end is near yet faces fate with equanimity. A low growl emanated from the violent Owl King's maw. Hearing this, the Tyrant raised its antennae, took half a step forward, and cast a questioning glance at Lu Ming. Though Lu Ming did not understand the meaning behind the violent Owl King's roar, the Tyrant clearly wished to respond. With a slight nod, Lu Ming signaled the Tyrant to act freely. The Tyrant, dragging its sharp particle blade, approached the violent Owl King, parted its steel fangs slightly, and replied with a soft growl. The sound carried a note of respect and confidence. The violent Owl King's eyes flashed with cyan light, its two blades clashed together, and a vast energy erupted from within its body. 3 crisp cracking sounds echoed from its core. Lu Ming was stunned. He activated his Eye of Truth, and the violent Owl King's weaknesses were fully exposed in his vision. But where there were once 4 core nuclei, only one remained, at the heart. It had destroyed 3 of its own. What was it doing? Just as confusion arose in Lu Ming's mind, the violent Owl King raised its blade and pointed it at the Tyrant. The Tyrant likewise raised its right arm and clashed blades with it. A crisp ring sounded like the clarion call of battle. The violent Owl King retreated at explosive speed. In an instant, it retreated over 100 meters. In contrast, the Tyrant stood immovable, its crimson eyes fixed on its opponent. The violent Owl King's eyes flashed cyan once more, its particle blade snapped out with a clang, and its form darted in a zigzag, swooping down to strike the Tyrant. The Tyrant swayed slightly, effortlessly evading the Owl King's full-force strike, and its crimson blade rose from below, piercing through the Owl King's chest. Boom. The two figures crossed. The Owl King was cleaved in half at the shoulder, sliding 100 meters before crashing into a steel wall, and coming to a halt, then fell utterly still. In that moment, the Owl King's calm and serenity stemmed from knowing from the start that it would lose. It had simply chosen a more dignified death. With a sigh, Lu Ming collected the Owl King's corpse, resolving to make good use of its remains to honor its former pride. When he turned, the Tyrant had already extended its blade, taking a step forward to leap toward the widow of the Owl clan, the violent Owl Queen. Lu Ming did not stop it, but out of habit cast his Eye of Truth upon the Owl Queen. Information on aberrations was always welcome. Identify. Violent Owl Queen, rank monarch. Race insect monarch. Description: a mature queen, individual 15 meters in length, of immense size, possessing extraordinarily powerful reproductive capabilities. Surrounded and guarded by the entire Sickle Owl clan, extremely gluttonous and lethargic, she is the absolute core of the Sickle Owl race. Having forsaken formidable offensive power, she inherits the glorious mission of propagating the clan's numbers. She is always accompanied by the violent Owl King and is rarely harmed. However, once she completes her limit of incubation, her life force withers, and her bodily functions age until death. Skills unleashes a triple cannonade from 3 maws capable of corroding mithril-grade armor and piercing structures, gathers aberrant energy into her forelimbs to unleash a sudden cross-pulse and a desperate self-detonation upon death. Traits possesses Queen's command for absolute control over the clan of advanced regeneration, and when her life is threatened, she releases aberrant energy to envelop the entire territory, awakening the life potential of all clan members, sacrificing themselves for 6 hours of evolution into mature forms to fight for her, known as Queen's Grace. Weakness: no mobility, unable to move independently, destroying all 3 core nuclei located in the head, chest, and abdomen kills her. Hardness is mithril-grade. Current remaining reproductive capacity, 80,000. 80,000 remaining. Whoosh. A new thought suddenly emerged, and he heard the sound of the tyrant taking flight. Lu Ming looked up. The tyrant's crimson particle blade was less than 10 meters from the Owl Queen's head. A textbook, slam dunk posture. That distance was but an instant for the tyrant. Lu Ming's face turned ashen. He stretched out his hand like a desperate lover and cried, "Tyrant, no. She can still breed." Boom. As the words fell, the tyrant twisted midair, crashing with a thunderous roar into the iron wall behind the Owl Queen, then slowly slid down. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward, but at least the violent Owl Queen was spared. 80,000 remaining reproductions meant 80,000 sickle owl larvae. That was a guaranteed 1600 specialized crystals. If sublimated, it would be a colossal fortune of 160000. Then, by utilizing the Queen's Grace trait that forcibly evolves juvenile specimens, he could obtain 800 unsublimated sickle owl corpses. Sublimate them, and without a doubt, it would be a mountain of gold. If the tyrant had landed that strike, he would regret it for a lifetime. Yet Lu Ming felt a pang of concern seeing the tyrant approach with drooping shoulders and a dejected demeanor. He patted the tyrant's chest and comforted, "Don't mind it. Hitting a wall. Every man has done it, myself included. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Think of it this way, though it was a tad inelegant and somewhat shameful, you've secured a mountain of gold. Do you understand a mountain of gold? A vast source of energy, and all for me. In short, well done. I'm proud of you." The tyrant showed little reaction to the other words, but upon hearing the last sentence, its expression was not only that of a full revival, but also as if it had been bestowed a strength-enhancing buff brimming with unparalleled fervor. Lu Ming's expression was gentle, thinking to himself that raising this tyrant was worthwhile. It was incredibly easy to please. Turning his gaze to the violent Owl Queen. Bereft of the Owl King's protection and its own subjects, it was now eerily quiet. Perhaps it had understood that he had spared its life, or maybe it had simply given up struggling. In any case, it showed no signs of aggression. Yet its gaze kept drifting almost imperceptibly towards the tyrant, its face tinged with a bluish hue. Bluish. Wait a moment. This was not the bluish tinge of a human. The blood of ordinary scythe owls was inherently cyan. If its face was turning blue, Lu Ming no way has the violent Owl Queen taken a fan. But when he turned back to look at the tyrant, who seemed desperate to cling to him like a mama's boy, he wondered, how could you possibly like that? Lu Ming confessed he didn't understand. Perhaps this was the allure of the strong. If something special were to develop from this, he would be rather looking forward to it. Set entry point. Identify. Having eliminated the Owl King and arranged for the Queen, the next step was the ultimate goal, the mutant individual, the Drank Sovereign. Activating the Eye of Truth, Lu Ming didn't even need to look around. Right where the violent Owl Queen was located, the words, "Entrance to Underground Core Drive Room," were displayed. The Owl Queen was blocking the entrance with its massive body. A bit troublesome. If his own body were large enough, the strength of a limit hunter warrior should be enough to move the Owl Queen aside. Unfortunately, his current size was clearly insufficient, and without enough contact area, there was no leverage whatsoever. Unless he lifted it from above, but then its upper body wouldn't be able to support the weight of its lower half, and it would almost certainly tear apart, resulting in the Owl Queen's demise. Thus it seemed the Owl Queen was essentially a gate. Only by killing it and harvesting the corpse would one gain access to the underground path. Otherwise, who would willingly block the entrance to a stronghold with their back, waiting for it to come out for a backstab? Such a contrived setup reinforced Lu Ming's feeling that the whole world was just a game. It wasn't surprising, after all their other identity as transfers was that of raiders. But with his current meager strength, he was in no position to delve into such explorations. Thoughts like overthrowing the world one day and dragging out the one who transferred him would have to wait until he had the capital to survive until the end. For now, the only thing he could do was act according to his own will. He looked at the tyrant. Its entire body was a combat weapon. It would be highly efficient at cutting flesh, but moving a corpse was out of the question. Shushue was versatile. Xiaoxue, can you use your web to wrap up the entire violent Owl Queen? Shushue understood, instantly smiled faintly, and golden threads flowed, forming a large net that enveloped the Owl Queen. Before Lu Ming could give further instructions, Shushue had already hoisted the Owl Queen and moved it to a corner nearby. The effortless ease of her action made Lu Ming keenly feel the fact that she was even more powerful than he was. Beautiful. The contrast in their contributions caused Lu Ming to lose control for a moment, planting a kiss on Chux's cheek. Chushua beamed with a radiant smile, but Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed silently, reminding himself to exercise restraint and maintain composure. No sooner had his mind calmed than a steel head poked in from the side. Or rather a cheek. Lu Ming was speechless. He pushed the face away and said sternly, "Not you. You're a man. Look over there." Lu Ming pointed at the Jialan Queen. "That's the one you can kiss." Having said that, Lu Ming took Chukshu's hand and walked towards the entrance leading underground. He silently made a mental note from now on any intimate gestures would have to be done in secret. Kissing was one thing, but if other behaviors were discovered and the tyrant came to him one day presenting its rear, how would he ever explain that? And how would he face it? The tyrant looked at Lu Ming's retreating back, then at the Jialan Queen Lu Ming had indicated. It saw the Owl Queen waving its forelimbs in a seemingly charming manner, as if expressing affection. The tyrant stared at it blankly for 3 seconds. Its gaze slowly drifted down to the queen's bulbous belly, then it turned its head away coldly. And, indeed, a xenomorph creature, and it could actually spit. After spitting, its expression suddenly froze. It hastily raised its 2 blade-like arms and ran frantically towards the entrance of the underground core drive room. It felt like a child who had lost its mother, running with arms outstretched, crying as it chased. Back to Lu Ming. He was now holding a few specialized crystals, using them as a makeshift better than nothing light source. It seemed designed for the convenience of survivors and various tools. The downward passage was not only gently sloping, but also exceptionally spacious. At the very least, relying solely on the specialized crystals in his hand, he couldn't see the full extent of the passage. Suddenly a red light blazed behind him, illuminating the space within a 5-meter radius. Lu Ming glanced back, and the imposing figure of the tyrant was clearly revealed. The light source came from the energy runes on its body surface and the particle blades on its hands. Seeing its solid physique and its silent, stealthy movements as it approached, Lu Ming gained a heartfelt appreciation for the title of natural-born predator. He said nothing more. The current atmosphere called for silence. Step by step they advanced forward, exploring deeper inch by inch. After 20 minutes had passed, an exit emitting a faint blue glow appeared before him. Lu Ming sprinted directly through the final stretch. However, the first thing he saw upon exiting was a battery-shaped structure dozens of meters high and 50 meters in diameter. Its surface consisted of a sturdy metal shell interspersed with energy pillars filled with high-energy plasma. It was precisely because of these energy pillars that the entire underground space was illuminated. Without a doubt, this was the so-called core drive room. Sealed inside was the Drank mutant, the Dread Owl King. Surrounding the drive room were countless hemispherical buildings, all sliced in half. There were hundreds if not thousands of them extending to every corner of the underground space. The Eye of Truth displayed temporary survivor dwellings. Prompt: you have delved deep into the survivor base. Regional Core Liberation Progress 40. The system prompt suddenly popped up. Lu Ming glanced at it and dismissed it. This was a critical moment. Who cared about mission progress? He led Chushue and the tyrant off the platform outside the exit, stepping onto a road roughly paved with cement. He looked at the tire marks left behind from 4 years ago. It was as if he could see the scene of District Chief Dong Wei guiding the Dread Owl King into the drive room. Identify. Gazing at the core drive chamber, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Central City Underground Core Drive Chamber. Category: Energy Hub. Description: the central energy hub of the Central City, the final iron fortress governing the normal operations of the entire fortress. For years ago, it was used by District Chief Dong Wei to seal the class mutant the Terror Owl King with all its energy currently dedicated to internal content. Yet for 4 years the Terror Owl King's struggle has never ceased. It thrashes violently for days, then slumbers for days, repeating the cycle. As of now, the energy hub's stored power is nearly depleted. According to the Terror Owl King's strength, it will breach the seal and return to the surface in 1 month. 1 month to return to the surface. Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Isn't that the 3rd day after the world's level ascension? If this isn't a coincidence unique to Jintian District, but a setting for every district, then our previous calculations for the minimum threshold of transfers are completely wrong. The criteria for surviving the next world level will no longer be an advanced hunting warrior. It will be the Doom War King corresponding to the class. In other words, a region needs at least 1 Doom War King station to secure its survival. But to ascend from a basic soldier to a Doom War King requires 106410 special. With a half drop rate, that means killing 212820 sickle owl larvae. 30 days to 12820 larvae, an average of 7094 kills per day. This is simply an impossible daily kill count for an ordinary person. Besides, the larvae don't even have such a massive population. With such constraints and high demands, how is this about survival? What kind of strategy is this? Why not just wipe everyone out during the transfer for a cleaner end? It's sheer torture. But then on second thought, Lu Ming calmed down. His thinking had been a bit extreme. Killing only sickle owl larvae might not be enough, but once he reached the intermediate hunting warrior level, he could solo kill mature sickle owls. The crystal yield would increase tenfold. And it's still unclear whether the 50 drop rate applies to the chance of dropping or the quantity dropped. Initially, he assumed the 50 affected the drop probability. But if it instead affects the quantity, the outcome would be drastically different. For instance, normally killing a sickle owl larva yields 1 crystal. Halve that becomes half a crystal, resulting in no drop. But killing a mature sickle owl normally yields 10 crystals, halve that's 5. The problem would be greatly alleviated. Clearly this assumption is more logical and rule-based. Otherwise, killing higher-level mutants would also yield no crystals. How absurd would that be? So time is ample, but all depends on whether a region can seize it. With his thoughts gathered, Lu Ming turned and headed back. The situation was somewhat unclear. Or rather, the description of the drive chamber gave him an uneasy feeling. The Terror Owl King itself is a mutant and anomaly among the ordinary sickle owl race. Now it had been trapped in the core drive chamber, tormented for 4 years. Its relentless struggle over all that time showed its immense willpower. In a novel or movie scenario, such a character would surely embody the trope of survive a calamity, reap blessings. If it breaks free and evolves again to Class King, they'd all be doomed. Better to go back and develop for a couple more days to be safe. Little did he know, as Lu Ming stepped toward the exit, a familiar pale yellow light barrier suddenly blocked his path. Carrying immense repulsive force, it pushed him back a step. Steadying himself, Lu Ming stared at the barrier for 2 seconds, then exclaimed in astonishment, "A biofield." Notice the District Core mission Liberate the Sanctuary is in progress. Until the mission is completed, the Liberator cannot leave the current scenario. Current Liberation Progress 40, what the heck? Reading the notice's information, Lu Ming's face nearly matched the Violent Owl King's color, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush flies. Is this how it works? How shameless. If only this damn program could communicate. Otherwise, he would have transformed into an apocalypse horse killer on the spot and taken its mother out. In his fury, a sudden idea struck Lu Ming. Collection, spatial backpack, and trading post could all be sublimated. Could this crappy program be? Right, I'll try next time. If I can whip up an intelligent program capable of simple conversation, I'll hit it with a few logical deadlocks for sure. Closing the program, notice Lu Ming probed around again without giving up. Regrettably, his retreat was completely sealed. Chu Xue and Baijun tried curiously. Good grief, they were implicated directly. His mood was absolutely foul. Turning back to look at the battery-like core drive chamber, Lu Ming knew he had no choice but to continue the assault. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Since the world demands you push forward, then give it a harsh lesson. He would break through to doom War King right here. Opening his spatial backpack, Lu Ming began placing sickle owl corpses one by one. No batch processing meant tedious operations. Fortunately, the space here was large enough to accommodate all the corpses at once. Chukshu's threads were long, allowing her to quickly spread the corpses to designated spots. They coordinated flawlessly, leaving only Baijun crouched in a corner wallowing in melancholy. At that moment, he felt like a useless owl, unable to help with anything. After 1 hour and 10 minutes, Lu Ming finally released all the corpses. Though it was mere mechanical work with no physical exhaustion, his mind and body felt as if he had been hauling bricks all day. The key was that this act was forced upon him, entirely different from doing it voluntarily. The emotional feeling was distinct. A simple example: you're already prepared to study halfway there, when someone suddenly barks at you to go study immediately, or else you'd instantly lose the ear. Staring at the pile of sickle owl corpses nearly stacked up to the core drive chamber, Lu Ming felt speechless. Those in the know would understand it was for sublimation. Those unaware might think he was paying respects at the Terror Owl King's grave. Sigh. With a weary expression, Lu Ming selected the elite sickle owl corpse before him and murmured, "Ultimate sublimation." Notice, please select the sublimation grade. Second grade. Notice, sublimating a grade elite sickle owl corpse requires 100 special crystals. Confirm consumption of 100 special crystals to sublimate a grade elite sickle owl corpse into grade giant scythe owl larva corpse. Lu Ming was bewildered. What the hell? Why is there a fee again? Could it be due to the grade? The grade of the elite scythe owl directly skipped past a level. So in the eyes of ultimate sublimation, a level corpse was no longer mere garbage, but a heritage of value. 100 specialized crystals. Glancing at his 38097 assets in the pack, Lu Ming chose to attempt. Confirm. The elite scythe owl's corpse decomposed, and a massive larva 1.5 meters long, about 80 centimeters tall, dark red all over with armor on parts of its body, and a ferocious visage was reconstructed. Giant blade scythe owl larva. Appraisal. Giant blade scythe owl larva, level juvenile, category insectoid. Description: sacrificed long-range, acid-spitting, evolved powerful close combat capabilities. Immense strength, formidable defense, astonishing recovery. Only mithril-grade weapons can breach the armored parts. It will evolve into the mid-tier race of the Scythe Owl clan upon adulthood, the Giant Blade Scythe Owl. Skills: Barbarian Charge, which uses rapid assault to shatter targets with the head's armor, Tail Hammer, which spins in place to lash targets with the tail, and Furious Stomp, which rears up relying on weight and energy discharge to unleash a powerful shockwave. Traits: high-speed regeneration, enrage, weakness, 2 cores located at the convergence of energy channels usually protected by armor. Shatter each to secure a kill. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but speculate. According to this description, the mature form of the Giant Blade Scythe Owl was essentially a close combat berserker. Red berserker. Like Ultraman. Then the ancient Scythe Owl would undoubtedly be the supreme, or dark type. Somewhat understood the classification of these species now. Agreed. With a slight jest, Lu Ming activated collection on the Giant Blade Scythe Owl. Successfully decomposed Giant Blade Scythe Owl larva corpse, obtaining specialized crystal 100 high energy protein 2, Giant Blade armor 2. Spent 100 crystals, got 100 back. If not for the double collection, had have lost half. It seemed that for ultimate sublimation corpses the grade must be suppressed to a level or the risk of loss was immense. Ultimate sublimation. Selecting another elite scythe owl corpse, Lu Ming continued the sublimation process. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Prompt: sublimating the level elite scythe owl corpse requires 30 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 30 specialized crystals to sublimate the level elite scythe owl corpse into an level tyrant owl king corpse. A level also charged. Could it be that sublimating corpses was too overpowered and got patched? Probably not, otherwise even more overpowered operations would have been targeted. Like the supply crates. Multiple operations hadn't been targeted. So it had to be that even king tier a level remains held value. 30 specialized crystals were perfectly acceptable. After all, the crystal yield from a quasi-queen was 50, the tyrant owl king should at least yield 60 to match. Confirm. The elite scythe owl corpse decomposed and dissolved again, reconstructing into the larger, more ferocious tyrant owl king corpse. Greed. Successfully decomposed tyrant owl king corpse, obtaining specialized crystal 60, owl king blade 16, owl king armor 24, E-class royal alien blood 200 milliliters, excellent, spent 30, earned 60, a profit of 30 crystals per corpse. That was 10 more than simply decomposing a scythe owl. This was the advantage of ultimate sublimation's flexibility in choosing between first or second. First tier sublimation. Confirm. The rest was just routine assembly line work. Initially, he planned to sublimate all the corpses at once before a mass collection. But after sublimating over 1,000, the 3800 crystals in his pack were depleted. Forced to perform a collection, it irked him, a sufferer of unhealed OCD. The remaining ordinary scythe owls presented no major surprises. However, a peculiar thing occurred: the mutated scythe owl corpses didn't gain an additional mutation tag when breaking through to Tyrant Owl King. What was obtained was still just the Tyrant Owl King corpse. Lu Ming couldn't figure out why. He ultimately concluded that ordinary scythe owls lacked the support of powerful bloodlines. Upon evolving to the peak, the mutation factor was autonomously shed. Unless, like the Dread Owl King, it underwent another mutation at the Tyrant Owl King level. Finally, after 1 hour and 20 minutes, all the corpses were turned into crystals. The initial number of specialized crystals in his pack, 38097. The total output from all scythe owl corpses this time, 115380. Total 153477. After breaking the 10th sand crystal asset mark, Lu Ming had for the first time surpassed the 1000 threshold. Moreover, there were bonuses: 61552 Owl King blades, 92328 Owl King armor pieces, and 20ml3847 of E-class royal alien blood. The materials for crafting biological weapons were exploding in quantity. With such a scale, personal consumption was utterly unrealistic. And it was still only the third day of the apocalypse, where ordinary people couldn't even secure food. Selling was he could only continue storing it, treating it all as hoarding. Closing the spatial pack, he checked the time. It was exactly 1:00 p.m. 4 hours had passed since he left the apartment to arrive here. Of course, a large part was due to processing the scythe owl corpses. Taking a deep breath, he opened his character panel and clicked on specialization level. Prompt: detected sufficient specialized crystals in the spatial pack. Confirm consumption of 600 specialized crystals to upgrade specialization level to the initial Doom War King tier. Yes. 600 crystals in the spatial pack disintegrated and fused. They transformed into 60 drops of crystalline blue liquid penetrating space to float before him. He thought they would bypass him and seep into his spine again. Unexpectedly, the 60 drops underwent a secondary transformation in midair. They continued to compress, continued to refine, until the 60 drops coalesced into a single, ever-withering yet undiminishing pure energy crystal. Seeing that thing, Lu Ming inexplicably felt as if his consciousness was being drawn into it. Just as he was sinking into it, the pure energy crystal abruptly circumvented his vision, drilled into the back of his neck, and transformed into a sharp spike, stabbing into his cervical vertebrae. Lu Ming had no mental preparation. The pure energy crystal pierced his bones, exploding into countless fragments that distributed themselves within every bone in his body. They ground up, the marrow merged into it, became it. Lu Ming clearly saw his marrow rapidly shift from a reddish yellow to a crystalline blue. Wispy blue energy leaked from the marrow, traversed the crystalline blue bones, and entered his blood vessels. The original red blood, upon meeting the blue energy, evaporated instantly, like raindrops hitting scorching lava. The searing heat filled Lu Ming's entire being with agony. The sensation of his organs, bones, muscles, and blood, all burning, was unprecedented. The pain was so intense that aside from that roar, he couldn't utter a single syllable. Clenching his fists, bracing with his arms, countless veins pulsed on his. Each pulse radiated a crystalline blue glow. Marks one by one emerged on his bodice surface. Centered on the spine, they extended to every corner. His eyes shifted from black to crystalline blue. Lines of runes appeared in his gaze, then vanished in a burst of brilliant light. His short hair began to grow the black, dissolving, replaced by an icy blue. When all changes reached a zenith, Lu Ming stood tall and roared skyward. A massive energy pulse surged outward from him for hundreds of meters. Prompt: congratulations on completing the gene leap, successfully evolving into an initial Doom War King. Prompt: gene leaps alter your physical features, but the traits of each leaper are unique. Prompt: as the first to complete a gene leap, you have obtained a source-level trait change. Your leaper's halo coverage is increased by an additional 30, and you have earned 3 lottery chances. Lu Ming gasped for air, his lingering pain slowly subsiding. With each breath, the energy runes on his face pulsed and undulated. Genetic leap appearance change. As the cascade of prompts caught his attention, Lu Ming opened his character panel. Before examining the changes in his visage, the enhanced data flooded his vision. Name: Lu Ming, gender male, ID 66666, age 24, height 187 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, specialization level Junior Doom, War King, origin Transcender, awakened power 5th order 23. Leap aura 130 meters, base 130, bonus general functions, greed, exclusive world channel, trading post, spatial pouch skills, supreme blade, arts C rank, eye of truth, exclusive ultimate ascension, exclusive power, grant S rank, Godspeed S rank, proficiencies, master level blacksmithing A rank, advanced tailoring C rank, basic cooking E rank, basic gardening E rank, basic driving E rank, basic lumbering E rank, advanced childcare C rank, master level marksmanship A rank, advanced steel collection C rank. His panel was far from invincible, but it was undeniably impressive. Sensing the tenfold surge in his physical constitution, Lu Ming couldn't resist opening the description for Junior Doom War King. Junior Doom War King, the pinnacle powerhouse of Drank. Equipped with suitable weapons and rich combat experience, one can defeat D-class king-level aberrations. They are regional overlords who dominate the initial zones of Jialan and protect their subjects. Having completed the genetic leap, his physique underwent a fundamental transformation through specialized energy. While gaining power far beyond mortal limits, he could now withstand even more immense energy baptism. Devouring specialization crystals, or specialization crystal blocks, allows Ascension to intermediate Doom War King. Ascension progress 100 specialization crystals, 100 specialization crystal blocks. So that's how it is. Using specialization crystal blocks requires a physique sturdy enough to endure vast energy. Only after completing the genetic leap and reaching the Doom War King level is one qualified to absorb them. No wonder all previous consumption indicators only mentioned specialization crystals. However, based on earlier observations of crystal block descriptions, only king-level aberrant creatures had a chance to drop them. This chance meant a binary outcome. Either they dropped or they didn't. And without a doubt, this started only with D-class kings. If so, even moving forward, the common specialization crystal would remain the mainstream currency of Jialan. Then what advantage did the rare, low-yield, and high-risk specialization crystal blocks hold? Higher denomination. With the spatial pouch allowing infinite stacking of identical items, denomination size was irrelevant. Greater energy content. With a straightforward 100-to-1 exchange ratio, the sheer volume of energy meant nothing. However, exclusive skills like Ultimate Ascension explicitly required specialization crystal blocks. But to design such a high-denomination currency solely for him, or a select few, seemed absurd. Thus, there must be a power that only these crystal blocks could unlock. His gaze shifted to the leap aura. This new concept of power was also something Lu Ming was keen on. He tapped to expand the information. Leap aura and energy pressure gained after the genetic leap. Any being with a lower level than the user will be suppressed by this energy. The aura could be freely controlled at will with no time limit, but it consumed a small amount of mental energy. Its effect was a 20 reduction in overall strength with a range of 100 meters. First-generation Transcenders gain an additional 30 range boost. This aura can be upgraded by devouring specialization crystal blocks up to a maximum of 10 tiers. Current Ascension progress, 0-100. See, there it is. A function that only specialization crystal blocks could enhance. However, judging by the quantity required, even if the drop was probability-based, the yield per monster should be decent. A D-class king should drop at least 10 blocks right. With this thought, Lu Ming felt immense relief for not having chosen to ascend his awakened power. Otherwise, not to mention the consumption of Ultimate Ascension, the specialization crystal prisms required for each subsequent level would be terrifyingly immense. You don't believe it. Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier. Second tier. Prompt: ascending the awakening skill. Awakened power requires 200 specialization crystals. Confirm consumption of 200 specialization crystals to raise awakened power to a higher tier. TSK. 200 specialization crystals. That was enough to elevate 2 Junior Doom War Kings to intermediate. Glancing at the 88477 crystals left in his pouch, Lu Ming promptly canceled the Ascension. Prompt: you have 3 and used lottery draws. Would you like to draw now? Oh, right, the lottery. He had been so engrossed in his panel that he had neglected the greatest reward for being the first to break through a major tier. Yes. Prompt: prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: supplies, skills, weapons, special items, and other. At least 1 A rank or above reward is guaranteed. Please select your drawing method: single draw, triple draw. The answer was obvious. Triple draw? Congratulations. You have obtained the special item Aberrant Protein Processor Blueprint. Congratulations. You have obtained the Brank Skill Book Magnetic Hand. Congratulations. You have obtained the special item Universal Voucher. Oh, another universal deduction coupon has appeared. Taking that colorful unidentified material coupon from his spatial pouch, Lu Ming's heart bloomed with joy. With this thing, it meant all sorts of crazy operations could be realized, such as upgrading the spatial pouch, the trading hall, the world channel, the program system, and so on. But now he had a belated and exceedingly greedy operation. Gripping the universal deduction coupon, he silently chanted, Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension grade. Second grade. Prompt: ascending the special item, universal deduction coupon, requires consuming specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of specialized crystals to ascend the special item, universal deduction coupon, to universal deduction coupon 3 uses. Confirm cancel. What the hell is infinity? Because it can deduct any cost, it could be of any value, so it takes the maximum. It clearly meant to prevent him from changing the grade or effect of the universal deduction coupon. But it was constrained by the priority tag of any in Ultimate Ascension. It could only set such a restriction. Unfortunately, it was useless. The next time he drew a universal deduction coupon, this infinite cost would he had actually thought he could perform an ultimate Matryoshka operation. That is, I used myself to upgrade myself. But in the confirmation options for Ascension, there was no choice to use the deduction coupon. Helpless, he had to let it go. Also, someone might be exceptionally interested in ascending oneself. He had actually tried it on the first night. Ultimate Ascension judged the human body as a carbon-based organism. Whether first grade or second grade Ascension, no information about the Ascension appeared. However, it would certainly be stronger than the human body. But when encountering mithril titanium, or even higher-level alloy armor terrifying weapons, it would still be like brittle paper. As for dimensions and talents, the former required a complete understanding of the meaning of dimensions, while the latter belonged to abstract concepts. The 2 modules of Ultimate Ascension: first, things you can perceive through the senses, such as vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Second, you can fully understand its ideology, state of existence, and structural composition. That is lock on. If you cannot observe those things in the world of truth, you must fully depict their concrete image in your consciousness. In other words, you need to make Ultimate Ascension understand exactly what the object you want to ascend is. When you only use your phone and computer to chat and play games, the function of the phone and computer on you is limited to chatting and playing games. But their uses are far more than that. It's just a limitation of your cognition. This was the best analogy for the current Ultimate Ascension. So he did not choose those vague hypotheses that countless scholars had not confirmed. Because if you don't understand, you don't know the result. You might instantly become an ultimate life form and dominate the entire world. But you might also improve only slightly, merely changing from flesh and blood to steel. And due to the definition of same origin, after ascending a certain point on oneself, one could never perform a second ascension on oneself. That kind of regret was absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. So he returned the point of self-ascension to its essence. That is the power system of this world, the specialist. This was the most authoritative standard of strength in the current world. It was the core source that drove the continuous evolution and leap of the human body. If the final realm of this world was the war god, then he with Ultimate Ascension was war god too. If the final realm of this world was a deity, then he was the ancestor of deities. He was always 2 grades above the world. Storing away that universal deduction coupon, Lu Ming turned to the second item of grade purple skill, hand attraction. Hand attraction grade category active skill. Effect: can attract objects within 10 meters weighing no more than 100 kilograms to the hand. No cooldown. This thing. Useless. Being able to immediately retrieve something you shot out would have been a wonderful thing. On a small scale, it's telekinesis. On a large scale, it's a youth version of the sword controlling art. But now with a 10-meter attraction range and a 100 kilograms limit, if you shoot a weapon and immediately use hand attraction, you might not even be able to retrieve it. It's truly a case of having no meat to eat, but finding the bones of pity to discard. But no matter. Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension grade. Second grade. Prompt: ascending grade skill, hand attraction, requires consuming 2,000 specialization crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to ascend grade skill, hand attraction, to grade skill, omni manipulation. Holy crap. The name is so flashy. Does it deserve it? Confirm. The purple skill book dissolved and dispersed while a golden skill book regenerated and reassembled. Prompts: grade skill book, omni manipulation detected. Learn immediately. Need to ask. Yes. Now it's all about stacking up his strength. By any means necessary. The golden skill book dissolved into a ball of light that seeped into Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully learns grade skill, omni manipulation. Omni manipulation's grade category active skill. Effect: can attract objects within 200 meters that do not exceed the user's own maximum strength to the hand. No cooldown. Usage: silently chant. Whoa, this is much stronger. Although it doesn't quite live up to the skill's domineering name, it's at least countless times better than hand attraction. 200 meters not exceeding one's own strength. If used well, it's definitely a sword-controlling level hidden weapon technique. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's hands itched with. He drew the Shaolong Warblade and hurled it at the nearby survivor dormitory. With a loud boom, the dormitory turned into rubble. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the Shaolong Warblade and the debris, raised his hand, and silently chanted, Omni Manipulation. Clang. The Warblade pulled free, flew back at high speed, and snapped back into his hand with a smack. The sensation of the hilt in his hand was exquisitely delightful. The effortless control of its flight and return captivated him primarily because this skill offered immense operational flexibility. As long as one's mind was agile, the applications would be endless. Of course, practice in actual combat was the most effective. Placing the Owl King Warblade into the platform beneath his feet, Lu Ming turned to the third item, the blueprint for the alien protein processor. This term had appeared frequently since his first day of transfer. It was a machine capable of processing high-purity alien protein into edible items. With it, one would never go hungry again. He opened the blueprint and focused his gaze upon it. Blueprint of Alien Protein Processor Design Blueprint. Required materials: steel 100 gold 2 kg a Drank King, or above. Alien materials: 10 a royal blood 2000 ml, specialized crystals 1000 advanced or higher forging mastery. Instructions: once all conditions are met, use the blueprint to craft. Expensive. Even more costly than a mithril-grade biological weapon. Yet considering it was a divine artifact capable of solving survival issues, it was understandable. However, it arrived precisely when he could resist the corrosive toxins through his own immunity, neither earlier nor later. How similar was this to those pieces of equipment that took months to gather fragments for only to be replaced the very next day after finally crafting and equipping them? Frustrating, wasn't it? Tossing the blueprint into his spatial bag, Lu Ming had no time to deal with it for now. Instead, he drew the Owl King Warblade, hesitated for 2 seconds, then separated out 50500 specialized crystals. He muttered softly, "Batch Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Prompt: batch sublimation of 500 specialized crystals requires 500 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 500 specialized crystals to batch upgrade 500 specialized crystals into 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirmed." Whoosh. 50,000 specialized crystals disintegrated into dust, and 500 crystal blocks, each 3 times larger in size, appeared before him. The difference between the two was akin to that between Diglett and Dugtrio in Pokemon, structurally identical. Holding those warm crystal blocks, Lu Ming spoke again in a deep voice, "Second tier ultimate sublimation." This time the target was no longer the specialized crystals, but the Warblade in his hand. Prompt: sublimation of E-class mithril-grade biological weapon. Owl King Warblade requires 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks to sublimate Owl King Warblade into class alloy-grade ancient imperial blade. Confirmed. Swish. A gale swirled as the massive Owl King Warblade in his hand spun and dissolved. In an instant, it reconverged and reconstructed into a 3-dimensional mechanical box with a pure black base and dark red inscriptions. The box was about 1.5 meters long and 10 centimeters wide, its inscriptions flickering with a radiant glow as if pulsating with life. Inside the box were 2 handles stored separately on the upper and lower layers. The upper handle was pure black with a vertical deep red energy vein running through its middle section down to the pommel. The lower handle was deep red with a vertical pure black energy vein running through its middle section down to the pommel. At the end of the handles was a trigger. When pulled, 2 ancient straight blades with a black-dirt gradient snapped out with a clang. Lu Ming swept his arm, and both straight blades were now in his hands. Though they appeared slender and resilient, their weight was substantial. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that despite the identical blade shape, there was a 5-centimeter difference in blade length. Even more miraculous was that when he slowly brought the 2 straight blades together, they snapped into a single whole with a clang, as if magnetized by an electromagnetic force. And when they completed their combination, a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Ming's eyes. The reason was simple: the blade's form was now identical to that of a great sword from a globally popular game on Blue Star. Genshin Impact, Wolf's Gravestone. Combined into a great sword split into dual blades. With varying lengths, able to pierce and slash, capable of violently swinging and smashing. Designed for multi-target scenarios, suitable for a wide range of environments. One cannot help but say that it truly deserves to be classified as a bioweapon of alloy grade. Moreover, the anticipated test of the bioweapon did not occur. This object feels no different from the Warblade of the Tyrant King when held, quiet and obedient. Or is it that the bioweapon was already mastered before sublimation and retains its mastery post-sublimation? Perhaps. The bioconsciousness of the weapon has not changed, merely undergone a grade sublimation. Boom. The great sword swung, a powerful gust of wind surged. A crescent-shaped wind pressure howled, and surged, only gradually weakening and dissipating after several dozen meters. A simple swing brought forth such a fierce effect. How should one put it? It feels exhilarating. The power of the initial level Apocalypse War King is beginning to show a true. As for himself, he activated the holographic projection and his own image was clearly displayed. With blue hair and blue eyes, it felt somewhat unfamiliar at first, but became much more comfortable after a few seconds of looking. After all, this is a change brought about by genetic transition, and he was forced into it. Removing the mask, he saw the blue energy patterns coursing along his neck and cheeks, and Lu Ming sighed again. In 3 days, after several rounds of evolution, he had developed in a non-human direction both inside and out. One wonders what state he would reach at the pinnacle of evolution. An energy entity. Or perhaps a god. Closing the holographic projection, he reviewed his spatial pouch. There were only 37977 specialized crystals left. To upgrade his battle armor, it felt insufficient. The transition aura merely expands the effective range, and is only applicable to beings of lower levels than oneself. Then it can only be that. Trigger the awakening power. Awakening Power Promotion Progress 379770 tip. Detected sufficient quantity of specialized crystals in the spatial pouch. Confirm consumption of 200 specialized crystals to upgrade the awakening power by 1 level. Confirm. Tip awakening power successfully upgraded current stage 6th level, 3 basic 3 additional next stage promotion progress 35977. Tip detected spatial pouch. Confirm. Tip successfully upgraded current stage 7th level, 4 basic 3 additional next stage promotion progress 3297740. Again. Tip detected. Tip current stage. With eyes closed he repeatedly clicked until the prompt changed to tip current spatial pouches, specialized crystal quantity insufficient, please replenish in time. Such consideration even offering suggestions. He opened the awakening power. Awakening power enter a state of genetic awakening for a short time after use, with a comprehensive physical boost of 12 times lasting 12 minutes, with a daily cooldown reset at 0. Current tier 12th level, 9 basic 3 additional upgrade progress 2977900. Spending money feels great for a moment, but continued investment brings continuous enjoyment. With 35000 specialized crystals invested, the awakening power is about to reach its peak. Not to mention the duration, the amplification alone is enough to instill great confidence in him. At this moment, everything was ready. He raised his eyes to gaze at the core drive chamber. Lu Ming, wielding the ancient Emperor blade, activated the resonance of his battle armor, leading the initial snow tyrant towards the final boss. Level that's a quick kill. Level the probability is low. The blade strength of a Clevel King reaches alloy grade. It is on par with the ancient Emperor. Even with the titanium grade drive chamber enhancing energy lockdown, it absolutely cannot stop the resistance of the Fear Tyrant King. You ask why he doesn't use perspective to identify the Fear Tyrant King. MD, the core drive chamber is enveloped by powerful energy, making it impossible to glimpse the internal space. Unless one can look directly, one can only identify the information of the core drive chamber itself, in the name of the unscannable Fear Tyrant King. It must be a protective measure of the special area. Roar. When Lu Ming approached the core drive chamber in contemplation, the tyrant displayed a restless instinct for the first time. Its eyes grew sharper, and its battle intent thickened. The particle blade edges in its hands continuously flickered in and out. It resembled the provocative or defensive gestures made by humans when encountering rivals of similar strength. Tyrant calmed down. On the contrary, Lu Ming's thoughts became more serene at this moment. Although he felt somewhat nervous, the pre-battle simulations in his mind had begun to stir up a storm. Little Snow, conceal yourself. Golden threads entwined, and the three disappeared outside the drive chamber. Gripping the ancient Emperor blade, he focused on probing the key information of the ancient Emperor blade. Skills: Alloy Cutting Blade, Storm Miniature Convergence Cannon, Death Cross, Specialized Bioenergy, Weapon Bioactivity, Fully Stock. The enemy is in the light, they are in the dark, so at least they can seize the advantage at the start. Tyrant, find a good position to ambush. He'll set up a cannon in front of the door to fire a shot with a miniature convergence cannon. Little Snow, adapt to the situation. Ooh, let's do a righteous 3-0. After issuing the command, Lu Ming's eyes darkened, and he silently thought, awakening power. Power bestowal. A crystal blue energy filled his body while deep red energy enveloped him. A prompt appeared before him. Enhancement power bestowal has been activated, currently able to bestow upon others up to 3 targets. Would you like to bestow upon other targets? Bestow to Initial Snow and Tyrant. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of red light rose from the surface of the Tyrant and Initial Snow. Both sets of eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Don't be careless, prepare. Ignoring the red prohibition sign on the door, Lu Ming punched the door lock. Woo, woo, woo. The security system was breached, and the alarms of high-energy response echoed throughout the underground space. The large door slowly rose amidst the expulsion of compressed gas. Lu Ming raised the ancient Emperor blade, activating the inheritance skill. Whoosh. The biomachine body revealed the blade merging and entangling into a solid form. The speed was so fast that it was simply incomparable to the war blade of the Tyrant. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter ancient Tyrant appeared before Lu Ming. Its entire body exhibited a dark red hue, lacking the depth of the Tyrant, but displaying more brutality. Suddenly, the ancient Tyrant's biomachine body opened its shoulders, left and right chest, and abdominal armor. Simultaneously, 5 points of blood-red energy condensed to the extreme. Rumbling. The door of the drive chamber reached its peak, and a pitch-black blade shimmering with electric arcs embedded itself into the edge of the door with a clang. Seeing that forearm, which revealed only the tip of the iceberg, was enough to infer the size of the individual, Lu Ming hesitated no longer and silently chanted, Miniature Convergence Cannon. Boom. 5 cannons fired simultaneously, energy converging. 5 beams of red energy, with a diameter of 10 centimeters, passed through the entrance of the drive chamber, piercing through the rear wall of the drive chamber, forcefully propelling a massive black figure out. Lu Ming had no time to be shocked by the overwhelming power of the miniature convergence cannon. Seizing the moment before the cannon's energy dissipated while the figure of the Fear Tyrant was still soaring backwards, he quickly activated the Eye of Truth. Identify. Dread Owl King Fusion, Variant D, Grade King. Category, Fusion Royalty. Description: originally a mutated aberration born from the mental derangement of the tyrant. It possesses both immense strength and swift speed, yet its mind is damaged, its intellect low, making it extremely susceptible to instinct. After prolonged exposure to the colossal energy of the central city's core drive room, it underwent a secondary mutation during its struggle and resistance, transforming into a fusion variant alien creature. Its strength and speed have further increased, its mind utterly extinguished, now a slaughtering machine driven solely by the urge to kill and devour. Body length 5 m. Weight 3t. Skills: massacre. Locks onto a target and frenziedly hacks, dismemberment. Pierces the target and rotates the blade to shred it, flicker. A rapid burst of speed to pierce and swiftly kill the target, and dread roar. Unleashes a sonic shockwave from an enraged howl. Traits: pain nullification. Feels no pain, hyper regeneration. Super fast recovery of physical injuries, and the fusion trait core burst. Weaknesses: head, neck, chest, waist, tail. 5 core locations in total, each with titanium grade hardness. Destroy them one by one to achieve a kill. Current weakness: breach, waist, chest. Having read the information, Lu Ming felt immensely overjoyed. He hadn't expected his surprise cannon shot to directly shatter. He marveled at the efficacy of the ancient sovereign blade, while also clarifying the Dread Owl King's evolution level. Indeed, it was not a grade King E like a protagonist in a novel. It had encountered another opportunity. But a D grade in his view was still a killable target. With a 12-fold physique boost from his awakened power plus a 3-fold strength multiplication, there was no way he would be outmatched by a D grade King. Godspeed. As the cannon beam dissipated, and before the creature's body could retract, Lu Ming lunged forward, slashing toward the Dread Owl King now embedded in the ruins. It was then that he clearly saw the image of this colossal mutant. Pure black. Entirely black. Were it not for the arcs of electric light emanating from its blade and eyes. This creature was nothing but a scythal shadow. Death cross. Eyes narrowing, Lu Ming silently intoned. He leaped to a position 500 meters away and unleashed the ancient sovereign blade's biological skill. 500 meters was 2/3 of the blade light's lethal range. He had to ensure the skill's power remained undiminished while guaranteeing his own safety. For he feared the Dread Owl King's final skill, Dread Roar, an interference skill of the sonic type which he had never personally experienced. Yet he had seen in countless anime comics, novels, and films. Scenes of confusion, or even stunning from a single roar, were standard for sonic type skills. If he were to get close and be stunned or confused, his situation would plummet into an abyss. He could not allow himself to take such a risk. At least until the Dread Owl King released its first Dread Roar, and he could determine the range of its sonic influence, he absolutely had to remain calm and composed. Whoosh, whoosh. The two intersecting blade lights of Death Cross precisely struck the location of the Dread Owl King's head. A thunderous roar followed, dust flying, and rolling thick smoke formed. Smoke. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was bound to occur. He activated the Eye of Truth, and sure enough, the Dread Owl King had vanished from that spot. The trope of smoke means no injury actually applying to reality was just absurd. Just as Lu Ming prepared to look around and search for the Dread Owl King, a sudden pressure of wind came from behind. In an instant, he knew what was about to happen. His hidden thread state had been seen through. The D-grade Dread Owl King was unaffected by the disguise. It had launched a surprise attack on him. It was the Dread Owl King's killing flicker. Though devoid of mind, its hunting instinct was the best mind it could have. Seizing the moment while he was still in free fall, it had grasped the chance to charge and kill him. But was it that easy? He had planned an escape route before he even jumped. With a flicker of thought, Lu Ming turned toward the temporary survivor dormitory below and silently uttered, Omni Manipulation. Dragging a heavy object toward himself, but by controlling the force, it would be himself who was pulled instead. Aerial displacement. He could do it too. Ding. Just as Lu Ming prepared to evade and counterattack, a crisp metallic clang sounded from behind. He followed the sound. The tyrant's figure emerged from the shadows, its twin particle blades crossed, blocking the Dread Owl King's path. Roar. With an enraged roar, the tyrant swung its blades, deflecting the Dread Side Owl's thrust. A crimson gleam burst from its blades, the particle light swords extending another half-meter as it fiercely slashed at the Dread Owl King. A C-grade, ordinary royal tyrant against a D-grade, aberrant king owl. In terms of pure strength comparison, the threefold boosted tyrant should be a close match. But in terms of combat experience, the Dread Owl King was undoubtedly far superior. Seeing the tyrant employ particle cutting, the Dread Owl King did not die. It also manifested particle blades and clashed heat-in with the tyrant. Electrical energy surged, particles burst forth. In the contest of force and wind pressure, the Dread Owl King clearly held the upper hand. Lu Ming landed on the roof of the temporary survivor dormitory, watching the battle before him without any hesitation. This wasn't a competition, so why should he be a spectator? Eyes fixed on the Dread Owl King, Lu Ming silently intoned, Omni Manipulation. A tremendous force seized the Dread Owl King, yanking it downward. The Dread Owl King lurched violently, losing its center of gravity. Seizing the opportunity, the tyrant raised its blade high and drove it through the Dread Owl King's neck, severing its head and simultaneously destroying the lethal core hidden within its neck. 3 of the 5 weak points were now breached. Tyrant. The head. The final 2 were located inside the head and at the tail. Now that the head was separated, it was a sitting duck. The tyrant immediately turned toward the Dread Owl King's severed head. But just as its blade was about to pierce the target, the Dread Owl King's body suddenly twisted. Breaking free from Lu Ming's omni-manipulation, it swung its blade and struck the tyrant's side. Even though the tyrant's instincts flared, causing it to raise its arm to block the Dread Owl King's attack. The timing of the Dread Owl King's assault was utterly treacherous. 80% of the tyrant's power was devoted to destroying the head, leaving its defense insufficient to withstand the slash, and it was sent flying hundreds of meters by the Dread Owl King's blow. The next second, countless tendrils sprouted from the Dread Owl King's neck, reaching through the air to grab its severed head and fling it toward Lu Ming. Indeed, its head hadn't even reattached yet, and it was already bursting into speed, dragging its head by the flesh and charging at him with its blade. Lu Ming crouched solemnly, the ancient sovereign blade splitting into two. The twin straight swords were instantly enveloped in red particle light, their length doubling. In skill, alloy cutter activated. He crossed the two light blades in his hands, waiting only for the Dread Owl King to come down for the clash, intending to. He had the confidence that the Dread Owl King was inferior to him in a heated fight. But who would have thought the Dread Owl King had no intention of colliding with him? At a distance of only 100 meters, the head that had returned to its neck suddenly opened its mouth wide. It was the sonic skill. Lu Ming was prepared. He burst into Godspeed. The moment he leaped, a colossal black shadow suddenly enveloped both him and the Dread Scythe Owl. The next second, the Dread Owl King, which should have launched its attack on him, halted its movement. It instinctively lifted its head. Schlick. A sound like a melon being split came before Lu Ming's eyes. A long jet-black, metallic, gleaming, thick steel spear pierced through the entire head of the Dread Owl King, went through its neck, stabbed into its chest, emerged from beneath its body, and plunged deep into the ground. Fizz. A golden light burst forth. Countless golden threads like laser spray shot out from every corner of the Dread Owl King's body. Then the steel spear retracted. The black shadow that had loomed above dissipated, leaving only the Dread Owl King's riddled corpse, dead beyond any doubt. Lu Ming lifted his head in bewilderment. A figure in a blue and white Lolita dress with disheveled hair descended from the sky. It landed precisely around his neck and clung to his back. Was that you? Lu Ming asked a redundant question as he looked at Chuxue, whose face was full of smiles, and pressed close to his ear. However, when he focused on her, he noticed her cheeks seemed much more. Withdrawing his dual blades, Lu Ming crouched down to let Chuxue off his back, then turned to look. Just as I thought. At a single glance, he realized Chuxue had shrunk. Her clothes became loose, her arms and legs slender, and she stood at an estimated height of only 1.30 meters. Appraisal. As the eye of Chuxue's information unfurled. Scanning the data from top to bottom, he found that aside from her height and weight changing from 150 cm 36 kg to 130 cm 28 kg, the other stats seemed unchanged. Current aberration level: Drank common, can advance by devouring aberrant bioenergy. Advancement progress 1000000. Negative 1 million. Lu Ming was stunned and quickly flipped back to the status information column. Status bound to Master Lu Ming. Currently evolved past infancy. All attributes and abilities slightly enhanced. Most skills sealed, can be unlocked as aberration level increases. Current state weakened. Forcibly used power exceeding aberration level, energy depleted. If aberrant bioenergy is not replenished soon, will enter a dormant state in 24 hours. Upon reawakening, required aberrant bioenergy will double. See. Forcibly used. Enter dormancy in 24 hours. Double energy upon reawakening. What the hell? Usury. Is this even possible? Xiao Shui opened the storage space. Thankfully his pack still held 3859 vials of E-class royal aberrant blood. Each vial contained 500 units of energy. More than enough. Speechless, Lu Ming's pupils trembled. Why hadn't he used this aberrant bioenergy to advance Chuxue or Tyrant earlier? Too foolish. Blocked by the bioforce field, trapped in this space. The excruciating pain during specialization advancement. Unable to see through the Fear Owl King's, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, he had poured all his focus into the simulated battle against the Fear Owl King. Most critically, he had additional allies beside him, and even thought to incorporate them into the fight. But when the actual battle began, whether in preparation or during combat, he habitually relied solely on himself. This was a disease, a cancer cultivated over 20 years of trusting only himself. Otherwise, this battle would never have spawned so many variables. Tyrant alone would have been enough to crush it. A review was utterly unnecessary, for this was the worst fight Head had in 3 days. Full of loopholes, full of flaws. What he needed was to change his ingrained mindset and place greater value on the team power surrounding him. Even if that power was just a blade of grass, when combined it could become a towering tree. If this lesson came later, he might not even have a chance to regret. Fortunately, this lesson didn't come too late. Even if the cost was immense, he accepted it. The energy infusion of 200 vials of E-class royal blood. Chuxue's energy debt was instantly cleared. Unfortunately, her physique remained at 1.30 meters. It seemed the after effects weren't easily eliminated, perhaps she needed a period of rest to return to her original state. Looking at the remaining stock of E-class royal aberrant blood, there were 1859 vials. Total energy 9000. Tyrant was currently at C common, requiring 1.4 million energy to advance his aberration level. Chuxue only needed 2000. With this thought, Lu Ming added another 400 vials of royal blood. Replenished with energy, Chuxu's entire body surged with power. Her absorption was always swift and clean, unlike his own where each upgrade brought intense pain or consumed time. Checking Chuxu's advancement info, the data had already updated. Current aberration level Drank Elite can advance by devouring aberrant bioenergy. Advancement progress 0500000. Good, she could still advance. He continued to pour in 100 vials of royal blood. Chuxu's aberration level rose again and the data panel changed. Chuxua divine level. Race god. Description: the primordial spider born in the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length, human form 130 centimeters, weak and true, form 1 2m growable. Weight, true form, human form 28 kilograms, weak and true, form 10t growable. General functions: storage space, ultimate appraisal. Skills: thread manipulation D rank. Toxin D rank, gun thread. Traits: form shift, divine pressure. Status: bound to Master Lu Ming. Currently evolved past infancy. All attributes and abilities slightly enhanced. Most skills sealed, can be unlocked as aberration level increases. Due to forcibly using power exceeding aberration level, the body remains weakened. With sufficient rest it will return to normal, but there will be a minor emotional fluctuation. Current aberration level Drank Monarch can advance by devouring aberrant bioenergy. Advancement progress 0100000. Staring at that advancement progress, Lu Ming let out a soft sigh. He could only console himself that it was just royal blood, he could earn more later. But what did the minor emotional fluctuation in the status mean? Anger, rage, anxiety, or unease? Thud, thud. As Lu Ming pondered, deeply, Tyrant crawled out from the rubble and returned to his side. Its expression showed no sign of weakness or pain, only resentment and silence. Lu Ming knew it was blaming itself for not winning. Yet among the three of them, the one who should blame himself most was Lu Ming. Forget it, saying too much would seem mawkish. A man admits his mistakes and ensures they never happen again. He stood up, walked before Tyrant, and gently raised his hand. Seeing this, Tyrant naturally lowered its head, its eyes finally revealing a hint of dejection. It's not your fault. You did your best. Next time I'll make you strong enough to crush everything. After comforting Tyrant, Lu Ming turned to the corpse of the fear. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select a grade. Second grade. Prompt: sublimating the D rank Monarch Fear Owl King fusion, requires 500 specialization crystal blocks. Cancel. Agreed. Successfully decomposed the Fear Owl King corpse. Obtain specialization crystal 100 specialization crystal block 20 fusion royal blood 200 milliliters fusion core 1. Huh. It produced specialization crystals and specialization crystal blocks simultaneously, meaning these two items dropped separately. Now he finally understood why specialization crystals, specialization crystal blocks, and specialization crystalloids couldn't be directly converted, because they were never the same type. The fusion core. A novel item. Let's take a look. He pulled out that pure black inscribed orb. Just as he was about to appraise its information, a golden program prompt appeared before him. Prompt: District Core Mission, liberate the shelter completed. Completion progress 150. A prompt appeared: congratulations on completing the core urban mission, liberate the shelter, earning the fortress heart of the level 1 shelter Central City, Final Iron Fortress. Another prompt followed: you exceeded the mission requirements and received an additional reward, a bag of high-energy grain seeds. Yet another: due to obtaining the shelter you have attracted the attention of numerous aberrant creatures from the surrounding area. In 3 days the uppering aberrants will launch a fierce assault on your shelter. Based on your performance in liberating the shelter, the rank of the attacking aberrants has been determined as Drank. However, as you are the first conqueror to complete and exceed the shelter liberation mission, you have earned a suppressive effect on the aberrant tide. The final rank of the attacking aberrants is downgraded to E rank. Species: selected flame spitter ants. Whoosh. The prompts abruptly ceased. Before Lu Ming materialized a steel sphere resembling a mechanical core and a cloth bag of seeds. As he reached for them, a stirring chime suddenly rang through the sky. Then a colossal subtitle projection, ignoring all spatial barriers, appeared in the heavens. Universal announcement: congratulations to Conqueror Lu X of the Huaxiao Nation for exceeding the core urban mission and acquiring a Survivor Shelter 1. As the first conqueror in the universe to complete a core urban mission, he is granted the title Pioneer, and the shelter's level is increased by 1. Universal announcement: congratulations to Conqueror Lu X of the Huaxiao Nation for exceeding. Universal announcement: congratulations to Conqueror Lu. The announcement echoed 3 times, layers of text stacking upon each other, piling up to a height of 30 meters. At that very moment, in every suburb of Garuda Star 618, in every nation within the post-apocalyptic world, all the transferees dispatched the aberrants before them, ceased their tasks, found safe spots, and looked up at the announcement in the sky. A shelter. A core urban mission. Some were stunned, some bewildered, others ecstatic or solemn, and there were even those filled with hatred and resentment. In the Jintian district. Huaxiao Nation. Uncle Chun, it's a big shot from our country. Damn, that's incredible. A shelter. A pioneer. No doubt about it, he's a powerhouse, just like you, Uncle Chun. The first to complete a core urban mission. Even the outskirts have mature forms, the core zone might even have a big boss. And he conquered the core zone. Just how formidable must this big shot be, damn it. His surname is Lu, finally not Ma. The excited Fong Peng could no longer contain his emotions, impaling a Sikalao larva before him, with his spear, his face flushed as he offered crude praise. Huh, just kill your bugs, careful not to get tripped up by a small fry. Chen Hai chuckled softly, warning Fong Peng. Fong Peng grinned. I know, I'm just happy. To outshine the entire globe, that's something to be proud of. Chen Hai smiled without a word, but as he turned away his smile gradually faded. A pioneer. It wouldn't be that easy. The core zone. The aberrants within were definitely no ordinary mature forms. A mere rank mature form was enough to end the life of a novice hunting warrior. By that logic, what immense personal strength was required to conquer a core urban zone? An advanced hunting warrior. A limit hunting warrior. It was impossible to predict. But one thing was certain, he was definitely not the pioneer to lead this region. Otherwise he couldn't have reached such a level in just 3 days. And from the universal announcement, it was clear that only his name appeared. Either he accomplished it alone, or his entire team had perished. Either way, nothing about this man would be simple. As the transferees reacted, at the central point of the entire star, 8 diminutive figures were gathered around a colossal round table. An aberrant creature the size of a palm, covered in tentacles and countless eyeballs, spoke hoarsely. Day 3. That was fast. What was the fastest record in history? 10 days, it answered itself. Another creature identical in size, but formless like slime, responded and added. That batch of transferees possessed formidable individual strength, especially the warrior, who set the record. Unfortunately, their population was too sparse, totaling less than 10,000. And that warrior in the end never made it to us. Instead, he became their trophy, giving rise to the 6th Dawnbringer. The 6th. That makes 7, including the old thing that forcibly transferred us here. A spherical creature with fleshy wings and pitch-black fur interjected gravely. In terms of combat power, 7 Dawnbringers can already fight us to a standstill. If an 8th appears, this balance will shatter completely, and we will become their nourishment, fueling their plans. We thought this moment would last until the 70,000th batch. Who knew a new double-edged sword would come so soon? Soon? Then, well, fight to the death. A young dragon perched at the head of the table uttered a deep, world-weary mantra. Alas, we didn't expend tremendous energy to breach the barriers and gather here for this. We came for information on this batch of transferees, my queen. A twisted shadow brought the meeting back to its purpose. The one addressed as queen was a dark purple spider. Upon hearing the shadow's query, she paused for a moment before speaking calmly. Fragile, yet shrewd, united yet preying on their own kind, greedy yet selfless. A paradox of contradictions. Their population is the largest of any batch without exception. Fragile, vast, greedy. And such a population could surpass that record, asked an aberrant creature in astonishment, its body covered in gaping fissures seemingly assembled from countless nameless chunks of flesh. But that is the fact, said the last creature, a 2-headed humanoid with a single eye and fangs, its voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. The world's suppression in the outer zones adjusts according to the transferees' overall constitution, releasing sparring opponents matching their strength. Although the Queen's subjects rely on numbers, since those beings arranged for them to guard the core zone, their individual strength must be considerable. To dismantle such individuals is no stroke of luck. They are strong. The flesh mass sighed softly. Strong is good. I hope this time they can break through the final barrier and come before us. Even if it's just one. Back in the underground of Central City, Lu Ming looked speechlessly at the sky. The universal announcement hadn't faded yet, but his mood was complicated. A pioneer. Please don't insult the word pioneer. He was at best a lucky cheater. And this so-called shelter, he didn't even want it. His habitual thoughts began to surface, but Lu Ming suppressed them. He picked up the mechanical core and murmured a praise. Central City Fortress Core, Level 2, Category Shelter, Main Control Core. Description: upon merging with the body, you gain absolute control over the Central City Final Iron Fortress. Simultaneously, you can establish shelter rules. Once the rules are established, you can reshape the shelter. Usage: touch the core to complete the fusion. Establish rules. This intrigued Lu Ming. After all, he had earned this shelter through his own effort. There was no need to be stubborn. He pressed the button in the center of the fortress heart. The mechanical core transformed and eventually became a mechanical bracelet clasped around his wrist. Prompt: Central City Fortress Core fusion complete. City Lord Lu Ming. Unless the City Lord dies and a successor is appointed, this authority cannot be transferred in any way. The Central City will self-destruct if tampered with. Prompt: Final Iron Fortress City Lord confirmed. Current land radiation range, 4,000 meters. Maximum population capacity, 4,000 citizens. City Lord's daily earnings based on citizen ranks are as follows: per novice hunting warrior 5 specialized crystals, intermediate hunting warrior 10, advanced hunting warrior 20, limit hunting warrior 40, novice doom war king 80, and so forth. Prompt: please establish the rules for the citizens of Central City. The first rule is fixed and inherent. Citizens cannot defy the rules set by the City Lord. The City Lord has the right to decide a citizen's stay or departure at any time. The City Lord is in an absolute invincible state before the citizens. This rule seems to have a great allure. No, it is a tremendous allure. By accepting the citizens, the City Lord can earn daily profits based on their specialization levels. If all 4,000 people reach the level of novice hunters, he could extract 20,000 specialization crystals each day. It's not a lot, but it's certainly not insignificant, especially for daily income. Of course that alone wouldn't be enough to sway him. Accepting citizens means the shelter will become a bustling, complex place. He could choose to ignore his responsibilities, but he couldn't simply turn a blind eye and not let it trouble him. More importantly, with many people there are bound to be more issues which might lead to conflicts. He wasn't afraid of situations that jeopardized his safety. But not being afraid doesn't mean such situations won't happen. This was his greatest concern. Yet he saw the constant inherent rule. He admitted that he was intrigued. The city lord is absolutely invincible in front of the citizens, which would eliminate any substantial harassment from them. And the unyielding rules set by the city lord mean that he can crush most of the troublesome matters in their infancy. As for deciding the citizens' fates at any time, there is no doubt that it is a form of punishment. It remains uncertain whether this removal means expelling them from the shelter or something else. Setting aside distractions, Lu Ming prepared to draft the rules according to the prompts. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not issue flawless regulations. Because in such a vast legal system, there are still those who can exploit loopholes. Therefore, he needed to be more straightforward and brutally simple. But before that, the old procedures still needed to be followed. Looking at the control core on his wrist, Lu Ming silently recited ultimate sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Tier 1. Prompt: sublimating the Bastion core, level 2, requires 100 specialization crystals. Confirm that you want to consume 100 specialization crystals to elevate it to Bastion core, level 3. 1 million. The only upgrade is to the level of the Bastion core. It is likely completely tied to the shelter. Just this price. It seems that no matter where you go, real estate prices remain a daunting hurdle. There's no need to test for Tier 2 sublimation, it will definitely elevate to level 4. This aligns entirely with the sublimation performance of specialization levels. Unless absolutely necessary, the longer this sublimation opportunity is delayed, the more valuable it becomes. If faced with an overwhelming tide of alien creatures that threatens the city's destruction, using it as a trump card to turn the tide would be far more effective than now. Resolving his curiosity, Lu Ming canceled the sublimation operation and began drafting the rules. Prompt: there is no limit to the number of rules you can establish. Please start inputting. The prompt ended and a narrow input bar expanded below the constant, and after a moment of thought, Lu Ming began to silently recite the rule clauses. During this process, he made some bold attempts. To his surprise, no matter how outrageous the rules he set were, the more shocking the clauses established, the rules could still be written down and take effect. Fortunately, his conscience was intact. He only tried without saving. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished writing a few clauses he required and clicked confirm. Prompt: the rules are complete. Before they are issued to the citizens, you can modify, delete, or add at any time. After issuance, only deletions will be allowed with no further addition. Oh, I see. In addition to safeguarding the city lord's rights, it simultaneously protects the basic rights of the citizens. It prevents the city lord from arbitrarily rewriting the rules and harming the citizens after they join. Reasonable. In that case, the rules will be issued to other transfers. Essentially, it gives others the right to choose. After reviewing the rules, those who find them acceptable can choose to join the shelter. Conversely, they can refuse. It's somewhat akin to joining an organization or guild. But what if they refuse? Prompt: if the transfers accept the rules, they may choose to join the shelter. Once chosen, they cannot exit unless expelled by the city lord. Prompt: if the transfers cannot accept the established rules, they can refuse to join the shelter. However, since the entire district belongs to the city lord, transfers who do not join the shelter will be deemed illegal intruders and will be forcibly relocated to other districts, ensuring they are moved to a safe location. As if to respond to Lu Ming, or perhaps to supplement the prompt, 2 more messages appeared in the information panel. After reading them, Lu Ming exclaimed in amazement. He thought he only controlled the final iron fortress. To his surprise, he was actually in control of the entire Jintian district. Prompt: confirmed to now issue the shelter rules. Cancel. Of course I want. The shelter is currently in disarray. At least let it be reshaped first, otherwise how embarrassing would that be? Prompt: rule establishment has ended. Would you like to start reshaping the shelter? Yes. Prompt: reshaping the shelter has commenced. Level 2, estimated completion time 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So soon. Boom. Just as Lu Ming expressed his surprise at the reshaping time, a violent tremor engulfed the entire space. All the structures underground began to collapse and decompose, transforming into particles of light that ascended into the sky. Immediately, he saw the space within his vision begin to expand and stretch. In just 2 seconds, it had already expanded to 4 times its original size. Following that, the muddy ground revealed molecular structures. Exquisite and sturdy metal floor panels emerged, and various circuits and energy pathways were established one by one. In less than 20 seconds, the entire underground space was rejuvenated. The lighting was ample, and the design was simple and orderly. Countless specialized areas were neatly distributed around the lower level. In Lu Ming's eyes, it had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a sci-fi movie resembling a space base. Turning around, a massive central hub shot up to the top, surrounded by 10 capsule elevators. 9 of them were silver and 1 was gold, each standing 5 meters tall with a diameter of about 20, showcasing the immense scale. Identification. Lu Ming looked at the golden elevator and activated the Eye of Truth. Titanium-grade capsule elevator exclusive to the City Lord category. Transportation tool description: the exclusive elevator for Lu Ming, the City Lord of the Final Iron Fortress, Only those certified or permitted by the city lord can gain usage rights. This elevator can directly reach the underground farming warehouse central city area and the celestial throne. It's acceptable though the color is a bit tacky. He really enjoys this exclusive feeling. However, the names of those three areas caught his attention even more. Underground farming warehouse. It should simultaneously serve as both a farming and store. Central city area. Without a doubt, this is the main place for citizens' residential activities. The celestial throne must be related to his role as city lord, probably something like the city lord's office. Fortunately, the text is highlighted indicating that information can be viewed. Celestial Throne category, main city control room description, an activity area exclusive to the city lord located at the highest point of the entire final iron fortress, allowing an overview of the central city area. I am amazed. Lu Ming was in high spirits waiting for the notification that the shelter's reconstruction was complete. He immediately decided to head to the sky throne to familiarize himself with the layout. Xiaoxua Tyrant, follow me. Pulling Chuxua and tapping Tyrant's thigh, Lu Ming walked towards his exclusive vehicle. The golden capsule elevator was filled with energy reflecting the fortress core in his hand. Identity of the City Lord confirmed. Honorable City Lord, welcome aboard your exclusive elevator. The AI synthesized voice warmly delivered the welcome message and opened the elevator doors. Lu Ming stepped in as the elevator ascended. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it took a full 30 seconds to break through the ground and emerge above. Looking around at the world outside the transparent walls, a strong sense of shock erupted in Lu Ming's eyes. The once dilapidated steel fortress now stood as a magnificent steel kingdom. It showcased a rounded shape divided into inner and outer rings. The inner ring was built with majesty, solemnity, and brilliance, housing various functional core buildings. The outer ring consisted of sturdy buildings piled up with mechanical steel, undoubtedly the residential area for the city's inhabitants. Further out, there was a towering steel barrier standing 400 meters high, filled with energy inscriptions, vast and magnificent. A wave of emotions surged within him: gratitude, pride, and excitement. In his reverie, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a living creature coming into his view. As the elevator continued to rise, Lu Ming's angle of vision slowly expanded, until he saw the plump figure of a fat-tailed creature. He suddenly realized, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, that figure was none other than the brutal owl he had captured. He had been so caught up in excitement that he completely forgot about it. Unexpectedly, after the reconstruction of the shelter, it had been moved from the central core to the outside. At this moment, it was leaning against the outer wall of a core facility, contentedly wriggling its body. It looked like a plump noblewoman stepping out of a palace, gazing at the novel world she had never seen before, excited and enjoying the experience. For now, Lu Ming decided to set it aside, planning to consider the owl's fate after he familiarized himself with how the entire fortress operated. Honorable City Lord, you have arrived at your throne. We bid you farewell and look forward to your next command. As the elevator displayed a height of 600 meters, the smart voice reappeared. Lu Ming gladly accepted the smart voice's compliment and gave a thumbs up to the voice loading program. Upon exiting the elevator doors, he did not appear in the outside world. Instead, he found himself in a brightly decorated light-colored hall with a pronounced punk style. Directly in front of him was a black hatch on which the words City Lord's Office were inscribed. That was his room. Lu Ming stepped forward and the door to the City Lord's office automatically opened upon sensing his identity. Before he even entered, he could already see the entire decor of the office. What caught his eye was an excessively large office desk and a chair that looked quite comfortable. Lu Ming glanced at the towering tyrant, and then at the door that stood only 2.5 meters tall, feeling regretful. It seems you can't go in. Tyrant squinted his eyes, seemingly smiling, and with a swish he vanished into the shadows, reappearing already past the door's threshold, entering the City Lord's office. It was at this moment that Lu Ming realized Tyrant's shadowy sneak could ignore wall collisions traversing through physical objects. Giving a thumbs up to acknowledge its strength, Lu Ming followed Xiaoxua inside. As expected, the vast City Lord's office contained nothing but 2 pieces of decor. Lu Ming wasn't bothered by this. He actually found it better this way. Simple and spacious without unnecessary complexity. If it felt too plain later, he could always decorate it as he pleased. What freedom! Approaching the desk, he found a device resembling a 3-dimensional map placed on it. As he picked it up, the device automatically lit up with a snap. A title appeared before his eyes: Shelter Operation Guide. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. The name was quite down-to-earth and he was genuinely interested, so he began to read it carefully. The entire operation guide was not extensive, it mostly consisted of control commands. However, the more Lu Ming read, the more excited he became, eventually unable to hide his smile. Putting down the device, he softly said, "Core, unfold the trans—" As the words fell, the fortress core on his wrist emitted a light sound. A beam of light emerged from the center of the City Lord's office. Once it appeared, it quickly diffused. The originally enclosed City Lord's office became completely transparent in the phenomenon of the light blooming. Lu Ming, Tyrant, and Xiaoxua seemed to be suspended in the sky. Whether looking up around or down at the earth, there was no longer any concealment. Of course, looking up from the outside, there would be no unusual sight. This effect only applied from the inside out. To be honest, he quite liked it. At night, he could open the translucent curtain to gaze at the starry sky. During the day, he could open it to overlook the earth. His mood would definitely be much brighter. However, to mention the function he was most concerned about, that would undoubtedly be this. Core activate mobile fortress mode. Lu Ming issued the command. The AI smart voice responded, activating mobile fortress mode. Electromagnetic barrier commencing coverage. Electromagnetic barrier has been covered. High-energy magnetic suspension is starting operations. High-energy magnetic suspension is now operational. Central city mechanical arms are beginning to extend. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Respected city, Lord, the mechanical arms of Central City have been fully extended, ready for fortress relocation at any time, the AI calmly intoned. Simultaneously, countless data panels materialized before Lu Ming. One of them resembled a third-person perspective in a game, allowing him to oversee the position and status of the final Iron Fortress from a god's eye view. Final Iron Fortress advance. Lu Ming attempted to command it according to the operational guide. The core has received the command. Fortress advancing. Clang. The colossal steel mechanical arm strode forward. With each step, its immense weight kicked up clouds of dust. Then came the second step, the clang, 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 clang. From slow to fast, from sluggish to fluid, the fortress eventually broke into a run propelled by tremendous inertia and kinetic. Though from the outside its movements were not entirely agile, the sheer size of the fortress and its kilometer altitude made it resemble a steel beast. It veered left, then right, then pivoted in place to reverse direction, delivering a powerful visual impact and causing earth tremors like a natural calamity, crushing surrounding buildings with irresistible force. In the western outskirts of Jintian District, Chun Hai and his team swiftly gathered in an open area. Fang Peng's face showed alarm. What's that rumbling? An earthquake? Or a revolt of the Scythe Owl leaders? Chun Hai pressed his shoulder, calming him. Could be either, but the source is far from us. It shouldn't reach here. Besides, Scythe Owl larvae are extremely sensitive to sound. They'll move toward the noise. Staying here is actually safer. So for now, don't seek shelter, especially in buildings. They've been abandoned so long, we can't be sure they'll withstand the tremors. If they collapse, it'll do more harm than good. Fang Peng nodded. You're right. I'm just a bit envious. Envious of the district that has a shelter. Their survivors probably don't have to live in constant fear like we do. Jump. Finally, Lu Ming uttered a command that caused the final Iron Fortress to freeze. The AI calmly replied, this command cannot be executed. Please issue a valid command. Lu Ming sighed softly. It was a shame that non-existent commands couldn't be executed. He had many more fun tricks he wanted to try. Yet even this was more than satisfactory. He then said, core display the fortress information panel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several information panels appeared before him, each with a clear purpose. The first to catch his eye was the central panel, the overview of the final Iron Fortress. Central City Final Iron Fortress, Level 2 Shelter Fortress Structure Sky, Throne Central District Underground Farmland Land Radiation Range 4,000 meters Expandable, with Shelter Level Upgrades Capacity 04000, Increases, with Shelter Level Upgrades Shelter Upgrade Requirement Level 1 Fortress Core 2. The information was neatly organized. It was quite intuitive, but the capacity seemed odd. 04000. Lu Ming glanced at Shushua, then at Bajun. They didn't count, but did that mean he himself wasn't considered a person? Cough, just a joke. Probably a perk of being city lord. The other panels displayed various metrics for the district. Temperature, humidity, sunlight exposure, farmland indicators, air quality, and a host of detailed safety data, whether he understood it or not. But what intrigued him most was the citizen list. According to the list description, it not only showed each citizen's specialization level, it also displayed their physical stats such as height, weight, and their record of kills against aberrations. He didn't care much about physical stats, but specialization levels and aberration kill records were immensely valuable. They would help him gauge the combat strength of his citizens. Oh no, Head said he didn't want to be a responsible city lord. He just wanted to lie back and collect the daily crystal revenue and enjoy some convenient perks. Next, he needed to arrange a new birthing chamber for the Queen of the Side to prevent her presence from frightening the soon-to-arrive citizens. After closing the shelter's panels, Lu Ming led Chuxue and Ba Jun to the central. Exiting the elevator, they entered the central hall, which was more than 10 times the size of the city lord's hall. It housed various service counters and even he couldn't understand why anyone would bother with such flashy formalities in the apocalypse. Did people actually work shifts in the end times? Internally grumbling, he quickened his pace. Leaving the central hall, he saw the violent queen of Scythe Owls leaning against the wall of a massive building. Around her, dozens of plump, white larvae writhed and tumbled as if playing. Had she given birth? Identify. Lu Ming activated his truth eye to examine the violent queen's panel. Current remaining reproductive capacity, 79980. Indeed, she had reproduced 20 offspring. Confirmed. Lu Ming drew the ancient emperor's blade, ready to extract crystals. He knew it was cruel, but from another perspective. If he were the captive, would the aberrations show him mercy? No, they would only dismember and devour him, turning him into fuel for their evolution. Thus his greatest mercy was to prevent the violent queen from witnessing him kill her young for their crystals. But the moment his killing intent surged, the violent queen suddenly screeched at him. The screech was not of anger, but of sorrow and supplication. Ba Jun's eyes had already turned bloodshot, his particle blade extended to sever the queen. But after hearing the queen's cries, he retracted the blade, turning to Lu Ming with a contemplative expression. Lu Ming was puzzled. He could only read the aberration's expressions and simple emotions, not understand their language. That was asking too much. Prompt: the violent queen of scythe owls expresses loyalty and wishes to be tamed. Do you accept her submission? Just as Lu Ming fell into contemplative silence, a system prompt appeared. Lu Ming looked at the violent queen in surprise, catching a pleading glint in her eyes. Prompt: accepting the violent queen's allegiance will register her and her offspring as citizen units in the shelter, occupying capacity slots and linking to the city lord's revenue. Oh, if that's the case, he was definitely interested. The queen was a rank monarch equivalent to a high-level hunting warrior. She could provide him with 20 specialization crystals daily. That was a pittance negligible. But if you factored in the larvae, the revenue would be terrifying. You might say larvae are only equivalent to mid-level soldiers and yield no revenue. No, you forgot the ultimate Ascension skill, a game changer. Before, he had sublimated live scythe owl larvae in a shopping mall. 100 specialization crystals could upgrade one larva to an elite scythe owl. An elite scythe owl by strength comparison equaled a primary hunt. Each elite scythe owl would provide him with 5 specialization crystals daily. With 800 of them, the daily revenue would be 400 specialization crystals. What an astonishing number. Of course, the initial investment was massive. To sublimate all larvae, he would need 8 million specialization crystals. But at that rate, he would recoup the cost in just 20 days. Oh, and after that, limitless wealth. And more importantly, he had an even bolder experiment in mind. Directly sublimate the mother entity. But before that, he had to accept the submission of the Tyrant Owl Queen. Accepted. As the words fell, a new prompt instantly appeared on the sanctuary's member panel. Lu Ming opened the member panel and examined it. Now 21 citizen entries had been added. Tyrant Owl Queen, a rank monarch, combat strength equivalent to a senior. Sickle Owl Larva, a rank juvenile, non-combat state, junior soldier, combat state, intermediate soldier. Sickle Owl Larva, a rank juvenile, non-combat state. Sickle Owl Larva. Though not a single one was human. Still, it looked far more comforting than the bear panel from earlier. Prompt: you have successfully tamed the Tyrant Owl Queen. She has acknowledged you as her sovereign lord. Through this bond of taming, all offspring born of the Tyrant Owl Queen shall become warriors loyal to you, obeying your every command. Excellent. This revealed the second function of the Sickle Owl larvae. Besides generating revenue for the city lord, they could also provide formidable combat power. Raising aberrant creatures to counter aberrant creatures. The mere thought was thrilling. Unfortunately, this was only viable with the current larvae, which had a shelf life of at most a month. After a month, the world's level would increase and rank elites would become nothing more than bottom-tier minions. So he needed to try and elevate their overall. With this thought, Lu Ming reached out toward the Tyrant Owl Queen and murmured, Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier. Second tier. Prompt: ascending the rank monarch, Tyrant Owl Queen, requires consuming 50 specialized crystal blocks. Are you sure you want to consume 50 specialized crystal blocks to ascend the rank monarch, Tyrant Owl Queen, to Drank Monarch, mutant giant Sickle Owl Queen? This ascension wasn't quite what he imagined. In his memory, a second-tier ascension for a Sickle Owl larva would skip the pupa stage and evolve into an elite Sickle Owl. So naturally, he assumed that a second-tier ascension for the Tyrant Owl Queen would skip the Drank giant Sickle Owl larva stage and enter the Drank giant Sickle Owl. On second thought, however, his own assumption was far more bizarre. She was pregnant, and turning into a pupa would be utterly grotesque. After some deliberation, it seemed that the ascension of living beings was tied to combat strength, and a rank monarch's power lay between a Drank normal and a Drank elite. This perfectly matched the meaning of this sign. Based on what he had seen, any aberrant creature with a sign was half a tier stronger than others of the same rank and stage. Analogous to terms like half-step peak, half-step saint, or half-step immortal in other novels. Thus, a crank normal was stronger than a crank normal, but weaker than a crank elite. Similarly, a rank monarch was essentially equivalent to a Drank normal. A second-tier ascension of a rank monarch was akin to a second-tier ascension of a Drank normal, naturally resulting in a Drank monarch. As for Sickle Owl larva eggs, though they appeared to be aberrant creatures in form, they were categorized as loot or items. In the cognition of ultimate ascension, upgrading loot and items was a matter of tier evolution. A crank item would ascend directly to brank, and a brank item to a rank with no intermediate stages. After this mental storm, Lu Ming gained a deeper understanding of the judgments and rules of ultimate ascension. The outcome was quite unexpected, yet also a pleasant surprise. The Drank, mutant giant Sickle Owl Queen's own level was already formidable enough. In terms of combat power conversion, she was on par with the Dread Owl King, matching an intermediate Doom War Monarch. Not only did the crystal revenue skyrocket, but the potential ceiling of her offspring also soared to new heights. The only thing that bothered him slightly was that ascending an rank monarch living being also consumed specialized crystal blocks. 50 pieces. Glancing at the 20 crystal blocks freshly harvested from the Dread Owl King that he hadn't even warmed in his pack, and then at the remaining 3977 specialized crystals inside, Lu Ming was instantly struck by the dread of Blue Star's game backpack detection. Fortunately, among the 3977 specialized crystals were the 100 Ascension-ready crystal embryos contributed by the Dread Owl King. Otherwise, the ascension of the Tyrant Owl Queen would have to be postponed. If she gave birth to dozens more in the meantime, he would suffer a direct loss. He quickly canceled the Ascension of the Tyrant Owl Queen. Lu Ming batch selected 30 specialized crystals and silently intoned first-tier Ascension. Prompt batch ascending 30 specialized crystals requires consuming 300 specialized crystals. Are you sure you want to consume 300 specialized crystals to batch ascend 30 specialized crystals into 30 specialized crystal blocks? Confirmed. Whoosh. The 30 specialized crystals evolved within his pack. Lu Ming turned back to the Tyrant Owl Queen. Second tier Ultimate Ascension. Prompt ascending the rank Tyrant Owl Queen requires consuming 50 specialized crystal blocks. Confirmed. A gale of wind swirled, and her physical form disintegrated. The Tyrant Owl Queen vanished into ashes. The next instant starlight burst forth, and a colossal figure replaced the Tyrant Owl Queen's presence. It was a deep crimson, enormous in size, with half its body clad in armor-like metallic skin. Unlike the Tyrant Owl Queen, though massive, the size of its upper body was roughly proportionate to its lower half. If the Tyrant Owl Queen was like an ant crawling on a ping-pong ball, then the giant sickle owl queen was like a gourd. Her lower body was plump and fertile due to pregnancy. Yet the proportions were perfectly normal. At that moment she was examining her massive sickle-like blades, her face filled with astonishment. Seeing her expression change, Lu Ming finally confirmed one thing. When ascending a living being or a unit with consciousness and a soul, its essence did not change. It was still itself. It merely exchanged its shell, its foundation, and its original abilities. Ruler. The Tyrant Owl Queen. No, now she should be called the Giant Sickle Owl Queen. The Giant Sickle Owl Queen let out 2 low roars toward him, lowered her head, and pressed her blade against her chest like an elegant noble. Quite interesting. Curling the corner of his mouth, Lu Ming murmured, appraisal. Mutated Giant Blade Owl Queen, D Monarch level. Classification Insect Queen Clan. Height 7m. Weight 20t. Description: sacrificing all ranged attacks. It has evolved terrifying close combat capabilities. A proud warrior that confronts Hedon with possessing immense strength and formidable defense. 60 of its body is covered in titanium-grade armor, which cannot be breached by weapons below that. Its regenerative ability is astonishing. Unless utterly annihilated, even severed limbs can rapidly restore themselves to their original state. Skills: crushing elbow strike, giant blade scythe, slash blade blunt, earth-shattering hammer. Traits: super regeneration, blood rage, frenzy, shared death. Weakness: a proud warrior never deigns to hide its flaws. Destruction of either heart or head will lead to its demise. Status: tamed master Lu Ming, and currently in the breeding phase. Current fertility 7,880. That's enough. This stat panel is already invincible. But there's one odd detail. Could we separate the taming and breeding into 2 stages? What's with tamed followed by currently in the breeding phase? That's ambiguous, isn't it? He closed the Giant Blade Owl Queen's info panel in speechless exasperation. He felt no disappointment at the fertility dropping from 80,000 to 8,000. One had an upper limit of a tier elite, the other tier elite. The difference between a basic hunting warrior and an ultimate hunting warrior. Anyone with a brain knew which to choose. Now the Giant Blade Owl Queen was both a servant and a citizen. It could only assist him, posing no threat. Calling it one of his own was hardly an exaggeration. Gazing at the towering, magnificent domed building before him, Lu Ming opened the Central City info panel and located the building's model in the district's 3-dimensional panorama. He tapped to view the building's details. Central City Armory No. 1. Category Level 2 Armory. Range: central radius of 200, height 40 meters. Authorized user: City Lord Lu Ming. Additional permissions can be granted. Armory No. 1. That was the one. It was both a source of crystal income and a wellspring of tire aberrant combat power. A fusion of weapons and resources. Using an armory was the most logical choice. The radiation range: the building's radius was 200 meters, enough to accommodate 8,000 giant blade scythe owls. But to house 8,000 of them, he needed a population cap exceeding 8,000. That was a basic requirement, clearly unattainable with the current shelter level. But it wasn't a big problem. Just upgrade the fortress level. According to the shelter's upgrade requirements, all he needed was to acquire a fortress core. In other words, attack the central city of another region. Right now 2 unclaimed territories were within reach: Starfall District and Pinga District. With his current strength it wouldn't be effortless, but it certainly wouldn't be difficult. Tomorrow morning, he would head to Starfall District and seize the core area at the center of the 3 regions. Xiaoxue, can you lift it? With that thought, Lu Ming had a plan and turned to ask Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue nodded, gently releasing her silk threads that instantly wove into a net, capturing and lifting the mutated giant blade. Lu Ming cooperated by opening the door of Armory No. 1. He led the Giant Blade Owl Queen inside. The interior was immensely spacious, yet utterly empty. The thermal weapons he had speculated about were nowhere to be found. Thinking back, they were either removed by the world or distributed as rewards for items. Jin Taishiang must have obtained his through opening chests or seizing them from others. So the chance of finding original thermal weapons here was virtually non-existent. At best, he could rely on forging to create long-range biological weapons better suited to the current world. After settling the mutated Giant Blade Owl Queen, Lu Ming led Xiaoxue and Baijun out of the armory. With the city's reconstruction complete, the Owl Queen arranged, and all shelter operations experienced, it was time for the real business. Core. Iron Fortress Core, respected City Lord, please state your command. Lu Ming was about to issue an order but changed his mind. Calling you Core feels a bit awkward. Can I rename you? Iron Fortress Core, yes, please provide a new name, City Lord. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, chin in hand, then spoke, Jialan. Iron Fortress Core, naming to Jialan successful. Please use the new title to confirm awakening. Lu Ming chuckled, Jialan. Jialan Core, awakening successful. Please announce your command, City Lord. Lu Ming said, issue a rule announcement to all transferred individuals in the district. Jialan Core, please confirm the shelter rules once more, City Lord. Once confirmed, they will be immediately published. The previous rule panel reappeared, and Lu Ming reviewed it again. Confirming no errors, he gave a voice confirmation. With a whoosh, the rule panel abruptly contracted, transforming into an envelope mark that dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, in the western outskirts of the district, feeling the aftershocks subside, Chunhai and the others gathered in an empty warehouse to rest and wait. They planned to observe for half an hour, and once the aftershocks ceased their fury, they would go out again to hunt aberrants, scavenge supplies, and rescue survivors. But just as everyone was still shaken, a prompt sound jolted them awake. Opening the message and reading its content, Fong Peng, Bao Jingyi, Wang Yong, and the other transferred individuals from Jintian district all turned to Qinhai. Fong Peng stammered, the shelter. The final Iron Fortress settlement rules. That big boss Lu who obtained the shelter is from our district. Qinhai's gaze grew serious as he said solemnly, let's first examine the rules. Fong Peng let out an oh and began reading aloud. Previewing notice, once you choose to join a shelter, you accept all its rules and regulations. After joining, unless the City Lord adds or amends the rules, you have no right to leave at will. Wang Yong chimed in. You can't leave after joining, but when the City Lord issues new rules, you can choose to stay or leave again. That's quite humane. Fong Peng continued reading. Rule 1, constant inherent rule, the first principle held by all shelters. Citizens must not defy the rules set by the City Lord. The City Lord has the right to decide a citizen's stay or departure at any time. Before the citizens, the City Lord exists in an absolute, invincible state. Upon reading this, Fong Peng looked up in bewilderment and said helplessly, hey, isn't this a bit? It's understandable that the City Lord is invincible before the citizens. After all, if someone fought hard to capture a shelter only to be overthrown or backstabbed by the residents, how frustrating would that be? The rule that citizens cannot defy the City Lord's rules is also acceptable. Before entering the shelter, the rules are displayed, and you can decide whether to join after seeing them. If they're too outrageous or disgusting, you just pass them up. That's very reasonable. But the rule that the City Lord can decide a citizen's stay or departure at any time is too tyrannical. What if the City Lord goes mad after we join, and we risk being kicked out at any moment? Others also looked conflicted, but it was a constant inherent rule present in all shelters. To avoid it, one would have to capture their own district. Understanding this, Fong Peng compromised and continued reading. Final Iron Fortress Rule 1, unless ordered by the City Lord or under special circumstances, determined personally by the City Lord, all violent attacks among citizens are prohibited within the shelter. However, this rule does not apply in the training grounds. Bao Zhengxing nodded and said, this rule is good. It curbs violent incidents without hindering normal training. If there's a conflict, settle it in the training grounds. Very reasonable. Fong Peng continued. Final Iron Fortress Rule 2, unless ordered by the City Lord or under special circumstances, determined personally by the City Lord. Everyone must hunt outside the city at least 6 days a week, hunting at least 10 aberrations per day regardless of rank. However, you must personally deliver the final blow for it to count. Wang Yong sighed lightly and said, this should be considered a daily task. It seems reasonable, probably to prevent people from just lying around and being lazy. This way Lord Lu probably won't kick people out casually. He wants to see us diligently hunting aberrations. Bao Zhengxing agreed and took over from Fong Peng to read the third rule. Final Iron Fortress Rule 3, unless ordered by the City Lord or under special circumstances, determined personally by the City Lord. Before the first world level upgrade, all residents regardless of age or gender must reach the rank of Advanced Hunter Warrior. Otherwise, they will be directly expelled from the shelter. Silence fell over the group. Advanced Hunter Warrior. Fong Peng's eyes bulged as he stared at the rule and exclaimed, is this guy human? I'm not even a junior hunter warrior yet, and he demands Advanced Hunter Warrior. And everyone regardless of age or gender has to achieve it. Are you a demon? After all, the lowest ranked among them hadn't even reached Advanced Soldier. Wang Yong rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, maybe Brother Lu has high expectations for us. Fong Peng said dejectedly, but these expectations are too high. We can't achieve them. Too high. Why can't you achieve them? Chunhai, who had been silent all along, glanced at them and said, there are still 27 days before the first world level upgrade. Getting everyone to Advanced Hunter Warrior in 27 days is not impossible. Moreover, this person has added flexible limits before each rule. Special circumstances, City Lord's order, City Lord's judgment. All current rules have room for negotiation. Besides, there's still the fourth rule. The fourth. Fong Peng, Wang Yong, and Bao Zhengxing all turned back to the registration panel. Someone in the crowd even read it aloud direct. Final Iron Fortress Rule 4, after killing aberrant creatures, everyone may recycle and bring back the corpses. Designated personnel appointed by the city lord will count the number and register the rank, then stack them at a designated location appointed by the city lord. In return, you will receive a 100 exchange of specialized crystals equivalent to the output of such aberrant creatures, but materials will be confiscated. Upon hearing this rule, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Fang Peng looked at Wang Yong and Bao Zhengsheng and asked, "What does that mean?" Wang Yong was silent for 2 seconds before analyzing. "It seems to mean that if you hand over the aberrant corpse to the city lord, he will return 100 of the crystals that aberrant creature would drop. For example, if you hand over a sickle owl larva corpse, the city lord will return 1 specialized crystal to us. 10 corpses mean 10 crystals. No more worrying about luck. Drop rates maxed out. But we don't get the materials." Fang Peng looked at Chun Hai and swallowed. "Uncle Chun, is that what it means?" Chun Hai's expression grew even more complicated. "That's what it means. And he uses may recycle the corpses. You can still collect them directly if you don't want." "Who would collect them?" Fang Peng said excitedly. "Of course we'll bring them back. As for confiscation, forget the materials. You could confiscate an extra 30 of the crystals and I'd still be fine with it. Otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease holding these crystals." Then he fell silent again. "But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Aberrant corpses are owned items bound to the killer. Even if the big shot takes them, he can't collect them. What can he do with them? And returning 100 specialized crystals. Even charity doesn't work like this. Is he the reincarnation of a 10-life philanthropist? This is the apocalypse." Bao Zhengsheng reassured. "Lord Lu must have his reasons for making such a rule. We can't understand the deeper reasons, but since it's written, it's effective." Fang Peng looked utterly perplexed. If he wanted to play the conspiracy theory, he'd think Lord Lu might be planning to take the goods and run. But considering his strength, would he stoop to such a thing? Continuing down, there were only 2 rules left. Final Iron Fortress Rule 5: all citizens may freely fall in love, marry, and engage in any actions permissible for lovers or spouses. However, take protective measures. The first 3 years are a period of observation for development. Should any signs of pregnancy appear, both parties will be immediately expelled from the city with no room for negotiation. Final Iron Fortress Rule 6: all citizens regardless of time or place must address me as City Lord. Friendly reminder: once you choose to join a shelter, you accept all its rules and regulations. After joining, unless the City Lord adds or amends the rules, you have no right to leave the shelter. Please read the rules word by word, think carefully. Choosing to join will immediately teleport you into the shelter. Choosing to refuse will result in forced teleportation to an unclaimed district due to illegal invasion, and you will be in a safe environment after teleportation. Join refuse. That's it. It's gone. Wang Yong repeated Fang Peng's final words. A peculiar emotion welled up in his heart. If you were to ask where this unease stemmed from, he could only reply it came from being a fool. His own foolishness. Because it was all too damn normal. So normal that it was profoundly abnormal. Do you understand that feeling? Where's this? This is a new world, a lawless wasteland. How overbearing are the fixed and inherent rules? There is simply no reasoning with them. By extension, other rules could certainly be arbitrarily established. Things like the city lord having 3,000 concubines, everyone being a slave to the city lord, every word from the city lord being a command that citizens must obey or face death. With just a casual thought, he himself could conjure up countless evil rules. Now look at the rules of the final Iron Fortress. In total there were only 6, and the 6th seemed like an afterthought added for the sake of completion. Individually, the 4th rule might be a bit challenging. But looking at the whole, it was nothing but reasonable, even more so. Citizens barely needed to fulfill any duties to serve the city lord, yet they received the sanctuary's protection. Even that would be tolerable, but the city lord could also bestow immense benefits upon the citizens. If this were on Blue Star, it would be a textbook scam. Anyone greedy for such a bargain would end up losing more. But now what else did they have to lose besides themselves? None of the rules infringed upon their personal interests, so where was the trick? What do you think? Fang Peng asked in a deep voice. Wang Yong remained silent for a moment. Bao Zhengsheng mused. Personally, I think we should join. We wanted to unite to survive and build a human base anyway. Now there's a more formal and secure place to go. Wouldn't it be a shame to refuse? Most importantly, if we refuse, we'll be forcibly teleported to an unclaimed district. Then our hard-gathered group will be scattered again. In a new place with new aberrant creatures, would have to figure out their weaknesses from scratch and relearn how to hunt them. How many more sacrifices would that cost along the way? Besides, if we don't conquer a sanctuary ourselves, this situation will keep happening. Next time the rules might be unbearable. What would we do then? Bao Zhengsheng's words struck a chord with everyone. There were no real fools among them. Everyone knew the truth of missing this chance. Thus all eyes turned to their de facto leader Chun Hai. But Chun Hai was staring at the settlement rules, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Yong lit a cigarette with a snap, fiddling with the lighter that had followed him from Blue Star. He murmured, "In the end, it's about not knowing the city lord. If only we knew something about this Lord Lu, or what he looks like." As if struck by an idea, Wang Yong opened the chat bar and quickly typed a search. Moments later, he projected 2 photos as a holographic display for everyone present. Take a look at this. One photo showed a robust and formidable figure taken at a slightly crooked angle. He held a straight-bladed knife, wore an ill-fitting pair of half-length pants, was barefoot and shirtless with a sportswear top wrapped around his head, revealing only his eyes. He looked exactly like a Middle East. Is it him? Is it him? Wang Yong asked excitedly. Oh, isn't that the big shot who turned the phone repair shop into a larva slaughterhouse? Someone stood up from the crowd, pointing at the photo. He was also the one who had posted it, named Zhao He, though the photographer was Lu Lanfang. Right, with no rest these days, constantly tormented by aberrant creatures and the hope of future survival, had already forgotten about him. If it's him, yeah, he's strong, but he prefers to be a lone wolf. If anyone could conquer a sanctuary in the Jintian district besides Uncle Chun, it would be him. Those speaking were all from Jinsui Street, near the innovative phone repair shop. The other photo Wang Yong shared was a screenshot from a video. It depicted Lu Ming hanging from Chukshu's petite forms swinging through the air on a thread. Their profiles were clear in the image. It's him. Another voice of recognition rose from the crowd. But this time it was not excitement, but anger. Wang Yong glanced at the speaker, recognizing him as one of the survivors who had fled from the northern suburbs and just joined the group today. Curious, he asked, what? Is there a problem with him? The man sat up straight and said with righteous indignation, a problem. More than a problem. We were coerced by the Southern Han people, used as meat shields against the swarm, tortured until we were dead or wounded. Over 300 people just gone like that. This guy barged in, and we thought a savior had arrived. We begged him to avenge our fellow countrymen. But he said he didn't know us, why should he save us? He even shot a bolt at our own people and told us to get lost. He's just what? A selfish bastard. A traitor without patriotism. A cold-blooded beast. Wang Yong sneered. So what? He saved you from the Southern Han people, and you still hold a grudge against him. You? What are you saying? The man was stunned by Wang Yong's retort, his mind struggling to keep up. But Wang Yong continued, on Blue Star this is called moral coercion, you know. Too bad on Blue Star you could still pull that off. Here, who are you going to coerce? There is no standard of morality here. No matter what method or attitude, if someone saves you, they are your second parents. Especially in this world where everyone struggles to protect themselves. With that mindset, brother, I advise you to either change quickly or don't enter this sanctuary. We don't welcome you here either. Otherwise one day you'll hold a grudge against us for something and might even stab us in the back. Wang Yong stared at him. The man's face flushed red, but he dared not say another word. He noticed that everyone seemed to be looking at him with strange eyes. On this point, I have something to say to you too. A person from Jinsui Street stepped forward. This big shot really doesn't like to team up with others, but he has his own principles. He was the first from our street to venture out. He was armed and strong. When he went to scavenge supplies, we only dared to hide in our safe havens, watching him walk in a wholesale food. If he were as selfish as you claim, he could have taken all the supplies in the street. But he deliberately left a lot of survival necessities for us. A person like that, I believe he just doesn't like to socialize or express himself well, but his heart must be good. You guys. You really went too far. The man was left speechless again. Even the other survivors from the northern suburbs looked ashamed. When that group had emerged from the shopping mall, each one of them was filled with pent-up frustration. When frustration and grievance piled up, they bred extreme and one-sided anger. It overshadowed the gratitude for being saved and pushed the benefactor to the pinnacle of hatred. Now suddenly pulled out of that narrow mindset, everyone felt like idiots. Were they really angry that he lacked a sense of kinship? It seemed not. What angered them was that line, for you. Don't be ridiculous. Over 300 people can't fight, can't even hide. What value do you have? Hurry up and take those useless wastes and get out. Any later, and you'll be my meat shields. It wasn't the harshness of the attitude. It was the truth of those words, a truth that struck each of their weak points. Being unable to fight meant lacking strength. Being unable to hide. That was their own foolishness. Because many had been scared out of their hiding spots by the shouts and threats of the Southern Han people. I'm sorry. The person lowered his head, unable to hide his shame. Wang Yong discarded his cigarette, but instinctively stamping it out, and said calmly, these words shouldn't be said to us, Uncle Chun. Let's join. Fang Peng glanced at the person from Beijiao, then turned to Chen Hai, and said, I also support joining regardless of whether the city lord is this big shot or not. We support it too. The crowd gradually shifted from murmurs to unanimous approval. Chen Hai put away the rules and nodded, saying, then let's join those from Beijiao. Seeing Chen Hai call out their names, the refugees from Beijiao all looked up, their faces showing signs of worry. Are they going to expel us? After 2 seconds of silence, Chen Hai calmly said, let's include everyone. Right or wrong, how it goes from here is up to you to show. After all, you will soon be part of the shelter, and it is the city lord who decides your fate, not us. Besides, since the city lord has not set restrictions on who can join, it means he doesn't care who it is that joins. Hearing this, the people from Beijiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they fell back into an awkward situation. They were all ordinary people, not criminals before the transfer, and facing a leader like Chen Hai who exuded authority, without anger they felt a bit intimidated. Then let's all join. Finally, inside the city lord's office at Iron Fortress, Lu Ming sat in his office chair, staring at a name on the list, his expression somewhat surprised. Name Hong Dai, gender female, ID 1111, age 18, height 167 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, specialization, level advanced soldier, hunting career, 338 E-class juvenile hunts. This was the first person to join the shelter. Less than 2 minutes after he published the admission rules, she had joined. Initially, Lu Ming thought this name was a bit impressive. There are many names with Hong in Huaxia, but he had never seen anyone with the surname Hong. However, after assessing this person, he instantly understood a lot, and felt a sense of relief. Because this girl was none other than the girl from the clothing store Yang Shui whom he had met once before. He didn't understand why the fixed name could be changed. But it must have been due to some special encounter. However, should the name Hong Dai be seen as merely fitting for her age, or is there a deeper meaning to it? He didn't know. All he knew was that the previously weak and malnourished girl had disappeared. In her place stood a somewhat messy warrior wearing a self-made mask with a resolute gaze. That was enough. How she would develop next, and the path she would take was her own choice. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly the list of members joining the shelter skyrocketed. In just 10 seconds the total number of citizens had surpassed 500, finally settling at 507. Excluding the mutated giant blade hawk that topped the list, the next person was Chun Hai, whom Lu Ming had been closely following and was very optimistic about. He quickly checked the information. Chun Hai Jr. Hunting Warrior provides daily earnings of 5 specialization crystals. Junior. Lu Ming felt a mix of emotions. This is too low, right? After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. While leading a team of several hundred people for search and rescue, while moving around the suburbs, even with exceptional skills, when would there be time to demonstrate them? Ultimately, he was still being dragged down. But it didn't matter, since he had encountered his talent, there was no reason to let such a person go to waste. Moreover, he originally planned to be a hands-off city lord, just sitting back and collecting money. Managing the shelter and leading the citizens would naturally be left to professionals with the capability. With this in mind, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes at Chun Hai, his thoughts becoming agile. In the central urban area, the group that had joined the shelter and been transported to Iron Fortress gathered in the cross plaza of the residential area. Looking around at the apartment-like surroundings, all constructed of steel, the new citizens were all stunned in place. Turning around, they saw towering steel barriers that resembled city walls rising hundreds of meters high. Looking ahead, they saw a white obelisk standing in the center of the city, even taller than the city walls. At the top of the tower was a circular structure resembling a private villa. At a glance, it appeared to be a lighthouse for the entire city, emitting a soft glow. Continuing to look upward, they saw an energy flow resembling a honeycomb, forming an electromagnetic barrier. Is this the shelter? Fong Peng, leaning on his self-made spear, was immersed in the grandeur of the steel fortress. Wang Yong couldn't suppress the smile on his face and the excitement in his heart, grinning foolishly, and said, "You're wrong, but should be our shelter. This is so freaking cool. Mechanical heavy industry. Technological future. I thought it was just a shabby base or something like a survivor camp. Who knew it would be this impressive?" Fong Peng was pulled back to reality by Wang Yong's enthusiasm, equally excited, but teasingly replied, "Is it really that exaggerated? You're almost 30, how can't you be a bit more composed?" Wang Yong scoffed, "What do you know? Little kids only think about dating, steel mesh sci-fi, and the future. That's the dream and pursuit of a real man. Just wait until you grow up a bit more, you'll understand how. Look at your personal panel, it has shelter information and a map." While everyone was paying attention to the buildings, Bao Zhengsheng noticed the details. Hearing this, all the refugees turned to their personal panels, looking at the information below. Affiliated shelter, Iron Fortress. Current shelter level 2, area radius 4,000 meters. Wow, 4,000 meters. How large is the total area? Below are the three-dimensional panoramic maps of the shelter. You all should take a look. Citizen residences, training grounds, weapon storage, commercial street. Can we even do business in here? Core lighthouse, central hall, underground farm. Could it really allow for crop cultivation? The celestial throne, that should be the city lord's residence, right? How nice, I want to live there too. You must be dreaming. The exclamations filled the air, and everyone felt like they were starting middle school, high school, or college, overwhelmed with freshness and excitement. Ahem. At that moment, a light cough suddenly echoed through the city, interrupting everyone's sharing and communication. Citizens who have just entered the city, I am glad you chose to join Iron Fortress. I am the city lord of Iron Fortress. Here, as long as you abide by the rules set by Iron Fortress, I promise not to casually expel any citizens. Next, you may choose your dormitory freely. Activities within the city are unrestricted. After selecting your dormitory, you can group up and wander around at will. All hunting requirements will commence tomorrow. Finally, Comrade Chun Hai, after selecting your dormitory, please come to the Celestial Throne.